When you were a child, you and your childhood friend were eating spicy snacks. You said your mouth was burning hot. Without a second thought, your childhood friend leaned in and kissed you. From then on, whenever you said something hurt, your childhood friend would kiss that exact spot. Both sets of parents looked at each other and burst into laughter. It looks like they're going to be in-laws in the future. But later on, not long after you moved abroad with your mother, you heard that your proud and arrogant childhood friend Asuka had actually developed a severe case of androphobia. From that moment on, no other guy could ever get a kiss from Asuka. Even just trying to take half a step closer to her became a distant pipe dream. On your very first day back in the country, you were dropped off right at the doorstep of your childhood friend Asuka's apartment by your unreliable mother. Left with no choice, you furiously dragged your suitcase over and pounded heavily on the door. After knocking for ages with no response, you couldn't help but kick the door a few times. You cursed under your breath. Damn it, Asuka. She must be out fooling around again. Thinking about how long it had been since you last saw Asuka, you suddenly wanted to test if she could still recognize your voice, so you dialed her number directly. You raised your voice and yelled, "Asuka! Where the hell are you fooling around? This young master is back in the country and standing right outside your apartment door. Hurry up and roll your ass back here to open the door." But it wasn't Asuka on the other end of the line. A strange female voice answered, "Looking for Asuka? She's busy right now, call back later." As soon as the words left her mouth, the call was hung up with a sharp click. You stared at your blank phone screen, dazed for a long moment. Furious anger flared up inside you. How dare a random lackey hang up on you? A wave of rage rushed straight to your head. You gripped your phone so hard your knuckles turned white, your eyes burning with anger. At that moment, inside a private room at the nightclub Night Charm, Asuka was drinking heavily with a group, and a man was sitting right beside her. The man had his arm around Asuka's shoulders, speaking in a sweet, cloying voice. "Asuka, are you drunk?" Asuka let out a soft chuckle, leaning back lazily against the sofa. A hint of drunkenness colored her eyes, yet she still exuded a freezing aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. That man was none other than Ren. He gazed infatuatedly at Asuka's beautiful face. His hand instinctively reached up to touch her cheek, a burning desire instantly flashing in his eyes. Ren calculated in his mind that he absolutely had to win this perfect woman. As long as he could latch onto Asuka, his status would skyrocket. His gaze landed on Asuka's sensual lips, and his heart rate suddenly accelerated. He slowly leaned in, wanting to plant a kiss. Everyone knew that Asuka was always surrounded by handsome men, but she never gave anyone the chance to kiss her. Rumor had it that only her true soulmate could ever make her willingly move closer. "Asuka." Ren's voice was deep and gentle. Any other woman would have probably surrendered and fallen for it by now. But Asuka showed absolutely no reaction. Just at the exact moment Ren's lips were about to touch hers, she abruptly shoved Ren away and snapped in an icy tone. "Get away from me!" Ren pouted pitifully, but unwilling to give up, he pressed close again and clung to Asuka's arm. He said softly, "Asuka, you're drunk. Let me help you." Asuka knitted her brows in annoyance. After fumbling around in her pockets for a while, her voice suddenly turned freezing cold. "Where is my phone?" Her lackey immediately ran over, holding the phone out with both hands. "Asuka, your phone dropped just now. I picked it up and kept it safe for you." The lackey's eyes darted around guiltily, hesitating over whether to mention the phone call she had just answered. Suddenly, Asuka's phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number, and she answered it casually. "Asuka!" Your voice, boiling with rage, tore through the receiver, carrying a thick sense of resentment. Asuka didn't recognize your voice at first. She asked impatiently, "Who is this?" Aside from her family, no man had ever dared to snap at her like this. Her tone already carried a hint of mockery and impatience. You were taken aback for a second, and instinctively asked back, "Are you really Asuka?" Asuka let out a cold chuckle. "Are you out of your mind?" With that, she was about to hang up the phone. "Wait!" You quickly called out to stop her. Hearing the drunkenness in her voice, the fire in your chest burned even hotter. "Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you right now!" Your tone carried an unyielding force that brooked no refusal. Normally, Asuka would have hung up long ago. But this voice felt strangely familiar to her. And by some bizarre twist of fate, she actually blurts out her location. Night Charm Club. Room 201. Fine, you wait there. I'll be right there. You hung up the phone. After leaving your suitcase at her apartment's front desk, you turned around, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Night Charm Club. Clutching her phone, Asuka's mind felt groggy as she wondered who on earth that was. Very few men dared to order her around like that. While she was deep in thought, Ren clutched onto her again, asking in a sticky voice, "Asuka, was that a guy calling? Is he your new favorite?" Asuka couldn't be bothered to deal with Ren. She leaned back and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing this, the lackey quickly went out to get some hangover medicine. Before long, the lackey returned with the hangover medicine and said respectfully, "The hangover medicine is here." Asuka reached out to take it, but Ren snatched the medicine away, smiling smoothly to curry favor. "Asuka, let me feed it to you." On the other side, the taxi quickly pulled up to the club street. The female driver looked you up and down with a cautious gaze, then spoke up. "Night Charm is right ahead." "Thanks." Eager to find Asuka, you pushed the car door open, ready to get out. The driver quickly called out to stop you. "Hey, handsome, you hasn't paid the fare yet." Only then did you realize your mistake. Pausing in your tracks, you asked casually, "How much is it?" 4,800 yen, the driver said, looking at you with an unfriendly glint in her eyes. You turned your bag completely inside out, but you couldn't find a single Japanese yen note. You could only look at the driver awkwardly. Ma'am, I just got back to the country and haven't exchanged money yet. Do you accept US dollars? The driver's face instantly darkened, and she rejected you flatly. "No way! I only want yen. Pay up quickly!" You truly didn't have any yen on you, and you couldn't help but knit your brows. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit you, and you thought of a solution. Striking up a placating smile, you negotiated with the driver. "How about this? I'll go inside to get the money from a friend, and come right back out to pay you, all right?" The driver snorted coldly and firmly refused. "No, who knows if you're just trying to run away?" You stomped your feet in anxiety and had to try another tactic. "Then I'll call my friend to bring the money out to me. That should work, right?" Saying that, you dialed Asuka's number again, but there was nothing but a busy tone from the receiver. She actually dared to ignore your call. Your face turned dark with rage. You called again, but still no one picked up. "Damn it, Asuka!" You gnashed your teeth, nearly smashing your phone to pieces. Left with no choice, you narrowed your eyes and put on a pitiful, helpless look for the driver. "Ma'am, please make an exception. I'm really not a scammer. How about you come inside with me? The moment I find them, I'll pay you right away." The driver yelled back impatiently, "I don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up and pay. I still need to pick up other fares." Just when you were at your wits' end and completely at a loss for what to do, the driver suddenly lowered her voice, staring at you with a predatory look, her tone turning suggestive. "Well, actually, you could use something else to clear the debt." You looked at the driver warily and quickly spoke up. "My phone is off limits. I still need it to contact people." You thought to yourself that your phone was the latest model. Using it to clear a 4,800 yen debt would be a massive loss. The driver licked her lips, her tone playful and explicit, completely filled with indecent intentions. "Not the phone. Let me feel your abs, and this taxi fare will be completely wiped clean." Only then did you realize, no wonder the driver had been staring at you with such an unfriendly look the whole time. She had been harboring this kind of design all along. It was absolutely disgusting. Your temper exploded instantly, and you barked fiercely, "You're disgusting." The driver, however, didn't care at all and mocked you with a laugh. "Just one touch saves you 4,800 yen. You're getting a huge bargain." You glared at the driver, trembling all over with rage, grinding your teeth. 4,800 yen? In your dreams, you slammed the car door open and rushed out. Ignoring the driver's curses fading behind you, you dove headfirst into Night Charm Club. But the moment you reached the entrance, you were blocked by a bouncer. The bouncer looked you up and down and asked, "Hey kid, are you even of age?" "I'm looking for Asuka!" Anxious to shake off the driver who was chasing you, you took advantage of the bouncer's momentary daze ducked low and slipped right past him. The moment the bouncer heard Asuka's name, he instantly didn't dare to stop you anymore. He even went ahead and blocked the chasing driver outside the door, saying coldly, "No entry allowed here." The driver stamped her feet in frustration, shouting loudly, "On what grounds? That kid owes me taxi fare! I have to go in and get my money!" The bouncer looked at the driver with sheer disdain. "We only serve good-looking young men and women here. Someone like you should just head back home." Inside, the club was roaring with people and the music was deafening. You managed with great effort to squeeze your way to the door of room 201. You threw the door open, put your hands on your hips, and roared, "Asuka!" The private room instantly fell dead silent. Every single gaze locked onto you in unison, filled with shock and confusion. A flamboyantly dressed man came swaggering over, looking you up and down contemptuously, his tone dripping with mockery. "Who do you think you are, calling Asuka by her name like that? If you're trying to stand out, don't use such a stupid method, little brother." You recognize this man as Ren at a single glance. The strong, pungent scent of his cologne immediately made you knit your brows in disgust. You instinctively took 2 steps back, warning him in a cold voice, "Get away from me." Asuka's lackey quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "You're looking for Asuka, right? She went to the restroom. She'll be right back." The disdain in Ren's eyes was completely undisguised. He spoke cuttingly. "So you're Asuka's new favorite? Aside from having a youthful face and a slightly broader build, you're not much better than me." As soon as his words fell, some girls in the room burst out laughing. Anyone with eyes could see that you possessed a natural, sharp handsomeness, while Ren's good looks relied entirely on artificial touch-ups and heavy filters. The two of you weren't even on the same level. It was only Ren himself, riding on the coattails of his past title as a former school host or idol, who genuinely believed he was some peerless, handsome man. What you hated most was people talking about your body. Sweeping a freezing gaze over Ren, your tone turned icy. "Can you shut your mouth? I'm looking for Asuka." "What does it have to do with you?" Ren's face darkened and he instantly raised his volume, questioning you angrily. "What kind of trash are you to dare talk to me like that?" Ren was already harboring a stomach full of rage. He had been dumped after dating Asuka for just a week, and then rumors spread that Asuka had a new favorite. Now, seeing that your aura and looks completely overshadowed him, he was absolutely furious. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't beat you in looks, he absolutely could not lose in momentum. You couldn't be bothered to waste breath on Ren. Looking straight at the lackey, you asked urgently, "Where is the restroom? Take me there." The lackey froze and stammered out a question. You want to go to the women's restroom?" I glared at the lackey. "Didn't you say she went to the restroom? Am I supposed to go into the men's room to find her?" "Oh, right. This way, please." The lackey quickly bowed and scraped, not daring to say another word, and hurriedly led you toward the restroom. Seeing that you were treating him completely like air, Ren trembled with rage. Taking a quick step forward, he shouted loudly, "How dare you ignore me? Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Shame turned into anger. He reached out to grab your hair, and a sudden sharp pain shot through your scalp. You let out a low growl of pain. "Let go of me!" Ren grinned triumphantly, gripping your hair tightly and refusing to let go. He taunted, "I won't let go. What are you going to do about it?" You gritted your teeth, forcing yourself to endure the pain in your scalp. Reaching back, you grabbed Ren's pants, and with a hard yank, you actually pulled them right down. Ren shrieked, hurriedly letting go to cover himself up. His completely pathetic state caused a burst of roaring laughter to erupt in the private room. Ren stared at you with eyes that looked ready to spit fire. Gnashing his teeth, he hissed, "You jerk! I'm not done with you." I lifted my chin in utter disdain, taunting him completely without fear. "Bring it on if you've got the guts." Just at that moment, the room door was pushed open, and a cold female voice rang out, carrying a lazy impatience. "What's all the racket about?" Hearing that familiar voice, you spun around instantly, and all your pent-up resentment exploded in a single second. You shouted her name out loud, Asuka! Asuka was clearly startled to hear your voice. After looking up and seeing your face clearly, her eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. She blurted out, "Rui? Why on earth are you here?" A cold smile pulled at the corner of your lips. Looking at Asuka, "Not bad. You haven't forgotten me. Excellent." Before the words even fully left your mouth, you raised your hand, preparing to strike out at her. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the room. Everyone was completely stunned. Someone actually dared to raise a hand against Asuka, but Asuka was quick and sharp. With a swift movement, she intercepted your wrist. Her dark eyes held a trace of helplessness, and she asked in a soft, gentle tone, "What's wrong? Throwing a tantrum at me the moment you get back?" Her tone didn't carry a single hint of anger. Instead, it sounded like she was coaxing a child. This scene caused the jaws of everyone present to practically drop to the floor. "You have the nerve to ask?" I furiously flung Asuka's hand away. "Just to find you. Do you know how much awful luck I've had to deal with?" Asuka didn't get angry at all. Instead, her eyes were completely filled with indulgence. This indulgent posture left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Was this really the absolute iron-fisted Queen Asuka? Asuka took the opportunity to wrap her arms around you, looking up at your messy hair. She raised her eyebrows and teased, "Rui, what is going on with this hairstyle? Does a bird's nest look the latest trend in America right now?" You glared sideways at Asuka. Your gaze swept over to Ren, who was standing to the side, and you spoke coldly. "It's all thanks to this male companion of yours." Asuka looked at you with a completely innocent face, asking in confusion, "How did I provoke you? I only just found out you were back in the country." You pointed your chin toward Ren, your tone dissatisfied. "This boyfriend of yours is truly incredible. I came in here to look for you. And without checking right from wrong, he picked a fight with me and even went and yanked my hair. Asuka, your taste is truly spectacular." The more you spoke, the heavier the resentment in your tone became. Asuka and your friendship of over a decade as childhood friends allowed her to instantly catch your underlying meaning. She turned her head to look at Ren. Her tone instantly became bone-chillingly cold, and the aura around her plummeted. "You touched his hair! Who gave you the permission?" Ren shuddered all over under Asuka's icy glare. He stammered out a defense. "Listen to my explanation." His attitude was way too arrogant, and he even called you by your full name. "I only did it because I couldn't stand the sight of it." Asuka cut him off coldly, the chill in her tone making one's heart tremble. "He called me by my full name, and what does that have to do with you? You ask him on what grounds?" "On the grounds that I like it. I spoil him. He can call me whatever he wants. Is it your turn to meddle?" Hearing these words from Asuka, the grievance in your heart vanished into thin air in an instant. The corners of your lips couldn't help but secretly turn upward. Ren's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He had liked Asuka for years, but he had never seen her show such blatant favoritism to anyone. He truly couldn't figure out on what grounds you managed to become that single exception. The rims of his eyes turned red, and his tears began to fall at a moment's notice. Whining, "Asuka, I really didn't know he had such a close relationship with you. I'm sorry. I was wrong." Asuka hated it most when men cried. She knitted her brows and turned her head away. You also felt it was a bit of a killjoy. You had originally wanted to see how Asuka would take revenge for you, but with Ren crying like this, it made you look like the one who was going too far instead. You glanced at Asuka, your tone indifferent. "Handle this matter yourself. If you dare to just gloss it over, I won't let you off easy." Asuka looked at Ren with cold eyes, her tone devoid of any warmth. "You tell me, how should you be punished?" Ren felt a chill run down his spine under Asuka's gaze. He knew that if he didn't bleed a little today, he absolutely wouldn't get through this. He gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and slapped himself right across the face. He spoke through tears, his tone full of remorse. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have raised a hand without checking right from wrong." He slapped himself twice more in succession, his attitude thoroughly sincere. Hearing those crisp sounds, and seeing Ren's pitiful state, the anger in your heart dissipated by more than half. "Stop acting. You clenched your fists, not bothering to give Ren another look. Ren's movements paused, looking up at you through tear-blurred eyes. You, however, turned your head and said to Asuka, "Let's go. Come home with me." Asuka waved her hand to the people in the private room, speaking casually. "You guys keep going. I'm leaving first." As if suddenly remembering something, she turned her head and asked the lackey, "Right, give me my phone." The lackey immediately presented the phone, saying respectfully, "Asuka, your phone." The moment you saw Asuka's phone, you remembered the furious grievance of being hung up on. You reached out to snatch the phone. "Asuka, you actually didn't recognize my voice just now. And another thing, when I took a taxi and didn't have cash to find you for an emergency, you actually didn't pick up the phone. You might as well throw this trash phone away." Asuka's reactions were lightning fast. With a reverse sweep of her hand, she hid the phone right behind her back. Smiling, she linked her arm through yours and led you out of the room. "Stop messing around." It was so noisy inside the room, it's perfectly normal not to hear clearly. She spoke as she walked. "You returned so suddenly, and looked for me this late. What exactly is it about?" She leaned close to your ear, her tone soft and her warm breath brushing against your earlobe. "It couldn't be that you missed me terribly and flew back specifically to confess your love to me, could it?" You looked up and gave Asuka a fierce glare. Raising your foot, you stomped right onto her expensive high heels, shouting angrily, "Cut the narcissism! This young master is in a terrible mood tonight. Don't mess with me." Asuka let out a groan of pain, yet she wasn't angry in the slightest. Instead, she smiled and helped tidy your hairstyle, the indulgence in her eyes completely impossible to hide. Walking out of the bar, Asuka regained her wild, untamed demeanor. She casually threw her arm over your shoulder and asked, "All right, speak up. What exactly happened?" You rolled your eyes at her and said crossly, "To get you to open the door. I don't have the keys to your apartment. What else did you think?" Asuka froze, asking in confusion, "My place? My mom and dad are both at home. If you just call them, wouldn't they open the door for you? Why would you need to find me?" You glanced askance at Asuka, feeling like she was talking nonsense, and spoke impatiently, "I am talking about your apartment. Otherwise, why would I come looking for you?" "Are you stupid?" Asuka's face changed instantly. She grabbed both of your shoulders, looking at you with a suspicious gaze, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Even her eyes darted around a bit. "What are you going to my apartment for? In the middle of the night? You want to move in? ... Is staying at our family's main residence not good enough?" The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, always sensing that some unfavorable matter was waiting for her. Seeing Asuka's nervous look, you couldn't help but burst into laughter, patting her shoulder. "It looks like you're still completely in the dark. You've been set up by our mothers. Don't worry, I'm a victim too. I get it." "What do you mean?" Asuka's brows knitted tightly, gripping your hand and refusing to let go as she asked urgently, "Make it clear to me." You cleared your throat, just about to announce that the two of you were fiancé and fiancée, and were about to start living together. "From today onward, the two of us are." As it turned out, before your words could even finish, right as you stepped out of the bar entrance, a woman rushed head-on toward you with a fierce momentum. It was none other than the taxi driver from earlier. She pointed at you and roared, "You brat! Hurry up and give me the money!" Looking at the driver in front of you, you remembered her indecent intentions from earlier, and your face instantly turned freezing cold. You let out a cold laugh at the driver. "You still dare to ask for the money? Are you tired of living? Want to save up for a coffin?" Asuka was just waiting for your explanation, but an uninvited interloper crashed in halfway through, cutting off her anticipation. Her beautiful face instantly darkened, and she stared at the driver with an icy gaze. "Who do you think you are?" The driver took one look at Asuka's outfit and knew she was a wealthy person. Her attitude instantly pulled a 180-degree turn, bowing and scraping with a fake smile. "Dear lady, it's like this. This gentleman took my car but ran off without paying. Could you see if this taxi fare can be settled?" Folding your arms across your chest, you spoke up coldly, making every single word clear. "Ma'am, didn't you say earlier that if I let you feel my abs, this taxi fare would be completely wiped clean?" A cold sweat broke out on the driver instantly. She hurriedly forced a couple of laughs, her eyes shifting around. She defended herself in a panic. A massive misunderstanding! Sir, you misheard. I was saying that you should leave something behind as collateral. You looked askance at the driver, with a smile that didn't reach your eyes. A misunderstanding? You hadn't forgotten her vulgar gaze and suggestive words from earlier at all. It was absolutely not a misunderstanding. After listening to your words, Asuka instinctively swept a glance over your body. Her gaze landed on your thin shirt, and the expression in her eyes darkened instantly. The fare was clearly only 800 yen, yet that driver opened her mouth wide like a lion, demanding 48,000 yen from you. Furious, you were just about to argue with her. Asuka, however, stepped in front of you, smiling with an incredibly amiable look. 48,000 yen? Ah, she asked in a light tone. So you're just an extortionist, huh? The moment the words left her mouth, she delivered a fierce kick that sent the female driver flying. The female driver lay on the ground, shrieking and rolling around, shouting loudly, "Assault!" Asuka, however, merely let out a cold laugh. Assault, that's too boring. How about we find someone to play with her? As she spoke, she intentionally looked at you, appearing as though she found this game very amusing. But you were truly exhausted beyond belief, only wanting to go home and get some sleep, completely unbothered to coordinate with her acting. Right at that moment, the bar's security guards rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The driver instantly thought her saviors had arrived, just about to open her mouth to complain. Who would have thought that group of guards actually ran straight up to Asuka, bowing with deep respect. Miss Asuka, what happened? The driver's face turned completely pale in an instant. Only now did she realize she had kicked a steel plate. Terrified, she quickly began kowtowing to beg for mercy. Asuka didn't even bother to glance at her, saying directly to the group of guards, "This woman blackmailed me. You guys handle it." The guards caught on immediately. Several men hoisted the female driver up and dragged her into the dark alley next door, and faint screams could still be heard. Asuka, however, linked her arm through yours, preventing you from looking further. Let's go home." Sitting inside that multi-million yen supercar, you clicked your tongue in amazement, calling her a spendthrift. You held out your hand, jokingly asking her for a few million to spend. Asuka, however, slapped your hand away. "On what grounds should I give it to you? Go ask your mom for it." "Miser," you pouted, not bothering to pay her any more attention. The car drove into the underground garage of the high-end apartment complex. Asuka parked the vehicle. As soon as she turned her head, she discovered that you beside her had your head tilted, seemingly already fast asleep. She reached out and gave you a nudge. "Hey, we're home. Don't pretend to be asleep just because you want me to carry you on my back." "In your dreams." You merely waved your hand like shooing away a fly, completely unawakened. Only then did Asuka knit her brows. Did this kid really fall asleep? She suddenly remembered that you had just flown back from abroad today. The jet lag must have left you completely exhausted. Sigh, I really owe you. She muttered in a low voice, yet she still got out of the car, walked around to the other side, and with a great deal of effort, hoisted you onto her back. Inside the elevator, Asuka looked at your peaceful sleeping face resting against her back in the mirror reflection, and couldn't help but shake her head. She settled you into the guest room, considerately pulling the blanket over you, before turning around to go take a shower. But just a dozen or so minutes later, when she walked out of the bathroom, a figure suddenly pounced toward her out of the darkness. Asuka was startled, only then remembering your presence. She looked down. I hadn't even opened my eyes and had blindly stumbled right into her embrace. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Knowing I was taking a shower and rushing over to ambush me? Who would have thought you weren't conscious at all?" Mumbling incoherently. "So dirty, I want to take a shower. It's so uncomfortable." Saying that, you actually began tugging at your already thin shirt. Asuka's eyes darkened. She quickly grabbed your hands. If she let you keep carrying on like this, you were going to strip yourself completely naked. How are you supposed to take a shower when you're this groggy? She pulled you up from her embrace and held you by both shoulders, trying to figure out how to wake you up. But right at that moment, your hands actually rubbed against her chest, fresh out of the shower. As if you were addicted to it, you kept right on rubbing. I mumbled incoherently. "Asuka, why aren't you wearing any clothes? It feels so nice to touch." "Let me feel it some more." Asuka couldn't take it anymore. She snatched your misbehaving hands away, pinched your chin, and snapped, "Can you wake yourself up first?" But you impatiently swiped her hands away, pouting your lips. "My skin feels so sticky and uncomfortable. I absolutely have to take a shower." Saying that, your body ducked, and you actually tried to slip right past her arm. Asuka caught you by the back of your collar, completely left without words. She suddenly remembered that you had been an incredibly heavy sleeper ever since you were a kid. You had once fallen asleep right inside her family's bathtub and nearly drowned to death. How could she possibly dare let you take a shower in your current state? Suddenly, a trace of mischief flashed across her eyes. Propping one hand against the doorframe, she trapped you right in front of her. She lowered her voice, using a slightly raspy tone to tempt you right by your ear. "Or should I help you wash up instead?" But you suddenly curled your eyes and smiled, slowly placing your hand against her cheek. "If it weren't for the fact that your face keeps getting prettier and prettier, I would really want to give you a slap." "What? You only just realized how beautiful I am now?" Asuka teased triumphantly. You pushed her face away. "I'm going to take a shower. By the look of things, you are much more awake now." Asuka held up 2 fingers and waved them right in front of your face. "How many is this?" "2. "You idiot!" You shouted, "I'm awake!" You slapped her hand away crossly. Only then did Asuka feel relieved, but she immediately tossed out another question. "How are you going to wash up? You don't even have a change of clothes. Are you going to put this dirty shirt back on after you finish washing up?" I instantly froze. Then I slapped my own head hard and rushed into the living room. "Oh, right! Where is my luggage?" Leaning against the doorframe, Asuka floated a cold remark over. "What luggage? I didn't see any luggage at all. When I brought you back, you didn't have any luggage on you." I finally came to a realization and slapped my head with a laugh. "Oh boy, I forgot. The luggage is with the bouncer on the first floor." Saying that, you were about to rush outside. Asuka, however, grabbed you tightly. With a single phone call, she had the security guards deliver it right to the doorstep. Very quickly, the security guard brought the luggage up. You closed the door, but didn't head back to the bedroom. Instead, you pointed at the security system on the door. "Oh right, register my palm print into this, so it's convenient for me to open the door." Asuka folded her arms across her chest, letting out a cold laugh. "On what grounds should I let you freely come and go from my place from now on?" Who would have thought you would copy her, folding your arms and aggressively announced, "Because from this day onward, I am living here." Asuka's brows instantly twisted into a deep scowl. "Who said you could live here? Did you get my permission?" You, however, threw down your trump card directly. "Uncle Saito told me to live here." Only then did she suddenly recall the unfinished words you had spoken at the club. She immediately pressed further. "You said earlier that you were set up. What on earth did you mean?" You lifted your chin and tossed out a mind-blowing bombshell. "Because we are getting engaged very soon. So they made us live together to nurture our feelings." Asuka was completely stupefied, staring at you in utter daze. "What did you say? Me and you getting engaged? What kind of absolute nonsense is this?" But you were so tired you were yawning nonstop. Dragging your luggage, you walked straight toward the bedroom. You waved your hand. "Go ask your dad for the specific reasons. I can't be bothered to explain. Bye-bye." Asuka rushed forward, wanting to block you. With a loud slam, the bedroom door closed heavily right in front of her, nearly breaking the bridge of her nose. Furious, she pounded on the door and shouted, "Rui! Get your ass out here and make this clear!" After a short while, the door opened. Holding your change of clothes, you leaned against the doorframe, your face completely masked with exhaustion. "My brain is completely jammed right now. It can't process anything," you said to her. "We'll talk about this tomorrow, okay?" With that said, you walked straight past her and stepped into the bathroom. Looking at how exhausted you were, Asuka could only drop the matter for the time being. As a result, the next morning you walked out of your room with bleary, half-asleep eyes. The very first sentence out of your mouth was, "Asuka, I'm hungry. Is breakfast ready yet?" Leaning against the bar counter, her tone was lazy. "Nope, I don't cook here. If you want to eat, buy it yourself." Who would have thought that in the very next second, you would start kicking your feet and throwing a total temper tantrum? "No breakfast? I'm so hungry. I'm practically starving to death here." Asuka told you to find something to eat yourself, and then clear out. She was going to call home to have them pick you up and take you back. But the moment you heard there was food, you immediately rolled right off the sofa, munching on an apple while drinking milk. You even righteously announced, "I already said so last night. From today onward, I am living right here." Asuka refused with a cold face. "An engagement or whatever, I will never agree to it. Who would have thought you would pass the buck directly? If you don't agree, go talk to your mom and dad and Grandma Saito." The moment she heard the word, Grandma, Asuka instantly became thoroughly annoyed. You saw right through her. "Uncle Saito told you to go back this weekend." When Grandma Saito speaks up, you'll have to agree whether you want to or not. Asuka couldn't wait any longer. She decided she would take you back tonight to settle this clearly once and for all. As it turned out, you didn't care in the slightest. Whatever floats your boat. After finishing your apple, you washed your hands and immediately added, "You're heading to school, right? Wait for me. Let me change my clothes." Asuka was taken aback. "You're coming to school with me?" The next second, you leaned against the bathroom doorframe. "Yeah, because starting from today, I'm transferring to your school." The next second, you leaned against the bathroom doorframe. "Yeah, I'm transferring to your school, because starting from today," Asuka was absolutely going driven mad. But humming a little tune, you stepped into the bathroom, leaving her alone to stand frozen in the wind. By the time you finished getting ready, no matter how impatient Asuka felt, she had no choice but to drive you to school. Who would have thought that while still a few hundred meters away from the school gates, you would suddenly shout for her to stop the car? Asuka was puzzled. "We aren't there yet. What are you getting out for?" You, however, got out of the car in a carefree manner, swinging your backpack as you smiled. "I'm not walking into school together with you. It draws too much attention. I'm gonna grab some breakfast first. Bye." With that said, Asuka blinked her eyes as she watched you slip away. Once she drove off, you turned around and walked into a pastry shop. At a single glance, you set your sights right on the very last piece of blueberry cake inside the display case. "I want this one." However, the server told you apologetically, "I'm so sorry. This last piece has already been bought by someone else." You were instantly stunned. "Who bought it? I clearly saw it first." The server pointed toward a tall silhouette, standing right by the cash register. "It's that girl over there. She has already paid for it." Unwilling to give up, you walked straight over and tapped the girl on her shoulder. "Excuse me, could you please let me have this blueberry cake?" To your surprise, when the girl turned her head, she turned out to be a peerless beauty. Her face was pure, elegant, and gentle, and her voice was incredibly pleasing to the ear. "Hello? Is there something I can help you with?" Your heart instantly skipped a beat. This blueberry cake is the very last one, and I really want to eat it. Could you let me have it?" However, the beauty remained completely unmoved, wearing an apologetic look. "I'm so sorry, but I bought this for someone else. I can't let you have it." You instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, your face dropping. Just as you were about to give up, the beauty took the initiative to speak. "I've heard people say that their chestnut cake here is also quite good. You could give that a try." You instantly surged back to life, flashing a brilliant smile at her. "All right, then I'll try that one." You bought the chestnut cake and caught up with the beauty in a few quick strides, deciding to boldly strike up a conversation. "Are you also a student at Shantoku High School? I just transferred here today." The two of you walked and chatted just like that. You learned that her name was Hinata, and she was a third-year senior. As for you, in order to nurture your relationship with Asuka, you were probably going to be placed in the second-year classes. Who would have thought the moment you both arrived at the school gates, you were stopped by the guard? "You can't go in. Outsiders aren't allowed inside the school." No matter how you explained, it was entirely useless. The look the guard gave you grew more and more suspicious. Right at that moment, Hinata, who was standing beside you, stepped forward. "He really is a transfer student who arrived today. I can vouch for him." The moment the guard saw Hinata, his attitude shifted instantly. "Oh, it's you, Hinata. All right, out of respect for you, I'll let him in." But your pride flared up. You said coldly to Hinata, "Thank you, but I don't need your help. I'll rely on myself." The very next second, you pulled out your phone and dialed Asuka's number directly. On the other end of the line, Asuka's lazy voice rang out, and you began to complain. "I've been stopped by the school guard. He won't let me inside." As it turned out, Asuka actually burst into roaring laughter. You were furious to the point of exploding. Just as you were about to yell at her, you suddenly caught a deep, magnetic male voice coming from her side. You instinctively questioned, "Who are you with right now?" Asuka didn't answer, and hung up the phone directly. Furious, you screamed into your phone. Hinata wore a worried face. "Are you all right?" Twitching your lips, your face was filled with displeasure. Some people value romance over friendship, but the moment the words left your mouth, the guard's phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, she was instantly startled. Her attitude became incredibly respectful as she answered the phone. Unsure of what she was hearing, she looked at you with utter bewilderment. Hanging up the phone, the guard's attitude pulled a complete 180-degree turn. Smiling smoothly to curry favor with you, "I am so sorry. It was a total misunderstanding. You may head inside now. The principal is waiting for you." Only then did you feel satisfied, walking inside with your chin held high. Hinata followed you, her face completely filled with questions. "The principal? Who exactly are you to be able to stir up the principal like this?" You merely chuckled, holding up a single finger and wagging it. "It's a secret. I'll tell you later once we get to know each other better." Hinata let out a soft laugh. "Are you hitting on me?" I don't just make friends with anyone casually, you know. I know. You're a top-tier honors student, right? A beautiful model student like you must have tons of guys pestering you all the time. Now it was Hinata's turn to be curious. "How do you know I'm a top student?" "Because I'm smart. I could tell at a single glance." You pressed further. The guard said he recognized you. "Are you very famous in the school? Because you're the school idol and the #1 student across the whole school?" Hinata responded calmly. "I wouldn't call myself a school idol, but I do have the grades." I was instantly surprised. "You don't count as the school idol? You're this beautiful and you don't count? Wait a second. The school idol couldn't possibly be Asuka, could it?" Hearing that name, Hinata's gaze instantly turned a few degrees colder. "You know her?" You, however, failed to notice it, eagerly gossiping away. "She must be incredibly popular at school, right? Are there tons of guys chasing after her?" "I know her, but we aren't close." Hinata's voice carried a chilling detachment, examining you closely. "She certainly behaves like a social butterfly. Do you like her too?" Who would have thought you would immediately huff, "Someone that fickle, I don't like her at all." This reaction of yours left Hinata feeling quite surprised. You looked into her eyes with a serious face. "If I had to choose, I think you're much better than her. What's so great about her anyway? Just because her family has money and she's pretty, plus her personality is awful. Whoever likes her is completely out of luck." Hinata was hearing someone evaluate Asuka like this for the very first time. Looking at your disgusted expression, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You really are interesting." Your eyes darted around, and you immediately took the opportunity to get closer. "My name is Rui. You can just call me Rui-kun. Tell me which class you're in so I can come find you to hang out later." Hinata felt a bit closer to you, and the initial sense of distance vanished. She nodded. "Sure, I'm in class 3S. The campus was completely empty right now." You waved your hand at Hinata. "Then I won't keep you. I'm going to report to the principal's office. Let's hang out another day. Bye-bye." With that said, you skipped away lightheartedly. Hinata watched your retreating figure, lost in thought. For a transfer student to report directly to the principal's office meant that this boy's background was anything but simple. Hinata watched your retreating figure, lost in thought. For a transfer student to report directly to the principal's office meant that this boy's background was anything but simple. On the other side, inside the principal's office, she was bringing you drinks and asking if you wanted some fruit the moment she saw you. You sat on the sofa with your legs crossed, having just waited for a little while. A teacher wearing round-framed glasses and a serious expression walked in. "Principal, what did you need me for?" The principal immediately assumed a dignified posture and introduced majestically. "This is our new transfer student, Rui. Student Rui previously studied at an elite academy in America, and his grades are outstanding. I have placed him in Class S, and he will be a key student for our school to nurture from now on. Do you understand?" The teacher understood perfectly, immediately complied, and led you away. The principal even personally walked you to the door. But when you reached the classroom door, you froze. The classroom sign read, Class 1S. You asked in surprise, "Aren't I supposed to be in the second year?" Sato-sensei explained. "Student Rui, you are also in the first year back in America, and the curriculum moves faster here at home. We were afraid you wouldn't be able to keep up if you jumped straight to the second year." All right then. Remembering your own outstanding grades, you didn't push any further. Anyway, you only came back to the country to have fun, so it didn't matter which grade you were in. Sato-sensei led you into the classroom. "Everyone, this is our new transfer student, Rui. Let's give him a warm welcome." Standing beside the podium, you gave a bright smile. "Hello everyone, my name is Rui. Gender, male. Interests, female. Please take good care of me from now on." This self-introduction instantly ignited the whole class. The students all burst into laughter and started chattering away. "Wow, this guy is so handsome. His skin is so pale, like he stepped right out of a manga. Our class heartthrob's position is under threat." The girls in the class started clamoring directly, all shouting for you to sit next to them. You scanned the room with a smile, wanting to find a beautiful deskmate to treat your eyes. Sato-sensei also spoke up. "Rui, who do you want to sit with?" "As long as they agree, it's fine." The moment those words came out, the girls got even more excited. "Rui, I'll buy you breakfast every day." "Student Rui, my grades are great. I'll cover for you and buy all your snacks." "Hey handsome, sit with me. I'll be your maid." You found it amusing, but your goal was clear. You asked directly, "Who is the prettiest girl in our class?" Unexpectedly, the moment those words left your mouth, the whole class instantly fell dead silent. Everyone turned their heads in unison to look toward a certain spot, their expressions looking stranger than the next. Following their gaze, you looked toward the last row by the window. Both seats were empty. The prettiest one didn't show up today, you thought to yourself. Whatever. You walked straight over and sat down in the empty seat. "Sato-sensei, I'll just sit here." Sato-sensei's expression was also a bit strange, and he said awkwardly, "If you like it, go ahead and sit there." He tapped the podium. "All right. Take good care of your new classmate from now on. Now, let's continue with the lesson." Sato-sensei returned to the podium to continue lecturing. But at this moment, who actually had the focus to listen? The girls were all stealing glances at you, while the boys looked you up and down, sizing you up. Satsuki, in the seat in front of you, flatteringly handed over a crumpled textbook. "Rui, you don't have a textbook." Looking at the dirty marks on it, you didn't even dare to touch it. Caught between tears and laughter, you turned it down. "No thanks, just use it yourself. I'll just listen along casually." But Satsuki was persistent. "It's fine. I can share with my desk mate." Since your classmate meant well, it wasn't right to hurt her feelings, so you could only offer a brilliant smile. This was an English class. Setting other subjects aside, your English was absolutely top-notch. After all, you had studied in America for several years. So to you, this class was literally like listening to an elementary school lesson, utterly boring to the core. You let out a yawn. Satsuki leaned in close again. "Rui, you can't understand it either, right? Why don't we chat instead?" "It's because it's too simple, I just don't want to listen." You thought with a hint of disdain in your heart. How can anyone not understand such basic English? You couldn't help but ask curiously, "What kind of class is Class S? Is it the worst one?" "No way. Our Class S is the best class." Seeing your completely disbelieving expression, Satsuki scratched her head and explained, "Class S is either for the ones with the best grades, or the ones whose families have the most money. The worst one is Class F. They're all punks and delinquents. Make sure to stay far away from them in the future." You came to a sudden realization. So that's how it was. Thinking Satsuki was a pretty nice person, your attitude softened up a bit. You said with a smile, "You don't look like someone with top grades, so your family must be really loaded then?" Satsuki instantly felt embarrassed, trying hard to salvage her dignity. "I'm just bad at English. I'm really good at literature." You couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is a girl being good at literature really something to be so proud of? Rui, you are so sharp-tongued. You're not nearly as pure and cute as you look on the outside. This is nothing, you thought to yourself. You haven't seen someone who's truly sharp-tongued yet. The two of you kept your heads down, chatting away intensely, completely failing to notice that the teacher's face on the podium was turning darker and darker. Suddenly, the teacher called on you. "The new student over there. Translate the next paragraph." You were still chatting away until the boy next to you gave you a nudge. "Rui, the teacher is calling on you." Only then did you snap out of it, looking up to meet the teacher's furious eyes. "Teacher, is there something wrong?" The teacher's face turned shades of blue and purple, thoroughly enraged. "Rui, translate the second paragraph of the textbook." You shrugged your shoulders innocently. "But, teacher, I don't have a textbook. Borrow one from your classmate." It looked like the teacher was genuinely furious. Satsuki handed her textbook over sympathetically and whispered, "Just make something up. He won't dare do anything to you." Who would have thought? A sly smile curled up on your lips. You casually picked up the textbook and opened your mouth to deliver flawless, fluent, American-accented English. That pronunciation, compared to the teacher's Japanese-accented English, was an absolute dimensionality reduction strike. The students were all utterly dumbfounded. You said, "Teacher, is it this paragraph? Translated over, it means this." Following that, you perfectly translated that passage of the text. The teacher froze right on the spot, his face looking even worse than before, as if he had been publicly humiliated. Yet you asked with a beaming smile, "Teacher, may I please take my seat now?" "Have a seat." The teacher's face was pale as he reluctantly spat out those words. Satsuki looked at you with total admiration. "Rui, you are incredible. How is your English so good?" "That spoken accent? I thought it was a foreigner speaking." You blinked your eyes, feigning innocence. "Didn't I tell you? I just came back from America, and I even studied at the finest elite academy there." The surrounding classmates who were eavesdropping let out a collective gasp of surprise. The moment the bell rang ending the class, you felt bored, so you wanted to go find Asuka. You headed straight for the second-year building. Based on Satsuki's intelligence, you concluded that Asuka must be in class 2S. Although you didn't know how her grades were, judging by her usual look, they certainly couldn't be that great. However, the Saito family was an ultra-wealthy clan, and coupled with Asuka's prideful personality, she would absolutely only stay in the very best class. Sure enough, the moment you poked your head through the back door of Class S, you saw Asuka chatting with a guy. Sure enough, the moment you poked your head through the back door of Class S, you saw Asuka chatting with a guy. Damn it, I am technically her fiancé in name right now anyway. You snorted in your heart. You didn't actually like her. This was just the normal jealousy of a fiancé. This person is such a jerk, knowing full well it's my first day at school, and that I'm completely unfamiliar with the place. It's bad enough she didn't come look for me, but she actually has time to flirt with handsome guys. It really pisses me off to death. Your eyes rolled around, and a mischievous smirk surfaced on the corners of your lips. Since you want to play dirty, don't blame me for getting even. Backing up to the stairwell, you grabbed a female classmate wearing glasses. "Could you help me go to Class S and call Asuka Saito out? Just tell her that her husband is looking for her." The girl was stunned by your charm, nodding blankly. Oh, okay, I'll go right away." You immediately hid around the corner to watch. You saw that nerdy girl walk into Class S and shout directly at the top of her lungs, "Asuka, your husband is looking for you." The originally noisy classroom instantly fell dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Covering your mouth, you nearly burst out laughing. A few seconds later, Asuka walked out with a dark, terrifying face. You waved at her from around the corner. Asuka walked over with an expression that said, "I knew it was you. Rui, I knew it was you. You came over on purpose to cause trouble, didn't you?" Jumping out from the corner, you lifted your chin, completely full of momentum. "Asuka, you only care about handsome guys and totally ignore me. Just you wait. I'm going to complain to Uncle Saito tonight." Folding your arms across your chest, you looked entirely fearless. Asuka sighed helplessly. "My living ancestor, what on earth do you want?" Glancing over her shoulder, sure enough, you saw that boy from earlier follow her out, looking over in this direction. You immediately flashed a cheeky smile, looking incredibly mischievous. "You made me angry. If you want me to cool down, you have to listen to me." Asuka knew you all too well. The moment she saw your expression, she knew nothing good was coming. "What do you want me to do?" You huffed and commanded. "It's very simple. Right now, instantly, Come over here, hug me, and give me a kiss on the cheek. Asuka blinked her eyes. She knew quite a few people were sneaking peeks behind her. If she kissed you right now, wouldn't that just solidify the title of husband? Eekplames. No way. In front of everyone like this. I still care about my reputation. Flatly refusing. You were instantly blown with rage. Pouting your lips in dissatisfaction, you began to complain. Asuka! In the past, you would never refuse anything I asked you to do. Now for the sake of some other guy, you don't care about me anymore. Fine, all these years of our relationship can just be thrown away like that. The more you spoke, the more aggrieved you felt, as if a stone were weighing down your heart. I hate you. You turned around, about to walk away. Who would have thought? Asuka suddenly reached out, yanked you right into her arms, and held you tightly. Her helpless voice echoed above your head. Is this fine now? I really can't do anything with you. But in the very next second, her words cut like a knife. Is making pranks like this fun to you? I'll have to explain this to my boyfriend later. It's incredibly annoying, okay? Inside her warm and soft embrace, you instantly froze up. Do you really care about your boyfriend that much? I'm technically your fiancé right now anyway. What's wrong with comforting me a little? But Asuka was highly displeased. You know full well that I hate explaining things the most. That's the part that annoys me. Yet you looked up with a chuckle. You don't have to explain either. Anyway, you cycle through boyfriends so fast, it won't even be this guy in a few days. Choked by your retort, Asuka was left speechless. She could only rustle up and mess up your hair. All right, we've hugged. Hurry back to your classroom. I'll find you to have lunch at noon. No way. You instantly broke free from her embrace, wearing a mocking expression as if throwing her away after using her. I met a huge beauty today, and I already made plans with her for lunch. Asuka's eyes instantly widened. A huge beauty? The most beautiful person in this entire school is standing right in front of you. Who else could you possibly want to eat with? Aha, you're jealous. You teased her on purpose. Asuka was stubborn. Why would I be jealous? I just think there's something wrong with your taste. In her heart, however, she was wondering who exactly this big beauty you met was. Catching a glimpse of the boy behind her about to literally fume with rage, you smugly curled up the corners of your lips. You reached out and tapped Asuka's chest and mischievously flicked her chin. I won't keep you company at noon. I'll grace you with my presence tonight instead. Bye. With that said, you skipped away happily. The following literature class was absolute hypnosis to you. Propping your chin on your hand, your head nodded up and down, like a chicken pecking at grain. Meanwhile, Satsuki in front of you was listening incredibly intently. Having finally endured until the end of class, you gave a massive stretch. Ouch! I slept so long, my neck feels like it's about to break. Satsuki turned her head, caught between tears and laughter. You slept so soundly, I nearly caught your drowsiness. You stood up from your seat. School's over? I'm starving. Where's the cafeteria? You only think about eating? Were you born in the year of the pig? Satsuki teased. You're the one born in the year of the pig. Hurry up and take me to the cafeteria. It's your treat. You didn't hold back at all. After all, Satsuki was a rich girl. So what did treating you to a meal matter? All right, I'll treat you. Let's go eat in the premium lounge area. Satsuki packed up her things and stood up. Right at that moment, you suddenly let out an exclamation. Oh no, I forgot. I still need to look for someone. Look for who? Before Satsuki could finish asking, you grabbed her by the arm and sprinted out of the classroom. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Take me to the third-year building. Completely ignoring the strange looks from everyone around you, you were terrified that Hinata might leave if you went too late. Looking at her hand being held by you, Satsuki's expression grew subtle. Why are you going to the third-year building? Do you know someone there? No kidding. Why else would I be heading to the third-year building? Rui, you really are sharp-tongued. Satsuki felt disheartened. Call me Rui-kun. Calling me by my full name makes it seem like you have a grudge against me. You corrected her. Then, Rui-kun, which third-year class are you going to? Class 3S. Where is it? Satsuki's footsteps came to a sudden halt, looking at you curiously. Class 3S? Who are you looking for? You replied with a beaming smile. Her name is Hinata. Do you know her? Sure enough, Satsuki instantly showed a surprised expression. Hinata? The person you're looking for is actually her? What on earth is your relationship with her? You let out a chuckle and said intentionally. If I said we're boyfriend and girlfriend, would you believe me? The next second, Satsuki's eyes practically popped out of her head. No way. Her mysterious boyfriend. You froze. As it turned out, she really had a boyfriend. The next second, Satsuki's eyes practically popped out of her head. So her mysterious boyfriend turns out to be you? You froze. As it turned out, she really had a boyfriend. Your heart skipped a beat. What an absolute shame. But your sigh was keenly caught by Satsuki. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you aren't her boyfriend? You immediately passed the blame back onto her. I was just teasing you, couldn't you even tell? How are you going to hang out with me in the future? You were actually lying to me? Satsuki looked entirely annoyed, giving you a fierce glare. But you interrupted her directly, pulling the topic right back onto Hinata. All right. Hurry up and tell me, what's the deal with her mysterious boyfriend? Why is he called mysterious? You recalled the scene at the pastry shop this morning. That blueberry cake she bought. Could it have been for her boyfriend? Satsuki shrugged her shoulders. Who knows? Everyone says he's a mysterious boyfriend because literally nobody has ever seen him. We've only heard that she has a boyfriend she's been dating for many years. But as for who he actually is, nobody knows for sure. That mysterious? You found it unbelievable. For a blessed girl of talent like Hinata, how could she manage to keep a boyfriend completely hidden? Satsuki looked at you suspiciously. You didn't even know about this? Don't tell me. You want to pursue her too? I'm not that unethical, you retorted immediately. Someone who already has a boyfriend is someone I would never make a move on. All right, how exactly do I get to Class 3S? Only then did Satsuki lead you over, stopping in front of a school building. It's right up there. Follow me. But you still couldn't help your curiosity. Is she very famous in the school? Why? Satsuki's tone shifted instantly. Famous doesn't even cover it. She's a genius with an IQ of 200. The school spent a fortune to scout her over from the top prefectural high school. Not only is her tuition completely waived, but they even give her a massive scholarship every year. While other people spend money to go to school, she makes money by going to school. Furthermore, she ranks #1 nationwide in every single exam. The principal treats her like an absolute treasure. Your heart shuddered. Holy crap, that's insane! You knew Hinata was a top student, but you hadn't expected her to be this legendary. Pana, as you kept talking, you and Satsuki had already arrived right outside the door of Class 3S. Fortunately, class had just dismissed, so she might still be inside. The moment Satsuki's words fell, you had already taken the initiative to stop a passing female student. Excuse me, is Hinata still inside? Could you help me call her out for a moment? She looked you up and down with a look of instant understanding. Here to confess to Hinata again, right? You're too late. A guy just asked her out a moment ago. You froze on the spot, caught between tears and laughter. You wanted to explain that you were just Hinata's friend, but the other person waved her hand and had already walked far away. You had no choice but to shrug your shoulders and go eat with Satsuki on your own. Satsuki, however, looked as though she had fully expected this. Everyone says she's a household name and that guy's line up to confess to her. I finally believe it today. You expressed with a face full of emotion, she's gorgeous, plus she's a super genius student and her personality is so gentle. Who wouldn't fall for that? Who would have thought that upon hearing this, Satsuki looked as if she had seen a ghost? Gentle? You've got to be kidding me. Hinata is famous for being an incredibly cold ice queen. She doesn't even spare a single glance for those guys. But you didn't believe it. No way, I think she's quite gentle. Satsuki stared dead at you, dropping a massive bombshell. That's because she's only like that toward you. Your heart instantly soared with joy. Could it be that I'm someone special to her? But before you could enjoy the feeling for long, your stomach let out a growl. Let's go eat! You and Satsuki walked toward the cafeteria, chatting and laughing. But you never could have expected that the moment you stepped into the cafeteria, you would run straight into your own classmates. A girl directly teased, "Oh?" Rui and Satsuki, hitting it off after just one morning together. The others immediately joined in the shouting, yelling loudly, "Get together! Get together!" The voices echoed through the cafeteria, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. But right at this exact moment, Asuka walked inside. At a single glance, she saw you surrounded by the crowd, as well as Satsuki right by your side. Listening to those jarring, teasing chants, her gaze instantly turned icy cold. So this is the jock huge beauty you were talking about. Heh, just this kind of trash. Jock. The last trace of care in her heart instantly vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a deep, burning irritation. In the very next second, she directly linked arms with another guy beside her. Without sparing you so much as a single glance, she walked straight up to the second floor. The moment Asuka went upstairs, the boys from your class instantly went wild. It's the young Mistress Asuka! She is way too beautiful. She truly deserves to be our school idol. You merely raised an eyebrow, pouring a bucket of cold water on them right then and there. She's the school idol? Is there really nobody prettier than her? I think Hinata from the third-year class is also incredibly beautiful. The moment those words came out, those few boys instantly flipped their lids. Glaring fiercely at you, Satsuki quickly pulled at you, warning you in a lowered voice. Are you insane? They are all die-hard fans of the young Mistress Asuka. They will literally fight you to the death. You nearly rolled your eyes. Her? Having die-hard fans? You muttered directly in your heart. Was this group of guys completely blind? Those boys let out a huff, directly stood up, gave you a harsh glare, and headed up to the second floor to follow their goddess. Satsuki let out a sigh. See? You just arrived at school and you're already making enemies. But you didn't care in the slightest. I just don't like fake people. Those with different values cannot make plans together. Saying that, you pulled Satsuki along to go line up for food. But right after you finished snapping back at Asuka's fans, trouble found its way to your doorstep again. A few female classmates finished eating and looked at the two of you with sneaky smiles, joining in the teasing. Rui, why don't you date Satsuki? You guys look really good together. Your eyes spun around, and you threw an arm around Satsuki's shoulder, giving that group of girls a charmingly wicked smile. Satsuki is great. I'll consider it. You girls should stop gossiping now. The moment they walked away, Satsuki turned her head instantly, her eyes glittering as she asked, Was what you just said true? You had already let go of your hand long ago, glancing at her. I told you before, you need to learn to distinguish between my truths and my lies. Satsuki's heart instantly shattered into pieces. Clutching her chest, she claimed she was deeply wounded. However, right at that moment, Asuka came down from the second floor. Her face was completely livid, staring dead at your side of the room. Seeing her linking arms with another guy, your temper instantly flared up. Fine, flirting with someone else right in front of me, your rightful husband, and you even dare to glare at me? Without sparing Asuka a single glance, you fiercely turned your head to look at Satsuki. The next second, you picked up a piece of braised meat with your chopsticks and held it directly right to Satsuki's lips. Ah, open up. That voice was incredibly gentle, yet it carried an undeniable command. Satsuki was deeply flattered, opening her mouth with a smile to eat it. Meanwhile, you wore a captivating smile the entire time, though the periphery of your gaze coldly directed itself toward that livid figure standing not far away. Satsuki was deeply flattered, opening her mouth with a smile to eat it. Meanwhile, you wore a captivating smile the entire time, though the periphery of your gaze coldly directed itself toward that livid figure standing not far away. Your gaze remained locked onto Asuka in the distance as you suddenly commanded Satsuki, Does it taste good? Then it's your turn to feed me. Hurry up. Satsuki was deeply flattered. But right at this exact moment, Asuka linked arms with her male companion. Without casting so much as a single glance over here, she walked straight out of the cafeteria. The moment she left, your face changed instantly. Striking down Satsuki's chopsticks fiercely, you coldly dropped a single sentence. I'm not eating anymore. Satsuki was left thoroughly bewildered. We were completely intimate just a single second ago. How could he completely turn on me in the very next second? But you couldn't be bothered to put on an act anymore, piercing right through to the truth word by word. Everything just now was fake, just to save face for you. It's impossible between us. If I'm looking for someone, it has to be someone like Hinata. When school dismissed in the afternoon, Satsuki's private car arrived. Seeing that you were about to squeeze onto the public bus, she kindly offered to give you a ride home, but you waved your hands repeatedly, firmly claiming that you were used to taking the bus. Seeing that Satsuki was going to keep nagging endlessly, you simply shoved her into the car impatiently, slammed the door shut with a loud thud, and ordered the driver to take off quickly. Once the car drove far away, you stealthily dialed Asuka's phone number. The moment the call went through, you questioned her furiously. "Where are you? Leaving without waiting for me?" Who would have thought that from the other end of the line came Asuka's cold chuckle? "Don't you have a big beauty to give you a ride home?" It's the perfect opportunity for you to play the gallant. Furious, you brought out your ultimate threat. "If you dare abandon me, I'm going to tell Uncle Saito and say that you ditched me for your boyfriend." She merely mocked you for acting like a 3-year-old child who only knows how to complain. With that single sentence, you instantly felt deeply wronged. You squatted directly down on the ground, your voice muffled. "Asuka!" The moment the words left your mouth, a sports car abruptly screeched to a halt right in front of you. The car door opened, and Asuka was standing right there, wearing a playful grin. "Rui," MYU said, "you are so childish." Anyone who didn't know better would think you're an elementary school kid. You were mad enough to want to hit her, yet you couldn't keep a smile from breaking across your face. So this girl didn't actually leave at all. She's been hiding nearby the entire time, watching me make a fool of myself. You glared at her. "You were hiding and spying on me the whole time, weren't you?" Asuka actually reached out and pinched your nose, her tone full of dissatisfaction. "So what if I was? I thought the moment you arrived on your first day, you were going to get kidnapped by someone else." Asuka shoved you into the car in one swift motion, put her sunglasses back on, and stylishly revved the engine. Who would have thought? You actually reached out and snatched her sunglasses away. "Hey!" Asuka glanced at you helplessly. Extending her hand, she snatched them right back in an instant, the motion flowing as smooth as water. "Peaties." Your eyes went completely wide watching her. Quickly changing the subject, you deliberately expressed disdain for her driving skills. Asuka fell for the bait perfectly, instantly declaring, "My nickname is the god of racing. I'll take you to experience real racing another day." You chuckled secretly in your heart. The reverse psychology had succeeded. But you never could have anticipated that a much bigger surprise was still waiting for you ahead. The moment the car drove through the main gates of the Saito residence, a row of servants bowed in unison. "Welcome back, young mistress," and young Master Rui. "Welcome back." The moment the two of you stepped inside the house, with a loud pop, countless colorful streamers rained down from above. Everyone inside the house shouted in unison, "Congratulations on your engagement." You and Asuka were left completely dumbfounded on the spot. Saito-san rushed over and hugged you, announcing excitedly, "Rui-kun, from now on, you are my son-in-law." Looking at the room full of celebratory guests, and then glancing at the massive castle cake that stood a full 10 tiers high, Asuka's brow twitched violently. She turned around to question her mother. "What is the meaning of this?" Auntie Sagito smiled so wide her lips could barely close. "Today is your engagement banquet. There's no time like the present." Right after that, Saito-san patted her on the shoulder, his tone solemn. "Take good care of Rui-kun from now on, listen to him, and do not let him down." Even Grandma Saito, who was usually the most majestic, spoke up, "Seeing you together with Rui-kun." Throughout the entire process, not a single person asked for her opinion. However, under her grandmother's unquestionable gaze, she couldn't utter a single word of refusal. Just like that, an engagement banquet directly bound the fates of the two, tightly together. Right after the engagement banquet ended, Sato-san smiled and dropped a bombshell. "Once Rui-kun turns 18, you can go get married abroad." Asuka rolled her eyes on the spot, but you yanked her into a corner, questioning her with a burning anger. "Do you really not want to marry me that badly?" Who would have thought that Asuka would flash a wicked smile, suddenly linking her arm through yours, leaning close to your ear and breathing hot air against it. "Don't tell me you've secretly liked me all this time, and that's why you want to marry me so much." Your heart rate accelerated instantly, but you pushed her away abruptly. "Only a ghost would secretly like you. I was forced into this too, okay?" Asuka immediately proposed. "Then let's resist together." Your dad dotes on you so much, he definitely won't force you. But the moment those words left her mouth, you let out a cold laugh. Sorry, I can't cooperate with you. The engagement is a fact, so just accept your fate. You're actually accepting your fate? Asuka blinked her eyes, her pretty face pressing closer step by step. Fine, if we get married, we get married. It's just adding one more husband anyway. Saying that, her lips were about to press against yours. Terrified, you retreated repeatedly, your cheeks turning a vivid crimson. Hey, don't mess around! Asuka's smile grew even more wicked. You call this messing around? In the next second, she suddenly pinned you firmly against the wall in a wall slam, so close that you could hear each other's breathing. Do you want to see what it's like when a woman truly messes around? Panic flared in your heart, but you abruptly raised your knee to strike. But Asuka's reflexes were even faster. Not only did she agilely dodge it, but she also took the opportunity to grab the leg you kicked out with. With a sharp pull, she directly wrapped your foot right around her own waist. She pinched your chin, making a move as if to kiss you. My dear darling husband, since you are being so passionate, then I won't stand on ceremony. Asuka! Your face flushed completely red, and you could only scream. Asuka, however, laughed triumphantly. Call me my beautiful wife. But the moment her words fell, she suddenly felt countless gazes focusing over toward you. The two of you whipped your heads around, only to realize that all the guests in the room were looking at you with knowing, amused smiles. Oh my God! Your face instantly flushed completely red. Shoving Asuka away in one swift motion, you sprinted straight upstairs. The engagement banquet ended in total embarrassment. Inside the car, you were still complaining, but Asuka didn't think much of it. The moment the car pulled into the underground garage and the elevator doors closed, she leaned over you once again, pinning you in a wall slam right inside the elevator. Look, this isn't really anything big. Being thin-skinned, you quickly ducked out from under her arm. Just as the two of you walked up to the apartment door, Asuka's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID display, Dad, she unaccountably got a bad feeling. The moment the door opened, she answered the call, and Sato-san's joyful voice immediately echoed through. Asuka, I forgot to tell you both. I had someone remodel your apartment a little bit. Since you're fiancé and fiancé now, you'll be sleeping in the same room from now on. That way, your feelings for each other can develop as quickly as possible. Remodeled it a little bit? Before Asuka could even process it, your scream echoed from inside. I forgot to tell you both. I had someone remodel your apartment a little bit. Since you're fiancé and fiancé now, you'll be sleeping in the same room from now on. That way, your feelings for each other can develop as quickly as possible. Remodeled it a little bit? Before Asuka could even process it, your scream echoed from inside. My room! Asuka, a thief broke into our place! Asuka understood instantly, speaking into the phone with a headache. Dad, did you remodel Rui's bedroom? Sato-san replied completely righteously. Of course. I absolutely won't allow you to sleep in separate rooms. Otherwise, I'll ship you off to Russia immediately. You can get married at 14 over there. Not only that, but he also laughed incredibly mysteriously. I bought some gifts and left them on the bed. Hurry up and head inside. Hanging up the phone, Asuka had an ominous premonition. The two of you walked into the bedroom and sure enough, saw a massive box sitting on the bed. Full of anticipation, you pounced forward to open it. But the exact instant you saw clearly what was inside, you were left completely dumbfounded. An entire box full of condoms. Curious, Asuka leaned over, and her expression instantly mirrored yours in perfect synchronization. The two of you stood there utterly dazed, staring at each other. In the next second, you collapsed onto the bed laughing, clutching your stomach and rolling around. Oh my God, Dad is way too brilliant! To actually send this? Caught between tears and laughter, Asuka flipped through them. A whole box. There must be at least several hundred in here. Giving us this many, how long is it going to take to use them all up? You immediately flipped over and sat right up, glaring at her. Who's going to use them with you? Who would have thought that Asuka would suddenly flash a wicked smile, rolling over to pin you down on the bed? Holding one up between her index and middle fingers, she leaned her pretty face down close and breathed gently. What is there to be shy about? We're already fiancé and fiancé. Come on, let's use one tonight to start with. Your small face flushed completely red, and you pushed her away using both your hands and feet. Asuka, you absolute pervert. Her interest was provoked instead, and she stared at you teasingly. It's just a condom, haven't you ever seen one before? Provoked by her words, you immediately lifted your chin. Who says I haven't seen one? I just don't want to use them with you. You're so fickle, who knows if you have some kind of nasty disease? These words thoroughly stung Asuka. She curled her lips, blabbing out without thinking, I'm still a virgin, believe it or not. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. You caught on instantly, smiling like a cat that had successfully stolen a treat. Want me to help you keep your secret? Asuka gave a stiff nod. You let out a sneaky laugh, tilting your chin up like a proud young master. It's not impossible. However, you have to listen to me, my dear husband. I'll do whatever you say. Your smile was brilliant as you slowly spat out a few words. It's very simple. From now on, this bedroom belongs to me. The sofa is yours. You're the one who just said it. That you do whatever I say. No backing out. You pointed at her with a face full of triumph. Asuka was instantly left speechless. This was the exact definition of lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own feet. Biting the bullet, she put on a generous display. Fine, I'll keep my promise. In reality, her mind was already beginning to scheme on how to reclaim her sovereignty. You casually grabbed a pillow, stuffed it into her arms, and waved with a beaming smile. Good night, then. Letting out a cold snort, Asuka walked toward the living room holding the pillow, looking entirely resentful. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the young Mistress Asuka, who should have normally been out having a wild time, was currently lying lazily on the sofa. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She stood up to go check the guest room, only to discover that everything had actually been completely cleared out. Dad sure moves fast. He directly turned the guest room into a gaming lounge. Looking at the room full of gaming consoles, only then did Asuka's anger dissipate by half. Right at that moment, a light-hearted sequence of footsteps echoed from the hallway. Humming a little tune, you walked out in a totally ostentatious manner. What are you coming out for? Asuka rolled over and sat up. I got thirsty. Getting something to drink. You grabbed a can of beverage from the fridge and casually tossed a can over to Asuka. Next, you sat down on the carpet right in front of her without any hesitation. Where's the remote? I want to watch TV. Asuka spent a long time searching through the crevices of the sofa before slapping the remote right into your palm. Aided by the dim glow of the television screen, she suddenly discovered that you had grown increasingly handsome over the past few years. Your originally rounded, cat-like face had matured, and the line of your jaw was excessively refined. Asuka suddenly spoke up. That girl in the cafeteria today, was she the huge beauty you were talking about? Your taste really is garbage. You glanced at her sideways, the corners of your mouth twitching slightly. What? Are you jealous? That kind of trash thinks she can compare to me? Asuka's face was full of disdain. This face of hers was blocks ahead of the opponent. Who would have thought that you would smile with an air of complete mystery? You guessed wrong. The huge beauty I mentioned isn't her. At the mention of the huge beauty, your mind was completely filled with Hinata's figure. I need to go show my face in front of her again tomorrow, just so she doesn't forget about me. Looking at your lovesick expression, Asuka felt an unaccountable twinge of sourness in her heart. Then tell me, who exactly is it? I don't believe there's anyone in this school prettier than me. You raised an eyebrow mischievously. I'm just not going to tell you. Anyway, you aren't the only school idol around. Having said that, you patted your pants and stood up. Boring. I'm heading back to sleep. Wait a minute. Asuka suddenly reached out with a sharp pull. Your footing wavered and your body collapsed abruptly onto the sofa, landing squarely right onto her lap. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere instantly turned dangerous. Asuka narrowed her eyes, her tone carrying a sense of pressure. Smiling so radiantly. Do you like her? Don't you forget, you are my husband right now. Thinking of cheating on me? Not only were you unfazed, but you let out a giggle instead. Ha! My dear darling wife, do you have any shortage of boyfriends out there yourself? Are you even qualified to judge me? While you shot back your retort, you poked at her chest with your fingertip. Wow, this feels surprisingly well endowed. You couldn't help but stare intently at Asuka's collar, taking a wild peek to see what kind of scenery lay beneath her clothes. Noticing your gaze, a wicked smirk curled up on the corner of Asuka's lips. What are you looking at? Nothing. You stared right back at her righteously. In short, I won't stop you from picking up handsome guys, so don't you get in the way of me hanging out with beautiful girls either. You retracted your gaze. My mind must have short-circuited. How could I actually want to check out her body? You let out an embarrassed dry cough. Asuka, however, stared at you and asked, Seriously? Mutual non-interference? She had originally been worried that you would do something like today, making her boyfriends jealous. However, she hated explaining things the most. If they minded, they could just break up. You directly held up your pinky finger instead. Pinky swear with you. This action was childish to the core, yet Asuka still hooked her finger onto yours, locking fingers to seal the deal, just like back then. That instant felt as though it pulled the two of you right back to your inseparable childhood days. Back then, when you lived at the Saito household, you were the little shadow that constantly followed her around. The two of you were attached at the hip, serving as each other's only friend. Right at that moment, Asuka suddenly remembered something, clapping her hands together. Oh right, I heard from Mom and Dad that we were betrothed before we were even born. You nodded your head. I know. That's exactly why they're making us get married. The moment the words left your mouth, you finally noticed the posture the two of you were in. You were still being held right in her arms, her hands possessively wrapped around your waist. You quickly pressed both your hands against her chest. Hurry up and let go of me. I'm going back to sleep. Who would have thought that Asuka would instantly switch into a pitiful mode, looking at you and saying, Rui-kun, didn't we use how we often slept together when we were little? Who would have thought that Asuka would instantly switch into a pitiful mode, looking at you and saying, Rui-kun, didn't we use how we often slept together when we were little? I remember. So what? You detected a hint of a trap. Sure enough, she pointed at the sofa. This sofa is comfortable to lounge on, but it's really inconvenient to sleep on. Do you really have the heart to watch me suffer from insomnia? She was playing the emotional card. You cast a glance at the sofa, and indeed, sleeping on top of it would be quite miserable. In the next second, Asuka's hands holding you swayed gently, her voice softening completely. Husband? Your heart softened instantly. All right, I'll let you sleep inside. Happy now? Husband, you really are too kind. Having successfully achieved her goal, Asuka pressed her pretty face forward and planted a loud kiss right on your cheek. With a look of complete disgust, you wiped off the wet mark with the back of your hand, pointing at her as you issued a solemn warning. Let's get this straight first. The bedroom is my domain. You have to listen to me. Asuka immediately flashed an okay sign. Following that, holding her pillow, she took the opportunity to pull you along toward the bedroom. Husband, let's go to sleep. Sleep. Your face was full of disgust. Who's going to sleep? Sleep with you. We are each sleeping on our own sides. Asuka laughed with pure mischief. Fine. Each sleeping on our own sides. Just don't launch a sneak attack on me during the night. I'm just afraid you won't be able to resist halfway through the night, and will start lusting after my beauty. If you say one more word, get the hell out, you snapped crossly. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. You were sleeping soundly, still hugging the body pillow in your arms, nuzzling against it, even smearing some drool onto it. Right while you were sleeping sweetly, someone started shaking you. Wake up, Rui, wake up. So annoying. Don't bother me. You irritably batted that hand away. As a result, that person leaned right into your ear, speaking in a wicked tone about something. The hot breath made your ear itch fiercely. Stop messing around! Go away! Asuka was caught between tears and laughter. I should be the one saying that line. Hurry up and get out of bed. We're about to be late for class. Class? You thought to yourself groggily. I have to go to school to go see Hinata. The moment you thought of the huge beauty, your sleepiness instantly vanished entirely, and you snapped your eyes wide open. Whoa. You scared me to death. A magnified pretty face was right in front of your eyes. Asuka's face was less than a few centimeters away from yours. This time, you were completely and utterly awake. Looking at Asuka, who was right next to you, you directly reached out and poked her chest. You launched a sneak attack on me. Yesterday, you had the nerve to tell me not to sneak attack you. Asuka firmly grabbed your misbehaving fingers, blinking her eyes. Word by word, she stated the facts. Look carefully. This side of the bed is mine. You were the one who launched a sneak attack on me. You instantly froze, only now realizing that the other side of the bed layout was mostly empty. Meanwhile, you yourself were tightly wrapped around her like an octopus. With this posture, who was sneak attacking whom was perfectly clear. You were instantly embarrassed. Asuka just stared at you with total composure, waiting for you to admit your mistake. Who would have thought that your brain would spin, acting exactly like an arrogant young master, letting out a HMPH? What do you mean, yours or mine? Did you forget? This entire bedroom belongs to me. This half is just temporarily lent to you by me. Asuka was left completely speechless. Looking at her defeated expression, you smiled incredibly happily. If you're not happy about it, go sleep on the sofa. I kindly lent you a bed, and you still dare to complain? She helplessly raised both hands. Okay, you win. However, Asuka secretly swore in her heart that she would absolutely reclaim sovereignty over the bedroom. After the two of you finished washing up, you headed down to the garage together. Asuka sat in the driver's seat, buckling her seatbelt. Yet no matter how hard you tried from the outside, you couldn't pull the car door open. You could only slap the car window and shout at her, "Hey, why won't the car door open?" Asuka narrowed her elegant eyes, looking at you with a beaming smile. The car is mine, after all. Why should I give you a ride? You hadn't expected her to pull this stunt, and you pouted your lips in annoyance. Asuka, if you don't give me a ride, do you expect me to walk to school by myself? Asuka stated her terms for the trade. Exchange it for the usage rights of the bedroom, and I'll give you a ride every single day from now on. No way! I absolutely won't agree to that. So before you could even finish your threat, Asuka started the engine. The stylish sports car drove straight off right in front of you. Asuka! You stamped your feet in sheer rage. Left all alone in the massive garage, you felt incredibly wronged. You simply squatted right down on the floor. Right at this moment, the roaring sound of the engine echoed once again. The sports car that had just left actually reversed all the way back. The car door opened automatically, and Asuka's pleasant voice rang out. Get in! Instead, you buried your head even lower, not moving an inch. Left with no choice, Asuka got out of the car and squatted down in front of you, asking patiently, "Are you getting in the car or not?" In her entire life, the only person the young Mistress Asuka had ever humored was this brat right in front of her. You let out a grunt, still acting out of spite. Asuka suddenly found it amusing, as if they had returned to their childhood. She stood up, looking down at you from above. All right, husband, stop being angry. Only then did you sneak a glance up at her, waiting for her to coax you. Fine. Since you aren't talking, I'll just pick one of the two options. What? One of the two options? Before you could even react, two arms suddenly wrapped firmly around you, and she swiftly planted a kiss on your cheek. Her mouth expressed feigned disgust. You should have just said so earlier. Why act so difficult? You really are hard to please. Yet the actions of her hands were gentle to the extreme. The car slowly drove out of the garage. Sitting beside her, your anger had long since dissipated. You spoke up faintly. Just now, I really thought that you were actually going to abandon me and leave. At that exact moment, you had felt genuinely wronged. It wasn't as if you really wanted to banish her to the sofa. Asuka had obviously just been trying to scare you. Seeing how wronged you looked, a twinge of guilt instantly surfaced in her heart. If any other man around her got angry, she would just let him be and never actively coax him. But you were different. If you truly got angry, you would turn your head and never speak to her again. Of course, Asuka wouldn't speak the truth aloud, only pretending to look troubled. If I really did that the moment you turned around and complained to my dad, wouldn't I get scolded to death? You immediately pouted your lips. I was just saying it. I'm not the kind of petty person who loves to tattle. Who would have thought that? You would suddenly let out a sneaky laugh, turning your head to stare at her. However, it also depends on the situation. If you do something that makes me exceptionally unhappy, then I can't guarantee anything. With Uncle Saito as your little leverage, you secretly felt smug, wondering if she would dare to cross the line again. Seeing that you were almost at the school, you looked out the window out of boredom. Suddenly, a tall figure caught your eye. Hinata! Your eyes widened in pleasant surprise as you saw her entering the same pastry shop from yesterday. In the next second, you hurriedly shouted at Asuka, "Stop the car! Stop the car! Hurry up and stop the car!" Suddenly, a tall figure caught your eye. Hinata! Your eyes widened in pleasant surprise as you saw her entering the same pastry shop from yesterday. In the next second, you hurriedly shouted at Asuka, "Stop the car! Stop the car! Hurry up and stop the car!" Though Asuka was puzzled, she still pulled the car over to the curb. "I am absolutely not showing up at the school gates together with you. If people see me getting out of your car, won't everyone know that I know you?" Saying that, you unbuckled your seatbelt. But your movement suddenly paused. You turned back around, flashing a sweet smile at her. Asuka glared at you. "The moment I see that smile of yours, I know nothing good is coming." You extended your hand toward her, wiggling your fingers. "Give me your wallet." Helpless, Asuka placed her wallet right into your palm. The moment you opened it, your eyes lit up. You actually took out the entire thick stack of cash inside. "Hey, leave a little bit for me," Asuka protested. "Don't you have your cards? Just swipe them." Saying that, you pulled a few more cards out of her wallet, selecting the most prestigious black card, and stuffing it into your own bag. Asuka let out a snort. "You really know how to pick. Taking my black card directly. Not that one. Give it back." Who would have thought that? Asuka would snatch the wallet back, pull out a different card, and hand it to you. "That one is the primary card. Only I can use it personally. This one is the supplementary card to the black card. You use this one." You instantly froze, taking the card in sheer disbelief. "Are you really letting me use it? Can I just swipe it freely?" You should know that this kind of supplementary card, likewise, had no credit limit. Asuka deliberately put on a stern face. "Just try swiping it carelessly and see what happens." Even though she said that, handing the supplementary card over to you already proved everything. That's hard to say. Anyway, I've already accepted it. Your eyes narrowed into crescents as you suddenly gestured for her to lean closer. Puzzled, Asuka leaned in toward you. In the very next second, you suddenly planted a swift kiss on her cheek. Leaving behind a sentence with a beaming smile, you turned around and slipped right out of the car. "Thanks, wife." Asuka froze, but then let out a smile. This brat. She watched you wave through the car window before turning around to enter the pastry shop next door. Asuka originally intended to start the car, but her movements suddenly halted. Resting one hand on the steering wheel, she couldn't help but feel that you had been a bit strange just now. Meanwhile, inside the pastry shop, you wore a radiantly sunny smile, walking up behind Hinata and giving her a sudden pat on the shoulder. "Hello!" Hinata turned around, a flash of surprise flitting through her eyes. "Why is it you again?" "Exactly. It seems we are very fated." Leaning your head closer, you immediately spotted the blueberry cake in the display case. Your heart skipped a beat. "Don't tell me she's buying it for that mysterious boyfriend again?" Hinata spoke to the clerk. "Give me a piece of blueberry cake." You raised your hand instantly. "I want a piece too." The two of you walked out of the pastry shop together. You were starving, so you took a sneaky bite of the cake, your face full of bliss. "The blueberry cake here really is delicious." Hinata looked at you. "You haven't eaten breakfast yet?" "Nope. I just transferred here, so I'm not familiar with the area. Could you introduce me to some good places to eat?" Looking at your pitiful expression, Hinata actually agreed. "All right, I'll take you over." Awesome! You were incredibly excited, but you had only walked a few steps when an eye-catching sports car caught the corner of your eye. That car, why does it look so much like Asuka's? Your heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, walking closer to take a look, it really was hers. Asuka was sitting right inside the car, looking over toward your direction. Her gaze was dark and unreadable, fixed firmly upon you and Hinata. Your heart sank abruptly. Oh, caught red-handed. Right at that moment, Hinata suddenly spoke up. "Rui-kun, what's wrong?" In a state of panic, you grabbed Hinata and hurriedly rushed into a breakfast diner. The steamed buns you ordered were so delicious your eyes lit up. So good. "You should try one too." But Hinata shook her head. "No thank you, I'm not hungry." Your curiosity was thoroughly piqued by the cake sitting next to her hand, and you couldn't help but probe. Since you bought it, why aren't you eating it? Is it for your boyfriend? Hinata paused instantly and actually deflected the topic directly. Your heart skipped a beat. It seemed it was true. Her mysterious boyfriend of many years was indeed at this school as well. After finishing breakfast, the two of you walked out of the diner. You warily scanned the surroundings left and right, letting out a sigh of relief only after confirming that Asuka's car was no longer there. Hinata noticed your unusual behavior, but you immediately shifted the topic. Oh right. Is it true that a guy confessed to you yesterday? I rejected him, Hinata replied casually, before asking you back. Did you need something from me? You guiltily rubbed your nose. I just wanted to find you to act as a guide. I'm in Class 1S, so you can come find me if you ever need anything in the future. You're in Class S? Hinata didn't seem surprised at all, though her gaze grew deeper. The two of you walked side by side to the school gates, but an unexpected incident occurred. Hinata noticed at a single glance that the security guard from yesterday had actually been replaced. Following that, she heard the senior guard lecturing the newcomer. You'd better stay sharp in the future. Don't be like young Lee, accidentally offending someone and getting fired immediately. Hinata came to a sudden halt. She took a large stride forward, asking in a deep voice, Excuse me, the person you said got fired. Was that the security guard from yesterday? The senior guard recognized her, nodding his head. Yes, he was fired yesterday afternoon. Hinata pressed for the reason, but the senior guard showed a troubled expression, his gaze subconsciously flitting over to you standing on the side. At this, Hinata understood everything. Her face darkened instantly. Without uttering a single word, she turned around and left, as cold as a block of ice. You completely understood now. You remembered. The one who got fired was the exact security guard who had blocked you yesterday. Hinata, wait for me. Spreading your arms wide, you blocked her path, asking breathlessly, What's wrong? Was that security guard a relative of yours? You completely couldn't comprehend her icy expression at this moment. Hinata finally stopped. Those deep eyes of hers carried a bone-chilling coldness for the very first time, falling firmly upon you. Hinata's tone no longer possessed even a fraction of its previous warmth, freezing and piercing. Why that guard was fired, are you telling me you don't know? Rui, are you trying to play dumb in front of me? What? You were taken aback by her questioning. I really don't know. I just transferred here yesterday, and I have no grudge against him. Why would I want to make him lose his job? Her gaze clearly treated you as a malicious person, yet Hinata pressed on step by step. No grudge? Yesterday when he blocked you, you were very angry, weren't you? And that phone call. It was from the principal, right? If you didn't possess some kind of special status, would the principal have received you personally? You were left entirely speechless by her arguments. Hinata's voice grew increasingly cold, each word piercing your heart. Do you know how important this job was to him? His child was just born. Formula and diapers alone cost 10 to 20,000 yen a month. If he loses this job, do you understand what that means? You don't know. Hinata's gaze carried a profound disdain. To a rich young master like you, a casual word can decide a person's fate. You find that very amusing, don't you? She dropped her final sentence, plunging it like a knife into your heart. I'm sorry, I don't like being friends with people who use a facade to bully others. Having said that, she turned and walked away without looking back, leaving you all alone on the spot. I don't like being friends with people who use their status to bully others. Having said that, she turned and walked away without looking back, leaving you all alone on the spot. Arriving at the classroom, you slumped onto your desk, completely disheartened. Satsuki came over and asked with concern. Rikun, what's wrong? You raised your eyes, asking blankly, Satsuki-san, why is Hinata so angry? Is she mad at me? And so, you told her everything that had just happened. After listening, Satsuki-san suddenly realized what was going on. You hurriedly grabbed her. Hurry up and tell me, why is she so angry? Caught between tears and laughter, Satsuki-san seriously uttered a few words. It is very likely empathy through shared experience. What do you mean? Looking at you, Satsuki-san could hardly believe it. Are you sure you and Hinata are friends? You don't even know anything about her background? In the next second, a shocking secret was revealed. Hinata's family is very poor. She only managed to get in here on a full scholarship. Your eyes widened suddenly. Really? You completely can't tell just by looking at her. But that wasn't all. Satsuki-san continued to expose more details. Not only is she poor, but she's also from a single-parent household. Most importantly, when her father used to do part-time work, he was bullied by wealthy individuals. That's why she is exceptionally repulsed by rich people. At this, you finally understood everything. No wonder she stood up for that security guard so fiercely. No wonder she rejected confessions from every single rich young master. The thorn you stepped on happened to be the most painful one in her heart. Satsuki-san hit the nail right on the head. She misunderstood you, thinking that an influential young master like you could just snap his fingers to make a security guard get lost. Immediately after, she shifted the topic, a hint of mockery appearing on her face. Last time, a student provoked Asuka-sama, and they were expelled directly from the academy. Asuka, your heart skipped a beat. She could get a student expelled with a single word. Isn't this power way too excessive? Satsuki-san's tone was filled entirely with awe. Of course, Asuka-sama's mother is on the school board of Sande Academy. This school is basically run by her family. This single sentence was like a sudden thunderclap. In an instant, you understood everything. No wonder Asuka could act so unscrupulously at school. So she had that security guard fired, just to stick up for me. Your gaze sharpened as you slapped the desk abruptly. I know exactly what to do. Right at that moment, however, the entire classroom suddenly fell dead silent. The moment you looked up, you realized that everyone was staring intently at the two of you. Meanwhile, the English teacher, looking like a wrathful deity, was standing right behind Satsuki-san, her eyes practically shooting fire. You gave an embarrassed smile. Hello, teacher, it's time for class. In reality, class had already been underway for more than 10 minutes. The English teacher's face turned completely red. Last time, her face had just been slapped by your exceptional English skills. At this moment, after hesitating for a long time, she finally cleared her throat, tapping the desk with her pointer stick. Rui-kun, I know your English is excellent, but you still can't disrupt others. Pay attention next time. Otherwise, you'll be punished by having to stand. You immediately apologized. Understood, teacher. I promise it won't happen again. Yet the teacher completely turned a blind eye to Satsuki-san right beside you, turning around to head straight back to the podium. The moment the bell rang to end class, you rushed toward the senior building like the wind. You absolutely had to explain things clearly to Hinata. At the entrance of Class 3S, you blocked a female student. Hello, could you please help me call Hinata out? The moment that girl saw it was you, she immediately giggled sweetly. Oh, it's you, coming to confess so early today? With a bitter smile, you pleaded with her. Who would have thought that? Hinata actually came out. It was just that her demeanor was as cold as ice. Is something the matter? This sense of estrangement caused your heart to sink. Taking a deep breath, you looked directly at her, neither humbly nor arrogantly. I have something to say to you. Give me a few minutes, all right? She was extremely sparing with her words. The two of you walked over to an open space beside the teaching building. After confirming that no one was around, only then did you speak up solemnly. Regarding that security guard being dismissed, whether you believe it or not, I really didn't know anything about it. But I have a rough guess as to what happened. I'll find a way to resolve it. Shifting your tone, your face tightened, looking entirely aggrieved. Furthermore, the way you spoke to me today, you didn't understand the whole situation at all. Yet you pinned the blame squarely on my head. Is that fair? Leaving behind those words, you turned on your heel and walked away. In the very next second, however, Hinata suddenly grabbed your wrist. I'm sorry, her low voice drifting over. Your figure paused, but out of anger, you didn't turn back. Looking at your back, Hinata spoke once more. I'm sorry. Seeing your stubbornness and persistence, she knew she had misjudged you. Only then did you turn around, staring at her with a proud, aloof pout. Your apology. I reserve the right to consider accepting it. Having said that, you shook off her hand and left without looking back. Inside the principal's office, completely ignoring the class bell, you burst straight inside. Principal, I have something to discuss with you. The secretary couldn't stop you at all. The principal had been taking a doze and was startled so badly that her head bumped against the desk. Clutching her forehead, Just as she was about to flare up in anger, she saw the person who entered was you. Her furious expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile. "Ah, Rui-kun. Please, take a seat. Bring some juice," Mayu said. The secretary was completely dumbfounded. Aside from Asuka-sama, when had the principal ever fawned over a student to this extent? But you didn't sit down at all. Walking straight up to the desk, you slammed your hand down abruptly. Why was that security guard fired? It was Asuka who gave the order, wasn't it? The principal, however, misread your intentions, cautiously observing your expression. Are you unsatisfied? Then what do you want to happen? Deduct his salary? Or blacklist him, so that he can't find a job anywhere else? Just say the word, and I'll arrange it immediately. These words caused you to explode with rage. With a loud thwack, you slapped the desk once again. That is not what I mean. Listen to me explain it clearly first. The principal immediately spoke as if coaxing a child. Yes, yes, yes. You picked up the juice brought by the secretary, downed it in one gulp, and directly issued your command. What I mean is, I don't want him fired. Rehire him to come back to work. The principal instantly looked troubled. This is difficult to handle. It was Asuka-sama's order. You should probably discuss it with her first. As expected, it really was that girl Asuka. Your anger flared. She only did it to stick up for me, so as long as I don't mind, it's fine. Principal, just let him come back. Sitting in her chair, the principal remained entirely wavering and hesitant. Right at that moment, a domineering voice suddenly cut in. No way! Asuka actually pushed the door open and entered with an icy expression, her aura resembling that of an absolute ruler. You looked at her in astonishment. Why did you come here? But Asuka walked straight up to you, reiterating word for word what you just said. I don't agree. Having said that, she turned her head to look coldly at the principal. A person I have dismissed can never be rehired. Did you hear me clearly? Seeing her, the principal was startled into standing up abruptly, nodding repeatedly. I hear you loud and clear, Asuka-sama. I will absolutely comply. Asuka! Your face flushed completely red from anger as you shouted at her. How can you be like this? Why do you have to cut off someone's livelihood? You are being horrible. Asuka's rage was also burning hot. Wasn't I doing it just to stand up for you? But look at you. Rehiring the person I just fired? Isn't that completely slapping me in the face? She stared intently at you, as if you were utterly failing to appreciate her good intentions. In the next second, she shifted her tone, her pretty face full of wrath. Are you doing this because of that Hinata? You looked completely bewildered. What? You know Hinata? Asuka sneered with disdain. She and I have a history, how could I not know her? Rui, how can you be so boy-crazy, lunging forward the moment you see a beautiful girl? Only now did she realize that the reason you ditched her this morning was because you had spotted Hinata. I didn't. We are just friends. You anxiously tried to explain, but Asuka cut you off directly. Still denying it? The video of the two of you pulling and tugging at each other has already spread across the entire school. Right now, who doesn't know that you are the very first boy Hinata has ever treated differently? What video? What, pulling and tugging? You completely understood now. Asuka pulled out her phone directly, opening a video clip. In the footage, it was precisely the scene of you and Hinata interacting. Because there was no audio, it looked incredibly intimate. I didn't. You're misunderstanding. Yet Asuka pressed on step by step, hurling a series of interrogations at you. Didn't you go look for her? Didn't the two of you get physically close? The huge beauty you mentioned yesterday was her, right? Do you even know that she has a boyfriend? She was practically driving herself mad with fury, letting slip the most hurtful sentence without thinking, how could you have become so degraded? This single sentence was like a knife stabbing fiercely into your heart. Your body shook violently, being misunderstood by Hinata, and now being looked at like this by Asuka. Tears instantly pooled in your eyes, rolling down in large drops. Seeing you suddenly burst into tears, Asuka was completely stunned. Asuka! I don't ever want to speak to you again! You cried out with a sob, turning around and running straight out. Asuka clenched her fists tightly. her expression looking incredibly awful. She roared at the principal, "Shut your mouth!" In the next second, she cursed under her breath, hurriedly chasing out after you. Rui-kun! However, having been delayed by just a few seconds, your figure was already nowhere to be seen outside the office. Filled with vexation, Asuka gave chase down the stairs, but she had no idea that you were actually hiding in the corner of the stairwell, watching her shadow flash right past you through blurry eyes. That idiot. You buried your head into your knees. Ever since you were little, you had been held in the palm of everyone's hands, a pampered darling raised by the Saito family. When had you ever suffered such massive grievance? That jerk Asuka had never scolded you so harshly since childhood. How could she misunderstand you like that and call you degraded? The more you thought about it, the angrier you got, and the more wronged you felt. Your tears simply couldn't be stopped. You just kept crying like that until your eyes ached, and both your legs fell numb. Right at this moment, however, a pair of slender legs suddenly appeared within your blurry vision. A low voice rang out, "Rui!" You raised your head in a daze, a sliver of joy flashing through your heart. You had thought that idiot Asuka had finally found some brains and came back to look for you, but you hadn't expected that, when you clearly saw the person, you would be completely stupefied. Standing in front of you was actually Hinata. Filled with a wave of astonishment, you just stared up at her with your red, swollen eyes. Hinata gazed down at you in the corner, something flickering within her deep eyes. She walked over to you, slowly squatting down, to look at you at eye level. "Are you all right?" Her voice sounding low and raspy. This scene startled you out of your distress, as intense embarrassment instantly swept over your entire body. You hurriedly used the back of your hand to clumsily wipe away your tears, not wanting her to see you looking this pathetic. But the moment you spoke, your voice was terribly hoarse. How did you know I was here?" You hurriedly used the back of your hand to clumsily wipe away your tears, not wanting her to see you looking this pathetic. But the moment you spoke, your voice was terribly hoarse. How did you know I was here?" Hearing the muffled sobs coming from the corner, Hinata frowned and asked, "How long have you been hiding here crying?" Wiping your tearful eyes, you stood up, yet in your heart, you felt this was impossible. As a top student, why would she specifically come looking for you? However, as if reading your mind, Hinata spoke calmly. "I guessed that you came to see the principal, so I came over to check." Her expression was no longer cold, even carrying a few hints of concern. You felt a mix of surprise and joy. "You came specifically to find me?" "Yes," Hinata admitted directly. Immediately after, remembering your failure just now, you lowered your head guiltily. "I'm sorry. I wasn't able to get the principal to rehire the security guard." You didn't mention the sudden appearance of Asuka, but Hinata said, "It's fine. It's not your fault." In the next second, she actually apologized with utmost seriousness. "It was my fault. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken about you that way." Your heart warmed, but you were even more afraid that Asuka might suddenly return and run into her. After all, Asuka had said that she and Hinata had a history, and so you immediately suggested, "Let's head out first." As the two of you walked along the deserted school path, Hinata suddenly asked you if you wanted to head back to the classroom. You shook your head, not wanting your classmates to gawk at your eyes, which were red from crying. Just as you were about to tell Hinata to go back to class on her own, who would have thought that she would say, "Then where do you want to go?" "I'll accompany you." "Accompany me? Then aren't you skipping class?" Looking at your shocked expression, Hinata gave a faint smile. "Sometimes I don't like attending class either." You were completely dumbfounded. Immediately after, she threw out an even bolder proposal. "Want to go outside the school grounds?" A hint of playfulness actually flashed through her deep eyes. You barely even hesitated. Nodding your head immediately. "I'll take you out," Hinata said, turning around to walk away. But she ended up leading you in the exact opposite direction. That wasn't the academy gate at all. Right at that moment, the figure of a teacher appeared in the distance. Hinata was quick and agile. She grabbed your hand in one swift motion, pulling you right into a nearby corridor. Your heart leaped right into your throat. The person walking past was actually your homeroom teacher. Clutching your chest, you couldn't help but laugh out loud That was so thrilling. Only then did Hinata realize she was still holding your hand. Releasing it without a trace, she cleared her throat slightly. Be careful. Let's go. Afterward, Hinata actually led you into a sports equipment storage room. She guided you toward the back door, pointing at a low perimeter wall. You understood in a flash, exclaiming in pleasant surprise. We're climbing over from here? Yeah, the wall is low here. And normally no one comes around, Hinata explained, pulling out a small stepladder from the corner, gesturing for you to climb up first. As you climbed, you asked curiously, how did you find out about this place? Who would have thought that Hinata's reply would overturn your perception of her once again? I'm on the basketball team. This is basically our team's secret pathway. She was actually on the basketball team. Hinata held the ladder steady. Seeing you sitting securely on top of the wall, she said, don't move. Her movements were incredibly nimble. She made it onto the wall in just a couple of steps and immediately leaped down. Come on down! Looking down at the beautiful girl below and with a young boy's pride getting the better of you, you deliberately said with mock restraint, all right, I'm jumping. The moment the words left your mouth, you leaped forward. Hinata didn't have time to stop you, and could only watch as you crashed straight into her embrace. With your chests pressed tightly together, your face instantly flushed completely red, and you pushed her away abruptly. Hinata also took an embarrassed step backward, a soft blush spreading over her face as she asked softly, are you all right? You shook your head, asking excitedly, where are we going now? Yet you suddenly smiled. Rule number 1 of skipping class, you can't loiter around the school vicinity. Hinata was amused by you. It looks like you're quite experienced. Afterward, she suggested heading to the bus stop first. You, however, started walking in the completely wrong direction like a headless chicken. Hinata helplessly pointed out the right path. Once you arrived at the bus stop, Hinata asked where you wanted to go. You shook your head. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you. Let's go bowling then. Right as the bus pulled up to the stop, Hinata paid the bus fare for you, tapping her own transit card. You poked your head in to look at the cabin, feeling overwhelmed. There are no seats left. Let's get off. When you used to take the bus abroad, you weren't allowed to board once it was full. Hinata was caught between tears and laughter, quickly pulling you back. The next one won't have seats either. Standing is perfectly fine. The bus suddenly lurched forward, startling you, and you nearly lost your balance. Hinata immediately guided you to the rear door, telling you to hold onto the center handrail. To protect you, she directly stood right in front of you. The distance between the two of you was incredibly close. You quietly looked up at her beautiful profile, your heart skipping a beat. The kind of romantic, heart-fluttering scene from an idol drama was actually happening to you. Meanwhile, back in Class 2S, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The teacher looked as if they had just received a grand pardon, rushing out of the classroom as if escaping. The entire classroom was enveloped in the heavy atmosphere radiating from Asuka. No one dared to come near. She tapped the desk irritably until she called out Nen's name. Nen walked over, trembling with fear. Nen walked over, trembling with fear. Asuka knitted her brows, gesturing for her to lean in closer, lowering her voice. Go down to Class 1S and see if Rui is there. Report any situation regarding him back to me, but you are absolutely not allowed to let him notice you. Did you hear me? Although Nen was puzzled, she still complied immediately. Understood. Watching Nen leave, the tension on Asuka's face softened just a fraction. Nen took off running, only to bump headfirst at the corridor corner into the most handsome boy in school, Ren. He wasn't just the first-year school idol, but also Asuka-sama's current official boyfriend. Nen quickly tried to please him. Senior Ren, Asuka-sama is waiting for you. Ren smiled warmly, testing the waters. Where are you heading off to? Going to buy something for her? Nen had her guard completely down, confessing honestly, no. Ahsoka-sama told me to go to Class 1S to look for someone named Rui. Rui? Ren's gaze turned cold and dark in an instant. It's that boy from yesterday again. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed further. What exactly is his relationship with Asuka-sama? Nen looked utterly conflicted. I really don't know about that. I'm just running an errand. She had originally wanted to curry favor with the official boyfriend, completely unaware that she had walked right into a trap. Ren's expression suddenly shifted, raising his chin haughtily. "I'm thirsty! Go buy some drinks for me and Asuka-sama first." Seeing Nen hesitate, he shot her a sharp look, his tone turning aggressive and overbearing. "Is that Rui more important, or am I? Weigh it carefully yourself." Nen thought to herself that Ren was currently the favored boyfriend, so how could she dare offend him? Turning on her heel, she rushed off toward the school store. Who would have thought that this single trip would turn into the decision she regretted most? He shot her a sharp look, his tone incredibly overbearing. "Is that Rui more important, or am I? Weigh it carefully yourself." Nen thought to herself that Ren was currently the favored boyfriend, so how could she dare offend him? Turning on her heel, she rushed off toward the school store. Who would have thought that this single trip would turn into the decision she regretted most? Ren walked into the classroom smugly, calling out cloyingly, "Asuka-chan tilde." He reached his large hand out to wrap around her. However, Asuka not only ignored him, but her entire presence was radiating an imposing, suffocating aura. She coldly brushed Ren's hand away, her voice dropping to absolute freezing point. "What are you doing here?" Ren continued to act cute. "I missed you, that's why." The moment the words left his mouth, Nen came running in out of breath, clutching 2 bottles of water. "Asuka-sama, here are the drinks." Asuka's gaze swept over the drinks, her face turning utterly livid in an instant. Her voice was practically squeezed out from between her teeth. "Did I tell you to go buy drinks?" Cold sweat poured down Nen's face. Before she could even speak, Ren cut in to take the credit. "I'm the one who told her to go. I was worried about you, fearing you might be thirsty." The air completely froze at that very second. Asuka shoved Ren away violently, her eyes chillingly cold, commanding sharply, "Disappear right now. I don't want to see you ever again." Ren froze entirely, tears welling up in his eyes, looking completely pitiful. He had originally thought this would win her pity and affection. But Asuka didn't buy into his act at all. "Don't make me say it a second time," she barked furiously, her gaze locking onto Nen beside him like a vice. "Where is the task I asked you to do?" Nen trembled in fear, her voice shaking. "I didn't." Reacting incredibly fast, she turned around and bolted immediately. "Please don't be angry, Asuka-sama. I'll go right now. I'm going this instant." Ren still wanted to play the victim, but it only earned him a single, terrifying glare. Asuka's eyes were horrifyingly fierce. The surrounding onlookers were so scared they shrank back into their necks. Ren's face turned deathly pale, asking in utter disbelief, "So, you're breaking up with me?" Asuka delivered her cold verdict. "From this day on, you are no longer my man." He stumbled backward, almost collapsing. Yet she didn't even give him a single glance, treating him as if he were thin air. Just a second ago, he was the school idol, gathering thousands of affections upon himself. In the next second, he became the laughingstock of the entire academy. The other boys in the class instantly erupted. "The chance has come!" They immediately began to target and crowd around Ren. "How shameless! Asuka-sama is already disgusted by you, yet you're still lingering around? Get lost!" "Don't be an eyesore here in front of Asuka-sama." However high he had been put on a pedestal before, that was how hard he crashed down now. How could the 16-year-old Ren ever have endured such humiliation, running out of the classroom in tears? Even so, Asuka remained completely indifferent. An inexplicable wave of irritation and anxiety washed through her heart. She was even thinking that maybe she should just go find Rui herself. Just as she was about to stand up, Nen came running back, panting heavily. "Asuka-sama, the person you are looking for, he isn't in his classroom." Nen swallowed hard and continued. His classmate said that he left right after the first period ended, and he hasn't come back since. Asuka's gaze sharpened, standing up abruptly. "What did you say?" No wonder she felt so incredibly uneasy. Something had indeed gone wrong. Where on earth did that boy run off to? With a dark face, her tone left no room for argument. "Let's go. Even if we have to turn the entire academy upside down, we are going to find him." The whole class fell dead silent. It was the first time they had ever seen Asuka throw such a massive tantrum. That boy named Rui was likely completely finished. Nen was extremely efficient, quickly getting information from the security post. Today, no students have left the school grounds midway through the day. This meant that Rui was still inside the academy. Hearing this, Asuka's expression finally eased up just a tiny bit. At Asuka's command, the entire Sandy Academy was turned completely upside down. With Asuka's power and influence, finding a person should have been an effortless task. But the final result left everyone utterly astonished. He couldn't be found. She glared fiercely at Nen. How could he not be found? Cold sweat streamed down Nen's face. Asuka-sama, we've searched everywhere we possibly could. He might not be in the school anymore. Asuka sneered. Did he grow wings and fly away? The security explicitly said he was still on campus. Nen had a sudden brainwave. Unless he slipped out through a different exit. But Asuka dismissed it immediately. He just arrived at this school. How could he possibly know about any other paths? For a moment, a wave of regret and guilt surfaced in her heart for the very first time. She should have chased after him earlier. What if he did something foolish out of despair? Right then, Nen thought of the crucial point. Asuka-sama, the security cameras. But only the principal has access to the surveillance footage. Without a second word, Asuka headed straight for the principal's office. In the next second, the principal had already respectfully vacated her seat. Asuka sat down, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Monitoring 300 surveillance points, with 6 video feeds playing simultaneously on fast forward, her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring intently at the screens. Nen stood by the side, her eyes growing completely dazzled and her head spinning from the sight. Suddenly, Asuka let out a sharp cry. Found him! The video was zoomed in, and the picture became clear. Right at the entrance of the sports equipment storage room, Rui was led inside by a female student. When Nen clearly saw the girl's face, she was stunned on the spot. Hinata! How could it be her? Asuka's face instantly froze to absolute zero. She had spent a whole hour worrying herself sick, fearing something had happened to him. And yet, what was he doing? He was actually together with Hinata. She slammed her fist hard against the desk, a raging fire of fury erupting in her chest. A childhood friendship actually couldn't compare to a school beauty he had only just met. Asuka stared deathly at the screen. In the footage, Rui was smiling radiantly at Hinata. On that delicate face of his, where was there even a single trace of tears left? She clenched her teeth tightly, burning with intense rage. The air in the office instantly plummeted to freezing point. Nen and the principal didn't even dare to breathe heavily. But she would never have guessed that at this very moment, you were already sitting inside a bowling alley with Hinata. Hinata asked you with confusion, "Why didn't you buy that aromatherapy item you were just eyeing?" Your smile faded away. "I did like it a lot, but I can't buy it, because the person I live with doesn't like it." Hinata smiled. "Then they must be someone very important to you." You didn't deny it. That jerk Asuka was indeed important. But you shook your head, not wanting to bring her up anymore. Instead, you playfully declared war against Hinata. "Let's have a match. I happen to be the Prince of Bowling, you know." Right at that moment, the phone in your pocket slipped out. You suddenly remembered Asuka. If that jerk couldn't find you, would she be calling? Right at that moment, the phone in your pocket slipped out. You suddenly remembered Asuka. If that jerk couldn't find you, would she be calling? But in the very next second, your face completely fell. It was actually out of battery. Last night, you were so busy arguing with her that you forgot to charge it. Seeing this, Hinata stood up immediately. "I'll go borrow a charger for you." Before long, Hinata returned. But when she came back, there was another woman by her side. The moment that woman saw you, she immediately slapped Hinata on the shoulder playfully. "You actually brought a boy here. Is he your boyfriend?" Hinata denied it at once. "Don't talk nonsense. He's a friend." The woman didn't believe it at all, turning to tease you. "This is the very first time I've ever seen Hinata bring a boy here. Your relationship must be something special, right?" Hinata introduced her right away. "This is the owner, Hui-san. And this is my underclassman, Rui. Hui-san, however, let slip a piece of juicy information. Hinata had been working part-time for her for a long time, and you were the absolute first boy she had ever brought along. She even generously offered a 50% discount. Your heart was immensely shaken. So Hinata actually worked a part-time job here. The grand #1 student in the entire grade actually had to do work study to get by. This instantly made you look at her in a completely new light. After Hui-san left, Hinata didn't seem to want to discuss it further, handing a bowling ball directly to you. Understanding the hint, you tactfully refrained from pressing further. Taking the ball, you gave a sly smile. We agreed to a match. 10 frames will decide the winner. The one who wins can make one request of the other. Hinata nodded in agreement. The little calculator in your mind was clicking away furiously. You had already tested the feel of the lane with 2 throws, while she hadn't thrown at all. You were definitely winning this round. The match began. Your hands were hot, and you scored 8 pins. When it was Hinata's turn, on her very first attempt, she only knocked down 2 pins. Your face blossomed into a wide grin. All's fair in war. This was a guaranteed victory. You scored another 7 pins, but when it was Hinata's turn again, her expression became intensely focused. The moment the ball left her hand, crash! It was actually a strike. 10 points! Your smile instantly froze on your face. This time, you completely lost your footing, scoring only 2 pins on your next throw. Who could have known that Hinata would walk forward in an unhurried, composed manner? It was another beautiful throw, and the result was another 10 pins. 2 strikes in a row. Your jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Doing it once could be luck, but doing it twice was pure skill. Hinata, however, only gave a faint smile. I just have a good feel for it right now. How was this just having a good feel? This was clearly the work of a master. Your competitive spirit was completely ignited. You refused to believe it. You absolutely had to hit a strike today. However, reality dealt you a harsh slap in the face. Even though you tried with all your might, you only managed 9 pins, lifting your wrist and sighing. Hinata, on the other hand, effortlessly threw the ball once more. Another strike. 3 strikes in a row. You completely understood now, staring at her as if she were an alien. Are you even human? Since she worked here, she often played along with the customers, so naturally, she had practiced it to perfection. So this was her home turf. Even before the match was finished, you already felt like you were doomed to lose. Hinata noticed your disappointment and said considerately, "Let's just forget about the bet then." But you stubbornly shook your head. No way! If you make a bet, you accept the outcome. Don't back down from a wager. That unyielding spirit of yours made it impossible for Hinata to tear her eyes away. As expected, the final result was your defeat. But you accepted your loss with perfect confidence, demanding that Hinata must seriously think of a request. This is the proper respect due to the loser. After the two of you grew tired of playing, you suddenly ran over to the counter, whispering back and forth with Hui-san. Upon returning, you handed Hinata a cup of green tea, saying with a cheerful grin, "I'm done playing bowling. I want to try something else." Hinata was instantly stunned. You knew that spending money here was expensive, and fearing that Hinata's expenses would hurt her pride, you had actually come up with a way to solicit customers to cover the lane fees. In order to keep her from getting suspicious, you even put on an incredibly enthusiastic display, grabbing a stack of flyers and rushing straight out. Hui-san patted Hinata on the shoulder, her eyes full of approval. "This boy is truly rare, so sensible and considerate. He matches you perfectly. Hold on to him tight." Hinata looked at the passionate, energetic figure outside the door, her gaze turning profound. By evening, you returned to the academy alone to pick up your bag. You stood at the school gate looking all around. Will Asuka be hiding in a corner waiting for me again? You waited for over 10 minutes, and the sky was turning completely dark, yet there wasn't even the shadow of a car. You finally couldn't help but shout at the top of your lungs, "Asuka! Hurry up and come out!" The surroundings remained entirely quiet. That jerk. Did she really leave? Just as you were feeling sad and disheartened, the new security guard from this morning suddenly walked over. The guard said a single sentence, "Asuka-sama? She left ages ago." Your face flushed completely red with anger in an instant. Good for you, Asuka. You actually didn't wait for me and slipped away first. She was clearly the one who made you angry, yet she didn't even offer a single apology. The sense of grievance and desolation in your heart erupted instantly. You felt like you were truly the biggest fool on earth. The more you thought about it, the angrier you got. You made a decision right then and there, to run away from home. Since she was the one who made a mistake, why on earth should you be the first one to go home? But where could you go? Going back to the Saito residence would only set her mind at ease and wouldn't achieve anything at all. You had to make it so she couldn't find you, to make her worry. Right after, you zipped open your backpack and counted the 3,000 yen in cash inside. This was what you had swiped from her wallet this morning anyway. With money in hand, why fear having nowhere to go? Rolling your eyes, a plan formed in your mind. A hotel. You would stay at the most expensive one in the entire city. You hailed a taxi, speaking with an air of dominance. "Driver, take me to the most expensive hotel." The driver understood completely, turning around to confirm. Young man, the absolute most expensive one? Adopting the posture of a wealthy tycoon, you directly slapped down a 100 yen bill. Of course. Half an hour later, the taxi pulled up in front of a 6-star hotel. The bellhop opened the door for you, with utmost respect. With your head held high and your chest puffed out, you walked into the lobby, executing your elite aura to absolute perfection. The front desk clerk inquired politely, "Hello, what type of room would you like to check into?" Without even thinking, you replied, "I want the best presidential suite." The front desk clerk was instantly stunned, doubting whether he had misheard. "Sir, are you sure? The price per night for our presidential suite is..." You didn't care to listen to his nonsense. Pulling that supplementary black card straight out of your bag, you slammed it onto the counter. "I'm sure. I want the most expensive one." The moment the clerk saw the black card, his attitude pulled a complete 180-degree turn, immediately processing the check-in with deep reverence. In less than a minute, holding your room key, you headed straight to the top floor. The presidential suite was lavish to the absolute extreme. Exhausted after a long day, you threw yourself straight onto the soft sofa and groggily drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at 11 o'clock at night, Asuka finally returned to the apartment. She had been speeding around in her car all night, her mood frustrated to the absolute limit. She had clearly wanted to stay out playing until midnight, yet by some bizarre stroke of impulse, she came back early. She had to admit that she was worried about that stupid boy Rui. But when she pushed the door open, the inside was completely pitch black. An ominous foreboding surged into her heart. She had to admit that she was worried about that stupid boy Rui. But when she pushed the door open, the inside was completely pitch black. An ominous foreboding surged into her heart. She snapped the lights on violently, shouting into the empty apartment. There was no response. Asuka's face changed drastically. After searching through every single room, sure enough, he hadn't come back. It was already 11 o'clock. Where on earth did that boy run off to? He actually hadn't come back yet. Was this brat trying to drive her to an early grave? The mere thought that he might be spending the night outside with Hinata caused Asuka's rage to burn fiercely. She slammed her fist against the wall. "Rui, you idiot!" She was truly losing her mind with anger, immediately dialing his mobile phone. Who would have thought that? A busy signal came from the receiver. Your heart sank. Could it be that I've been blacklisted? She immediately switched to the landline to dial again. This time, the call went through. She really had been blacklisted. Asuka was so angry, her chest heaved violently. From the other end of the line came your groggy voice. Her brows locked tightly as she questioned sharply, "Where are you?" You obviously recognized her voice as well, pausing for a moment. Then you let out a cold snort. "I'm not telling you. If you're so capable, why don't you find me yourself?" "Until you apologize, I don't want to talk to you. Bye-bye." With a sharp click, the call was hung up directly. Asuka stared at the receiver, letting out a laugh instead of exploding with anger. A cold smirk curled up at the corner of her mouth. "You think I won't be able to find you? Just you wait." Judging by your tone, it didn't sound like you were with anyone else. And the next second, she rushed into the study, opening her computer. Then, she used another phone to dial your number again. Right at the moment you picked up the call, her long fingers flew across the keyboard at lightning speed. She spoke in a deep voice. "If you don't give me a hint, how am I supposed to find you?" You were still on the other side, triumphantly mocking her. "A hint? I'm in an incredibly luxurious place. Take a guess." But before the words could fully leave your mouth, Asuka suddenly spoke up. "All right, got it." You were left completely bewildered. "I will find you." Asuka narrowed her eyes dangerously, looking at the precise location coordinates on her screen, and hung up the phone directly. You were still in a daze, completely disbelieving that she could actually track you down. 20 minutes later, the doorbell suddenly rang. Without a second thought, you went to open the door. The moment the door opened, a figure burst inside violently, pulling you into a tight embrace. You clearly saw the person who came. Asuka, how are you here? She had actually managed to find you. Asuka scanned the suite, confirming that there was no one else. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She had sped the entire way, forcefully cutting down what should have been a 30-minute drive into just 20 minutes. In the next second, she grabbed your wrist, her voice leaving no room for argument. Come home with me. Wrinkling your face, you twisted your hand out of her grip. I'm not going back. Your eyes darted around, and you stomped down hard on her foot. Taking advantage of her letting go from the pain, you violently shoved her out the door. The door slammed shut heavily right in front of Asuka's face. She pounded on the door from outside. Rui-kun! Hurry up and come home with me. You pressed yourself against the door, thinking petulantly in your heart. If you don't apologize, don't even dream of me acknowledging you. However, who could have known that outside the door, a woman in a business suit bowed respectfully toward Asuka. Asuka-sama, what brings you here? Asuka ignored the manager, directly extending her hand. Room card. The manager looked utterly conflicted. Asuka-sama, this goes against our regulations. Asuka let out a cold laugh. Go check. Whose card he used to pay? Not only that, she also demanded the manager to check whether you had come alone. The manager immediately made a call down to the front desk, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. This young gentleman was indeed using Asuka-sama's supplementary card. Furthermore, he had checked in completely alone. Hearing this answer, Asuka felt her heart soften completely in an instant. It seemed that she had indeed misunderstood you. In the next second, the manager offered up the spare room card with both hands. After all, this entire 6-star hotel was part of the Saito family's estate. Inside the room, you were just wondering why it had suddenly gone quiet outside. Did she actually leave? Right at that moment, beep. The room card scanned and the door opened. Still leaning right against the door, you were knocked over onto the carpet by the incoming force. Asuka walked inside. Looking at your disheveled state, she reached out to pull you up with an amused look. What are you doing lying on the floor? You slapped her hand away. How do you have a room key? Asuka gave a mischievous smirk, deliberately leaning close to your ear. Because I told the manager that you're my husband. Who's your husband? Your cheeks flushed a violent red. Shaking her off, you sat down on the sofa, clutching a throw pillow with a defensive look. If you don't apologize, I will absolutely never forgive you. The moment the words left your mouth, Asuka extended her arm. Asuka extended her arm, pulling you straight into her embrace. MPH, caught completely off guard, you were pinned down by her onto the sofa. That beautiful face magnified infinitely before you. Your every breath filled entirely with her scent. Your heartbeat instantly spun out of control. You only heard her whispering right by your ear. Haven't you heard before? Couples fight at the start of the lane and make up at the pins? If you want me to apologize, you'll have to show a little sincerity first. She leaned in closer and closer, that devilishly charming face almost pressing against your lips. Your whole body tensed up as you glared at her bashfully. Keep your distance and apologize. Asuka laughed wickedly, hugging you even tighter. I think it's very comfortable like this. Both furious and embarrassed, you snapped. Get off me this instant. Speak to me properly. Speak properly. You said it yourself. Asuka suddenly let go of you, as if her rogue behavior just now was nothing but an illusion. Sitting cross-legged right across from you, just like negotiating back when you were kids, her eyes nevertheless held a doting look. Go ahead then. How do you want me to apologize? Before you'll be willing to forgive me. You stared at her blankly. Do you have any idea how out of line you were today? To actually say something like that about me in your heart? Have I really become that kind of boy? Recalling the image of you in tears, a wave of irritation washed through Asuka's heart. She scratched her head. I'm sorry, okay? I don't know what got into me today either. The tension on your face softened, and you explained earnestly. I only view Hinata as a friend. She has a boyfriend, and I would never interfere with her relationship. Looking at your open and honest gaze, the heavy stone inside Asuka's heart finally fell. But her tone instantly shifted, her gaze turning sharp in a flash. Then what was with you today? Skipping classes with her. Where did the two of you go for the whole afternoon? What did you do? You froze for a second. How do you know I skipped classes with her? Asuka triumphantly pinched your nose. If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. Shoko Academy is my turf after all. Nothing can be hidden from me. Asuka snatched the pillow away in one swift motion, her expression playfully stern. Spit it out. Did you do anything behind my back to betray me? Betray you? You let out a furious laugh. Even if something really did happen between me and her, it's none of your business. Asuka, however, crossed her arms and stared at you, word by word. Darling, could it be that you've forgotten? We are officially engaged. You are my fiancé right now. Tell me, is it any of my business? Asuka, however, crossed her arms, looking down at you, word by word. Darling, could it be that you've forgotten? We are officially engaged. You are my fiancé right now. Tell me, is it any of my business? Now it was your turn to have your fur stand on end. You have the nerve to lecture me? What about yourself? Nerov, don't you have a whole bunch of boyfriends? Doesn't you doing that count as betraying me? She knitted her brows. When did I ever have a whole bunch of boyfriends? You pointed right at her nose in accusation. Just within Shoko Academy alone, there are quite a few. Don't try to fool me. Asuka didn't know whether to laugh or cry, actually feeling a bit in the wrong. Those are all in the past. Besides, I always finish one relationship before starting the next. I'm incredibly devoted, okay? She immediately changed the subject. In any case, I've already broken up with my current boyfriend too. Right now, I only have you. Broken up? You were stunned. Weren't you just linking arms with him yesterday? Asuka smiled as she looked down at you, slowly letting out a phrase. Wasn't it all for your sake? You were instantly struck dumb. For me? What does it have to do with me? However, Asuka didn't want to elaborate further, pulling the topic right back again as her eyes locked tightly onto you. Don't try to dodge the question. Where exactly did you go with that girl today, and what did you do? Tell me every single detail. Driven nearly crazy by her interrogation, you leaned back against the sofa and whimpered, How am I supposed to say? I don't even know where that place was. Her eyes blinked, her tone laced with a dangerous edge. You didn't even know where it was, yet you just followed her out? Rui, are you stupid or what? Deprived of your pillow weapon, you resorted to hitting her directly with your arms. But Asuka just smiled wickedly, taking advantage of the motion to catch your hands. Pulling you violently over to her side, she pinned you tightly into her chest. She deliberately ruffled your hair into a mess, chanting from her mouth, Rui, you little dummy, little fool, little idiot. Her thighs clamped directly around your waist, locking your lower body, while her large hands pinned both of your wrists, leaving you completely unable to move. She burst into a triumphant laugh, looking exactly like a little girl who had gotten her way. You struggled for a long time, huffing and puffing, but you couldn't pry open her lock at all, pulling a miserable face. You jerk, you won't even go easy on me. The space on the sofa was limited. The two of you were pressed tightly against one another, in an incredibly embarrassing posture. Yet because you were still bickering, neither of you noticed at all. Until Asuka felt something firm propping against her. She subconsciously cast her gaze downward to look and was instantly dumbfounded. Her mouth went completely dry in an instant. Panicking, she averted her eyes, letting go of you with highly unnatural movements. She wanted to say something, but her mind was entirely filled with the image from just now, her heart thumping wildly. This time, she didn't press any further about the afternoon's events. Instead, it was you who sat up beside her, taking the initiative to speak. I only went with her to a bowling alley to play, that's all. Asuka gave a dismissive "oh," her attention completely elsewhere. Having composed herself, she suddenly nudged closer to you. Nudging your arm with her elbow, do you still remember what you loved the most when you were little? You blinked. What? The corners of Asuka's mouth turned up. I'll give you 3 chances. Guess it right, and then we'll talk about what your reward is. Having finished speaking, she actually whipped out her phone, hiding it by her side to quietly send a text message. Blinking your eyes. Ice cream. Asuka pinched your cheek. All you think about is food. It's not something edible. Guess again. Left completely without a clue. Just tell me directly. Right at that moment, Asuka's phone rang. Tilting her head, she picked it up. Curiously, you leaned over to eavesdrop, only to hear her say a single sentence, "Right now." "Begin." The call hung up within a second. You didn't manage to hear anything. You stared at her, your eyes full of anticipation. Asuka's thin lips curved up into a charming smile. "Didn't you complain that my apology lacked sincerity? This time, I've prepared an apology gift for you. That depends on what kind of gift it is." In your heart, you were already blooming with joy. "Come over here." Taking your hand, she pulled you over to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Pressing yourself against the glass, you looked down at the glittering river view of the city. Asuka pointed upward. "Look over here." "Where?" You followed the direction of her finger, but there was nothing there. But before the thought could finish crossing your mind, a streak of silver light suddenly shot straight into the night sky. In the next second, bang! A massive burst of fireworks exploded across the dark canvas, dazzling like a blooming flower. "Wow! It's fireworks!" You squealed in pleasant surprise. Right after, a second, a third. Hundreds of fireworks bloomed one after another, illuminating the entire night sky. As the fireworks faded away, you turned your head to look at her. "So this is the surprise you prepared for me?" Wearing a captivating smile, Asuka asked. "Do you like it?" You smiled happily. "I like it. I'll count this as genuine sincerity. Then now, can you come home with me?" Who could have known you ran back to the sofa, sitting down cross-legged, saying with a cheerful smile, "Nope, I'm staying here tonight." You argued righteously. "It's already paid for anyway. Not sleeping here would be such a waste. Besides, there's a free, lavish breakfast in the morning." Asuka was practically driven to laughter by your antics. Just for a single free breakfast? The cost of this presidential suite for one night is enough to buy you breakfast for an entire year. Roguishly covering your ears, "Don't say it. I don't want to know." Left with no options against you, Asuka said, "Fine. If we aren't going back, we'll sleep here." As she spoke, she actually began stripping off her clothes while walking toward the bathroom. Left utterly dumbfounded, you watched her graceful curves as your cheeks instantly flared up with heat. "Hey, what are you doing?" She looked back, a playful, wicked smile playing on her lips. "Taking a shower. I'm spending the night here too." Letting out a groan, you collapsed onto the sofa. But in the next second, you sat bolt upright. Running over to the bathroom door, you pounded on it. "Hey, wait a minute, you're sleeping on the sofa. Don't even think about sharing the bed with me." While she was in the shower, you hurried into the bedroom's attached bath to wash up quickly. You even deliberately locked the bedroom door from the inside. Let's see how she gets in now. However, by the time you walked out of the bathroom, you saw Asuka wearing a bathrobe, leisurely leaning against the bed while playing on her phone. In shock, you asked, "How did you get in? I clearly locked the door." Asuka didn't explain, simply patting the spot next to her. "Come over here quickly. It's time to sleep." Standing by the bedside with your hands on your hips, "Hurry up and tell me." The corners of her mouth curved up into a devilish arc. "I have the room card. Did you forget? Oh, also, next time remember to slide the deadbolt latch. Only that will actually work." Leaning in a bit closer, she said softly, "Come on up. It's not like we haven't slept together before. What are you being shy for?" Leaning in a bit closer, she said softly, "Come on up. It's not like we haven't slept together before. What are you being shy for?" The room fell into darkness. But over 10 minutes passed, and you didn't feel sleepy at all. Turning over, you looked at her deep profile under the moonlight, calling out in a quiet whisper, "Asuka. Asuka." She snapped her eyes open. In the dark, her eyes were startlingly bright. "What's wrong? Are you asleep?" "I can't sleep," she said teasingly. "If I were asleep, could I be talking to you like this?" She turned over as well, leaving the two of you facing each other. She spoke in a low, husky voice. "Rui-kun, it feels like it's been a long time since you called me that." Blinking your eyes, "Called you what? Ahun?" Asuka gave a slight nod. "Didn't you always call me that when we were little?" Since growing up, you had never called her by such an intimate nickname again. Muttering to yourself, "I've totally forgotten." Thinking it over, you suddenly proposed, "Well, all right, I'll call you that from now on." But on one condition, you have to count sheep for me. Fine, though counting sheep isn't really popular anymore. Curiously, you asked, then what's popular? Asuka smirked wickedly. Counting gyoza. Since it sounds just like gyoza, sleeping. Haha, that's so silly! Finding a comfortable position, you prepared to drop off to sleep. Asuka began counting in a low voice. 1 piece of gyoza. 2 pieces of gyoza. Hold on. You suddenly called a halt. No way! Now my head is completely filled with gyoza. I'm getting hungry. Thinking it over, a smile curled at the corners of her lips. 1 little Rui. 2 little Rui. 3 little Rui. You smiled in satisfaction. In the dark, her sweet voice kept echoing softly until you drifted heavily off to sleep. Waking up the next day, the moment you opened your eyes, Asuka's beautiful face was right before you once more. Looking down, you discovered that you were actually locked tightly within her embrace again, frowning in bewilderment. How does this keep happening? Clearly I'm the one who has a habit of clutching something to sleep, so how does it always end up with me burrowing into her arms? Pushing her arms away, you patted her on the shoulder. Awoken by the noise, Asuka's complexion didn't look too good, her eyes heavily bloodshot. She suddenly muttered a sentence to herself. I really am a masochist. Not hearing clearly, what did you say? Instead, she glared at you, complaining. By the time you finally fell asleep, I was only able to get halfway through my own rest before being woken by your tossing and turning. It'd be a miracle if I felt well rested. Woken by my what? What did I do? You were completely bewildered. But Asuka's expression looked highly unnatural, wearing a look that seemed far too embarrassing to speak out loud. She actually buried her head straight beneath the duvet to catch up on her sleep. Asuka, don't just leave things halfway. Your curiosity thoroughly piqued. You relentlessly began tickling her. Asuka poked a single finger out from beneath the blanket. What did you promise me yesterday? Realization suddenly dawning on you. Ikon! Hurry up and tell me. Thoroughly annoyed by the noise, she finally poked her head out. I was tossed around by you all night and couldn't sleep well. To compensate me, go order breakfast right now. Having finished speaking, she closed her eyes once more. Seeing the exhaustion beneath her eyes, your heart softened. Carefully sliding off the bed, you finished washing up and called down to order breakfast. In reality, Asuka wasn't asleep at all. Opening her eyes as she recalled the events of last night, she let out a bitter laugh. It really is far too embarrassing to speak out loud. The truth was, your sleeping posture was completely atrocious. You actually kicked people. Last night, she was nearly shoved straight off the bed by one of your kicks. With no other choice, she could only lock you firmly into her embrace. Only then did she manage to get a somewhat peaceful night's sleep. How could she possibly bring herself to say something so embarrassing out loud? Right at this moment, Asuka walked out. By perfect coincidence, the hotel breakfast was being delivered. She sat down lazily right beside you. I'm hungry, you immediately said with a cheerful grin. I ordered all the food you like, eat up quickly. Asuka blinked, her eyes staring intently at you. Offering unprompted kindness means you're either harboring ill intent or plotting a scheme. Being this nice out of nowhere, what's the conspiracy? Unexpectedly, you still remembered her tastes. You immediately leaned in closer, eagerly massaging her shoulders to curry favor. Today is the weekend. Take me along to go play. Asuka knitted her brows, rejecting you outright. No way. I don't want to bring along extra baggage. Plus, you're a total coward. It's no fun. Asuka glanced at you, speaking in an unhurried manner. It's not entirely impossible to take you along, but I get it. Half the bedroom usage rights belong to you. You understood in a split second. Only then did Asuka lift her lips in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. After finishing breakfast, the two of you left the hotel. You were still asking her about where she went yesterday. But neither of you noticed that right around the corner of the hotel, a camera lens was aimed directly at you, taking precise photographs. When evening arrived, Asuka switched to a royal blue limited edition Bugatti. She carried you away, speeding straight toward Mount Aoyama. You couldn't help but ask her, what are we going up the mountain for? You'll find out in a moment. With a beautiful drift of the car, you saw lights flashing up ahead, where a row of expensive supercars was parked. Asuka parked the car steadily and said to you, Get out of the car. A rowdy-looking girl immediately walked up to greet her. Asuka-sama, you finally arrived. Next, she sized you up, her eyes completely full of teasing banter. As expected of Asuka-sama, the man you bring along is different every single time. Asuka's gaze turned instantly icy, glaring fiercely back at her. The girl shuddered in fear, hastily pulling back her gaze. Only after she left did you mutter in dissatisfaction, I hate that person. Asuka, however, glared at you, leading you directly over to the other side. You are my person. Nobody dares to touch you. A single sentence made you feel instantly at ease. But right at that moment, your eyes met with another boy's gaze. That gaze was completely filled with hostility. You felt, faintly, that this boy looked a bit familiar. What are you spacing out for? Asuka waved her hand in front of your face. You quickly pulled back your gaze, pretending as if nothing was wrong as you asked her, are you going to race in a bit? Have you really never lost? She curled her lips in supreme confidence. Just watch the result in a bit. And won't you know then? Right at that moment, a man named Riku walked over with steady strides. He slung his arm around Asuka's shoulder with an engineered air of casualness, his voice slick. What a coincidence. Asuka's brows furrowed tightly, brushing his hand off without a trace. In the very next second, she casually wrapped her arm around you beside her, glaring coldly at Riku. What are you doing here? Riku's expression stiffened before he flashed another handsome smile. I came to accompany a friend. I didn't expect it to really be you. Asuka, however, looked completely uninterested. Right then, you suddenly remembered who he was, crying out in surprise, It's you! It's you! The man who picked a fight with her at the bar on the night she returned to the country. Riku let out a cold snort in his heart, though on the surface he pretended as if he had just noticed you. He actually smiled and said to you, Oh, it's you! They say a fight breeds friendship, right? Who breeds friendship with you? You rolled your eyes hard in your mind. At this time, that rowdy-looking girl walked over. She said, Let's play something thrilling this time. A race with passengers! Asuka furrowed her brows as she looked at you. Can you handle it? You had a completely dazed look. Huh? Riku immediately smiled and interjected. Asuka-sama, why don't you take me instead? I'm not afraid. These words were clearly mocking you for being a fearful coward. Rui's temper instantly flared up. Without a shred of hesitation, you said to Asuka, I'm perfectly fine. Asuka had a look of pure skepticism. Really? It's fine. Rui nodded firmly to guarantee it. Then let's do it this way. Standing to the side, Riku wore an eerie smirk on his face. He was just waiting to watch you make a fool of yourself, causing Asuka to lose the race, and then get brutally dumped afterward. You were led into the car in a complete daze. Only now could you no longer hold back from asking, what exactly are we playing? With one hand resting on the steering wheel, Asuka's obsidian-like eyes glanced down at you. Can you really handle this? Don't make me lose. She didn't want her undefeated record to be shattered just like this. You completely panicked. Do I have to drive too? But I don't know how. Asuka massaged her forehead with a pounding headache. You didn't even know how to play, yet you said it was fine just now. Rui, did you come here just to cause trouble? I didn't. You pouted your lips innocently, thinking to yourself, wasn't it all because I was provoked by that Riku guy? You glared at her in displeasure. Then did you want that man sitting here instead? Shit! Asuka slammed her hand hard against the steering wheel, her expression hideous to the extreme. Shit! Asuka slammed her hand hard against the steering wheel, her expression hideous to the extreme, reaching out your hand to open the car door. Then I'll just get out. You let him get in. Sit tight. Asuka suddenly turned her head and barked fiercely at you. Why are you being so fierce? We won't necessarily lose. But turning the thought over, given Asuka's highly competitive personality, how could she ever allow herself to lose? You instantly felt a wave of internal guilt. Right at that moment, the other racing cars were fully prepared. The race was about to begin. With a dark look on her face, Asuka's voice was crystal clear. Fasten your seatbelt. Sit properly. Just endure it and it'll be over soon. You were still fretting. In the next second, a clicking sound echoed. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3. Confirming that your seatbelt was secure, Asuka gave a low-toned warning. 1. The split second, the words dropped. Several sports cars shot out like arrows, released from a bowstring. Ah! While everyone else was screaming with excitement, you were the only one letting out a blood-curdling shriek, Listening to the noise, you clutched the handle with a death grip, your knuckles turning white. "Hey, Ka!" Your words were cut into broken fragments by the roaring wind. "Sit straight! Hold on tight! We'll be there if you just endure it!" Cold sweat broke out on Asuka's forehead as she glanced over at you from time to time. Amidst the crowd, Riku heard your terrified screams, letting out a triumphant, roaring laugh. A malicious smirk curled on his lips. "Wimp!" The royal blue Bugatti executed a beautiful drift, maintaining first place from start to finish. Inside the car, your face grew paler and paler, completely devoid of color. Noticing your condition, Asuka called out, "Rui, are you all right?" But you remained completely motionless, unable to even utter a word. You wanted to close your eyes, but it only made the world feel like it was spinning around, which was even more terrifying. You could only keep your eyes wide open, staring blankly straight ahead at the scenery, rapidly flashing backward. "Rui!" Asuka suddenly shouted in a sharp, demanding voice. Only then did a fraction of your consciousness return, though your entire body felt weak and unstable, as if you would faint at any moment. Asuka gritted her teeth, actually slowing down the car's speed for your sake. One sports car after another roared past her side, accompanied by ear-piercing screeches. Her complexion was entirely grim, yet she still looked at you first, asking with deep concern, "Are you feeling a bit better now?" Instead, you anxiously cried out, "Don't stop!" Filled with immense guilt, you looked at her frantically. "Hey, hurry up and catch up. You can do it. Hurry up and drive." Looking at your pale little face, your forehead drenched in cold sweat, even your lips were trembling. She let out a heavy sigh, saying with utter reluctance, "Forget it." For your safety, she would rather accept a defeat. "No way!" A trace of color actually began returning slowly to your face. "Asuka, haven't you never lost before? You can't lose. Do you hear me?" You spoke louder and louder, wanting only to spur her on. "I'm fine now. Drive faster. If you don't drive faster, we won't catch up. I want you to win. I don't want you to lose." Asuka's heart was immensely shaken. Her deep, dark eyes were written completely with profound emotion. She only uttered a single, low word. "Okay." Her clear gaze looked sharply toward the front. "Hold on tight. I'll bring this to an end as fast as possible." Every single cell in Asuka's body tensed up. Their car had already been left at the very back. Wanting to overtake everyone was practically impossible. But right now, she was going to take this impossibility and turn it into a reality. You nodded your head vigorously, fully prepared. You gripped the handle with your absolute life, your chest feeling as though it were being crushed by a giant boulder, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Yet you gritted your teeth and endured it, without letting out a single sound. A few minutes later, the two of you caught sight of the tail of the very last car. Hope was right before your eyes. Just as you wished, Asuka overtook the car ahead. Right after came another one. Drifting out from a sharp curve, the sports car shot across the straight track like a flash of light. Asuka finally found a brief window to steal a glance at you, her face full of confidence. The most brilliant part is still to come. Let me show you just how incredible your wife really is. You were amused by her words, though your complexion remained terribly pale. "Hold on tight," she warned once more. Slamming the accelerator down with immense force, the sports car transformed into a streak of blue lightning. The finish line was right ahead, the cheers of the crowd already faintly audible. Right at the final, ultimate moment, Asuka overtook the leading car, being the absolute first to cross the finish line. The royal blue sports car executed a sharp drift, parking sideways. The driver who came in second place kicked his car in a fit of pure rage, curses flying from his mouth. Everyone rushed toward Asuka's car, but Asuka completely ignored everyone. Stepping out of the vehicle, she walked around to open the door for you. You pushed her aside, running over to the side of the road and vomiting violently, as if you were going to empty out your entire stomach. Feeling immense heartache, Asuka gently rubbed your back, though her voice couldn't hide her excitement. "Rui, we won!" On the other side, Riku watched this scene with a dark, sullen expression. Especially seeing Asuka so considerately rubbing your back, he clenched his fists hard in sheer fury. He had never seen Asuka treat any man with such tenderness and care. On what grounds? On what grounds does this man get to receive her special treatment? Riku was going completely insane with jealousy. The crowd instantly swarmed around them. Asuka, however, suddenly snapped her brows together, barking furiously at them. "All of you move away! Get lost!" She was terrified that with so many people crowding around, you wouldn't be able to breathe in any fresh air. Right after, she pointed at a girl and ordered, "Bring a bottle of water over to me." With this, everyone was completely stunned. When had Asuka-sama ever cared so deeply about a man before? This was truly a rare sight. Once you finished vomiting, Asuka immediately handed over the water, gently patting your back. Just as you wanted to stand up, your legs suddenly gave out completely. Quick on her feet, Asuka caught you, locking you straight into her embrace. Looking at your frail, weakened state, her heart was filled entirely with distress. In the next second, she actually turned her back to you and dropped into a half squat. "Get on!" Looking at her slender back, you immediately let out a smile and climbed right onto her. Leaning lazily against her, you said in a weak voice, "Then carry me out on your back. There are way too many people here." Asuka gave an acknowledging response and began carrying you on her back toward the mountain path. This very scene caused Riku, who stood not far away, to practically explode with jealousy. The doting affection inside Asuka's eyes was something he had never once witnessed before. Asuka gave an acknowledging response and carried you on her back toward the mountain path. This very scene caused Riku, who stood not far away, to practically explode with jealousy. The doting affection inside Asuka's eyes was something he had never once witnessed before. Until you reached the mountain's edge. Opening your eyes, you saw the glittering night view at the foot of the mountain. So beautiful. Seeing that you had recovered a bit of color, Asuka finally spoke, "Let's head back. Let's go get something to eat." Who could have known that the moment the words left her mouth, your stomach let out an embarrassingly loud rumble? "I guess I am a little hungry, but I don't want to walk." Asuka smiled and said she would have someone bring the food up. But in the next second, she glanced back at you. "You're feeling much better now, so can you get down? You're so heavy." Furious, you punched her. "You're the one who's heavy." She let out a playful laugh. "You're almost turning into a little piggy, do you know that?" She coughed awkwardly. "If you're not feeling unwell anymore, then get down. With you like this, how am I supposed to make a phone call to order food?" For the sake of food, you had no choice but to begrudgingly get down. Asuka immediately turned around to pretend to look at the scenery, making a phone call. "Hey servant, what do you want to eat?" "Fried chicken, grilled chicken wings, and ice cream." Hearing this, Asuka couldn't help but roll her eyes at you. Curling her finger, she flicked your forehead. "You were throwing up like crazy just now, and you still want to eat these?" "No way." Asuka refused flatly, her tone absolutely dictatorial. "You can only have rice porridge. Century egg porridge or fish fillet porridge?" "I'll give you 5 seconds." Your little face fell instantly, completely helpless. "Then century egg porridge it is." "Can I add a slice of blueberry cake?" Asuka didn't say a word, turning around to make the phone call. While waiting, you looked at the grass and wrinkled your face. "Will there be bugs here?" Asuka smirked wickedly to scare you. "Yes, and there are things that sting." "Don't sit down, just stand." You glared at her in dissatisfaction, having no choice but to sit down right next to her. Fortunately, you didn't wait long before someone brought the food over. But just as that person set the things down and prepared to leave, Asuka suddenly called out to her, "Wait a minute." The person froze. "Is there something else, Asuka-sama?" In the next second, Asuka curled her lips, commanding, "Take off your jacket." The person didn't dare to disobey, so she awkwardly took off her jacket and handed it over. Right after, Asuka tossed the jacket to you. Her beautiful face carried a look that said, "You are such a hassle," as she expressed. "Take this to sit on." You immediately let out a chuckle, spreading the jacket out and sitting on it, feeling instantly secure in your heart. But when you opened the bag, the savory aroma of fried chicken rushed out. Your eyes lit up, and sure enough, you dug out a paper box from inside. Just as your hand reached over, Asuka slapped your hand away, staring at you sternly. "Didn't I say? You're not allowed to eat this. Eat your porridge." As she spoke, she shoved the century egg porridge into your hands. Holding the porridge, you thought to yourself, "This is too much." You won't let me eat it, yet you bought it just to eat it right in front of my face." Asuka curled her long fingers, grabbing a piece of fried chicken and bringing it straight to her mouth. You had no choice but to open the lid aggrievedly and obediently sip your porridge. But halfway through the porridge, your eyes were glued straight to the fried chicken in Asuka's hand, and you couldn't even help but swallow your saliva. All of this was witnessed by Asuka. A flash of mischief crossed her eyes, and she shook the fried chicken in her hand, waving it around. Your eyes lit up instantly, your little head nodding frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. Who would have thought Asuka would speak with a casual shrug? "I'm thirsty." You quickly twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. But she shifted her shoulder. "Carrying you for so long, my shoulders are a bit sore." And so, you obediently stood up behind her to give her a massage. Only then did Asuka nod in satisfaction, bringing the fried chicken right in front of you. Your eyes shone with light, but then you heard her say, "I can let you have just one bite." Your little face fell instantly. "Just one bite?" Asuka snorted coldly. "Take it or leave it." "I want it, I want it, I want it," deeply afraid she would go back on her word. However, the split second Asuka handed the fried chicken over, you suddenly grabbed her wrist, opened your mouth, and bit off a massive mouthful, devouring it. Asuka froze on the spot. "Your mouth can actually open this wide." Watching you eat triumphantly, she wore a look of utter disgust. "You are so gross." You thrust your grease-covered hands right toward her. "You're the gross one! That's what you get for not letting me eat." "Don't touch me! It's dirty as hell!" Asuka shouted while dodging away. In the next second, she suddenly grabbed your hand, taking advantage of the momentum to press you firmly onto the grass. The posture between the two of you instantly became intimate. Terrified, you screamed, "Ah, Asuka, let me up quickly." But she only smirked wickedly, having absolutely no intention of letting go. And not far away, a pair of bloodshot eyes was staring fixedly at them. Riku's teeth were clenching so hard that spit was practically flying. Right at that moment, Asuka's phone suddenly rang. Only after answering the call did she let you go. She asked indifferently, "They are going to an izakaya bar, or should I just drive you home?" Without even thinking, you immediately raised your hand. "I want to go. I want to go," deeply afraid she would leave you behind. Asuka stood up. "Then let's go." Looking at the path you came from, you had a depressed look. "Do we have to walk back?" "It's so far." The moment the words left your mouth, a Bugatti sports car actually drove straight over. The person driving was none other than the delivery guy from just now. You smiled as you returned the jacket to him. "Thanks." Asuka, however, was already sitting inside the car, urging impatiently, "Get in the car quickly." You quickly sat in the passenger seat, turning your head to ask, "Then what about him?" You only heard Asuka toss out a line, "He can just walk back himself." In the next second, the sports car's engine roared, leaving everyone in the dust. Your heart leaped into your throat. "Drive slower." Your heart was still pounding wildly from the speed earlier. Asuka let out a soft huff, slowing down the car for you. "Is this fine now?" But by the time you arrived at the izakaya bar, everyone else had already arrived. Someone immediately started jeering. "Asuka-sama, why so slow? Could it be that you went to get intimate with your boyfriend?" The moment the words dropped, Riku walked over with his chest held high. Casting a sharp glance, he opened fire directly at you. "So you're Asuka-sama's new boyfriend? You must be quite capable. Pick a song to let everyone see your skills." He deliberately emphasized the word new. You immediately jabbed Asuka hard with your elbow. Who would have thought Asuka would actually glare back at you, smiling at the crowd? "He isn't my boyfriend." The entire venue froze in an instant, and Riku looked even more bewildered, just when he thought he had gotten his way. Asuka curled her lips into a wicked arc, suddenly planting a hard kiss on your face. In an incredibly sweet, sticky voice, she announced, "He is my husband." Just when he thought he had gotten his way, Asuka curled her lips into a wicked arc, suddenly planting a hard kiss on your face. In an incredibly sweet, sticky voice, she announced, "He is my husband." The moment these words came out, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Riku's face turned the color of pig liver on the spot. You snuggled triumphantly into her embrace. Asuka leaned close to your ear and asked softly, "Want to sing a song?" You glanced at Riku, returning a kiss on her face. "Sure, but I'll only sing it for you alone, wife. Next, you actually picked an English song. Holding the microphone, you feigned bashfulness. I rarely sing, so please bear with me if I don't sing well. However, the moment you opened your mouth, the entire venue fell into dead silence. This voice, this accent, sounded exactly like the original track. Right at that moment, Asuka's phone suddenly rang. She stole a glance at it and actually hung up directly. Curious, you asked, "Who called?" She didn't say a word, but within a few seconds, the phone rang again. Asuka released her arm from around you. "I'm going out to take a call." The moment her front foot stepped out, a crowd of people swarmed around you from behind. "Are you really Asuka-sama's husband? What exactly is your relationship?" You only flashed a mysterious smile. Right then, those few wealthy young ladies who hadn't spoken up this whole time actually pushed the crowd aside, surrounding you right in the center. "Hey, handsome, want to play a game together?" Riku immediately stood up, raising an eyebrow provocatively at you. "You're not scared, are you? It's just a little game." You smiled. "If we're playing, let's play. What's there to be afraid of?" But the moment you finished speaking, Riku sat down right beside you, announcing the rules, drawing poker cards. The highest is the king. The lowest is the slave. The king can command the slave to do absolutely anything. The moment the words landed, someone brought over a table packed entirely with alcohol. Riku pointed at the glasses, wearing a malicious smile. "If you can't do it, you drink a glass." Your brows furrowed tightly, only now realizing that this was a trap. Riku, however, comforted you hypocritically. "Let's do a trial round first. Let's do a trial round first." And so, the first round began. Riku himself drew the lowest card, and the one who became king was precisely that young lady from just now. The lady smiled seductively, issuing a direct command, "Give me a kiss." In the next second, the two of them actually engaged in a passionate French kiss right in front of everyone. Watching this made you feel totally nauseous, and your heart grew increasingly anxious. "What is taking that girl Asuka so long to get back?" you muttered to yourself. Unfortunately, right at this time, the second round began. You steeled yourself and drew a card, flipping it over to look. 3 of diamonds, the lowest in the entire room. Even more fatally, the king of this round turned out to be Riku. The corners of Riku's mouth curled into a triumphant arc, his eyes fixed on you like a predator watching its prey. He cleared his throat, just about to give his command. "All right, I am the king, so I command you." But before he could even finish his sentence, you suddenly reached out, grabbing a glass of alcohol from the table. Without a single word, you downed it completely in one gulp. The liquid burned hotly down your throat. Forcing down the nausea, you slammed the empty glass heavily back down. "I finished it." You turned the glass upside down, with not a single drop remaining. Riku's face turned completely black in an instant, but the surrounding young ladies erupted into loud cheers. As expected of Asuka-sama's man, dominant enough. You cast a sideways glance at Riku's furious face. "Trying to plot against me? Not a chance." Right after, the next round began. You were holding back a surge of energy, desperately wanting to become king so you could counterattack Riku. Surprisingly, the unlucky one this time was Riku again. The wealthy young lady who became king gave a direct order. "Riku, dance a bit to liven things up." Riku hesitated a bit, but still performed a dance routine. The entire venue erupted into cheers instantly. But when he came back, he exchanged a deeply meaningful look with the person next to him. Sure enough, in the next round, the person who lost was you. You immediately sensed something was wrong. How is it that every single time, the loser is one of us two guys? This is too much of a coincidence. But accepting your defeat and not wanting to be pranked, you could only choose to drink the alcohol. Next, it was as if you were possessed. You kept losing. 2 glasses until the 6th glass went down your throat. You let out a loud burp, your consciousness completely blurred. "No more. I can't drink anymore." Right at that moment, Riku approached with a smirk, exchanging a glance with the wealthy young lady beside him, his eyes filled entirely with calculation. "Look how drunk you are. Asuka-sama will be heartbroken. Let me take you upstairs to rest." As he spoke, he reached out to pull you up. "Who even are you?" Your face almost pressing right up against his. But suddenly, you wrinkled your nose fiercely, pushing him away hard. "You stink so bad! Get away from me!" Riku's face turned green instantly. This bastard actually dared to say he stank. Forcing down the urge to punch you, he smiled hypocritically. I'm Riku. You're completely wasted. I'll take you up. In his mind, however, he was plotting an even more malicious plan. Once we get to the room, I'll arrange for a woman to go inside, and then call Asuka-sama to catch them red-handed in bed. Let's see how she can still want this little bastard after that. Riku's smile became much more genuine, and straining under your weight, he supported you, about to head upstairs. But just when he thought his plan was about to succeed, smelling that overwhelming scent of strong cologne, your stomach suddenly turned violently upside down. I'm gonna throw up! Riku's face went pale. Don't you dare throw up on me! Terrified, he threw you straight back onto the sofa. Right at that moment, the door to the private room was violently pushed open. Asuka happened to walk right into this scene, her brow furrowing sharply. Riku, what do you think you're doing? With his plan ruined, Riku explained in a complete panic. Asuka-sama, you've misunderstood. I saw that he was drunk, so I wanted to take him upstairs to rest and wait for you. Drunk? Asuka rubbed her brow and walked closer, only to see your little face completely flushed, passed out, and entirely dead to the world. She glanced over the glasses and the poker cards on the table, understanding everything in an instant. Letting out a cold snort, her gaze swept across everyone present. She walked over to support you, but unexpectedly, you suddenly struggled, throwing your entire body into her embrace. In the next second, the lips of the two of you actually crashed together. It was only for a single second, but Asuka completely froze on the spot. On her thin lips, the refreshing breath of the young man still lingered. The entire room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at this scene, completely dumbfounded. Asuka let out an uneasy cough, supporting you directly as she walked out. You guys keep playing. I'm leaving first. The moment the door closed, the room erupted into a frenzy of gossip. Did I see that right? Asuka-sama actually blushed just now. How is that even possible? Asuka-sama is so experienced, and she blushes just from a brush of the lips? These words happened to drift straight into Riku's ears. His expression became terrifyingly dark, and turning around sharply, he barked, Shut up! You all saw wrong. You absolutely saw wrong. Furious, Riku threw himself back onto the sofa, grabbing a glass of alcohol and chugging it down. The wealthy young lady beside him hugged him close. Don't be angry anymore. Didn't we already mess with him just now? But Riku's eyes were full of pure hatred. What do these people know? They all think Asuka is incredibly experienced, but only an ex-boyfriend like him knows a shocking secret. Asuka has dated countless guys, but she has never actually kissed anyone. But Riku's eyes were full of pure hatred. What do these people know? They all think Asuka is incredibly experienced, but only an ex-boyfriend like him knows a shocking secret. Asuka has dated countless guys, but she has never actually kissed anyone. That kiss was an obsession he had only dreamed of obtaining. But now, it had been easily snatched away, right in front of his eyes by you. That accidental kiss ignited Riku's burning jealousy. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. He would remember this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Asuka was driving the car, but her thoughts were already in complete disarray. That touch that lasted only a second kept replaying inside her mind. In the passenger seat, you were sleeping like a baby. Suddenly, a black car blocked the middle of the road. Several men holding weapons rushed out of the vehicle. Just as she was about to reverse, another black car blocked her escape route. Her gaze turned sharp as she unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Facing the swinging iron bars, her tone remained perfectly calm. Is there a problem? The bald man's face was full of greed. 500,000 yen, hand it over for us to spend. Asuka smiled. 500,000 yen? Even if it were dropped on the ground, I wouldn't bother picking it up. Before the words even completely left his mouth, she kicked the bald man over. My money. I'd rather throw it in the trash than give it to you. A few minutes later, all the thugs were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Stepping directly onto the bald man's face, she looked incredibly fierce. This head of yours isn't bad. It could be kicked around like a soccer ball. The bald man was scared out of his wits, crying and screaming for mercy. Big sister, spare my life. I was only ordered by someone else to do this. Ordered by someone else? E. Asuka's brow furrowed, a wave of unease surging into her heart. Right at that moment, a scream came from inside the car. Oh no, luring the tiger away from the mountain. She bolted back to the side of the car. The passenger door was wide open. You were gone. Asuka's blood instantly ran cold. Damn it! She was just about to go crazy trying to chase after them, when a faint voice drifted from the back seat of the car. Asuka? I'm over here. It turned out you had actually crawled into the back seat all by yourself. Her racing heart finally settled down, but in the next second, you slumped over right into her embrace. Asuka stroked your head, her voice turning unusually gentle. It's fine now. Following that, she stuffed you back into the passenger seat but couldn't help pinching your face. Let's see if you dare to be this stupid next time. You lowered your head aggrievedly. I feel sick. She immediately lost all her irritation, having no choice but to drive home. Returning to the apartment, she carried you directly upstairs on her back. But just as she placed you onto the bed and prepared to leave, you tightly clutched the corner of her clothes. Don't go. Asuka let out a sigh, sitting down by your bed. I'm not going. You really are a handful. Although her words sounded displeased, her hand remained completely willing to be held by you. Right then, she noticed something wasn't right. Your face was so red it looked like it was about to drip blood, which didn't look like someone who had only had a few drinks. She suddenly recalled the glasses on the table, a heavily mixed cocktail with an incredibly strong delayed kick. Those bastards actually dared to intentionally get you this drunk? A surge of rage burned in her chest. But precisely at this moment, you unconsciously licked your lips. Those pink, tender lips instantly hooked her gaze. Unexpectedly, that soft sensation from earlier suddenly rushed back to her mind. Her heartbeat spiraled out of control, and her body began to flush with heat along with it. Her deep gaze pinned firmly onto your lips. She actually couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. A daring thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She actually wanted to kiss you? This thought gave her entire body a jolt. She must be going crazy, but right then, you twisted uncomfortably on the bed. Asuka, I'm hot. It feels so uncomfortable here. Your hand clutched at your chest, scratching red marks across your fair skin. Asuka couldn't bear to watch any longer. Stop scratching. She pulled your hand away, half blamingly helping you rub your chest. Is it here? Feeling any better? You let out a comfortable hum, subconsciously nuzzling closer into her embrace. At first, she simply wanted to help you out, but as she kept rubbing, her palm involuntarily drifted downward. Her breathing grew a bit heavier along with it. The temperature of the room felt as though it had suddenly skyrocketed. Right at that moment, you let out a soft sigh and actually began to settle down gradually. You quietly closed your eyes, falling fast asleep. Asuka became instantly frustrated. You're the one who lit the fire, so why should she be the only one left to put it out? Once this man gets comfortable, he just... What does he take her for? A wicked smile curled on Asuka's lips as she suddenly rose, leaning her body down. Her warm breath brushed past your cheek, a trace of desire hidden within her dark eyes. Her pretty face kept drawing closer, her gaze burning hot. The scales in her heart tilted completely, and a devilish thought sprouted. Anyway, he's asleep. In the next second, she leaned down. The youth's refreshing breath was pure and delightful. She hesitated no longer, her thin lips pressing accurately over your lips. The moment they touched, that soft sensation made her entire body shudder. It was like jelly, yet warm. But what she wanted was more than just this. Just how sweet is this kid's taste? She had always been domineering, doing whatever she wanted. Since I've already kissed him, I might as well get my money's worth. Her thin lips pressed down firmly, parting and intertwining deeply. Right at that moment, you suddenly parted your lips slightly. Your pink tongue actually poked out proactively, brushing past her lips. This single action completely ignited her. She suddenly enclosed that little tongue that had walked right into her trap, kissing you deeply. You began to struggle, your hands weakly pushing against her chest. But she had absolutely no intention of letting go. Not until you were about to suffocate did she finally release you. With their noses touching, their breaths intertwined, the atmosphere became so thick it felt like it could squeeze out water. Her burning, beautiful eyes, stared fixedly at your lips that had been kissed into a deep scarlet. For the first time, she discovered that you were actually quite handsome. Savoring the sweetness from just now, her thoughts ran wild, and she actually leaned in once again. However, in the next second, your eyelashes suddenly fluttered. She froze instantly, rolling over with lightning speed to lie down properly. Who would have thought you hadn't woken up at all? Not only did you not wake up, but instead, your little head tilted, burying itself straight into her embrace. You even tightly grabbed her clothes, continuing to snore away. Asuka was completely stunned, finding it both awkward and hilarious. Fortunately, I wasn't caught. She paused for a moment, taking advantage of the position to reach out, holding you tightly in her arms. Nuzzling her nose against the crook of your neck, she breathed in that heart-stirring fragrance. What kind of body wash does this kid usually use? How can the scent on his body smell this good? She paused for a moment, taking advantage of the position to reach out, holding you tightly in her arms. Nuzzling her nose against the crook of your neck, she breathed in that heart-stirring fragrance. What kind of body wash does this kid usually use? How can this scent on his body smell this good? When you finally woke up, your head felt like it was splitting open, as if it had been run over by a truck. The pain made you roll around on the bed. My head hurts so bad. This is awful. At this time, Asuka walked over with a cold expression, holding a cup in her hand. Her red lips let out a soft huff. In the next second, she pulled you straight up from the bed. Now you know how it feels. Drink this, and you'll feel much better. Her tone was cold and stern, yet it carried a trace of impatient concern. You obediently drank the medicine down. As a result, your little face immediately wrinkled up like a crumpled bun. This tastes horrible. Seeing that you finished it, only then did Asuka let go of you, casually setting the cup aside. Right after, as if performing a magic trick, she produced a lollipop out of nowhere. The sweet taste of the strawberry candy instantly washed away the bitterness of the medicine. Your expression finally smoothed out. I hate bitter things the most. Holding the candy in your mouth, you slumped back onto the bed. Asuka only spared you a single glance, then remarked indifferently, "Then keep sleeping. I'm leaving." However, by the time the lollipop was finished, the medicine began to take effect. The headache lessened, but your stomach began to protest. Consequently, you had no choice but to scramble up, rushing out of the room in your slippers. "I'm hungry." Like a child who hadn't grown up, you clambered all the way into the living room. Asuka was sitting on the sofa, a laptop resting on her lap. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, her slender fingers typing rapidly across the keyboard, busy with who knows what. "I'm hungry," you emphasized once more, walking directly over to her side, and with a plop, you sat down right on the sofa. Who would have thought, as if she were hiding some secret, she would suddenly snap the laptop screen shut. Glancing at you, "Isn't there food on the table? Go get it yourself." Pouting your little lips, "I don't want to move." The meaning was clear. You just wanted her to get it for you. She poked your forehead with her finger, her face full of disgust. "Louis, how can you be so lazy? Go brush your teeth and wash your face first, before you come eat breakfast." "But I'm so hungry." You puckered your little face aggrievedly, tugging at her sleeve and insistently leaning your head against her. In the next second, an unnatural blush actually crept onto Asuka's pretty face. With you leaning so close to her, the refreshing scent of youth radiating from your body instantly reminded her of the sneaky thing she did last night. Guilt-ridden like a thief, she pushed you away hard. "Don't lean against me. Go brush your teeth quickly. Do you actually expect this young lady to serve you? Stop dreaming. Go do it yourself quickly." You looked at her unhappily. "Fine, I'll go," you muttered under your breath, completely feeling that Asuka was acting very weirdly. Clearly, when she brought you the medicine earlier, she still remembered your hatred for bitter things, and thoughtfully prepared a lollipop, which moved you to tears. But you never expected that in the blink of an eye, she would start acting disgusted by you again. With a gloomy expression, you got off the sofa and walked into the bathroom to freshen up in a huff. By the time you came out, Asuka was already sitting at the dining table, as if she were specifically waiting for you. A smile instantly broke across your face, and you walked over to sit right beside her. Seeing the breakfast on the table, your eyes lit up completely, and you couldn't help but say joyfully, "Asuka, you still remember my tastes. Everything you bought is my favorite. I just bought it at random. Who would remember what you like to eat?" Although she said that with her mouth, she still helped you unwrap the lid, placing the porridge right in front of you. She didn't forget to caution you. The porridge is very hot. Be careful when you eat it. I want to drink milk first. Ignoring her warning, you reached out to grab the blueberry milk, opening it and drinking. Looking at you, Asuka couldn't help but tease you contextually with a laugh. How old are you even? Haven't you weaned off milk yet? Isn't this kind of stuff something only little kids like to have? After downing a whole bottle, you set down the empty container. I just happen to like blueberry. What's it to you? Seeing the ring of a milk mustache around your mouth, Asuka instantly covered her lips and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! Look at you! Are you trying to kill me with laughter first thing in the morning? Oh my gosh, my stomach hurts so bad from laughing. Right now, with a ring of milk stains smudging your mouth, you looked exceptionally comical. No wonder Asuka laughed like that. You quickly used the back of your hand to wipe your lips. There's still some here. It's smeared all around. Can't you even feel it? Having laughed her fill, Asuka actually reached out, intending to help you wipe it away. Hearing her say this, you subconsciously ran your tongue all around your lips. As a result, the tip of your pink tongue happened to lick right against her finger. Asuka froze instantly, her beautiful eyes staring at you in a daze. Her mind uncontrollably replayed just how sweet your lips were last night, and how your flexible tongue was so soft, intertwining with hers. Asuka, your face seems red. Is something wrong? You asked in confusion. Asuka awkwardly averted her gaze, stiffly drawing back her hand. Letting out a covering cough, she said, Maybe it's because the porridge is a bit hot. Hurry up and eat. Didn't you say you were very hungry? Oh. Completely failing to notice anything amiss, you suddenly brought your little face right up in front of her. So are there still milk stains around my mouth? Your sudden action made Asuka's heart skip a violent beat. This look of yours was practically like delivering yourself straight to her doorstep, begging her to kiss you. She immediately took half a step back, imperceptibly, pulling out a tissue and handing it to you, feigning disgust. Wipe it yourself? Can't your own lips feel anything? You don't even know if something is stuck on them. You licked your lips again, but suddenly noticing something wrong, you frowned. My lip hurts a bit. It feels like the skin is split. How did this happen? You blinked, trying hard to recall, but you couldn't remember at all when you could have injured the corner of your mouth. How should I know? You must have accidentally bitten it yourself. Asuka blurted out, her expression actually looking a bit nervous. You blinked, trying hard to recall, but you couldn't remember at all when you could have injured the corner of your mouth. How should I know? You must have accidentally bitten it yourself, Asuka blurted out, her expression actually looking a bit nervous. Though your face was filled with confusion, you didn't suspect anything, figuring you really might have just accidentally bitten it yourself. Once you reasoned it out, you stopped obsessing over this minor injury. Wiping your mouth clean, you headed upstairs. After a short while, you came running back down in your slippers. Do you happen to have a VIP premium membership for any luxury clothing stores? You asked the question as you came downstairs, only to find that Asuka had changed her clothes and looked ready to head out. Are you going out to have fun? You knit your brows in a dilemma. Right now, your whole body felt completely drained of energy, and you just wanted to lie down like a corpse at home. Yeah, she responded indifferently. Seeing that you really had no intention of tag-along, she added, Just stay home and rest then. I have some business to take care of, so I'll be back a bit late. Seeing her turn around to leave, you hurriedly chased after her. Hey, you haven't told me yet. Do you have a VIP premium membership for those luxury clothing brands? Asuka turned her head, asking impatiently. Only now did you perceive her coldness toward you, completely clueless as to how you had annoyed her again. Still, you explained, I want to buy clothes. The clothes I brought back with me to the country are too few, but I don't want to go out either. Today is the last day of the weekend, and school starts tomorrow, so there's absolutely no time to go shopping. Asuka's tone was full of mock disgust. You really are a hassle. Can't you just buy them when you have time? Even though she said so with her mouth, she walked back into the living room, picking up the iPad on the coffee table. Opening an app. With my status, which brand wouldn't treat me like a deity? How could I possibly not have a premium membership? Buy them yourself. I'm leaving. She tossed the iPad straight to you without giving you a single glance, turning around to walk out. You almost dropped it. Fortunately, your reflexes were fast enough to keep the iPad from smashing onto the ground. By the time you recovered your wits, Asuka had already vanished without a trace. Pouting your lips, you complained. She was so caring yesterday, yet she's this cold today. A woman's mind is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. However, you suddenly remembered something. Last night, at the izakaya bar, she had gone out to take a phone call that lasted for a very long time. At first, she kept hanging up, as if she didn't want to answer it, and only picked up impatiently later on. Who on earth made that call? Could it be that the phone call put her in a bad mood, so she's taking it out on you? You finally found a plausible reason to explain the shift in her attitude. Who doesn't have a little bit of a temper? Kudo sifan achas. You decided to forgive her. And so, sitting cross-legged on the sofa with the iPad resting on your lap, you began to study the app. It actually turned out to be an exclusive ordering system for brand boutiques, accessible only to the most prestigious members. Truly wealthy people didn't even need to visit the actual counters to buy clothes. The boutiques would upload their latest arrivals onto the software, and as long as members selected them online, dedicated personnel would deliver them straight to the door for home try-ons, with payments made only after satisfaction. Even top international luxury brands could be delivered via private cargo planes. This service was absolute supreme tier. You couldn't help but sigh in awe. It's so good to be rich. Throughout the entire morning, you tirelessly browsed and picked out clothes. Over these years, you had grown from a boy into a young youth, and back in America, you mostly wore local streetwear brands. Fortunately, these brands were available domestically too, so you selected whatever caught your eye. Consequently, various luxury boutiques dispatched staff to deliver a mountain-like pile of clothes. Before you knew it, it was already noon. You had just finished trying on a favorite t-shirt. Right after you tried on the t-shirt, your stomach, rumble, began to growl. Just as you were thinking of ordering delivery, an enticing aroma suddenly wafted right into your nose. Smells so good! You almost drooled. What kind of heavenly gourmet food is this? Why are there so many clothes? Rui, did you buy out their entire shop? A crisp voice traveled over, and Asuka actually appeared at the doorway. How come you're back? You walked over, looking at her curiously. Asuka glanced at you, her tone carrying a trace of annoyance. Can't I come back? This is my house? But your eyes immediately caught sight of the bag in her hand, from which that delicious aroma was drifting. Skipping and hopping over, you stared at her with a beaming smile. You didn't specifically buy lunch for me, did you? Wife, you're the best! Saying this, you suddenly planted a quick kiss on her. This casual kiss made Asuka freeze instantly. It felt as though something had forcefully struck her heart, causing it to beat in utter disarray. You, however, were completely oblivious, snatching the bag away and heading straight to sit at the dining table, impatiently unwrapping it. Pizza and roasted chicken wings! They happen to be exactly what I love to eat. Asuka finally managed to regain her composure, letting out an uneasy cough. She didn't sit down. Instead, she walked over to the side of the sofa, looking at the heap of clothes covering the floor. They were all athletic styles, mostly in black colors. Her brow creased slightly. Right then, she spotted a box resting on the coffee table. Curiously picking up the small item inside and unfolding it to look, it actually turned out to be a pair of men's underwear printed with cartoon patterns. She froze on the spot, her eyes staring blankly at the item in her hands. She was actually holding your undergarment! A blush instantly painted itself across Asuka's pretty face. You were eating happily, but glancing over by chance, you witnessed this mind-shattering scene. Letting out a sharp shriek, you bolted over, snatching the cartoon underwear right out of her hands. Why are you randomly touching other people's things? Your face turned completely crimson as you glared at her angrily, your eyes full of embarrassed resentment. Asuka, however, suddenly curled her attractive lips into a wicked smirk, picking up another pair of briefs from the box. Deliberately dangling them right in front of your face, she asked nonchalantly, "Little Rui, don't tell me that you actually wear these? I told you not to touch them." In a total huff, you reached out to snatch them back again. Letting out a playful laugh, Asuka flicked her long fingers, easily dodging your hand. I'm your wife, so why can't I touch them? Your underpants actually have cartoon patterns on them. Isn't that way too childish? I prefer pure black ones. The tips of your ears were thoroughly red. What kind you like has nothing to do with me. Give them back to me quickly. Your underpants actually have cartoon patterns on them. Isn't that way too childish? I prefer pure black ones. The tips of your ears were thoroughly red. What kind you like has nothing to do with me. Give them back to me quickly, you pervert. Blushing with embarrassment, you reached out to grab them again. After all, with these being intimate clothing items, having a girl hold them like this made you want to find a hole to crawl into. Why did it turn out like this? It was precisely because she wasn't home that you had dared to leave your things out on the table. Who could have known she would return without making a sound? So this is what you call being a pervert? Asuka raised her fine eyebrows wickedly. Taking advantage of you reaching your hand over, she suddenly grabbed your wrist. You were pulled directly down to sit on the sofa, and she immediately leaned her body down, pinning you into a corner of the sofa in a wall slam posture. Asuka, stop messing around. Give the things back to me. Having a girl hold a guy's undergarments, did she have no sense of shame? Right now, your eyes were entirely focused on the briefs in her hand, completely failing to notice the highly intimate position between the two of you. Didn't you call me a pervert? Then I'll let you see what a real pervert is like. Asuka seemed to have thought of a great idea, her beautiful lips turning up into a mischievous smile. Give it back to me first. You were straining your arm, completely failing to hear what she was saying, single-mindedly focused on retrieving your male garments. Asuka, driven to utter exasperation, you shouted at her. Asuka kept smiling, watching your frantic, exasperated look. It was simply adorable, making her want to tease you even more. You glared at her in a huff, puffing up your cheeks. Your bright eyes sparked with fire. What exactly do you want? I don't want anything. Asuka acted perfectly innocent. Then hurry up and give the things back to me. You were too embarrassed to even voice the word out loud. Asuka looked down at your open palm. The posture of demanding things back was certainly taken for granted. She let out a deliberately dissatisfied huff. Is this the kind of attitude you have when asking someone for a favor? So arrogant? Who is the one being arrogant here? Clearly, you're the most arrogant one. Originally, to prevent you from discovering the secret of her kissing you last night, she had to pretend to give you the cold shoulder this morning. But now, the opportunity had arrived, allowing her to get physically close to you completely out in the open. How could she possibly pass it up? Leaning this close to you, she could smell that pleasant, clean youth fragrance on your body. She couldn't help but let her imagination wander, instantly savoring that kiss from last night. It was sweet and soft. She really wanted to kiss you again. Sensing her leaning closer and closer, only now did you suddenly realize that you were pinned by her into the corner of the sofa. The posture was incredibly close. Anyone who didn't know the context would absolutely misunderstand. Right then, Asuka suddenly tilted your chin up. Do you want to know what a real pervert is like? Her warm breath fanned across your face, and the pure lily fragrance belonging to a girl enveloped you in an instant. Your cheeks burned hot, and your heartbeat also accelerated for some inexplicable reason. You shrank your neck back, not daring to look into her eyes, always feeling as though those deep pools were about to draw you right inside. I don't want to know, okay, you stammered out, only feeling your heart pounding as if you were sick. It was actually beating faster than when you finished running a lap in gym class, almost about to leap out of your chest. No way, Asuka refused domineeringly. You stole a glance at her, always feeling that she harbored no good intentions and that there must be a plot. Therefore, she could forget about making you nod your head. I don't want to know. Hurry up and give my things back to me. You paid absolutely no attention to what she wanted to do, holding on to only one goal, to snatch back the item in her hand. Once you snatched it back, you were going to bolt straight back to your room, lock it up, and never see anyone again. Fine, back to you. Asuka suddenly compromised, handing her hand straight toward you. You looked at her suspiciously. Really? Just a moment ago, she refused to give it to you, and now she was proactively returning it. No matter how you thought about it, it felt fishy. What on earth was her motive? Do you want it or not? Asuka was smiling broadly, a little demon seemingly flashing within her eyes. You quickly nodded, deeply afraid she would change her mind, and hurriedly reached out your hand to take it. But Asuka pulled a trick, suddenly jerking her hand back. Asuka, are you messing with me? You gritted your teeth. Of course not. If you want to take it back, shouldn't you give me a little benefit first? Asuka looked into your eyes, her smile looking thoroughly mischievous. Then what do you... Just as you were about to ask what she wanted, Asuka's face suddenly drew incredibly close, leaving only a few centimeters of distance from your face, and it was continuing to narrow. What do you think? Her voice was low and raspy, carrying a fatally magnetic charm. Could she want to? Your face grew hot all over again, seeing her drawing even closer. You were so startled that you quickly squeezed your eyes shut, your mind turning into a complete jumble. Suddenly, something draped over your head. You were so startled that your eyes snapped open. Ha! Ha! Asuka's wild laughter rang in your ears. The tiny undergarment she had been holding in her hand was gone, so it wasn't hard to figure out. Asu! Ka! A furious roar erupted, as if the entire house were shaking. You were worried to death. This jerk actually put the cartoon briefs on your head. What was even more outrageous was that this absolute jerk Asuka actually pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of you with a loud click. Now this is what you call a pervert. With a thoroughly flushed face, you quickly pulled the item off your head and lunged at her in a complete rage. Asuka! I'm gonna destroy you! Asuka was caught completely off guard by your sudden lunge, stumbling backward and nearly falling over. She quickly wrapped her arms around you, and the two of you tumbled together onto the sofa. You lunged forward, trying to snatch her phone. Delete that photo right now. Give me the phone. Asuka wasn't intimidated by you at all. Instead, she laughed even more joyfully. Haha. Do you have any idea how hilarious you looked just now? It was way too adorable. Hey, if I send this to my parents, they'll absolutely love it too, don't you think? Don't you dare! You roared at her, feeling like an absolute idiot. Just a moment ago, you had actually thought she was leaning in to kiss you. It turned out she had deliberately lured you into closing your eyes just to execute her little prank. You must have been completely out of your mind to think she wanted to kiss you. Asuka glanced at the photo on her phone and couldn't help but let out another snicker. I can laugh at this photo for a whole year. I have to treasure and preserve this properly. Hearing her say she wanted to keep it forever, you were so anxious you were on the verge of tears, saying frantically, "Can't you just delete it, please? What's so good about a photo like that? You really are a pervert." Asuka shrugged her shoulders, a playful smile gleaming in her deep eyes. I think it's very cute, don't you think so? With a dark look on your face, you spoke one word at a time. No, I don't. You were the victim in this embarrassing photo, so how could you possibly find it amusing? Yet Asuka looked like she was admiring a masterpiece, staring at your completely dazed expression in the photo, with the cartoon men's briefs sitting right on top of your head. No matter how she looked at it, it was absolutely hilarious, and it filled her heart with pure joy. How could she possibly delete such an adorable photo? You're still looking at it? Asuka, give it to me and delete it. Delete it. You're still looking. Asuka, give it to me and delete it. Delete it. Delete it. Using both your hands and feet, your entire body was practically pinning her down as you strained with all your might to reach for her phone. Suddenly flashed a wicked smile, her hot breath deliberately brushing against your face. Little boy, your lower body is pressing right against me. Startled, you looked down. Sure enough, your lower body was pressed tightly against her soft frame, and you had been completely unaware of it yourself. Your small face flushed crimson instantly. You quickly scrambled off her, glaring at her with a mix of anger and frustration. Extending your hand, you said, "Just give me the phone." Stop messing around, okay? I'm not messing around. Even as Asuka said this with her mouth, her fingers were moving rapidly across the screen, saving the photo directly into her private, locked album. Sitting there anxiously, you said to her urgently, "Then delete the original. You can't seriously be planning to keep such an embarrassing photo, right?" Asuka nodded, flashing a wicked smile. She even deliberately waved her phone in front of you. "Of course I'm keeping it. This is going to be my leverage over you from now on." You immediately deflated. Looking at her posture, you knew there was no way she would give the photo back to you. Then you are absolutely not allowed to let anyone else see this photo, do you hear me? You tried your absolute best to put on a fierce expression. Got it? Asuka laughed secretly in her heart. She wouldn't dream of letting anyone else see you looking this adorable anyway. You had no choice but to drop the matter for now, but in your mind, you secretly plotted that you would definitely find an opportunity to steal her phone and delete it later. Asuka slipped her phone back into her pocket and picked up the iPad from the coffee table, logging into a luxury brand ordering app. She swept a glance over your pile of clothes and spoke with dissatisfaction. These clothes of yours are way too childish. Anyone who didn't know better would think you're an elementary schooler. You're already a high school student, so you should dress a bit sharper. Stop trying to act younger than you are. As she spoke, her fingers kept swiping rapidly through the app. Whenever she saw something she liked, she selected it and threw it straight into the shopping cart. You instantly got a bad feeling. Leaning your head over to take a look, you happened to see her selecting a box of solid black men's underwear. The other clothes were all in a similarly mature style, a style you would never normally wear. You glared at her. Why are you picking out stuff like that for me? I don't like wearing those kinds of clothes, don't buy them. Yet, this absolute jerk, even though you explicitly told her not to buy them, went ahead and processed the payment immediately, skipping the home try-on entirely. You spendthrift, these clothes are so expensive. And you didn't even ask me, you just bought them directly. I don't even like them, isn't this a total waste? Did she just have too much money with nowhere to spend it? In one go, she had bought you over a dozen outfits, totaling well over 100,000 yen? Asuka, however, was beaming. Buying clothes for my husband, isn't that perfectly natural? Look at that shirt you just bought, it's over 20,000 yen. Isn't this an absolute ripoff? It's just that tiny bit of fabric, it's not like it's plated in gold. How can it be so expensive? Designer goods are expensive for a reason. As long as it looks good, that's all that matters. It looks fine, but I don't like wearing that style of clothing. Asuka suddenly blinked, pouting her lips. Her tone carried a heavy layer of threat. These are clothes I bought. I dare you not to wear them. You collapsed straight backward onto the sofa, letting out a miserable wail. You felt like dying right then and there. Now you finally understood exactly why she wanted to keep that photo. With that leverage in her hands, how could you ever resist her in the future? This girl was simply too calculating. On Monday at school, the moment you walked into the classroom and just sat down, Yuki turned her head around, looking at you with concern as she asked, "Rui, are you okay?" You blinked in confusion. "I'm fine. Is something supposed to be wrong with me?" Yuki turned her whole body around, facing you directly. Her expression flickered with hesitation before she finally spoke. "The rumors about you confessing your love to Hanuka, are they true? Did she say yes to you? When you went looking for her before, was it because you liked her and wanted to confess to her? Only then did you suddenly remember the whole video incident. You said, caught between amusement and dismay, 'Of course it's not true.' You saw the video too. I just needed to talk to her about something, it wasn't a confession. I don't even know who filmed that video, talking absolute nonsense without knowing the truth." Hearing your denial, Yuki let out a massive sigh of relief. Unable to hide her joy, she asked eagerly, "Really? You really weren't confessing to Hanuka? You don't like her?" "I do like her," you blurted out. Yuki's expression stiffened instantly, a wave of disappointment creeping into the depths of her eyes. You hurriedly laughed and explained, "I like her in terms of admiration, not the romantic kind of feelings. After all, a girl like Hanuka is completely the ideal goddess in every guy's heart. There are very few guys who wouldn't like her, right?" Only then did Yuki let out a long breath. "Don't scare me like that." You were utterly baffled. This wasn't anything to be scared about. Even if you really had confessed to her, you completely failed to see what her concern was. An unnatural blush crept onto Yuki's face and she quickly tried to cover it up. "I just thought it was really surprising, that's all. As long as you weren't confessing to her, it's fine. But you'd better find a way to clarify this matter. I'll help you." You simply waved your hand indifferently. "There's nothing that really needs clarifying, it's just gossip. The students will forget all about it after a while. Anyway, I've already explained it to Asuka. As for what other people thought of you, you didn't care in the slightest. It wasn't like it would cost you a piece of skin, but Yuki didn't think that way. Her expression was dead serious, as if this matter were incredibly severe. She looked at you with a face full of worry and said, "Rui, you might not know this, but Hanukkah has a massive number of admirers. If they really think your confession was successful, they will very likely target you." You waved your hand completely carelessly. "Don't worry, nobody dares to do anything to me." You technically had that tyrant Asuka backing you up, so who would dare touch you? However, you forgot the most critical point. Nobody else actually knew about your relationship with Asuka. Oh, and there's one more thing. Yuki suddenly remembered something, her face turning a bit uneasy. She glanced warily at the people around them, leaning closer to you, and murmured softly, "On Friday, I heard that Lady Asuka turned the entire school upside down looking for you. I don't know if it's true. Did something happen between you and her?" Immediately after, she dropped a massive bombshell, and I managed to find out that on that exact day, Lady Asuka broke up with Ruka. Everyone is whispering right now that you are Lady Asuka's brand new target, and that she's planning to pursue you. Immediately after, she dropped a massive bombshell, and I managed to find out that on that exact day, Lady Asuka broke up with Ruka. Everyone is whispering right now that you are Lady Asuka's brand new target. You're saying she turned the entire school upside down looking for me that day? Hearing this sentence, your eyes lit up instantly. You couldn't help but snicker happily in your heart. That jerk Asuka was still acting like she didn't care about you, even leaving ahead of you without waiting to go home together. You could almost visualize it perfectly. She must have searched the entire school and couldn't find you, tried calling your phone but couldn't get through, and then used who knows what method to discover that you had skipped class with Hanukkah, which is why she got so furious. No wonder her rage was so terrifying that night. Your heart felt incredibly sweet. You quickly lowered your head to send a text message to Asuka, even adding a playful, funny face at the very end. Seeing you looking so completely relaxed and unbothered, Yuki felt like the proverbial anxious servant to an indifferent emperor. She asked urgently, "When you said before that you didn't like Lady Asuka, was that true? What if she actually pursues you? After all, she is Lady Asuka. She's a total veteran in romance, and her personal traits are so incredible. In the entire Sanyu Academy, nobody can even compare to her. If she were to proactively pursue a guy, what guy wouldn't be smitten? But Yuki firmly believed that you were special. You weren't a superficial boy who would fall for someone, simply because they were good-looking or had a great body." Before you could even answer, the warning bell for class rang. The English teacher stepped into the classroom right on the dot, her gaze locking onto you the very first second. You quickly gave Yuki a little shove. "The teacher is here." The English teacher already had a major issue with you, and you definitely didn't want to become her primary target. Failing to get an answer, Yuki felt incredibly frustrated. "We'll talk about it after class then." However, the moment class ended, your phone vibrated. You had received a text message. You let out a surprised gasp, a soft sound escaping you. Seeing that the teacher had left, Yuki immediately turned around to look at you, catching your exact expression. Curving your handsome eyes, you smiled very happily and said, "I have something to take care of. I'll head out for a bit." Yuki had a strong intuition that this was related to the text you just received. She hurriedly pressed, "Who sent you that message? Where are you going?" How could you possibly tell her? You had already walked swiftly out of the classroom. However, just as you rounded the corner of the stairs preparing to go down, you suddenly encountered 3 male students walking straight toward you. They looked aggressive, and it was obvious at a single glance that they came with bad intentions. "You're Rui, right?" The boy leading them had short, brown, curly hair that looked like it had been meticulously styled to look very sharp. He was wearing the school uniform, but his trousers had been tailored to be exceptionally tight. Noticing the unfriendly tone of the other party, you let out a dry laugh and said, "I'm not called Rui." Having said that, you prepared to turn around and slip away. "Grab him," the leading boy barked an order. Immediately, the 2 boys behind him lunged forward, each grabbing one of your arms, holding onto you in a death grip, completely blocking you from escaping. You tried to make a final struggle. "What are you guys doing? I already told you you have the wrong person." You clearly remembered that the video wasn't very clear, so it shouldn't be that easy to recognize you, right? In the midst of your frantic struggling, the phone tightly gripped in your hand fell to the floor with a loud clack. "My phone!" Your heart ached terribly. You had bought this phone less than a month ago. The leading boy took a swift stride forward, scooping up the phone before you could. He caught sight of the latest text message at a single glance. "I'm waiting for you over by the bulletin board." The sender was Hanukkah. His face darkened instantly. Holding up the phone, he glared at you with eyes that seemed to spit fire, roaring furiously. "And you still dare to claim you're not Rui? You scumbag! You actually dare to go after Hanukkah-senpai?" You were caught between tears and laughter. Yuki's crow-like mouth had actually predicted this perfectly. You were completely bewildered. Wasn't this the kind of plotline from a cheesy romance drama? How could it actually happen in real life? You were wrong. You shouldn't have doubted it. You quickly tried to explain. "You've completely misunderstood. Listen to my explanation first, okay? Hanukkah and I are just friends. Just ordinary friends. That video was totally taken out of context. I didn't confess to her, I just had something I needed to tell her. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to find her right now and clarify everything, all right? After all, the other side had 3 guys, and each one looked like trouble. To avoid unnecessary physical conflict, you decided to show weakness first. Besides, you couldn't afford a messy scuffle in a place like this. You were terrified of any accidents. What if your tight uniform trousers accidentally split open during the struggle? Maha, the boy curled his lips into a cold sneer. Suddenly stepping forward, he yanked tightly on your collar, roaring furiously. "Who the hell is talking to you about Hanukkah-senpai? We came looking for you. Entirely because of Lady Asuka. You're leading our Lady Asuka on while simultaneously hooking up with Hanukkah-senpai. If I, Ryuta, don't teach you a lesson today, how am I supposed to keep acting as the president of Lady Asuka's fan club?" You froze in utter shock. So it turned out they were actually doing this because of that jerk. "Asuka!" Well, then your grievance was even greater. Putting on a pitiful, miserable expression, you said to them, "If it were about Hanukkah, I'd accept it. But with Asuka, I have absolutely nothing to do with her. Don't go believing rumors. Rumors are almost always fake." Ryuta let out a cold snort, tightening his grip on your collar. He glared at you with a gaze as sinister as a venomous snake. "You expect me to just believe that? Don't think I'm that easy to fool. Let me tell you, it is completely impossible for Lady Asuka to proactively pursue a guy. Stop daydreaming." Right then, the boy holding your left arm suddenly spoke up. "President Ryuta, it just occurred to me, could that rumor have been spread by this guy himself? Just to grab Lady Asuka's attention so she would get interested in him." The moment those words came out, all 3 boys stared at you with identical, menacing gazes. You let out a couple of dry laughs, saying weakly, "Your imaginations are really a bit too vivid." Your heart was pounding with dread. How on earth had the situation developed to this point? If they genuinely decided you were the mastermind, and word got out, there were so many guys in this school who worshipped Asuka. Their collective spit alone could drown you to death. Inexplicably, a sudden chill rushed up your spine, and you couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Right at that exact moment, the phone in Ryuta's hand suddenly began to ring. The several boys looked at each other in surprise. You had an inexplicably terrible premonition. Who could possibly be calling at a time like this? Could it be Hanukkah? If it were Hanukkah, that would be fine. But if it were... Inexplicably, a sudden chill rushed up your spine, and you couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Right at that exact moment, the phone in Ryuta's hand suddenly began to ring. The several boys looked at each other in surprise. You had an inexplicably terrible premonition. Who could possibly be calling at a time like this? Could it be Hanukkah? If it were Hanukkah, that would be fine. Ryuta glanced at the caller ID name and his entire body froze up. He spoke with utter shock. It's Lady Asuka. How is that possible?" The other 2 boys were also struck with shock, their faces filled with utter disbelief. "There's no way, right? How could a guy like this possibly have Lady Asuka's personal phone number? Whether it's the real number or not, we'll know as soon as we answer." Ryuta's expression looked incredibly tense as well, but he still made a decision. Swiping across the screen, he picked up the call. "Rui!" A sharp, furious roar instantly blasted out from the phone. This voice was all too familiar to the few of them. It was the voice of the woman they had been completely infatuated with. It was Lady Asuka. It really was her. The 2 boys holding on to you both let out an unbelievable shriek, Someone even started acting completely infatuated. Just hearing Asuka's voice made their hearts stop beating, and their faces were filled with absolute fascination. You looked at their infatuated faces in utter bewilderment. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Although Asuka was indeed incredibly beautiful, it shouldn't be to the point where just hearing her voice would make them this obsessed, right? A sudden epiphany flashed through your mind. Right as the people on both sides loosened their grip, you snatched your phone back from Ryuta's hand in one swift motion and dashed down the stairs at full speed. He ran away! By the time those three boys finally reacted, you had already sprinted down the stairs. They couldn't catch up with you at all. One of the boys was panting heavily as he chased after you. Propping his hands on his waist, he shouted at Ryuta, "President Ryuta, are we really just going to let him run away like that? Why on earth does he have Lady Asuka's personal phone number? I just can't accept this." Ryota stood in the back, gnashing his teeth in pure rage, staring intensely at your retreating figure as you ran far into the distance. This isn't over. Anyway, he's still here at school. Where could he possibly run to? Next time I catch him, it will be his absolute end. The other boy, however, seemed a bit hesitant. But he has Lady Asuka's personal phone number. Could he really know Lady Asuka personally? If so, then we... Shut up! Ryuta roared furiously. He must have used some kind of underhanded trick to get that number. I don't believe for a second that Lady Asuka would ever like someone like him. What a piece of trash. Even if I crush him, nobody would ever look into it. Meanwhile, you kept sprinting the entire way, absolutely not daring to stop. You ran all the way to the third-year academic building before finally leaning against a wall, panting heavily, feeling as though your lungs were about to burst. Right at that moment, the phone rang once again. Weakly and without any strength left, you lifted your hand, looking at the name on the caller ID, Asuka. You answered it feebly. On the other end of the line, Asuka's voice was completely filled with displeasure. What exactly just happened? Rui, you are getting more and more presumptuous. You actually dare to hang up on my call? Where are you right now? You caught your breath, patting your chest, and instinctively lied. I'm in the classroom. Did you need something from me? You dare lie to me? You've got a lot of nerve, haven't you? Asuka's cold sneer instantly saw right through your lie. Your heart leaped in shock, and you nervously looked around. Could she be hiding somewhere, secretly watching you? Otherwise, how could she know you weren't in the classroom? You simply decided to turn the tables on her. I was just cornered by a few guys and almost got beaten up, do you know that? What happened? Can't you just tell me directly? Do you always have to wait for me to ask? Asuka's words sounded extremely irritated and impatient. I just barely escaped from danger, and I haven't even caught my breath yet. Can't you just let me breathe for a second? Being dragged into trouble because of her. A surge of irritation welled up inside you. Well, have you panted enough by now? You rolled your eyes, took 2 more deep breaths, and finally described everything that had just happened to her. Oh right, the guy even claimed to be the president of your fan club. A fan club, of all things. My goodness, you couldn't help but tease. Asuka caught the mockery in your tone, feeling very annoyed. That fan club has nothing to do with me. They organized that completely on their own. Don't go blaming that on my head. All right, come over to my place right now. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you're not here by then, face the consequences. You wanted to say you were busy, but that jerk Asuka had already hung up the phone. You glared at the phone, muttering with dissatisfaction. So incredibly overbearing. You intentionally decided not to go. Since she dared to use that kind of threatening tone with you, you didn't want to pay any attention to that jerk at all. Right after that, you remembered that Hanako was still waiting for you, so you quickly ran toward the bulletin board wall she had mentioned. From afar, you spotted Hanako's figure. She was leaning against a classical pillar. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting her long hair. Her posture was so beautiful that she looked exactly like a model on a poster. Hanako! You appeared in front of her with a bright smile. I'm so sorry. I ran into some trouble and got delayed. Have you been waiting long? Hanukkah looked at you, a faint, gentle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Her voice was as warm as a spring breeze. I didn't wait long. It's fine as long as you're here. Come over here and sit down. Right at that moment, you noticed a familiar bag. Your eyes lit up instantly. Isn't this? Hanukkah picked up the bag and handed it to you with a smile. I bought it for you. Don't you really like eating this chocolate cake? Thank you. You were incredibly happy, and a warm current flooded your heart. You hadn't expected her to be so thoughtful, let alone remember exactly what you like to eat. The two of you sat down. You placed the bag on your lap and opened it. Inside, 2 chocolate cakes were resting quietly. Hanukkah smiled slightly, rubbing her nose in a slightly self-conscious manner, and said shyly, "Actually," your eyes widened instantly and you exclaimed in realization, "The chocolate cakes you used to buy before were actually all for yourself, weren't they?" You had always assumed she was buying them for a boyfriend, but you never expected that she was actually buying them to eat herself. Hanukkah felt a bit embarrassed, but she still nodded in admission. Yes. Having solved the mystery, you laughed exceptionally happily. You handed one portion of the cake to her and took one for yourself, eating it joyfully. You should eat too! I really never expected that our tastes would be exactly the same. Could this be fate? She was the very first friend you had made at Sanyu Academy, and your connection had truly started all because of chocolate cake. Who would have thought that your connection didn't just stop there? After spending time together on the day you skipped class, Hanukkah's attitude toward you had changed significantly. She had become much closer, losing that initial sense of distant politeness. "Oh right, there's something I need to tell you," Hanukkah suddenly spoke up. Hanukkah's attitude toward you had changed significantly. She had become much closer, losing that initial sense of distant politeness. "Oh right, there's something I need to tell you," Hanukkah suddenly spoke up. You finished eating the chocolate cake very quickly, with cream smudged all over your lips. You asked in a muffled, indistinct voice, "What is it?" Looking at your childish appearance, Hanukkah couldn't help but be amused. She pulled out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to you. "Use this to wipe your face." You were completely stunned. How could she be so considerate? My goodness, you are genuinely the most attentive girl I have ever met. You're practically a rare species. Hanukkah found your exaggerated expression highly amusing, and her smile deepened a bit more. Is that supposed to be a compliment? If it is, then I gladly accept it. Thank you, you said, looking at her expression with amusement, laughing as you spoke. Hanukkah, so you actually know how to joke around too. Hanukkah's lips curved into a beautiful arc, though she only offered a gentle smile. In reality, she hadn't joked around with anyone in a very long time. The words she had just spoken to you had spilled out completely naturally. You suddenly remembered. What were you just saying you wanted to tell me? Hanukkah looked at you, her clear eyes deep and bright, as she spoke slowly. That security guard. She was rehired by the school. You were instantly pleasantly surprised. Really? That's fantastic! Your heart bloomed with pure joy. Without even thinking, you knew that Asuka must have been the one working behind the scenes. Before, she had arrogantly claimed that anyone fired by her could absolutely never be hired back, yet now she was completely slapping her own face. Honestly, this was absolutely not something the usual Asuka would ever do. Yet for your sake, she actually did it. The more you thought about it, the happier you became, and the sweeter it felt. But in the very next second, you suddenly remembered that Asuka had told you to go find her just now, and an inexplicable worry welled up in your chest. Could that jerk still be waiting for you? But she should think about it. Saying stuff like, face the consequences if you aren't here. Who would ever want to go after hearing that? You had simply forgotten that Asuka had long been accustomed to using a commanding tone. To her, this was just the normal way of speaking. Among the people around her, who would ever dare to disobey her orders? Hanukkah checked the time. Class had already started a long time ago, so she asked you, "What class do you have this period?" "Don't you need to go to class?" You answered absent-mindedly. "I think it's math, but I don't really feel like going." In reality, you didn't care about the domestic curriculum at all. You were going to return to the United States sooner or later anyway, so whether you attended the classes here or not didn't matter in the slightest. After all, you didn't need to take the domestic university entrance exams. Hanukkah stared at you for a moment. appearing somewhat hesitant before she finally spoke up. I have physical education this period. We have a basketball match. Would you like to come over and watch? Sure, you agreed casually. But the anxiety in your heart had already accumulated to its absolute limit, leaving you sitting on pins and needles. You abruptly stood up and said to her, I actually have a bit of an urgent matter, so I have to leave first. I'll come find you later when I'm free. All right. Then do you know where the basketball gymnasium is? Anoka thoughtfully remembered that you had only recently arrived at the school and weren't familiar with the campus layout yet. It's fine. I'll just ask someone. You were in a desperate hurry to leave. Annika smiled gently, noticing your anxiety. She didn't try to force you to stay, saying, then go take care of your business first. If you can't find the place later, just give me a call. Okay, let's do that. I'll head out first. Bye-bye. You couldn't stay a single moment longer. You practically jogged all the way to the second-year academic building, resting your hands on your knees as you panted heavily, right as you were about to head up the stairs. Suddenly, someone grabbed your arm. Your arm was tightly grabbed. You jumped in fright. What are you doing? It's me. A cool, indifferent voice rang out. Hearing this familiar voice, you turned around to look at Asuka, patting your chest after a false alarm. You scared me to death. Don't you know that scaring people like that can scare someone to death? Why are you here? Waiting for you. A trace of displeasure shone through Asuka's pitch-black, deep eyes. She swept her gaze over the direction you had just run from. Over there? Looks like the third-year academic building, doesn't it? She stared at you scrutinizingly, her gaze incredibly sharp. Her voice was icy cold, launching right into an interrogation. Where did you just go? Didn't I tell you to get here in 5 minutes? Does this look like 5 minutes to you? It's been well over 15 minutes. I said, face the consequences. You tell me. Well, your mind spun rapidly, desperately trying to think of a lie. To your dismay, Asuka crossed her arms over her chest, staring at your lips with a faint, knowing look. Go on, make something up. Make up a reasonable lie and see if I believe it. Since you two had grown up together, the little habits you had right before you lied, how could she possibly fail to notice them? You instantly felt like a deflated balloon. I wasn't trying to lie. The way you say it makes it sound like I never tell you the truth. Then say it. Where did you just go? You suddenly didn't dare to speak. This girl seemed to have a major issue with Hanukkah. If she found out you went to look for Hanukkah first, leaving her entirely cast aside, she would probably explode right on the spot. Asuka's beautiful face had already gone completely cold, and she spoke the words directly for you. You went to see that girl named Hanukkah, didn't you? Just the thought that Hanukkah and she were looking for you at the exact same time, yet you chose Hanukkah instead of her, caused a fierce surge of anger to burn in Asuka's chest. No, I didn't, you instinctively denied it. But the moment the lie left your mouth, a powerful wave of anxiety tightly gripped your heart. You panicked, terrified of the horrific consequences if the lie were exposed. What should you do? It felt like you really shouldn't have denied it. Right at that moment, Asuka took a step closer, pressing in. The distance between the two of you closed instantly. She stared at you with a piercing gaze, as if trying to see through you completely. You swallowed hard in your nervousness, wondering if you should just confess and plead for mercy. Instead, she suddenly blurted out, "You've been sneaking food behind my back." You froze on the spot, completely bewildered. What did she mean? Even if she figured out you went to see Hanukkah, that shouldn't count as sneaking food, right? In the next second, you froze on the spot, completely bewildered. What did she mean? Even if she figured out you went to see Hanukkah, that shouldn't count as sneaking food, right? Mal. In the next second, Asuka raised her hand. Her long, fair finger gently swiped across the corner of your lips. A bit of white cream was visibly smudged on the tip of her finger. Beaming as if she had caught undeniable evidence, she said coldly, "You just hid somewhere to secretly eat cake." Your heart skipped a beat. You must have failed to wipe your mouth completely clean just now. However, you instantly let out a massive sigh of relief. So it turned out that when she said sneaking food, she literally meant sneaking cake. Just as you were celebrating your luck, who could have guessed that Asuka would actually bring the cream-covered finger to her lips and gently lick it off. It's strawberry cake again. Why do you love eating strawberry cake so much? You were instantly stunned, and a flush of crimson rushed straight into your cheeks. Why did she have to lick it off? The phrase indirect kiss instantly flashed through your mind, and your cheeks burned even hotter. While your face was completely red from embarrassment, she continued in an extremely disgusted tone, "Isn't this kind of cake meant for little kids? You really are childish. You're the one who's childish." You finally found your voice, stammering to cover up your embarrassment. Just because you don't like eating desserts yourself, what right do you have to stop others from eating them? What's wrong with strawberry cake anyway? Did it do something to offend you? Tons of people love eating it. Why are you blushing? Asuka noticed your unusual reaction, especially your flickering gaze, as you avoided looking her in the eyes. It immediately made her feel that something fishy was going on here. "I'm not blushing. I'm just furious because of you." You glared at her, pretending to be angry. "Let me tell you, you are absolutely not allowed to slander my beloved strawberry cake. Otherwise, our friendship is over." You only felt your face getting hotter and hotter, so you simply wanted to turn around and run away. Anxious Asuka reached out and pulled you back. Fine. Let's say I was wrong, okay?" You turned your head back to glare at her, your tone impatient. "What did you actually call me over here for anyway? It couldn't have just been to insult me, right?" "Of course not." Asuka frowned slightly, and then looked at you seriously as she asked, "All right, let's get down to business. You mentioned earlier that someone was trying to cause trouble for you. What is his name? What did they do to you?" "Didn't I already tell you? That guy claimed to be the president of your fan club. You should know him, right?" Bringing up this matter made you angry all over again. It was entirely trouble caused by her, leaving you to become the target of public criticism. Asuka rolled her eyes at you. "I already told you. I don't care about that kind of garbage. How am I supposed to know who they are?" You thought about it for a moment and said, "He said his name was Ryuta. I really don't know anything else besides that." "Ryuta?" No impression. Asuka had a completely indifferent face. "Then forget it. Anyway, nothing really happened to me. At worst, I'll just be careful from now on, and steer clear of them." You had never encountered this kind of annoying trouble before. Although it was quite scary at the time, looking back now, it felt like it wasn't a particularly big deal. Asuka stared at your small face for a moment. "How about I publicly announce that you're my boyfriend? That way, nobody will ever dare to do anything to you again." "No, absolutely not." The moment the words left your mouth, you noticed that her originally beautiful face instantly went cold. You quickly squeezed out a smile to ease the atmosphere, hurriedly explaining, "I was only thinking about what's best for you. If I took the position of your boyfriend, how would you ever flirt with other cute guys in the future? Don't you think so?" Asuka glared at you with a cold face, her tone highly displeased. "Did I ever say that I need to flirt with other guys?" She actually felt extremely irritated in her heart, sensing that a large reason you were this eager to clear any romantic association with her was almost certainly because of Hanukkah, right? Because you liked Hanukkah, you insisted on maintaining your single status. "Do you really not want to?" she asked you seriously once more, her expression incredibly solemn. "I don't want to," you nodded without a single shred of hesitation, a completely unbothered look on your face. The corners of Asuka's lips curved into a chilly sneer. There were countless people who desperately wanted to be her boyfriend, yet here you were acting completely indifferent. You said these words yourself. "When the time comes and I actually find a boyfriend, don't you dare regret it." You curled your lips. "Go ahead and flirt then. It really has nothing to do with me anyway. Aren't you two just in an arranged engagement forced upon you by your families? It's not like you've actually ended up together." "Fine. You'd better remember what you just said," she said, sounding as if the words were being squeezed out from between her teeth. Her hawk-like eyes stared intently at you, and then with a sharp toss of her head, she turned around and walked right back into the building. "Hey, are you angry?" Only then did you finally realize that she was upset. But by the time you wanted to chase after her, she was already long gone. You thought it over, backward and forward, but you didn't think any of your words had genuinely warranted her getting so upset. If she were to go around making a high-profile announcement right now claiming you were her new boyfriend, wouldn't you end up being absolutely hated to death by all those people? What's more, she couldn't exactly guarantee she'd stay completely devoted to you forever either. The moment she set her sights on someone else one day, you'd instantly become the ex-boyfriend, and those jealous, infatuated guys would surely take that exact opportunity to completely wreck you. You shrugged your shoulders, thinking that you'd just head back home and find a way to coax her out of it later tonight when school let out early, and then you turned around and left. Asuka returned to the classroom. Her striking, perfectly sculpted face was terrifyingly cold, and her entire frame radiated an icy aura. Even the teacher didn't dare approach her, not even daring to utter a single extra word. Normally, when Lady Asuka returned halfway through a class period, the teacher would force a tight smile and greet her. Today, however, the entire class felt as though a terrifying layer of tension were hovering in the very air. The moment Asuka sat down, she suddenly kicked the desk next to her aside. With a sharp, screeching sound, the desk slammed hard into another one and completely flipped over. The sound was so incredibly loud that it left everyone completely stunned in fright. The entire class looked at each other in silence. Nobody dared to utter a peep, as no one had ever seen Lady Asuka throw such a massive tantrum before. Even her follower, Chika, was struck completely speechless in shock. Who on earth could have provoked Lady Asuka to this extent? But whoever it was, they were definitely completely finished this time. Sure enough, things turned out exactly as Hanoka had warned. You genuinely couldn't find the basketball gymnasium at all. Originally, you had been following the directional signs the whole way, but who would have thought that Sanyu Academy was simply too massive? The signs listed an absolute cluster of locations, leaving you entirely in a fog. Relying purely on guesswork, you naturally ended up taking the wrong path. What left you even more speechless was that after walking around a good half of the school grounds, you had absolutely no idea where you currently were. You remembered Honoka had mentioned that if you truly couldn't find it, you should just call her directly. Right as you were preparing to pull out your phone, you spotted a few male students walking over from the distance. Since getting lost was a bit embarrassing, you decided it would be better to just ask them for directions first. Those few boys also looked as though they were searching for someone, constantly scanning left and right. Right at that exact moment, those boys suddenly rushed toward you with menacing expressions. "Rui is right here. Quick, catch him!" Since getting lost was a bit embarrassing, you decided it would be better to just ask them for directions first. Those few boys also looked as though they were searching for someone, constantly scanning left and right. Right at that exact moment, those boys suddenly rushed toward you with menacing expressions. "Rui is right here! Quick, catch him!" You drew in a sharp breath. Just how many people were out there looking for you? One of the boys suddenly lunged out from the side, putting far too much force into it, and shoved you violently straight to the ground. A sharp, piercing pain flared up from the palms of your hands, but you couldn't afford to care about it. Seeing that the crowd of people was about to surround you, you quickly scrambled back up, pushed away the boy right in front of you, and sprinted forward with all your might. Up ahead was unexpectedly the second-year academic building. "Asuka, help me!" Your eyes lit up instantly. There was hope. You had actually run all the way back here in your complete daze. Hearing you scream out Asuka's name, the faces of the boys behind you instantly turned pale. This guy is still trying to win Lady Asuka's sympathy. Quick, catch him! Even Ryuta had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, giving orders to the others with a thoroughly grim expression. At this moment, inside the classroom, Asuka was leaning against the back of her chair, playing with her phone, but her ears suddenly twitched slightly. "It sounds like someone is calling me." Chika, standing behind her, was startled for a second. She leaned in closer and answered in a low voice. "No, there isn't, Lady Asuka. I didn't hear anything at all." Asuka knitted her brows, an inexplicable wave of irritation surging into her chest once more. "Never mind then." She spoke in a dull tone, lowering her head to continue playing on her phone. You used every last ounce of your strength to dash toward the academic building, screaming at the top of your lungs. "Asuka, cough, cough! Asuka, help me!" Ryuta grew panicked, shouting loudly, "Don't let him scream anymore! Hurry up and grab him!" After all, this kind of behavior wasn't honorable, and it would look incredibly bad if it turned into a massive scene. While there was still a short distance left before reaching the academic building, you were completely surrounded by them anyway. The other side simply had too many people. You were shoved violently to the ground. Ryuta rushed up and kicked you, letting out a cold, condescending sneer. "Go on, run! Weren't you supposed to be incredibly good at running?" You struggled desperately, refusing to let them pull you back up. You had a terrible premonition that they were planning to drag you off to some deserted corner, and pure terror instantly overwhelmed you. One of the boys got kicked by you, and in his rage, he delivered a harsh kick straight to your back. "How dare you try to seduce Our Lady Asuka? A commoner like you isn't even worthy. Disgusting trash." The reason they dared to lay a finger on you was entirely because they had investigated and found out you were just a commoner with good grades, not some wealthy young master at all. Asuka's previous suitors all had prominent family backgrounds, so these guys had never dared to touch them. Meanwhile, you became the perfect outlet for all their long-accumulated resentment and jealousy. A low-class commoner like you was completely unworthy of their high and mighty Lady Asuka. Therefore, even though you were in an incredibly wretched state, they didn't possess a single shred of sympathy. On the contrary, the looks in their eyes grew even more malicious, as if they wanted to completely tear you to shreds. "Ryuta-san, what should we do now?" Someone started to panic, asking Ryuta anxiously. After all, if they didn't get you out of here quickly, they were afraid it would attract too much attention. Ryuta glared down at you coldly. Suddenly, he issued a command that made everyone's skin crawl. "Strip off all his clothes." Everyone was completely stunned. "Did you hear me? If he won't move, then strip off his clothes," Ryuta barked sharply. Only then did the others snap out of it, leaning down instantly and beginning to violently pull and tear your clothes. You were utterly terrified, struggling with all your might. "Don't touch me! Asuka! He!" Before you could even finish screaming, you were violently kicked once again. This time it was a direct hit to your stomach. The severe pain completely broke your resistance in an instant. You curled up into a tight ball from the agony, clutching your stomach desperately. "It hurts. It hurts so badly." Fine beads of cold sweat broke out across your forehead instantly. Your originally clean, fair face was now completely twisted in pain. Rolling around miserably on the bare ground left your face entirely covered in dirt and dust. You looked exactly like an abandoned, messy little kitten. "Asuka, you absolute jerk. Why haven't you come to save me yet?" You had never experienced anything like this before and had completely lost your composure. Getting beaten up was one thing, and you could endure the physical pain. But if your clothes were stripped off and the students all poured out to watch the spectacle, you didn't even dare to imagine it. Your chest tightened violently, aching with a cold dread. That kind of scenario was something you simply couldn't bear to picture. It really was far too cruel. At this moment, you didn't even have a single gap to call out for Asuka's help anymore. You only had one pair of hands. How could you possibly fend off the onslaught of so many boys? What was even worse was that a few of the boys weren't even trying to strip your clothes anymore, but were taking the opportunity to ruthlessly beat you instead. Your arms were instantly covered in striking, painful red marks. "Asuka, if you don't come right now, I'm really going to die." "Stop right there!" Just as you were falling into complete despair, an earth-shattering, furious roar suddenly sliced through the air. Right after that, a dark figure rushed over like a lightning bolt. She violently shoved aside the boys who had formed a circle. And then, she pulled your wretched, collapsed body straight up from the ground and held you tightly in her arms. "Lady Asuka!" Those boys, who had been knocked flat onto the ground, all stared blankly at the person in front of them. They had never dreamed in their wildest nightmares that the person appearing would actually be Asuka. Ryuta's face also twisted into a look of absolute horror. Everyone was staring directly at Asuka now. She was cradling you tightly against herself, her beautiful face entirely written with anxiety and worry. "Are you okay? How are you?" Asuka very carefully cradled your head, lowering her eyes to examine your condition in detail. Hearing her voice, you finally opened your eyes with a sense of security. You let out a breath as if completely relaxing. "Why did you take so long?" Asuka's brows were furrowed into a tight knot. Seeing your disheveled clothing, she quickly helped you straighten it up and then asked anxiously, "Where does it hurt? Tell me quickly." You shook your head, struggling to stand up. "I got kicked a few times, but it's fine." Doesn't hurt that badly right now. You actually possess some basic common sense. When you fell, you had instinctively protected your vital areas. Plus, these coddled rich boys didn't actually have that much physical strength. so the injuries weren't severe. It was just that you looked incredibly disheveled. Asuka didn't believe you. Are you really okay? Don't lie to me. Leaning against her hand, you stood up unsteadily. You looked down at your body. It was covered entirely in dust, looking so dirty, it was as if you'd been rolling around in the mud without a single clean spot left. It hurts a bit, but it's really fine. The moment Asuka caught sight of those angry red marks scratched onto your arms, her beautiful face turned thoroughly grim. Her sharp gaze swept over those boys, her voice sounding as if it were rising from a frozen cellar, cold enough to make anyone shiver. Who beat him? However, the moment Asuka caught sight of those angry red marks scratched onto your arms, her beautiful face turned thoroughly grim. Her sharp gaze swept over those boys, her voice sounding as if it were rising from a frozen cellar, cold enough to make anyone shiver. Who beat him? Those boys were entirely frozen by her ruthless glare. They had never seen this side of Lady Asuka before, and they all took a trembling step backward in terror. And those kicks just now, who delivered them? Asuka barked sharply once more. The two boys who had kicked you just moments ago instantly flashed terrified expressions. They wanted to hide it, but Asuka had already seen right through them with a single glance. Her icy gaze locked onto their faces. Those two boys turned completely pale from fright, and their entire bodies began to shake violently. Lady Asuka's not like that. We didn't do it on purpose. Right at that moment, Ryuta's resentful eyes glared intensely at you. Pointing at you in absolute exasperation, he said, "Rui! And you still claim you have nothing to do with Lady Asuka? You liar! You massive liar!" Seeing that Asuka looked as though she were about to stand up for you, Ryuta had already completely lost his mind from rage. If Asuka hadn't been standing right here, he would have definitely rushed forward to claw at your handsome face. Hearing this, Asuka's elegant brows knitted together, and her pitch-black eyes looked down at you in her arms. Suddenly, she completely let go of her hold on you. Her voice carried a trace of chilling frost, as she asked, "Did you really tell him that you have nothing to do with me?" You could tell she was furious, and a wave of anxiety washed over your heart. Steadying your posture, you said hesitantly, "I." Ryuta looked toward Asuka, asking with a final shred of hope, "Lady Asuka, what exactly is your relationship with him anyway? You actually have nothing to do with him, right? Then why are you worrying about him this much?" An abrupt sense of unease flooded your heart, making you feel as though you had truly hurt Asuka. Asuka, right as you were about to explain. Completely unexpected, a freezing cold voice sharply rang out. "I have absolutely nothing to do with him." Your entire body froze instantly. She had nothing to do with you. You had never expected in a million years that she would actually say that. It felt as though a massive boulder had violently crushed down on your chest, bringing an immediate rush of discomfort, grievance, and irritation. Even though you were the one who had cleared any association first, and even though you were the one who had explicitly stated before that you didn't want anyone else to know you had any involvement with her. Yet, when you heard her deliver that exact answer with your own ears, your chest still clenched with a sharp ache, leaving you feeling incredibly miserable. You finally understood exactly why she had been so angry. It turned out that this kind of feeling was incredibly suffocating, and that these exact words could actually be this hurtful. "I'm sorry." Ryuta, however, was absolutely ecstatic. Having received the answer he wanted, he immediately glared at you arrogantly, mocking you in a loud voice. Lady Asuka said it herself. She has nothing to do with you. Don't think that just by shedding a few tears, Lady Asuka will feel sorry for you. Hearing him hurl insult after insult, Asuka's temper completely exploded in her chest. She snapped with sharp ferocity. Ryuta felt a bit wronged. Lady Asuka. However, the moment Asuka saw those crystal-clear teardrops rolling down your cheeks, she felt as if her own heart had just been violently punched by someone. "Damn it!" Asuka cursed under her breath. She pulled you tightly back into her embrace once more, whispering in your ear with pure frustration, "Blast it! Don't cry, okay?" Watching your tears fall, she regretted her earlier impulse to absolute death. She had only been driven mad with rage because she heard you clearing your association with her to someone else. That was why she thought she'd use the exact same method to let you experience how it felt too. Who knew you'd be this underhanded, letting the tears fall the exact moment you wanted to, without giving her a single ounce of psychological preparation? You rested your head against her chest, sobbing in a low voice as you said, "Asuka, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things. Don't be mad. I'm sorry." "I'm not mad anymore. I forgive you. Is that enough?" Asuka's voice involuntarily softened completely. Her warm palm gently stroked the back of your head, carrying a thoroughly soothing intent. You sniffled, finally stopping your tears. However, the onlookers watching this scene were almost entirely struck dumb. Because the commotion earlier had been far too loud, most of the students had completely abandoned their classes and run out to watch the spectacle. At this moment, the entire academic building was packed densely with people. Watching this scene play out, everyone looked at one another, unable to stop themselves from gossiping up a storm. "What exactly is that boy's relationship with Asuka anyway?" No one had ever seen Asuka display such an intimate gesture toward any male student before. She was protecting him so fiercely, it practically blinded everyone's eyes. Ryuta watched this scene, gnashing his teeth in pure envy. He desperately wanted to rush over and pull the two of you apart, refusing to let Rui touch the woman he held dearest in his heart. But the furious glare Asuka had displayed just moments ago was far too terrifying, leaving his heart filled with dread to the point where he didn't even dare to move a muscle. "Lady Asuka," he finally found his voice, staring at her with a thoroughly sorrowful look as he said, "Didn't you say that you didn't have any relationship with Rui? Why are you?" Seeing the way Asuka was taking care of you with absolute devotion right now left him grinding his teeth in pure hatred, biting his own lower lip until it went entirely pale. Meanwhile, the boys standing around him also looked completely heartbroken one by one. Someone even covered their face and started crying out of sheer sorrow. Hearing Ryuta's voice, Asuka abruptly snapped her head up, glaring at him with icy coldness. She spoke with absolute disdain. "Is Asuka a name a piece of trash like you is allowed to call me? What my relationship is with him? Do I really need to explain that to you?" Ryuta looked entirely hurt. He said emotionally, "But I am the president of your fan club. I'm not some irrelevant person, I am..." Asuka merely offered a freezing, contemptuous sneer. "That kind of garbage is something I have never once acknowledged. It's fine if you guys want to play around on your own, and I'm usually too lazy to care, but don't go actually thinking you're something special." Ryuta had clearly suffered a massive blow, and his entire body looked on the verge of collapsing. How could she say something like that? He had always believed that since he was the president of her fan club, she must definitely know about his existence, which made him feel special to her. Yet she had shattered his beautiful dream with her own hands. She told him that she didn't even know who he was, and she didn't care in the slightest about the fan club he had established for her. She had even looked at him with an expression of pure disgust. Ryuta shot a look of pure hatred at you, his eyes glaring blood red as he stared at you, roaring out in a desperate rage, "It's all because of you! This is all your fault! If you hadn't seduced Lady Asuka, how could she ever treat me like this? You low-class commoner, what right do you have to be with Lady Asuka? You should just go die." Ryuta had practically gone insane. He suddenly lunged toward you, trying to claw at you. Asuka caught Ryuta's wrist in a split second, crushing it tightly in her grip as she spoke with lethal intent. "You dare lay a finger on him? You're looking to die, aren't you?" Ryuta was also a wealthy young master who had been thoroughly pampered. When had he ever been treated like this, and by the very goddess he had loved so deeply for so long? Ryuta was also a wealthy young master who had been thoroughly pampered. When had he ever been treated like this, and by the very goddess he had loved so deeply for so long? But Asuka remained completely unmoved by his tears. You quickly reached your hand out, wanting to stop her. The moment you lifted your hand, you suddenly drew in a sharp breath, letting out a sharp cry of pain. "What's wrong?" Asuka noticed instantly. She violently tossed Ryuta aside. Lifting your hand to take a look, that originally fair and smooth palm was currently covered in fresh blood, with overlapping lacerations, looking entirely striking. "Let's go! I'll take you to the school infirmary." Asuka's brows were tightly knitted together. "Looking at this wound, you really should have gone to a hospital. But Sanyu Academy's infirmary was no ordinary facility. It was practically a mini private hospital, fully equipped with everything. Wait. You had only taken 2 steps before your brows furrowed tightly. Although the injuries on your body weren't heavy, you had been ganged up on after all. The moment you moved, your entire body ached with intense soreness. Asuka gave you a single glance, she rebuked. And you still claim you're fine? Just try acting tough again and see what happens. Her fierce gaze swept over those boys in an instant. She spoke coldly to Chika behind her. Keep your eyes on them. Not a single one is allowed to run away. I'll be back to settle the score in a moment. Chika, this follower who was well accustomed to her various methods, couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine at this moment. Casting a look of sympathy toward those boys, she replied respectfully, "Understood, Lady Asuka." Hearing those words, the boys were instantly gripped by an unprecedented terror. Someone slumped to the ground in fear, crying out imploringly, "Lady Asuka, we know we were wrong." "What? We'll never dare to do it again." Chika laughed mercilessly in her heart. "You all should be glad that Lady Asuka doesn't resort to physical violence. Lady Asuka has plenty of other methods to make your lives a living hell." Listening to those cries, you felt a bit of hesitation and pity in your heart. It was plain to see that these boys were genuinely terrified, each of their faces turning pale from fright as they begged for mercy in a thoroughly wretched state. "Asuka!" Just as you were about to speak, Asuka suddenly glared at you. As if reading exactly what you wanted to say, she said displeased ly. "Shut your mouth, and don't say a single word." You had no choice but to awkwardly wrap your arms around her neck. Right as Asuka was about to leave, her footsteps suddenly halted. She turned her head and glared coldly at Ryuta, her thin lips curling into a sharp sneer. "Didn't you want to know what his relationship is to me? Fine, I'll tell you." Ryuta stared at her blankly, his body trembling slightly as a powerful premonition washed over him. He did not want to hear this answer. Like a high and mighty queen, Asuka proudly swept her gaze over the onlookers. Raising her volume, she announced with absolute dominance, "He is my husband." Did you all hear that clearly? Ryuta's face drained entirely of color, looking as if a disaster had struck. The crowd of onlookers over by the academic building was also completely stunned by the shock. Everyone either widened their eyes or gaped their mouths open. For a moment, the air fell so silent that only the chirping of a little bird in the trees remained. Asuka gave a cold snort. Paying no more attention to these people, she supported you and walked straight in the direction of the school infirmary. Once you had walked a good distance away, you finally looked at her beautiful face and said with slight dissatisfaction, "Why did you have to say something like that?" Asuka looked down at you displeased ly. She said deliberately, "Are you trying to clear your association with me again?" No. Mentioning this, you still felt a bit guilty, and you would never dare think that way again. You said you could have just said boyfriend or something else. You didn't need to say husband. Asuka snorted overbearingly. "The mouth is on my face. I'll say whatever I want to say." "All right." You were left completely speechless. Fortunately, the school infirmary wasn't far, and you arrived within a few minutes. Asuka kicked the door open, helped you over to the side of a medical bed, and let you sit down on the mattress. "Where is the doctor?" she demanded urgently. Within a few seconds, a figure came rushing over. Coming! Before the doctor could even walk all the way over, Asuka glared sharply at her. "Can't you hurry up? You're so slow," Mew said. The doctor wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and quickened her pace to run over. Standing beside Asuka, she bowed and said, "Lady Asuka, is something the matter? Can't you see the patient right here? His hand is injured. Hurry up and treat his wound." Asuka was incredibly irritable. She restrained herself for a moment before calming down slightly, her hawk-like eyes staring intently at the doctor. The doctor quickly turned to you on the bed to check the injury first. It was just a scratch. It was an incredibly minor injury. Seeing how anxious Lady Asuka was, she had assumed it was some catastrophic wound. Though the doctor complained in her heart, she didn't dare let it show on her face. She nimbly treated your wound, and after a few minutes, it was completely bandaged. However, Asuka knitted her brows again and said, "He was also kicked a few times just now. I don't know if there are any internal injuries. Examine him again." "Certainly, Lady Asuka." The doctor stood up and reached her hand out toward you. "Wait, what do you think you're doing?" Before she could even touch her clothes, she was instantly barked at by Asuka. The doctor shuddered violently from the fright. Facing Asuka's glare, which looked like someone guarding against a pervert, the doctor wiped away another wave of cold sweat. She explained very cautiously. "Lady Asuka, didn't you want me to check him?" Asuka's brows tightly furrowed. She thought for a brief moment and then said right after, "Forget it. Go call a male doctor over." Asuka's brows tightly furrowed. She thought for a brief moment and then said right after, "Forget it. Go call a male doctor over. Hurry up." "Understood. I'll go right away." The doctor, on the contrary, let out a sigh of relief. Sitting on the medical bed, you watched the doctor walk away before you finally spoke. "Don't be so fierce. I'm already fine. You don't need to worry anymore." You lifted your bandaged hand, bringing it close to her face to let her see. "It feels much better now." After disinfecting and applying the medicine, the wound felt very cool and soothing. Seeing that you could still smile, Asuka couldn't help but pinch your nose. She said against her true feelings, "Who's worrying about you? Talk about wishful thinking." However, the tension that had been gripping her heart finally relaxed completely. You smiled brightly. Shifting your gaze, you looked at her, your tone teasing. "Not worrying about me?" You were so tense just now, looking like you were ready to rip people apart. "And you call that not worrying?" Thinking about her behavior just now, your heart bloomed with pure joy. Naturally, there was also a profound sense of sweetness and warmth. You really hadn't expected that she would be this protective of you. It certainly made all those years of being childhood friends completely worth it. "You really are." "Cut the chatter. Now isn't the time to be talking about this. Have you realized your mistake yet?" A hint of awkwardness appeared on Asuka's beautiful face. She deliberately changed the subject to keep you from harping on it, since she wouldn't be able to argue back and would just end up being teased by you. Recalling the danger from earlier, you couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. "Those guys are simply too terrifying. When I was living in America, I never encountered anything like this." Asuka pressed her lips together, her tone sounding a bit peculiar as she asked, "Do you regret coming back?" You instinctively wanted to nod, but you quickly caught her expression out of the corner of your eye. Noticing the displeasure in her gaze, you quickly said with a bright smile, "Of course not. Don't I have you here? With you protecting me, no one will dare lay a finger on me in the future." "Obviously. With me covering you, who would dare touch you?" Asuka stated arrogantly. Right now, the news had likely spread across the entire school. Everyone knew about the statement she had just announced. "He is my husband." Unless someone was deliberately trying to make an enemy out of her, absolutely no one would dare touch you again. You stretched your back lazily, but accidentally triggered the pain in your stomach. Your small face crumpled slightly. Clutching the painful area on your abdomen, you said gloomily, "I'm seriously so unlucky. How did I happen to cross paths with such crazy guys? They always say people become completely blind when they fall in love." Asuka noticed your movement. She frowned, looking out the door, and said calculatedly, "Why hasn't that male doctor arrived yet? Where on earth did he disappear to?" Just then, the male doctor reached the doorway. Overhearing her sharp complaint, he was startled and walked inside trembling with anxiety. "Lady Asuka, I hurried over as fast as I could. Although this was just the school infirmary, the total area of this building wasn't small. Running all the way down from the 3rd floor naturally took a bit of time," Miu said. Asuka glared at him. "Then why aren't you examining him already?" The male doctor nodded repeatedly in response. He walked over to the side of the bed, feeling your abdomen through your shirt, and then quite naturally lifted your top. Asuka happened to be staring intently at the male doctor's movements the entire time, so when he lifted your shirt, she naturally caught sight of your flat, fair lower abdomen. Furthermore, because the male doctor had pulled the shirt up a bit too high, she caught a faint glimpse of the waistband of your underwear. Her expression turned slightly self-conscious, and she averted her gaze. Yet in her mind, she couldn't shake the image of that waistband. It was blue. Could it be an Ultraman pattern again? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but associate it with what happened before. The Ultraman underwear from last time. Her beautiful face flushed a few shades deeper. In her mind, she couldn't restrain the vivid image of you wearing a complete set of Ultraman clothing. Asuka. You stared at her beautiful face, your voice, as clear and pleasant as silver bells, calling out to her louder and louder with each breath. Only then did Asuka violently snap back to reality. She was even choked by her own saliva. Cough, 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 WH, what is it? She felt a surge of panic, as if her wicked thoughts had just been discovered. You found her behavior quite peculiar, looking at her suspiciously and couldn't help but ask, what were you just spacing out and thinking about? Nothing at all. Asuka shifted her gaze toward the male doctor to cover it up. She asked, how is his condition? The male doctor pulled your shirt back down and replied, based on the preliminary examination, there shouldn't be any damage to the internal organs. However, seeing how dirty this student is, there might be injuries elsewhere. Therefore, I'd like to perform a more detailed check. Go ahead, Asuka said, clearing her throat as she stood up. She said to you, just stay right here. I'm going out to take care of something and we'll be back shortly. Don't run off. Did you hear me? You complied obediently. Only then was Asuka satisfied. She cast her gaze toward the male doctor and instructed, take good care of him. Understood, Lady Asuka. Rest assured, the male doctor replied. Asuka then confidently left the school infirmary. Returning to the scene of the incident, Chika had somehow gathered a number of helpers. Chika had long since led her people to tightly surround those dozen or so boys, refusing to give them any opportunity to escape. Seeing Asuka return, Chika immediately went up to meet her, reporting, Lady Asuka, according to your orders, not a single one managed to run. Asuka nodded with satisfaction, her gaze sweeping coldly toward the group of boys. The school bell signaling the start of class had long since rung, but the surrounding students were only gathering in greater numbers. They were all curiously waiting to see exactly how Asuka would handle this matter. Asuka curled her lips into a smirk. This was exactly what she wanted. Those boys were weeping. Seeing her arrive, they begged for mercy in hushed voices. We're sorry, we were wrong. We'll never dare do it again. Only Ryota, standing at the very front, kept a grim face, still stubbornly holding out. Asuka strode over, standing right in front of them, and barked coldly. Who kicked him? Step forward yourselves. She remembered the faces of those two individuals. Her sharp gaze swept directly toward them, waiting to see if they would dare to admit it. However, facing such a piercing gaze, who would dare step forward? Each of them shrank back timidly, not daring to utter a sound. Are you brave enough to do it, but too cowardly to admit it? She snorted coldly. The two boys she locked her eyes onto instantly felt their legs go weak. They slumped to the ground all at once, crawling forward with tears in their eyes as they bowed their heads and said, Lady Asuka, we didn't do it on purpose. We didn't know he was such an important person to you. We thought he was deliberately trying to seduce you. If we had known earlier that he was your man, we would have absolutely never touched him. Please believe us. So this is my fault? You're blaming me? Asuka curled the corner of her lips in a chilling smile. The two boys shook their heads violently in absolute terror. It's our fault! It's our fault! Asuka shot Chika a look, and Chika understood instantly. She ordered 2 bodyguards to drag those 2 boys directly to the side to give them a harsh lesson. Right after that, Asuka's gaze glared intensely straight at Ryuta. In the past, Ryuta would beg and hope that she would give him a single look, but now he had received it, yet there wasn't a shred of joy, only a bone-chilling shiver rising from the depths of his heart. Piercing his ears were the miserable screams of those 2 boys, whose cheeks were beaten red and swollen within moments. Ryuta gritted his teeth firmly, refusing to admit that he had also kicked you. He believed that as long as he stubbornly denied it, she wouldn't be able to tell. Asuka merely looked down at him with cold eyes. That terrifying pressure nearly made Ryuta break, but he still refused to say anything, merely keeping his head lowered and remaining silent. Very well. Asuka's beautiful thin lips curled into a cold, menacing line, her deep eyes completely unreadable. She shifted her gaze away from him. Sweeping her eyes over the other boys, she suddenly barked an order. Kneel down for me. The boys stared at her blankly. Those 2 boys who had just finished receiving their punishment were also dragged back over. Asuka said with absolute authority, I want you all to crawl on your knees all the way to the school infirmary to apologize to Rui. All the boys widened their eyes in absolute horror. But no one dared to say a single word. At this moment, one boy took the lead and fell to his knees. Seeing this, the other boys also quickly fell to their knees one after another. Only Ryuta remained standing, still stubbornly holding out, his tightly pressed lips already completely pale. He believed that the reason Asuka hadn't forced him to admit it was out of consideration for his family background. After all, he was the young master of the Rio group. His father had even mentioned that their family had business collaborations with the Asuka family's corporation. Perhaps Asuka really was taking the relationship between the two families into account. Ryuta felt a slight smugness in his heart. No matter what, he was still the special one, and Asuka wouldn't dare lay a harsh hand on him. However, a pair of straight, long legs walked right up in front of him. Sensing the gaze, Ryuta instinctively raised his head. The moment his eyes met Asuka's, his heart couldn't help but shudder violently anyway. She smiled, but it was a smile that left people completely terrified. "Asuka? Lady Asuka?" he called out tremulously, his voice sounding thoroughly pitiful, attempting to arouse her mercy. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. All of Asuka's tenderness seemed to be reserved solely for Rui. The fierce, cold look she directed at him didn't shift in the slightest. Asuka's smile was laced with pure cruelty. "You don't want to kneel? You've got quite a backbone." She shifted her tone. "But I wonder, if your family goes bankrupt, whether you'll still have such a strong backbone. Care to guess how much time I would need to spend to crush the Ryo group?" Ryuta stared at her in absolute horror, the blood in his entire body seemingly drained in an instant. He felt a profound, deep chill. At this moment, he felt the woman before him was nothing short of a terrifying demon. He knew that she dared to do it, and she really would do it. With the immense power of her family, Asuka wouldn't need to spend much time at all to crush an enterprise. Ryuta's face turned as pale as paper. With a heavy thud, he fell to his knees with a thud, bitter tears streaming down his face. "That's a good boy." Asuka smiled, her lips curling like a demon's. The onlookers were completely captivated by the sight. No one had ever imagined that Lady Asuka would cause such a massive scene over a single boy. This time, everyone understood clearly in their hearts that this boy named Rui was truly incredibly important to Lady Asuka. Asuka turned around, walking in the direction of the school infirmary. Following behind her were a dozen or so boys crawling on their knees, keeping up in a thoroughly wretched state. This scene was truly both ludicrous and shocking. Many of the male students had long accumulated resentment over Ryuta's arrogant attitude on regular days. Ryuta had used his position as the president of Lady Asuka's fan club to act like a tyrant all day long. Therefore, seeing him in such a miserable state, those boys actually snickered in secret. Meanwhile, most of the girls spectated with the attitude of watching a drama play out. Everyone also followed along, surging over toward the school infirmary. Everyone wanted to know what would happen next. Inside the school infirmary, you were currently having the male doctor apply medicine to the scraped areas. Suddenly, a wave of commotion drifted over, sounding as if it were coming from downstairs. "Doctor, did you hear something?" Just as you were about to ask, you suddenly heard someone shouting your name. "Rui, we're sorry, please forgive us." This wasn't just shouted once, but continuously, one breath after another. Rui understood in an instant. What on earth was going on? Could it be that Asuka went to settle the score with those boys? Just as you were about to ask, you suddenly heard someone shouting your name. "Rui, we're sorry, please forgive us." This wasn't just shouted once, but continuously, one breath after another. Rui understood in an instant. What on earth was going on? Could it be that Asuka went to settle the score with those boys and even dragged them here to apologize to you? Right at that moment, Asuka walked back inside. She looked at the male doctor first, asking urgently, "Is the examination finished? How is his condition?" The male doctor quickly stood up, reporting to her, "His injuries are not severe. They are merely superficial scrapes. He'll be perfectly fine after applying some medicine." Only then did Asuka feel relieved. She walked over to help you up. "Come here, let me show you something." Looking at her beautiful face, your heart became entirely certain of your previous guess, and a bright smile instantly spread across your face. However, the moment you walked over to the balcony and saw the scene downstairs, you were completely stupefied. Over a dozen boys, including Ryuta, were all kneeling on the ground. They were prostrating themselves while loudly shouting and begging for your forgiveness. You stood there open-mouthed. Turning toward Asuka in utter bewilderment, you asked blankly, "What on earth is going on?" Asuka's face was full of smiles. "They are apologizing to you. Just watch. Don't let them off until you feel fully satisfied in your heart." You didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was simply too exaggerated. Although you thoroughly disliked these boys, after all, when they were ganging up on you just now, every single one of them was incredibly overbearing and showed absolutely no mercy. Seeing this sort of scene downstairs at this moment still made you feel a bit awkward. Having so many people kneeling and prostrating themselves before you was honestly a bit too terrifying of a sight. In the end, you couldn't bear it and said to her, forget it, tell them to stop. Watching this makes me feel really uncomfortable." The boys downstairs were each spoiled, pampered young masters from wealthy families. When had they ever endured this kind of humiliation? At this moment, their faces were entirely covered in tears as they went through with it. Asuka, however, stared at you disapprovingly. "So soon? Don't be soft-hearted so easily. Think about when they were hurting you just now. They certainly weren't soft-hearted. You noticed the boys' knees. They were filthy. Because quite a few of them were wearing shorts, their knees had actually been scraped raw. You knit your brows, and a horrifying guess suddenly popped into your mind. Could they have crawled on their knees all the way here? You looked at her in sheer astonishment. Asuka nodded entirely unconcernedly. A trace of coldness actually flickered across her exquisitely sculpted, beautiful face. "Yeah. Otherwise, did you think I'd let them off so easily? They dared to harm you. Paying this kind of price is already considered me showing them mercy." This was considered showing mercy? If she hadn't shown mercy, what kind of outcome would that have been? You couldn't imagine it at all. But this allowed you to witness her ruthless side for the first time. Without obtaining your forgiveness, the people downstairs kept prostrating themselves, not daring to stop for a single second. You genuinely disliked looking at such a scene. Seeing that Asuka refused to speak up for them either, you took a step forward and shouted out to those boys, "All right, I forgive you all." The boys' movements finally ground to a halt. Asuka eyed your expression and gave a light snort. She reached out to wrap her arm around you and pulled you directly back inside the room. "If you don't want to look at it, then don't look. Next time, talk it over with me first before you take action, all right?" You let out a sigh, staring at her as you spoke. "If I see too many scenes like this, I'm afraid I'll start having nightmares." Asuka turned a completely deaf ear to your words. Taking the medicine handed over by the male doctor, she came over to support you. "I'm taking you home." "No need. I feel much better now and can walk by myself." You instinctively refused. Particularly when catching the astonished look from the male doctor, you wanted her to support you even less. Asuka turned her head, giving you a fierce glare, and spoke overbearingly. "Get over here right now. Did you hear me?" You had no choice but to awkwardly place your hand in hers. Asuka led you out of the treatment room. When you walked out of the school infirmary building, the crowd outside still hadn't dispersed. When they saw Asuka supporting you, every single one of them looked utterly dumbfounded again, as if they were witnessing an absolute fairy tale. You felt incredibly embarrassed, so you simply buried your face into her shoulder to pretend you couldn't see anything. Asuka, however, completely ignored the gazes of everyone else. She walked straight toward the parking lot. As the two of them walked along the campus paths, fortunately, because classes had already started, there weren't many people around. The two of them playfully bickered all the way to the parking lot. Asuka had you get into the vehicle and then drove away from the school. After all that exhausting commotion, you were utterly spent, and you actually ended up falling asleep in the car. The luxury car came to a smooth stop in the underground garage. Asuka turned her head to look, catching sight of your sweet, soundly sleeping face. "Seriously, a total little pig." Asuka looked at you with a smile, reaching out to gently tap your cute little nose. Go away." Looking at your adorable state, Asuka let out a soft laugh. Following that, she got out of the car, walked around to the other side, and pulled you directly out to carry you on her back. Your head naturally rested against her firm shoulder, carrying you on her back. Asuka entered the elevator, heading up to the 7th floor. Returning to the apartment the moment she stepped into the unit, she placed you onto the living room sofa. She then sat down on the area rug herself. Her deep gaze was locked intently on your fair, delicate face. She couldn't resist reaching her hand out, her fingertips lightly brushing against your lips. They were incredibly soft, making one want to taste them to see if they were still as sweet as last time. In Asuka's dictionary, the phrase self-control barely even existed. She had always done exactly what she wanted to do, and so she lifted her upper body and leaned in close, her thin lips pressing tightly against your lips. The soft sensation felt absolutely wonderful, but merely having their lips pressed together wasn't enough. She wanted to be even closer. Just as she was about to slip her tongue past the seam of your lips, you suddenly shifted, your eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if about to be startled awake. Asuka froze instantly. Startled, she violently recoiled, and with a sharp clatter, she actually bumped right into the coffee table, nearly tumbling over. However, the person lying on the sofa merely rolled over, facing outward. Smacking your lips a little, you settled right back into a deep sleep. Only then did Asuka realize you hadn't discovered anything at all. Her pitch-black eyes stared at your sleeping face, and she gave a huff, saying with faux disgust, "What a terrible sleeping posture." Even so, she was deeply guilty herself. It was only because she thought her little stunt had been caught that she had wound up so panicked. She stood up, leaning over toward you, just about to pinch your little cheek. Right at that moment, ring, 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 a ringtone suddenly blared. It was the phone inside your pocket. Disturbed by the ringtone, your small brow furrowed tightly, looking as if you were about to wake up yet were reluctant to do so. Asuka had no choice but to quickly fish the phone out from your pocket to keep it from waking you completely. Who would have guessed that the moment she saw the caller ID, her eyes would narrow with instant displeasure? Her eyes narrowed with instant displeasure. She shot a glare at you. This kid actually had Hanaka's phone number. Just how close had these two actually become? The phone was still ringing. Looking at the name flashing across the screen, Asuka grew furious. Without a second thought, she hung up directly. Then, she swiftly added the number to the block list and deleted it entirely from the contact list. Asuka executed these few steps in one smooth motion, without a single shred of guilt, before placing the phone onto the coffee table. She looked down at your soundly sleeping face, dissatisfiedly reaching out her hand to pinch your little nose. You little brat, going around charming girls. Do you even respect me as your wife at all? Interacting with girls was one thing, but it just had to be that Hanaka whom she had a feud with. She had clearly told you that she and Hanaka didn't get along. Look at you, treating her words completely like white noise and still associating with that girl named Yuen. Exchanging phone numbers after knowing each other for barely a few days? She certainly didn't recall Hanaka ever being that easy to talk to. Thinking about how Hanaka treated you so exceptionally, her chest felt even tighter and she grew more infuriated. Your nose being pinched blocked your airway. It felt highly uncomfortable, so uncomfortable, like you were about to suffocate. Murmuring a protest, you turned your head, instinctively parting your lips, to breathe through your mouth. Asuka's gaze darkened slightly, staring intently at your lips. Especially with your mouth slightly parted like that, no matter how she looked at it, it seemed like an invitation to come kiss you. She had felt a bit of regret earlier because you had startled her before she could kiss you more deeply. Since you parted your lips on your own this time, she wasn't going to be polite. Leaning in once more, her thin lips pressed against your lips. This time, without any hesitation or second thoughts, she directly used her tongue to slip inside your slightly parted mouth. You were already slightly lacking oxygen to begin with, and with her blocking you like this, it became even harder to catch your breath. You were jarred awake. You let out a soft, muffled sound. Asuka sensed it this time. Releasing your lips, she looked down at your face, trying to see if you were truly waking up or just murmuring in a dream. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, you were genuinely waking up this time. Seeing your eyelids flutter, Asuka knew you were about to open your eyes. She quickly pulled her body up, distancing herself from you and putting on an act as if she knew absolutely nothing. Dazedly, you opened your eyes and looked toward her. Asuka directed her gaze elsewhere. Yet, on her beautiful face, there was an unnatural, faint blush. Fortunately, you had only just awakened, and your eyes were still bleary, so you couldn't see things very clearly. You sat up, letting out a massive yawn, and stretched lazily. Wiping your mouth with your hand, you actually discovered there was some wetness on it. Could you have drooled while sleeping? You quickly wiped it away with the back of your hand to eliminate the evidence, deeply afraid that if Asuka saw it, she would ridicule you again. With your eyes clearing up a bit, you stared at the strange-acting Asuka and asked, "Asuka, why are you sitting on the floor? What are you doing?" Asuka's usually sharp mind suffered a few seconds of absolute gridlock. She stuttered out a random excuse. "I'm meditating." Your face looked incredibly skeptical. Meditating? That didn't seem to match her personality at all. Asuka stood up with a sharp huff and glared at you. "What I'm doing is none of your business. Aren't you tired? Go back to your room and sleep." Following that, she strode with her long legs into the study and with a sharp click, slammed the door shut directly. Blinking your eyes, you watched her retreating figure in a daze, scratching your head. What was up with this girl being so inexplicable out of nowhere? Smacking your lips, you felt completely parched, just as you were about to slide off the sofa to find some water to drink. Who'd have thought that with a creak, the study door would suddenly open back up? Asuka walked out expressionless, her eyes locked dead on at the phone on the coffee table. Striding quickly over to your side, she spoke, "Lend me your phone for a second." Before you could even react, she swiftly snatched your phone away. Then she spun around and went right back into the study. "You have your own phone, why are you borrowing mine?" You were puzzled, but right now solving your thirst took priority, so you didn't chase after her to demand it back. Besides, you didn't have anything secretive on it anyway. You walked toward the refrigerator, pulled out a bottle of mineral water, and drank heavily from it. Having obtained your phone, Asuka returned to the study and vexedly hurried to delete Hanaka's call log. She had actually forgotten about this record, only remembering it after stepping into the study. It was also a stroke of luck that you had only just woken up, and your reactions were slow, which was why you didn't suspect her. Having deleted the log, she strolled out with the phone in hand, catching sight of you drinking water. "Asuka, I'm hungry. Are there only crackers at home and nothing else to eat?" you asked as you walked over, looking at her. Having taken a gulp of water, your lips were glistening and moist. Asuka instantly recalled the kiss from just now, and an inexplicable dryness rose in her throat. "Give me a sip." She abruptly reached out her hand, overbearingly snatching the mineral water right out of yours. You gave her a thoroughly bewildered look. "If you want a drink, go get one yourself." You licked your lips, feeling as though you were still a bit thirsty. Thus, you helplessly turned around, walked back over to the refrigerator, and pulled another bottle out. Asuka tilted her head back, drinking the water you had just drank from. Was it because you had drank from it? It actually tasted a bit sweet, different from its usual flavor. She finished off the remaining half of the bottle in one go, stepped on the trash can lid, and tossed the empty bottle inside. Watching her wipe away the trace of water from her lips, your brain finally caught up to the situation. She drank the water you had just drank from. Wouldn't that count as an indirect kiss? Thinking about it this way, your gaze unconsciously drifted back toward her thin lips. The shape of her mouth was very attractive, possessing an indescribable hint of sexiness. It was probably the kind of lip shape that belonged to someone who was very good at kissing. You then suddenly remembered that she had plenty of boyfriends. In that case, those sexy thin lips must have kissed quite a few boys before. At this thought, your mood sank slightly, and you couldn't help but silently curse in your mind. Seriously, such a playgirl. Asuka felt your resentful gaze. She knit her brows, looking at you in bewilderment as she asked, "What's wrong? Even if you're hungry, you have to wait a moment. I can't just conjure up food for you out of thin air. I'll order delivery for you right now, all right?" Asuka felt your resentful gaze. She knit her brows, looking at you in bewilderment as she asked, "What's wrong? Even if you're hungry, you have to wait a moment. I can't just conjure up food for you out of thin air. I'll order delivery for you right now, all right? Can't you even cook noodles or something?" Resentment lingered in your heart, so you intentionally wanted to make things difficult for her. Asuka let out a sharp laugh. "Cook noodles? This young lady hasn't even boiled water before. If you want to eat something I cooked, unless you aren't afraid of dying." Staring at her, you directly snatched your phone back. "I certainly don't want to torture myself." "Then hurry up and order delivery. I want to eat pizza. Oh, and roasted wings too. Tell them to deliver it quickly. I'm genuinely starving. Asuka picked up her phone and began making a call to order the food. Because you had drank too much water, Nature called. You actually forgot to put your phone down and walked straight into the restroom holding it. Never in a million years did you expect that the moment you sat down on the toilet, the phone would suddenly ring. You felt a bit embarrassed. You were literally using the restroom. Why on earth did someone have to call at this exact moment? Moreover, the screen displayed an unknown number. Without thinking too much about it, assuming it was a wrong number, you answered the call. Rui, it's me, Honoka. A pleasant female voice echoed from the other end. You nearly choked on your own saliva. Cough, cough. How could it be you? What are you doing? Honoka asked. Your face flushed a little. There was no way you were going to comfortably admit you were on the toilet, right? No, nothing much. Is there something you need from me? Because of your embarrassment, you asked in a lowered voice. Honoka paused for a brief moment on her end before speaking up. I called you just a little while ago, but you hung up. When I tried calling back after that, it wouldn't go through at all, as if I had been blocked. But I felt that it probably wasn't your doing. Astonished, you said, "No way! I didn't receive any call. When did you call?" Just about 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, I was still asleep. You muttered to yourself. Following that, your eyes gradually widened. At that time, while you were still sleeping, there was only one person by your side, and that was Asuka. So there was absolutely no need to guess. It had to be that girl's handiwork. She saw Honoka calling you, hung up on her, and even added her to the block list. Oh, right. Just a moment ago, Asuka had inexplicably borrowed your phone for a second, so she did that just to destroy the evidence. How frustrating. How could that jerk do something like that? You quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. A friend of mine did that. In her characteristically low and gentle tone, Honoka said, "It's fine. I knew it wouldn't be you. I heard from some people that you got jumped. Are your injuries serious?" So the reason she had called you in such a hurry was because she was worried about you. It seemed she already considered you a friend. You felt incredibly happy about this, and a small smile bloomed across your face. I'm fine. They aren't severe. I was originally planning to go to the basketball court to find you. Who knew I'd be so unlucky? I was intercepted halfway there and got beaten up. Honoka's voice dropped a fraction. I heard about that. I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with you. How could this be your fault? If anyone is to blame, it's that girl Asuka. She's a total magnet for trouble, which is why there are all these crazy fanboys around. Are you really okay? If anything is wrong, please don't lie to me, all right? I want to know how you actually are. It was glaringly obvious that Honoka was worrying about you straight from the heart. You said with a laugh, I'm fine. Truly, I'm okay. If something were wrong with me, I wouldn't be able to chat and laugh with you like this right now, don't you think? Only then did Honoka feel relieved. That's good. Is there one more thing I could ask you? Her voice held a hint of gravity and depth. Yeah, go ahead. Judging by her tone, it sounded like she was about to ask something incredibly important. Is Asuka your girlfriend? She asked in a low voice. You froze. You hadn't expected her to ask this. Though on second thought, she had probably heard about what happened today. The matter of Asuka publicly declaring you as her husband had undoubtedly spread across the whole campus by now. Well, you hesitated. How were you supposed to explain this? Asuka certainly wasn't your girlfriend. But she was your fiancé. It's all right, Honoka added considerately. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that my relationship with her, I don't really know how to put it. It's a bit complicated. You scratched your head, feeling rather conflicted inside, unsure of whether you should tell Honoka your true identity and your arrangement with Asuka. If we're talking about a girlfriend, she doesn't really count as one either, you mumbled. Although Asuka had previously suggested telling everyone outwardly that you were her boyfriend as a way to shield you, hadn't you rejected that idea? Furthermore, in a practical sense, even though you and Asuka shared an engagement, you weren't actually dating, right? Honoka paused on her end. Then let me rephrase the question. Do you like her? The kind of liking between a man and a woman. You blinked. Liking Asuka? Faced with this question, you went blank for a second and then said, of course I don't. The relationship between us isn't what you think. Asuka and I, how could we possibly? Of course you cared about Asuka. The two of you were childhood friends, close since you were toddlers, just like family. She was so good to you, so how could you not care for her? It was just that romantic affection. That was something you had never once considered. Hanukkah suddenly spoke in a low voice. Rui, where are you right now? At home. Why? What's up? This question was significantly easier to answer than the previous one. She asked, is it convenient for you to come out? You thought about it, you still had to eat, but after eating you should have plenty of time, right? Thus, you nodded and said, it's convenient. Is something the matter? Those few simple words caused your heart to give a sudden, violent throb, sounding almost like a lover's soft murmur, making your heart skip a beat. You were a total sucker for attractive voices, and Hanukkah's voice was just so beautiful. When she said, I want to see you, in such a tender tone, you really couldn't help your mind from wandering. You quickly patted your own head. Don't overthink things. Hanukkah definitely just had something to discuss with you. It wasn't what you were imagining. Sure, I can. Your cheeks flushed slightly. Then let's set a time. Is around noon okay? Before you even had a chance to get an agreement, who would have thought? A sudden bang, bang, bang of pounding echoed from outside the door. Your cheeks flushed slightly. Then let's set a time. Is around noon okay? Before you even had a chance to get an agreement, a sudden bang, bang, bang of pounding echoed from outside the door. Right after that, Asuka's teasing voice rang out. Rui, you've been in there a really long time. What are you doing in there? Your heart leaped into your throat, terrified that Asuka would discover you were on the phone with Hanukkah. You quickly whispered, I'll contact you again in a bit. Only after hanging up the phone did you realize you were still sitting on the toilet. Hastily pulling up your pants, you flushed the water. You hid the phone away in your pocket before going over to open the door. A playful, cynical smile was plastered across Asuka's beautiful face. Propping one hand against the door frame, she looked at you mockingly. I thought you fell into the toilet. You glared at her. You're the one who fell into the toilet. Asuka, however, peeked inside the bathroom, wrinkling her nose. Then what were you doing in there? It's nothing like that. Flustered to the tips of your ears by her teasing, if it weren't for the fact that she had helped you out today, you would have already thrown a punch. Asuka sniffed the air. It indeed didn't smell bad, so she grabbed you by one arm and pulled you right out. Hurry up out of there! I need to use the restroom. I'm bursting! You looked entirely dazed and out of sorts. Asuka gave you a wicked grin and a sidelong glance. Do you want to stay behind and spectate? I don't mind, you know. Gross. I don't want to spectate. Shaken out of your daze by her antics, you finally snapped out of it and quickly fled. The moment Asuka stepped into the bathroom, you immediately shot a glance over, confirming she was inside, before stealthily dodging to one side. Pulling out your phone, you quickly pulled up the block list, removed Hanukkah's number, and even sent her an explanatory message. Very quickly, Hanukkah replied to the text, Can you come out around noon? Let's meet up outside. Staring at the text message, you began to hesitate. The delivery hadn't arrived yet, and after eating, you'd still have to come up with an excuse to slip out. The timing was far too tight. Thus, after some thought, you replied, Would after school this afternoon work? Within barely a few seconds, Hanukkah's text arrived. Her tone exceptionally gentle. Then I'll see you then. You sent her a smiley face, but the moment you put your phone down, Asuka walked right out of the bathroom. Noticing her gaze sweeping your way, you grew instantly tense, instinctively hiding the phone away. In your heart, an inexplicable feeling arose. The illusion of cheating on your wife with another woman. To cover up your nervousness, you immediately spoke up. My phone is out of battery. I'm going inside to plug it in for a bit. Having said that, you quickened your pace and slipped into the bedroom. Asuka's pitch-black eyes gave you a sidelong look, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. The delivery service was highly efficient. It arrived in just 30 minutes. Asuka had indeed ordered a massive spread of delicious food. The moment you laid eyes on the gourmet treats, you couldn't control yourself and gorged on a heavy meal. After finishing up, you slumped lazily onto the sofa, rubbing your bloated stomach. So full, phew! Checking the time, it was already afternoon. You immediately spoke to Asuka. Asuka, I don't want to go to class this afternoon. Go on by yourself. Help me ask the teacher for leave. Just say my injuries are severe. I can perfectly use this as an excuse to skip classes legitimately for a few days. Who would have thought that Asuka, holding an iPad in her hands, would lean against the other side of the sofa, her sexy voice drifting over unhurriedly. Yeah, I don't feel like going either. I'll stay home and keep you company." "What? You aren't going either?" You hadn't expected her to do this, and you grew instantly anxious. "There's no need. You don't need to stay home to keep me company. I'm perfectly fine on my own. Go to class." Asuka found your behavior incredibly bizarre, eyeing you suspiciously. "Why are you trying so hard to push me to go to class? Don't tell me you're planning to do something behind my back?" Asuka's gaze turned instantly piercing. "No way." Feeling guilty inside, you even stuttered over your words. Asuka set her iPad down, narrowing her beautiful eyes. "Really nothing?" Acting like a perfectly well-behaved child, you nodded vigorously. "Yeah, really, nothing at all. I just don't want you to miss out on your classes because of me. You don't have to worry about me. Go to class. I can look after myself perfectly fine." You patted your chest confidently. If she stayed right here to keep tabs on you, how were you supposed to go meet Hanukkah? Doing a quick flip, you bounded up from the sofa. Terrified that further questioning from Asuka would give you away, you immediately walked toward the study. "It's so boring. Let me borrow your computer to play some games. I haven't touched a computer since being back for so many days." Suddenly got a massive craving for gaming. "Hold on. Who knew Asuka would suddenly rush forward in a flash to block your path?" Her beautiful face was entirely serious. "The study is my personal sanctuary. You can't go in there." You instantly pouted your small lips in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean, sanctuary? Why won't you let me in? Don't tell me." You gave a mischievous grin, pointing your finger right at her face. "Are you hiding some juicy little secret?" Asuka grabbed your finger in one swift motion. "What on earth are you imagining? In any case, the study is my territory. If I say you can't enter, you can't enter. Especially my computer. You absolutely must not touch it. Do you hear me clearly?" As she spoke, she even pinched your cheek. "Ow, that hurts." Frowning, you slapped her hand away. "Fine, I won't go in. It's not like you're hiding treasure anyway." Huffing in annoyance, you turned and stomped into the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a loud crash. Asuka shook her head as she watched you leave, and then stepped into the study. Inside the bedroom, you pressed your ear flat against the door panel, listening intently to the noises outside. Hearing the sound of a door closing, she must have gone into the study. Should you take a gamble? Well, she wasn't in the living room. Just dash out. But if you did that, she would discover you had run off. Doing it right now wasn't a good idea. It would trigger suspicion. Suffering a massive headache over this, you knew you still needed a reasonable excuse that would let you leave out in the open, while keeping her from suspecting where you were heading. You walked over to the French windows, gazing out at the brilliant sunshine. Looking closely down from the incredibly high floor, it was over 30 stories up. That height was absolutely terrifying. You definitely wouldn't dare climb down from here. Sigh, what should I do? You threw yourself onto the bed, sprawling out completely flat like a star. Getting full easily made a person drowsy, and as it turned out, you actually drifted off to sleep. By the time you woke up again, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. You twisted your neck around. Having slept too much, your head felt incredibly heavy and dizzy. Crawling out of bed, you dragged your slippers out into the living room. Finding a bottle of water from the fridge, you took a few gulps. Once a wave of icy coldness surged through your body, your mental state gradually improved significantly. The apartment was dead silent, with only the sunlight beaming in from outside looking exceptionally radiant. Glancing toward the study, you didn't hear a single sound. Could Asuka have fallen asleep inside, or was she playing games? If you were to slip out for an hour right now, and then come back, would she fail to notice entirely? Securing your phone, you tiptoed your way over to the entryway. Slipping into your shoes with utmost care, you opened and closed the front door with absolute caution. Every single movement felt like it was happening in slow motion. You successfully made it out. Losing no time, you quickly fired off a text to Hanukkah, letting her know you were on your way. You rapidly boarded the elevator, ran outside the moment you hit the ground floor, and waved down a taxi. "Driver, to Shonday Academy. Please step on it." However, what you completely failed to realize was that the exact instant you stepped out of the apartment, the study door happened to swing wide open. Asuka walked out as well. You stepped inside the cafe, This was the place you had agreed to meet Hanukkah. This particular street was right adjacent to Shande Academy, so students frequently came here to shop. The moment you crossed the threshold, a rich aroma of coffee hit your nose. Just as you were scanning around to find Hanukkah, unexpectedly, she was already waving her hand at you. Walking over with a smile, you took a seat and spoke. "Have you been waiting a long time?" Hanukkah elegantly handed the menu to you instead, smiling as she spoke. "No. See what you'd like to drink. This shop is very popular at school. The taste should be quite good." You were actually quite indifferent toward coffee, preferring milk tea or kumquat lemon instead. However, when you opened the menu and saw the prices listed inside, the words instantly got stuck in your throat. You looked up at Hanukkah, quickly using the menu to shield yourself, leaning closer to whisper, "This shop is so expensive. A single drink actually costs nearly 1,000 yen." Although you had consumed more expensive things before, the very first thing that crossed your mind was Hanukkah's financial situation. But Hanukkah held a smile on her lips, looking completely unbothered as she said, "It's fine. Go ahead and order. I can still afford this much." You knit your brows instead, shaking your head as you said, "No way, it's too expensive. This is practically a rip-off shop." Only now did you understand why she had just said this shop was very popular among the students. Sante was an elite academy. Those who could afford to consume here were mostly wealthy young heiresses. To them, this price was absolutely nothing. Just then, the waiter brought over the order. He had a warm smile and a clean, handsome appearance. When you looked, it was shockingly 2 slices of strawberry shortcake. You looked at Hanukkah in dazed surprise. "Did you order this?" Hanukkah nodded, her eyes shining like the stars as she smiled and said, I heard people say before that the desserts at this shop are delicious. It's perfect that you're here to try them with me this time." The moment the waiter left, you urgently flipped open the menu, wanting to check the price of the cake. Seeing you like this, Hanukkah was stuck between tears and laughter. "Stop looking for it, just order a drink." Flipping through the pages aggressively, you finally found the price of the strawberry shortcake at the back, and your eyes instantly went wide. Over 1,000 yen! This place really was a rip-off shop. Your volume was a bit too loud, drawing sidelong glances from the people nearby. Hanukkah gave an embarrassed cough, softly reminding you. She didn't actually mind your making a fuss. She even found it somewhat cute. But there might be other Sante students in this shop, and after the massive scene you caused today, you were the center of attention. It was better to keep a low profile. Naturally, you noticed it too. Your face flushed slightly, and you quickly pulled up your collar. Setting the menu aside, you picked up the lemon water the waiter had just brought. "I'll just drink this. I won't order anything else." Seeing this, Hanukkah didn't insist further. You took a sip of the water, your mind entirely consumed by the need to rush back quickly, lest Asuka discover you had snuck out. "Hanukkah, you asked me to come out. Was there something you wanted to tell me?" You asked hurriedly, racing against the clock, only wanting to finish the conversation quickly so you could rush back. Hanukkah's deep brown eyes looked at you, and she suddenly said, "Actually, you can just call me Wan Wan." You paused slightly. Calling her Wan Wan felt incredibly intimate. Hanukkah arched her brows slightly, her tone sounding a bit hurt. "I consider you a friend. Don't tell me you don't." "Of course not. Of course I do." Realizing you had misspoken, you quickly corrected yourself, terrified she might misunderstand. Your small head nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at grain. How could you possibly not consider her a friend? From the very beginning, you had wanted to be friends with her. You just hadn't expected everything to happen so suddenly. You had originally thought she was hard to get close to, and that it would take a long time before she'd consider you a friend. Hearing her say this made you incredibly happy inside. Her eyes holding a faint smile as she looked at you, she pushed the strawberry shortcake in front of you and said, "Then, from now on, you'll call me Wan Wan, okay? Hurry and eat the cake." "Wan Wan, Wan Wan." Your eyes curved into a smile. You recalled that she also seemed to call you Rui. If she called you by your full name, it would probably sound strange to your ears too. Taking a bite of the strawberry shortcake, a fresh strawberry flavor burst across your tongue, making your eyes light up instantly. It really was delicious. No wonder this shop was so expensive. it could be considered well worth the price. You pushed the other slice toward her, urging her, "You try it too. The taste is really wonderful. It's the kind of taste you could never get tired of. I even want to eat another slice. Then let's order another one." She smiled gently, picking up her fork to take a bite as well. The deliciousness indeed caused her eyes to brighten for a moment, and she nodded at you in agreement. Watching your satisfied little face, she felt that this was probably the most delicious strawberry shortcake in the world. You quickly shook your head. No way, one slice is enough. If you really kept eating just because you couldn't get tired of it, wouldn't you end up eating her into bankruptcy? You finished off the cake in less than a minute. Scraping up the remaining cream, you looked at her and asked, "By the way, you were in such a hurry to find me. What exactly is the matter? Is it something very important?" Hanukkah slowly set her fork down, her gaze fixed on you, as her pleasant voice spoke unhurriedly. "Originally, I was a bit worried about your injuries. But seeing you so full of energy, you should truly be fine now." According to the version she had heard, it was said you were ganged up on by a group of guys, and even injured your hand, losing a lot of blood. Someone had even exaggeratedly claimed that your internal organs were kicked and damaged, causing you to throw up a lot of blood. Although you said you were fine over the phone, she still wanted to confirm it with her own eyes. "Just that?" You blanked out for a moment. You had thought she had some monumental matter to discuss, and had already braced yourself mentally. But who knew it was so vastly different from what she had imagined? "No, there is one more thing." Seeing your seemingly disappointed expression, Hanukkah couldn't help but laugh. Staring into your eyes with a serious demeanor, she suddenly asked, "What exactly is your relationship with Asuka?" "There is one more thing I wanted to ask you." Seeing your seemingly disappointed expression, Hanukkah couldn't help but laugh. Staring into your eyes with a serious demeanor, she suddenly asked, "What exactly is your relationship with Asuka?" Well... You scratched your head, temporarily at a loss for words. How are you supposed to explain it? Who would have thought that Hanukkah would smile softly and directly voice her guess? You two have known each other for a long time, right? Before you transferred to Sante, you already knew each other. And you're very close, right? Hearing her lay it out so bluntly, you were instantly a bit dazed, so there was no longer any need to hide it. Just then, a very loud voice suddenly came from the side. Rui, ... This voice was far too familiar. Your body instantly froze, instinctively assuming that Asuka had arrived. If she caught you sneaking out, and to meet Hanukkah of all people, someone she had a history with, you were completely dead. Flustered, you turned your head, but before you could clearly see who it was, a figure suddenly lunged forward, throwing an arm tightly around your neck. It really is you. I thought I was seeing things. A solid embrace, carrying a faint scent of cologne water. It was a guy. Only then did you look up in surprise, looking at the person before you. Shuhei, why are you here? Shuhei raised his brows, glaring at you. That's what I should be asking you. Why are you here? When did you return to the country? Well, I've been back for a few days now. Shuhei let go of you, saying in dissatisfaction, Then why didn't you tell me when you got back? How long are you staying this time? When are you heading back to America? About that. I've transferred to Sante Academy now, so I'll be staying in the country for the short term. You explained simply. Once your marriage arrangement with Asuka was dissolved, you would probably return to America. Really? You aren't lying to me, right? Shuhei excitedly grabbed your hand, his eyes widening in pleasant surprise. Of course it's true, you said with a smile. That's amazing. That's wonderful. We can hang out all the time from now on. Shuhei was incredibly thrilled. Where have you been lately? I've been at school for several days, but I haven't seen a trace of you. Shuhei smiled sheepishly. My dad went to France for a fashion exhibition, so I tagged along to play. I'm so jealous of you. You lamented. Shuhei's father was a famous fashion designer who constantly flew all over the world. HMPH. Does Asuka know you're back then? Shuhei suddenly asked. She knows. Speaking of this, you suddenly remembered Hanukkah's presence. You sneaked a glance at her, only to find a gentle smile resting on her face, looking completely unsurprised. Shuhei noticed Hanukkah as well just then. When he clearly saw Hanukkah's face, he was instantly stunned, blurting out, "Ho, Hanukkah? How come you are sitting here with Rui?" You weren't surprised at all that he knew Hanukkah. After all, Hanukkah was considered a prominent figure at Sante. However, why did you feel Shuhei's expression was a bit strange? His face seemed a bit redder than it had been a moment ago. Immediately after, Shuhei suddenly sat down, squeezing you to one side. The look in his eyes as he stared at Honoka actually carried a youthful shyness and joy. He opened his mouth to ask, "How do you and Rui know each other?" That gaze seemed glued to Hanukkah's body, unable to shift away anymore. Even someone as dense as you could feel the heat in his gaze. A thought suddenly popped into your mind. Could Shuhei like Hanukkah? You quickly gave him a tug, leaning close to his ear to whisper, "Can't you restrain your gaze a little bit?" "Rui, spill it. What's going on between you and Hanukkah? Don't tell me you two are on a date." Shuhei suddenly thought of this possibility, looking at you with a heartbroken expression. "Don't talk nonsense." Feeling that the atmosphere was far too awkward, you quickly told him, "Shuhei, you should leave first. I'll explain it to you later." "Don't add to the chaos here." Yielding to your pushing, Shuhei reluctantly stood up. "Fine then, I'll leave first. I'll call you later." Once you waved and sent Shuhei off, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry." You looked at Hanukkah apologetically. Hanukkah shook her head instead, smiling faintly. "It's fine. It looks like my guess was correct. You were a bit dazed. With Shuhei causing such a disruption, your small head was temporarily a bit muddled, unable to keep up with her pace. You and Asuka are friends who have known each other for many years, right? Childhood friends," she said, looking into your eyes, her voice carrying a quiet undertone. You gave a slight start. Realizing she had already figured it out, there wasn't really anything left to hide. Thus, you nodded. "As I thought. I should have guessed it sooner," Hanukkah said softly, her voice dropping slightly. There seemed to be some sort of emotion swirling in her eyes, but you couldn't read it. Sensing that the atmosphere had turned a bit strange, you suddenly didn't know what to say. Right then, you recalled something. Asuka had mentioned they had some bad history. What exactly was that bad history, you wondered to yourself? Knowing that you were close with Asuka, would Hanukkah look at you differently now? To your surprise, Hanukkah looked at you and a sudden sentence made your heart tighten. "The last time you were crying outside the principal's office, was it because you had a fight with Asuka? Over the matter of reinstating the security guard?" You were rather astonished. How could her guess be so spot on? But you still nodded your head. One last question. She spoke quietly. You raised your head, meeting her deep eyes. That gaze felt as though it could thoroughly see right through you. "What question?" you asked. Hanukkah stated directly, "You two aren't dating, right?" Did she only say those words just to stand up for you? Those words, you understood instantly, referred to Asuka claiming you were her husband. You felt that what she said wasn't wrong either, so you continued to nod. That's how it is." As for your marriage arrangement with Asuka, there was no need to mention it. In any case, no one knew, and they didn't need to announce it publicly. Perhaps after some time, this arrangement would be dissolved. A trace of a smile appeared in Hanukkah's eyes. "All right, I'm done asking." As if reading your thoughts, she added, "Don't worry. I won't stop considering you a friend just because of your relationship with her. We're still friends." Hearing these words, your smile fully returned. "I knew you wouldn't. You're not like that jerk Asuka who has such a terrible temper." Achoo! Quote. At that exact moment, back at the apartment, Asuka suddenly let out a sneeze. You checked the time, and your small face instantly crumpled. With a hint of panic, you said, "I have to go. I've been out for nearly an hour. If I don't get back, Asuka will definitely discover I snuck out." Hanukkah nodded, waving the waiter over to pay the bill. You felt a bit awkward. "How about we go Dutch?" Hanukkah had already paid by card, smiling as she said to you, "It's fine. It's my treat this time. You can treat me next time." Without overthinking it, you nodded. Sure. In your mind, you were already planning to treat her to a great meal next time, and it had to be more expensive than this one. Looking at you, she asked, "Otherwise, how about you treat me to a movie? There's an American blockbuster releasing this weekend that I've been really wanting to see. I wonder if you'd be interested." Hanukkah seemed to have suddenly thought of something, looking at you as she asked, How about you treat me to a movie? There's an American blockbuster releasing this weekend that I've been really wanting to see. I wonder if you'd be interested. Are you talking about that movie? I love that one too. That sounds great. I'll treat you to see it. You agreed without a second thought. Then you froze violently. The fact that she had a boyfriend, you suddenly remembered it. You looked at her hesitantly. The two of us going to see a movie together seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Is there something wrong with it? Hanukkah asked in confusion. You gave her a bitter smile. Don't you have a boyfriend? If your boyfriend finds out, he'll definitely be angry. How about this instead? My treat, but you take your boyfriend to see it. Would that work? Hanukkah paused for a moment and suddenly smiled. You couldn't read what her expression meant, whether she agreed with your suggestion or disagreed. But your heart was resolute. Since she had a boyfriend, you absolutely could not watch a movie alone with her. You had to avoid any misunderstanding. To your surprise, Hanukkah suddenly locked eyes with you, dropping a bombshell. Actually, I don't have a boyfriend. Huh? You were completely stupefied. Hanukkah gently hooked her lips into a smile. I said, I don't have a boyfriend, so you can treat me to that movie. No need to change the plan. But you don't have a boyfriend? That's not right. Don't you have a boyfriend? You couldn't understand it. If only one person had said it, it might be fake. But the fact that she had a boyfriend wasn't just something Mitsuki had mentioned. Even Asuka had said so. You could choose not to believe Mitsuki, but even though Asuka was overbearing and petty, you still really believed what she said. Hanukkah rubbed her nose and said with a bit of embarrassment, the thing about having a boyfriend is something I said on purpose. You blanked out again, never expecting it to be like this. You instantly connected the dots and exclaimed in realization, could it be that you used this as an excuse to reject those guys who confessed to you? And then over time, everyone thought you really had a boyfriend? No wonder. Everyone said her boyfriend was very mysterious, no one had ever seen him, and no one knew which school he went to. It turned out there was no such thing as this so-called boyfriend at all. Hanukkah made a shushing gesture at you, her beautiful face appearing serious. Only you know. You have to keep this a secret for me, got it? Oh, right. You nodded sheepishly, still feeling amazed by this suddenly learned fact. Hanukkah looked at your strange expression, blinked her eyes, and asked, your expression looks like you're very disappointed. Your eyes went wide, and you quickly shook your head. No way, not at all, you saw wrong. You actually were a little disappointed. That was because, originally hearing that her boyfriend was mysterious, you felt very curious and really wanted to dig up this secret. Who knew that this secret was actually fake? Your disappointment was actually because you lost the fun of exploring this secret. Then about the movie, it's a promise. Is this Saturday fine? Hanukkah didn't press further. In any case, your expression was written all over your face. She could tell with one look. You felt there was no problem, so you nodded and said, sure. Then we'll set a time when the day comes. Oh no, I really have to leave. Hanukkah watched your panicked figure run out, the corners of her beautiful lips curling up slightly. Back in the apartment, you quietly opened the door, carefully closed it, and then bent down at the entryway, gently changing into your slippers. Suddenly, a dark shadow cast over your figure, and a cold voice came over. Where did you go? Your body instantly froze. You slowly raised your head, meeting Asuka's strict gaze. Giving a forced laugh, you asked, when did you find out I was gone? Half an hour ago. Her hawk-like eyes stared dead at you, just like locking onto prey. You quickly pulled out a bag from behind your back, saying with a bright smile, I suddenly wanted to eat something when I woke up. Since it happened to be tea time, I went down by myself to buy something. But Asuka wasn't that easily fooled. Her eyes stared intently at you. A single trip took over half an hour. Which shop did you buy this from? Your heart gave a jolt. Luckily, the shop name on the bag was indeed nearby. This wasn't because you were clever, but because you smelled the fragrance on your way back and bought it on a whim out of greed. Who would have thought it would happen to come in handy now? Your dark eyes darted around, and you immediately came up with a new excuse. It's like this. I met a Samoyed on the way. It was honestly so cute, I couldn't help but play with it for a while, and then I went to buy things. This explanation was absolutely flawless. You gave yourself a thumbs up in your heart. Who knew Asuka would blink her eyes and fire off a barrage of questions? A Samoyed? I've lived here for so long and never seen one. How old was the one you met? What was its name? Was its owner a man or a woman? How would you know any of that? You hadn't actually met a Samoyed. You panicked for a few seconds, then suddenly a plan came to mind. Glaring at her fiercely, "What do you mean by that? So you don't believe me? To think I was so good to you and even bought your favorite snack. Now I'm not letting you eat it." Feigning anger, you moved to bypass her and enter the room. Asuka grabbed your hand in one swift motion, her tone helpless. "All right, why do you have such a big temper now?" "I didn't say I didn't believe you. I just wanted to ask clearly. You have injuries on you, yet you're running around all over the place. And you didn't even let me know when you went out." She pulled you over to the sofa, took the bag from your hands, and placed it on the coffee table. Since you were already feeling very guilty, you didn't keep up the act, lest overacting arouse her suspicion even further. Just as the two of you were eating, your phone suddenly rang. You paused slightly, thinking to yourself that it couldn't possibly be a call from Hanukkah, right? You couldn't help but steal a glance at Asuka. Who knew that she happened to look over at that exact moment as well, her gaze terrifyingly deep, as if she had seen through something. Just as the two of you were eating, your phone suddenly rang. You paused slightly, thinking to yourself that it couldn't possibly be a call from Hanukkah, right? You couldn't help but steal a glance at Asuka. Who knew that she happened to look over at that exact moment as well, that gaze terrifyingly deep, as if she had seen through something. "The phone is ringing. Aren't you going to answer it?" She stared at you, making your skin crawl. You had no choice but to brace yourself and pull out your phone. Looking at the caller ID, it wasn't Hanukkah, but Shuhei. You breathed a deep sigh of relief, generously showing the screen to her and saying with a smile, "It's Shuhei calling." Why would he suddenly call you? You instantly froze again. You and Shuhei had just met earlier. If that was discovered, wouldn't she know you were lying just now? Getting nervous, you stammered, I don't know either. I'll take the call first." Terrified that the moment the call connected, Shuhei would spill the fact that you two had met, you quickly left the sofa, pretending to go to the fridge to get some water to drink. "Hello?" Shuhei's rapid-fire voice instantly exploded. "Rui! What on earth is going on between you and Hanukkah? When did you get to know her? Why was she eating with you at a cafe? Do you like her?" "Wah! Don't tell me, I don't want to know!" "Wah!" You quickly pulled the phone away from your ear, only putting it back after a moment. "Don't get so excited first. Keep your voice down, all right? My ears are going deaf." "Your ears are just drooping, but my heart is breaking, Rui. How could you intercept her the moment you got back? I feel like dying right now. How could you steal my love?" You were truly stuck between tears and laughter at his antics. However, this also confirmed your suspicion. This guy really did like Hanukkah. "I didn't." You used your peripheral vision to steal a glance at Asuka. Seeing that she wasn't looking at you, you quickly slipped into the bedroom and closed the door. You whispered to Shuhei instructions. "You have to keep the fact that I met you today a secret. You can't tell anyone. Especially Asuka. You absolutely cannot let her know." "Why?" Shuhei was puzzled. "I'll explain to you next time. Anyway, just remember, you can't let her know. Got it? Then what about you and Hanukkah?" You quickly clarified. "She and I are just friends. If you like her, go ahead and pursue her with an easy mind." Shuhei let out a lamenting sigh. "I am pursuing her! But she doesn't pay any attention to me at all. I've never seen her alone with any guy before, which is why I was so shocked." "I see." You recalled Hanukkah's aloof and cool demeanor. The journey of pursuing love would certainly be very arduous. Shuhei sighed. "I know she has a boyfriend, so right now, I can only watch her from afar." You really wanted to tell Shuhei that Hanukkah's boyfriend was fake, but you had promised Hanukkah to keep it a secret, so even to your good friend, you couldn't say it. The next day, the moment you entered the school, you felt that the atmosphere was very strange. All the way from the school gates, countless gazes focused on your body. Those people looked at you, all lowering their heads and whispering in discussion. You felt uncomfortable all over, as if being stared at like a monkey on display, which felt quite unpleasant. Just as you were passing the bulletin board, right at that moment, Mitsuki ran over with a heavy expression, pulled you, and said anxiously, "Rui, come over and take a quick look. What on earth is going on?" "What is it?" Walking over with him, who knew that the crowd in front of the bulletin board would automatically part to make a path the moment they saw you? An ominous presentiment immediately rose in your heart. You walked over to look. Posted prominently on the bulletin board was shockingly a photograph. It was you and Hanukkah chatting and laughing in the cafe. What was even more detestable was that someone with hidden motives had photoshopped the picture to look extremely beautiful and romantic, making it look incredibly intimate no matter how one viewed it. You instantly froze. Who posted this up? Mitsuki shook his head, pulling out his phone to show you. I don't know. Look, it's on the school forum too. There are even people sending it in various class group chats. The situation is very serious right now. Everyone is spreading rumors, spreading that you... He didn't dare to continue speaking, but seeing his hesitant look, you knew just how unpleasant those words must be. How could this happen? Just who did this? You were about to drive yourself crazy. You had merely met up with Hanukkah once and done absolutely nothing. Why had it turned out like this? The pointing and whispering of the people around you felt like needles piercing into your brain, giving you a splitting headache. Mitsuki knit his brows and analyzed. I suspect it's Ryuta. He is the most suspicious. Because of you, he was expelled from the school. With his personality, he will definitely take revenge. He was expelled? You hadn't expected this point, but hearing Mitsuki say so, you felt that this was indeed the most likely scenario. Mitsuki continued. You might not know how severe of a matter it is to be expelled from Sante. Studying here is a symbol of status. Being expelled means being looked down upon in high society circles. Ryuta is so proud, how could he endure such humiliation? You only felt your temples throbbing with pain. What you worried about wasn't Ryuta's revenge, but just at this moment, a cool voice suddenly came from behind you, Rui. What happened? It was Asuka. Your entire body froze stiff, not even daring to look back at her. Before Asuka could even see the photograph on the bulletin board, someone nearby ratted you out. Miss Asuka, you've been cuckolded. Rui has a thing going on with Hanukkah. This kind of man doesn't deserve to be with you. Break up with him quickly. Exactly. How does a man like this deserve Miss Asuka? Kick him out of school. Expel him. The vast majority of those shouting were guys. Asuka knit her brows and asked you, what is going on? She raised her gaze and saw the photograph on the bulletin board, her face instantly turning cold. Staring at you with dark, cold eyes, she asked once more, what is going on? The exact same words, yet the tone and meaning were completely different. When was this photo taken? She asked rationally, her gaze falling back onto the photo. In the bottom right corner of the photograph, a date was shockingly stamped. This time, isn't that... Rui, you lied to me. Fire ignited within Asuka's cold eyes as she glared at you, her voice as cold as frost, appearing to be squeezed out from between her teeth. This time, Rui, you lied to me. Fire ignited within Asuka's cold eyes as she glared at you, her voice as cold as frost, appearing to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Asuka, listen to me first. I didn't mean to. You panicked completely, not knowing how to explain. The truth was laid out right before your eyes. Anything you said would just be an excuse. Asuka walked over with swift strides instead, ripping down the photograph in one go and tearing it into shreds as if venting her anger. Then she turned around and hurled them at you. She said nothing, merely looking at you coldly, but her chest was heaving violently, as if suppressing a monstrous rage. For the first time, you personally experienced what it meant by paper cannot wrap fire, that secrets can't remain hidden. It was just that you hadn't expected it would be exposed in this manner. Someone wanted to harm you and drive a wedge into your relationship with Asuka and the opponent. Asuka let out a sarcastic laugh. Go on, make something up. I just want to see what kind of excuse you can fabricate this time to deceive me. Why aren't you speaking anymore? Frightened into a shrink by her sharp roar, you didn't know what to say. Asuka raised her chin, her fists clenched deathly tight. Suddenly, she fiercely kicked over the trash can next to her. Rui, this is the first time I've known you to be so cunning. If you don't want to explain, then never say another word. Having said that, she turned around with a cold face and walked away. Asuka! You called out to her hurriedly from behind, wanting to chase after her to explain and apologize. But you were pulled back by Mitsuki. Mitsuki said worriedly, Rui, don't go. Miss Asuka is completely enraged right now. If you go now, you'll just be asking for death. Wait until she cools down a bit before talking. But you were so anxious you were on the verge of tears, droplets leaking from the corners of your eyes. It's useless, even if you chase after her now. Miss Asuka won't listen to a thing. Besides, the facts are right before your eyes. How are you going to explain? You grew lost as well. Yeah, how are you supposed to explain? Right now, what mattered wasn't whether anything happened between you and Hanukkah, but that you had lied to Asuka. This was what she was angry about, right? But you also couldn't quite understand. Even if she was angry, it shouldn't escalate to such a furious degree. Wasn't it just telling a small lie? Was it really necessary for her to throw such a massive tantrum? It was as if you had truly cuckolded her. Right then, the class bell rang. Mitsuki said, "Let's go back to the classroom first. Once school lets out, you can find Miss Asuka to explain things clearly. Your mind was a complete jumble, so you could only listen to him for now. You spent the entire morning in a daze. The English teacher suddenly called you up to read the text. You were completely out of it, reading it in an absolute mess. What kind of reading is this? It's an absolute mess. Rui, don't go thinking that just because you studied in America, you're a big deal. You still have a lot to learn. Sit down and pay attention to my class, understood?" A hidden sarcasm laced the English teacher's words, and she felt immensely pleased inside, having finally exacted her petty revenge. If it were in the past, how could you possibly take this kind of attitude? But right now, your mind was entirely filled with how to explain and apologize to Asuka. You didn't pay any attention to the English teacher's attitude at all. Tap, tap. The English teacher's pointer tapped on your desk. A smug smile plastered across her face as she addressed the whole class. "Everyone, don't be like Rui, thinking that just because your spoken English is good, you don't need to study English. After all, examinations and casual conversations are not." Before she could even finish her sentence, she turned to walk toward the podium while speaking. Who knew that a foot would suddenly stretch out beneath her feet? She was proudly holding her head high, completely failing to notice, and was tripped directly. Stumbling heavily, she almost bit the dust, awkwardly grabbing onto the desks on both sides to stabilize her body. Puffy. Quite a few people let out snickers. The English teacher's face instantly darkened. Once she stood firmly, her gaze swept toward Mitsuki. Mitsuki looked completely innocent, shrugging his shoulders. "Sorry about that, teacher, I didn't mean to." But he was absolutely doing it on purpose. The imperceptible smile at the corner of his lips and that incredibly half-hearted apology attitude couldn't be more obvious. Having said that, Mitsuki even cast a smiling glance at you, as if claiming credit. The English teacher was so furious her face turned the color of pig's liver, yet she couldn't do anything to Mitsuki. She could only swallow her anger, reprimanding in a heavy voice, "Be careful next time. Don't stick your legs out into the aisle. It's fine if you trip the teacher, but what if you trip other classmates?" Having said that, she straightened her posture, putting on a graceful air. Mitsuki's leg was still stretched out. She looked down at it, intending to step over it. Who knew that right at this moment, Mitsuki would suddenly pull his leg back? A person's instinctive reaction made her stepping motion falter and shrink back too. This sudden turn of events threw the English teacher's balance completely off. This time, she failed to stabilize herself and plunged directly face first onto the ground. Ha ha ha! This sight was honestly too hilarious. The students finally couldn't hold it in any longer and erupted into a roar of laughter. And this laughter felt like slaps landing hard across her face. The English teacher's face turned completely red with humiliation. Mitsuki clicked his tongue twice, saying in a sympathetic voice, "Teacher, how could you be so careless? I already pulled my leg back, yet you still managed to fall. You can't blame me for this anymore, right?" You blanked out for a moment, only then realizing that Mitsuki was helping you vent your anger. The English teacher practically crawled back up. Losing all face amidst the explosive laughter of the students, she didn't even dismiss the class before fleeing directly out of the classroom. You were stuck between tears and laughter. You had merely spaced out for a little while, so how did such a scene break out? Mitsuki, on the other hand, looked incredibly smug. Turning his head around, he rested his crossed arms on your desk, looking at you with a face begging for praise. "How about that? Got revenge for you. How do you plan to thank me? Lunch is your treat, okay? Honestly, I didn't really feel much of anything just now." You smiled helplessly. The English teacher thought she had made you feel miserable. But you were so preoccupied, your mind wasn't on it at all. Mitsuki snorted. Didn't you see her expression just now? I felt disgusted just looking at it. Intentionally looking for trouble with you and secretly feeling smug. So repulsive? All right. Anyway, what's done is done. Don't take it so far next time. He was genuinely helping you vent your anger, so you couldn't bring yourself to criticize him too harshly. The next period was PE class. You sat on the steps, hesitating over whether to go look for Asuka to apologize. The next period was PE class. You sat on the steps, hesitating over whether to go look for Asuka to apologize. Although Mitsuki said to give her some space and wait until her anger cooled down, you always felt it was better to go explain and apologize at the very first opportunity. Suddenly, a dark shadow flew over. With a sharp thwack, it accurately smacked right into your forehead as a ball bounced away on the ground. Hey, you cried out in pain, nearly knocked backward by the sheer force of the impact. My bad. A boy ran over, tossing out the phrase casually before picking up the volleyball and returning to the court. Rubbing your forehead, you only felt dizzy and lightheaded. How could you be so unlucky? To get smacked by a ball just from spacing out. Since PE class was just sitting around wasting time anyway, it would be better to sneak over to the second year S class to check on Asuka's situation. Just as you made up your mind, another dark shadow flew over, smacking your head once again. Your already dizzy head became even more muddled this time. Your vision went black for a moment, and you quickly grabbed onto something beside you so you wouldn't fall over. My bad, okay? The boy from just now ran over again, speaking to you in a completely cold tone. Doing it once could be bad luck, but doing it twice in a row, no matter how dense you were, you knew the other party was doing it on purpose. Before you could even flare up in anger, Mitsuki ran over, pointing at the boy in rage. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He looked down at you worriedly. Rui, are you all right? You kept your eyes shut, your small face crumpled into a ball, looking incredibly uncomfortable. Mitsuki glanced at the volleyball, knowing it must hurt terribly to get hit by it. He glared furiously at the boy. Several boys who were playing ball surrounded you, but their faces were entirely put on with apologetic expressions. Sorry about that, we really didn't mean to. Who told him to sit right by the court anyway? He's just sitting there like a log, and didn't even know to dodge when the ball flew over. Mitsuki let out 2 cold laughs. Dodge? You tried dodging it then? The volleyball was coming so fast, and he was spacing out. How could he possibly dodge it? The boys watching nearby began to whisper among themselves. Look at this Rui. He really has quite some skill. So many girls defend him at every turn. Who knows how many people he's hooked? Otherwise, how could he completely charm both Miss Asuka and Hanaka? I really don't know what Miss Asuka and the others see in him. Could he be particularly slutty? Haha, definitely. Just look at his chest. It's so well developed. You can tell just by looking how slutty his body must naturally be. Exactly. Girls all love guys who are good in bed. Those foul words became more and more unpleasant to hear. Listening to them only made you feel disgusted, and already feeling dizzy, you couldn't help but start dry heaving. Rui, how are you doing? Mitsuki furiously swept his gaze toward the group of boys nearby, snapping, All of you, shut up! Someone refused to back down, and shot right back. Mitsuki, you don't actually like him too, do you? He goes around seducing girls everywhere. Aren't you afraid of getting dirty? This time, the person who roared in anger was you. Grabbing the volleyball beside you, you fiercely hurled it right back at that boy, hitting him square in the forehead. Unable to withstand the force of the impact, the boy fell flat onto his butt on the ground. The people nearby instantly began their denunciation. Rui, how can you hit someone? Don't go thinking you still have Miss Asuka backing you up. Now that Miss Asuka knows your true colors, she won't want you anymore. You've been dumped. She doesn't want me? As if she'd want you instead. You smiled coldly, directly mocking him back. The boy was completely choked up by your single sentence, his face flushing red with anger. His face flushed red with anger, yet he couldn't fire back a single word of rebuttal. You let out a scoff. With a face like yours, even if you got plastic surgery, Asuka wouldn't spare you a glance, so you're left with nothing but envy. You! Smoke was practically rising from the top of the boy's head. Ignoring him further, you turned your head to sweep your gaze across those who had defamed you earlier, proudly declaring with an arrogant posture, "I just happen to be handsome and have a great body. So what? I just have the charm to make girls treat me well. So what?" You were already in a foul mood, yet they all came to provoke you one by one. Did you, Rui, look that easy to bully? In this world, only that jerk Asuka was allowed to bully you. Anyone else trying to bully you, keep dreaming. The faces of the boys who were put in their place turned incredibly ugly. Who's envious of you, Rui? Who do you think you are? Stop flattering yourself. You're so filthy you better watch out that you don't catch some disgusting disease. That's enough of you all! Mitsuki, who was standing aside, couldn't watch any longer and shouted at them. He pulled you, and seeing that your face was pale, anxiously asked in a hurry, "How are you doing? Do you feel sick? Let me take you to the infirmary to get checked out, all right?" You kept forcing yourself to endure, refusing to show weakness in front of these people. Flashing them a provocative smile, you said, "Then just watch and see. Didn't you say Asuka doesn't want me? I'll let you see just how much she treasures me and how well she treats me. I'm going to make you all die of bitter jealousy." Hearing your declaration, practically everyone thought you had gone mad. Making Miss Asuka treasure you and even pamper you. Keep dreaming. Miss Asuka had dated so many boyfriends. Who had ever seen her show anyone any pampering? This was absolutely impossible. Seeing you swaying slightly, Mitsuki quickly tightened his grip on your arm, wanting to let you lean against him. But you weren't used to being too intimate with people, so you subtly avoided it and smiled at him. "I'm fine, don't worry." Mitsuki knit his brows. "You should still go to the infirmary to get checked out. It'll be good to go rest for a bit." Just then, a girl who was well acquainted with Mitsuki approached and handed her phone to you two. "I happened to record what just happened. Look, they absolutely threw it at you on purpose." Hearing this, the boys who were playing ball instantly panicked. "You're making false accusations. We really did it unintentionally. Where the ball flies isn't something we can control. Thanks, mate." Mitsuki took the phone, bringing it close before your eyes. In the video, when the boy threw the ball, his eyes were fixed dead on you. After hitting you once, he even exchanged a smug expression with his companion, before repeating the same trick. Mitsuki was absolutely furious upon seeing it. "The facts are laid out right here. What else do you have to say?" He pointed the video toward the boys. Their faces turned white, not daring to utter a sound. "Apologize," Mitsuki barked. They were highly reluctant, looking at one another. Someone was frightened by Mitsuki's attitude and was just preparing to apologize. Suddenly, a girl stepped in front to block them. "No need to apologize! What apology?" They hit him, so what? He doesn't have Miss Asuka protecting him right now. Are we supposed to be afraid of him? The girl speaking had a family background similar to Mitsuki's, so she wasn't afraid of him at all. She had long found you an eyesore and was glad to see someone teach you a lesson. The girl speaking had a family background similar to Mitsuki's, so she wasn't afraid of him at all. She had long found you an eyesore and was glad to see someone teach you a lesson. But the boy who wanted to apologize felt a bit worried. After all, you had just laid down some harsh words. Moreover, Miss Asuka had previously expelled Ryuta for your sake, and even stood up for you in public with such ruthless methods. In the boy's heart, a faint sense of unease arose. Was it really fine for them to deal with you like this? What if Miss Asuka really did treasure him? View. Someone's heart tightened. After all, Ryuta's cautionary example was right there, and nobody wanted to be expelled. If they were really driven out of Sante, their families would surely beat them to death. Nobody wanted to become the second Ryuta. When they originally hit you with the ball, they only saw you spacing out and wanted to take the opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction, fully believing they could gloss it over by pretending it was an accident. Who could have thought you would strike back so fiercely, to the point of escalating it into such a serious situation? The boys looked at one another, the exact same thoughts surging in their hearts. Consequently, ignoring the girl who was stopping them, they bowed to you in unison, even carrying a sobbing tone. "We're sorry, it was our fault, please forgive us." From completely reluctant to genuinely sincere, that shift in attitude was practically a roller coaster ride. Your head was spinning terribly, and you didn't feel like pressing the matter, merely waving your hand to signal to forget about it. "Rui, we're just letting it go like this." Mitsuki, however, wasn't quite satisfied, still wanting to stand up for you. You sat down, because standing was far too uncomfortable. Then you gestured to him that you wanted the phone. Not understanding why, Mitsuki handed it over anyway. You took the phone and sent that video clip to your own phone, followed by a quick series of operations. You cropped out the segment where you got hit, looking pitiful yet hilarious, and sent it directly to Asuka. Asuka, look, I'm so pitiful, please don't be angry anymore, okay? Following the message, you deliberately added a meme of a character blasted into black charcoal. Seeing you maintaining a single posture without moving for a long time, Mitsuki felt something was off. He gently nudged you. Rui, what's wrong with you? Your face seems to have gotten even paler. He was anxious in his heart. You raised your gaze from the phone, turning your head to look at him. She's ignoring me. Who is she? Mitsuki was puzzled, but his heart gave a sudden thud. Could it be Miss Asuka? You didn't answer him at all. Mitsuki swept a glance at the onlookers, using a look to signal them to move far away. Rui, your face really looks terrible. Let me take you to the infirmary, all right? You nodded obediently without objecting. You still felt dizzy right now, and were even a bit afraid of whether you might have a concussion. Mitsuki quickly supported you. Fortunately, the infirmary wasn't far. But the bright, glaring sun overhead made you feel even dizzier, and your body unconsciously leaned against Mitsuki. Mitsuki took the opportunity to hold your shoulder, though a slight blush surfaced on his face. Finally arriving at the infirmary, the cool air conditioning blew across your face. This wasn't your first time coming here. Looking at the familiar ward, the scene of Asuka standing up for you last time flashed through your mind. Instantly, you missed her. Was she still angry? You had already sent such a pitiful side of yourself over to coax her. Having seen it, wouldn't her heart soften even a single bit? The more you thought about it, the sadder you became. You remembered when you were little, if you fell down and cried, she would always copy her grandmother, smacking the floor to get back at it for you. But now, Rui! Quote. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted your train of thought. You raised your head in surprise, shockingly seeing Shuhei. Why are you here? Shuhei was half reclining on an infirmary bed playing on his phone, looking absolutely nothing like a sick person. Shuhei gave an embarrassed laugh. I came here to take a rest. What's wrong with you? Where do you feel unwell? Who is this girl? He noticed Mitsuki, because Mitsuki was practically holding on to you. Mitsuki, on the other hand, had a face full of astonishment, watching the interaction between the two of you. You introduced them. He sits in front of me. Before you could finish your sentence, a wave of intense dizziness hit you once again. You knit your brows in distress, cold sweat breaking out on your forehead. Shuhei caught a fright. Before he could even react, Mitsuki quickly helped you onto a nearby infirmary bed. Rui, lie down. Lie down, it should feel a bit better. You practically crawled onto the bed. Mitsuki even personally helped you take off your shoes. Settling you down, he only spoke in a lowered voice. I'll go call the doctor. You nodded. Once Mitsuki went out, Shuhei jumped down from his own bed, pulled over a chair, and sat by your bedside. Rui, where do you feel unwell? Your face looks so terrible. Lying down indeed made things much better, and you weren't as dizzy anymore. So you said, got hit in the head by a ball. A bit dizzy. Shuhei looked at you with heartache. Poor Rui. How can you be so unlucky? You let out a sigh, without telling the true story, mainly because you were too lazy to open your mouth. I don't want to talk right now, stop talking to me? Alright, I'll just keep you company here. A few minutes later, Mitsuki came in, leading the doctor. He explained the situation to the doctor and let the doctor perform an examination on you. The doctor first gave you some glucose water to drink before starting the checkup. Rest assured, there's no concussion. You'll be fine after a little rest. You don't need to attend the morning classes. I'll write a sick note for you. However, you must be careful in the future. Getting hit in the head by a volleyball can be a minor or major issue, and it could still turn out to be very serious. Understood. Thank you, doctor, Mitsuki said immediately. Looking at him, the doctor said with a smile, make sure to protect your boyfriend well in the future. Don't let him get hurt. Come along with me to collect the note. Mitsuki's face turned a bit red, but he didn't offer a rebuttal. Looking at him, the doctor said with a smile, make sure to protect your boyfriend well in the future. Don't let him get hurt. All right, come along with me to collect the note. Mitsuki's face turned a bit red, But he didn't offer a rebuttal. Your reaction was delayed by a few seconds, and before you had time to explain that he wasn't your boyfriend, the doctor had already walked out with Mitsuki. The moment the doctor and Mitsuki walked out, Shuhei instantly blew his top. "Boyfriend?" Shuhei exclaimed, his eyes going wide. "He's your boyfriend? Well, play, Rui! You've only been back in the country for a few days, and you've already got a boyfriend sorted out." You explained with a bitter smile. "It's not like that, we're just friends, that's all. How are we boyfriends?" The doctor misunderstood. "Can you really not even tell? Are you stupid?" Shuhei, however, smiled knowingly. "I can totally tell, okay? Didn't you notice how anxious he is about you? He even personally took off your shoes just now. If you tell me he doesn't like you, I wouldn't even believe it." You practically buried your head and groaned. "I'm feeling very miserable right now. Can you please stop bothering me?" "I'll stop talking." Shuhei immediately made a zipping gesture over his lips. Over 10 minutes later, Mitsuki returned, carrying a plastic bag in his hand. You opened your eyes immediately. Mitsuki smiled at you, taking the items out of the bag one by one. "I bought you some snacks. There are sandwiches, yogurt, and some other things. Take a look at which one you like. If you don't like them, I can go buy something else." "Is the yogurt strawberry flavored?" The moment you heard about food, your eyes instantly lit up, and you sat straight up. Shuhei also leaped over from the other bed. With lightning-fast hand speed, he snatched a sandwich away. "I want to eat the sandwich!" You felt thoroughly depressed, stretching out your hand, wanting to snatch it back. "You eat something else. Aren't there plenty of other things?" "No way. I just want to eat the sandwich. I want to eat it too, and I grabbed it first." "Who told your movements to be so slow?" "I'm a patient right now. Can't you just give in to me a little?" Watching your interaction, Mitsuki was left a bit dumbfounded. This way of getting along was practically so close it was explosive. Regarding Shuhei's identity, Mitsuki of course knew it. The Zhou family was one of the 4 great families, possessing an illustrious background that was far beyond what he could compare to. Yet you were on such close terms with him. Coupling that with Asuka's defense of you, a shocking guess suddenly popped up in Mitsuki's mind. "Are you two very close friends?" Mitsuki finally couldn't help but ask out loud. Your movements paused, and you looked into his eyes. Shuhei slung an arm tightly around your neck, saying to Mitsuki with a bright smile, "Rui and I aren't just ordinary good friends. We've known each other since we were kids, and are as familiar as can be. We are each other's very best friends." Although Mitsuki had some suspicions, hearing this answer, he still showed a shocked expression. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He had consistently treated you as a child from an ordinary family before. Although you had mentioned that you had transferred back from America, people always automatically attached a commoner label to students with good grades. Plus, no one had ever seen you being picked up or dropped off by a luxury car, so everyone assumed you were lying. You said with a bit of guilt, "Mitsuki, I didn't mean to hide it from you." Mitsuki nodded understandingly. "I know." In actual fact, you had never spoken about your family background, and it was entirely just them making wild guesses on their own, so you hadn't done anything wrong at all. "Then are you and Miss Asuka childhood friends as well?" Mitsuki asked again. This was what he most wanted to know. You nodded. Shuhei added with a smile from the side. "The relationship between Rui and Asuka is way more intimate than with me. They've known each other since the moment Rui was born." Mitsuki's expression instantly became a bit unnatural. "So that's how it is, huh?" Absolutely everything made sense now. Why Asuka would give you special treatment, and the harsh words you had just laid down to those boys earlier were no longer just empty boasting. He even suddenly really wanted to see what kind of expressions those boys would have when they found out about your relationship with Miss Asuka. It would definitely be spectacular. Originally, Mitsuki wanted to stay here to accompany you, but since Shuhei was around, there was no longer any need for him to do so. After chatting for a short while, he headed back to the classroom. "Then I'll come see you after school." The moment Mitsuki left, Shuhei spoke with a completely peculiar look on his face. "Did you see his disappointed expression just now?" The moment he heard about your relationship with Asuka, his whole person seemed like, how should I put it, like he just went through a breakup. You rolled your eyes at him. "I already told you to stop talking nonsense. Mitsuki and I are just friends. His concern for me is just purely out of friendship." It's not all weird and twisted like you're thinking. Shuhei wrinkled his nose at you. HMPH. Just you wait and see. You'll find out in the future. He definitely likes you. You swiftly snatched back the sandwich from his hands. If you keep talking, I won't let you eat it anymore. Hey, fine. I'll stop talking, all right? Hurry up and give it back to me. Not giving it back! Your eyes darted around, and you quickly unwrapped the sandwich, stuffing it right into your mouth. Shuhei immediately cried out, "Rui, you're way too cunning!" With your mouth completely stuffed, your voice came out mumbled and indistinct. This was originally bought for me by Mitsuki to eat anyway. Inside an office, Asuka was leaning back lazily on a long sofa, her eyes fixed intently on her phone screen, a trace of a smile curling up at the corner of her lips from time to time. Shuhei quietly pushed open the door and, after looking around the room, spotted her. Only then did he fully step inside. "Miss Asuka, did you and Rui have a fight?" he asked bluntly. Asuka looked up at him out of the corner of her eye, saying expressionlessly, "My office isn't exactly a place where people can just wander in as they please, right? Don't be so stingy. I came here to act as a peacemaker." Shuhei walked over to her side, curious about what she was looking at, and leaned his head over, trying to peek at her phone screen. Asuka moved her phone away without leaving a trace. "This is between him and me." Shuhei, however, failed to understand, saying, "Why are you throwing such a tantrum? Just because of that photo of him and Hanukkah sitting together and eating? What's the big deal with that? Besides, I was there that day too. Just because of that photo of him and Hanukkah sitting together and eating? What's the big deal with that? Besides, I was there that day too." "You were there that day?" Asuka's eyes snapped wide open. Shuhei instantly had a sudden realization. He had seemingly promised you to keep it a secret. Shuhei quietly smacked his own lips, having accidentally let the secret slip in a moment of carelessness. He quickly put on a covering smile. "Anyway, there's absolutely nothing going on between Rui and Hanukkah. He told me so himself. He only treats Hanukkah as a friend, and doesn't have any romantic feelings for her." Hearing these words, Asuka let the sharp aura around her soften up instantly. Shuhei nodded vigorously. "Why would I lie to you? When we guys talk about what's on our minds, we always speak the absolute truth. Moreover, he even told me to go ahead and actively pursue Hanukkah. If he actually had feelings for Hanukkah, would he say something like that?" Asuka obviously believed his words. Her harsh expression softened, and she returned to her usual casual, cynical self. "Then why did he meet up with Hanukkah that day?" she pressed. "Not only did he meet up with her behind her back, but he even lied to her after coming back." The moment she thought of this, anger surged right back up within Asuka. Shuhei shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. It looked like they were just chatting, and they didn't really say anything out of line. In fact, just this point alone was enough to make people amazed. After all, Hanukkah usually kept guys thousands of miles away, and no one had ever seen any guy win her favor before." Shuhei felt a bit downcast in his heart. He had always hoped that he would become the exception for Hanukkah. Who would have thought that you would actually beat him to it? Asuka's mood, however, improved quite a bit. It was no longer as freezing cold as when Shuhei first walked in. "Sometimes I really don't understand you guys. Why do you love to lie and deceive people so much?" she grumbled under her breath. Shuhei raised an eyebrow and said with dissatisfaction, "Can you really blame us guys for that? Please, Miss Asuka, although I don't know what Rui lied to you about, think about it. Don't you and Hanukkah have a history of bad blood? With your tyrant-like personality, if he wanted to go see Hanukkah and let you know about it, would you have actually let him go?" "Of course not." Asuka narrowed her eyes. Shuhei knew he had guessed right just by looking at her expression. He gave a soft HMPH. "Does Rui not know that? And yet you still criticize us guys. Look at yourself, holding a grudge against Hanukkah over such a small matter. You're the one being childish here, all right?" "What did you say?" Asuka's dangerous eyes narrowed down. Shuhei stuck out his tongue, only now realizing he had spoken too far. Asuka certainly wasn't the type to tolerate his behavior in every single way. "All right, you should quickly go to the infirmary to check on Rui and make up with him." He stood up, preparing to take his leave. Asuka knit her brows slightly and asked in puzzlement, "The infirmary? Why would he be in the infirmary? It's one thing for you to slack off and run over there to sleep, but you actually dragged him along with you?" "No, I didn't. Didn't you already know?" Shuhei pointed at her phone. He had caught a glimpse of it just now and had already seen the video on it. Asuka picked up her phone. "You mean this? What do you mean by that? Wasn't this video shot deliberately?" She had actually thought that the video was something you directed and acted out yourself, just to play pitiful, to make her happy, and to make her heart soften. Shuhei's next sentence landed like a heavy sledgehammer onto her forehead. "What do you mean, shot deliberately? Rui was genuinely hit by a ball, all right? He almost got a concussion and is still lying in the infirmary resting right now." Asuka's face changed color instantly. Before Shuhei could even react, she had already rushed out of the office like a gust of wind. Asuka rushed over to the infirmary in a frantic hurry, only to find absolutely no sign of you. Her brows locked tight. Did that brat Shuhei actually lie to her? Yet a strong sense of unease welled up inside her heart. It just so happened that a doctor passed by. She fiercely grabbed hold of the doctor and demanded, "Where's Rui? Isn't he supposed to be resting here?" The female doctor caught a glimpse and realized it was Miss Asuka. She blanked out for a moment and immediately followed up by answering with utmost respect, "Miss Asuka, are you referring to the boy who got hit in the head by a ball?" Your Asukanese heart gave a violent thud. As expected, Shuhei hadn't lied to her. "You little fool, you really did get hit by a ball?" She simply couldn't comprehend how you could be stupid to such an extent. Even though you were hurt so badly, you were actually still thinking about sending a video to her. It's him. Is his condition serious? Didn't you say he was resting here? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Asuka pressed the female doctor for answers. The cold sternness between her brows made people dare not approach. Facing this Miss Asuka, who was famous for having an unpredictable temper, the female doctor was incredibly nervous, terrified of saying the wrong thing. She quickly explained, "That student's condition isn't serious. There's no concussion, and he'll recover just fine after getting some good rest." "Where did he go? Can't you just answer all of my questions at once?" Asuka lost her patience completely. Cold sweat poured down the female doctor's forehead. "Yes. I'm sorry, Miss Asuka." Asuka's gaze was sharp and piercing. "Can you just hurry up and speak? Where exactly did he go?" The female doctor let it all out in one breath. "He left not too long ago. His girlfriend came and took him away." "Girlfriend?" Asuka's brows knit together so tightly that they could practically crush a fly. A wave of chilling air instantly radiated from her body, making the female doctor wish she could back away a mile. The female doctor could only nod her head. Yes. His girlfriend. When he arrived, it was also his girlfriend who brought him here. "Which one? Hanoka?" Asuka questioned coldly. The female doctor knew who Hanoka was and immediately shook her head. "No, not her. It was a different girl." "Who?" Asuka knit her brows. A scene suddenly flashed across her mind. On your very first day transferring to the school, you were together with that girl in the cafeteria. Could it actually be that woman? Asuka abruptly turned around, getting ready to leave, but stopped suddenly in the next split second. Turning back, she spoke to the female doctor with absolute, domineering authority. "You listen to me very clearly. He is my man. Remember that." The moment the words left her mouth, she dashed straight out, leaving the infirmary behind. Only then did she think to give you a phone call. In her anxiety just now, she had run straight over here, never expecting that you wouldn't even be around. The phone didn't ring more than a few times before you picked it up. Before she could even open her mouth, your cheerful voice came through the speaker. "You're not angry anymore, are you?" Asuka's heart skipped a beat, and she faintly let out a single sentence. "You absolute idiot." Your voice turned incredibly aggrieved in an instant. "Why are you suddenly scolding me? Then what do I have to do for you to stop being angry? I can explain things to you. You listen to my explanation first, and then consider whether or not you want to be mad at me." Walking forward with brisk strides while holding the phone, she paid absolutely no attention to your sentence, asking directly, "Where are you right now?" "I'm at..." Right at that moment, Asuka sharply raised her head and caught sight of you not too far away. Her footsteps halted for a fraction of a second, and in the next instant she dashed over with rapid strides. "I see you. Stand right there and don't move!" Right at that moment, Asuka sharply raised her head and caught sight of you not too far away. Her footsteps halted for a fraction of a second, and in the next instant, she dashed over with rapid strides. I see you. Stand right there and don't move. Having said that, she broke into a full sprint. Startled into a daze on the spot by her sudden shout, you stood there looking completely foolish. As if sensing something, you looked over in her direction. Why would you? Her speed was incredibly fast, and in no time at all, she had run right up to you, before you could even finish asking. Asuka's hawk-like gaze swept directly onto Mitsuki, who was standing beside you. Her voice came out ice cold to the bone. Are you asking for me to chop off your hands? Let go of him already! Asuka barked in rage. Mitsuki's body stiffened, and his face changed slightly, but in the end, he still released his grip reluctantly. Asuka instantly brushed Mitsuki aside and domineeringly took over his spot next to you. You're unwell, so why aren't you resting properly in the infirmary? Her tone carried a hint of reproach, but compared to when she was genuinely throwing a tantrum, it had already softened by a massive margin. You blinked your eyes, subtly glancing in the direction you had been heading just a moment ago. Following your line of sight, Asuka looked toward the second-year building. She understood everything in an instant. So it turned out that you, little fool, were actually on your way to look for her. Rui, you really are an absolute idiot. She scolded you once more with her lips, but her eyes became incredibly tender, and even the strength she used to hold on to you softened up. Who on earth is this guy? Why did the female doctor at the infirmary say that he is your boyfriend? Rui, you better explain this to me first. You were surprised. You've been to the infirmary? No wonder she would suddenly run all the way here to find you. Asuka pinched you. The main point is the latter half of the sentence. Hurry up and answer. The doctor just misunderstood it entirely on their own. It has nothing to do with me. He's my classmate. He sits right in front of me and has helped me a whole lot. Don't be so fierce to him. Asuka noticed that because of your words, the light in Mitsuki's eyes dimmed instantly. The corners of her lips curled up into a smug arc, yet she pretended to be dissatisfied, as she said, I guess I'll barely accept this explanation of yours. Let's go. I'm taking you back to rest. Clearly unwell, yet you're still running around blindly. She looked at you with a pout. Wasn't this all to be blamed on her anyway? If someone hadn't thrown such a massive, inexplicable tantrum, you wouldn't have spaced out and gotten hit in the head by a ball. You wouldn't have needed to rest in the infirmary either, let alone having to run out under such conditions just to look for her to make up. You turned to him and said apologetically, Mitsuki, you should go back to the classroom for lessons first. Since she's here, thank you for helping me out. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Mitsuki finally managed to find his voice. Rui, saying thank you makes us sound far too much like strangers. Go on and quickly head back to the infirmary to rest. He turned toward Asuka and spoke politely. Miss Asuka, I'll have to trouble you to take good care of Rui. Hearing these words made Asuka instantly displeased. With displeasure flashing in her eyes, she narrowed her gaze at Mitsuki. Get one thing straight. Rui and I are the ones who are closest to each other. You are nothing more than an outsider. Do I really need you to say something like that to me? I don't want to see you around. This guy was an absolute eyesore. No matter how she looked at him. Asuka, ... You were thoroughly infuriated by this temper of hers. Mitsuki's face looked incredibly awful, to the absolute limit. Looking at Mitsuki, you said guiltily, I'm so sorry, Mitsuki. What are you apologizing to him for? Hurry up and move, do you hear me? If you don't keep up, I'm going to start groping her. Asuka finally lost her patience, directly resorting to threatening tactics. Finding yourself completely helpless against her, you could only say goodbye to Mitsuki. And just like that, Asuka led you away. Mitsuki watched the view of the two of you leaving, the light in his eyes dimming completely in an instant. As it turned out, you would have never expected that Asuka didn't actually bring you back to the infirmary. Instead, she led you into a building that possessed a magnificent, European-style architectural appearance. Even though you had seen plenty of such buildings back in America, you were still completely stunned by everything before your eyes. What kind of place is this? You stepped into the first-floor lobby, where beautiful, magnificent crystal chandeliers hung from the high ceiling. The entire lobby was breathtakingly beautiful, with an elegant spiral staircase standing off to the side. This place felt exactly like a classical European castle. This is the student council building, Asuka explained in a calm voice. Supporting you, she headed up to the second floor and walked straight into a room. You could only faintly make out the plaque hanging on the room door. student council president's office. You were somewhat taken aback. Could it be that... Asuka pushed the door open and stepped inside. Catching sight of Shuhei sitting inside, her brows furrowed immediately. Why are you still hanging around in here? Shuhei was currently sitting on the sofa, munching on french fries and drinking a beverage, looking completely relaxed and enjoying himself. Spotting you and Asuka walk in, he asked with a smile plastered across his face. Oh, you two made up? Asuka set you down, but unceremoniously issued an eviction order to Shuhei. Get out. My office isn't your personal lounge room. Burning the bridge right after you two made up. Shuhei grumbled with his mouth, but he still obediently got up from the sofa, heading toward the exit with absolute reluctance. Asuka shot a glance at him. It's not like the first floor doesn't have a lounge. Otherwise, just go back to the infirmary to rest. Fine, I'll leave. Stingy person, Shuhei muttered under his breath. He didn't dare to scold this young miss to her face. This privilege belonged to you alone. Just as Shuhei was about to step out of the office, suddenly, his footsteps halted. Turning back to look at the two of you, he only just noticed that Asuka had actually been holding your hand this entire time. A smirk instantly graced his lips. Kicking me out just because you want some alone time together, huh? Ms. Asuka, what exactly are you planning to do to our Rui? You were made to feel somewhat embarrassed by that look of his. Who would have thought that Asuka would suddenly pull you tightly into her embrace in one swift motion? Her thin lips lightly brushed against your cheek. Heh. She raised her eyebrows mischievously, saying to Shuhei, Do you know what the current relationship between Rui and me is? Shuhei was both puzzled and curious. What relationship? Asuka smiled. We are already engaged. He is my fiancé right now, so no matter what we want to do behind closed doors inside here, it's completely natural and perfectly right. Shuhei was instantly struck dumbfounded. What? You two are engaged. Since when did this happen? You answered with a bit of embarrassment. Just not long after I returned to the country. Actually, our engagement was forced by... Ouch! You were given a harsh pinch by a certain someone. Asuka, however, addressed Shuhei. So you can leave now, right? Stop disturbing us. Shuhei didn't react much to this news. After all, since they were childhood friends, the two of them being together seemed like a completely natural outcome anyway. Alright, then I won't stay around to be a third wheel. Shuhei waved his hand and left very tactfully. Asuka pulled you over to the sofa to sit down. Looking at the trash left on the coffee table, she knit her brows in dissatisfaction. If I had known, I should have made him clean this up before leaving. It's fine. As you spoke, you grabbed a throw pillow and lay down on one corner of the sofa. Looking around the room, you remarked, It's pretty comfortable here. That's exactly why I brought you here. It's much better than the infirmary, which is completely filled with the smell of disinfectant. Leaning back comfortably, your eyes darted toward her. I saw the plaque on the door just now. This is the student council president's office. Don't tell me you're the student council president? You found it unbelievable that a girl as willful as her would actually be allowed to be the student council president. Asura shot a glance at you. Do you have an objection? You stopped talking, closing your eyes as if to rest. You had originally wanted to ask whether she was no longer angry at you, perhaps because you were too drowsy, coupled with the inexplicable sense of security you felt with her by your side. Drowsiness completely washed over you. You allowed yourself to drift off to sleep. Asuka watched you fall asleep within just a few seconds. She found it both funny and endearing, but this also proved that you, this little brat, were truly exhausted. The air conditioning in the room was blasting quite heavily. Seeing you clutching a single pillow and curling up your small body like a kitten. Afraid that you would catch a cold, she fetched a small blanket and leaned down to cover you with it. Having leaned down, she didn't straighten back up, but maintained that posture, staring intently at your sleeping little face. Your bangs were scattered aside, faintly revealing a red mark underneath. It was undoubtedly the bruise left from being hit by the volleyball. Suddenly thinking of something, she blinked her eyes, recalling the video you had sent her. Right at that moment, you let out a soft groan, rolling over as your phone slipped out. Asuka picked up the phone and located the original version of that video inside the unedited version. After watching it, her handsome face instantly turned pitch black, her gaze turning cold as ice. It was exactly as she had suspected. Her gaze returned to your deeply sleeping face. This handsome face truly made one want to steal a kiss, yet it was precisely because of this that it made you look so easy to bully. Asuka lowered her head, planting a gentle peck on your lips. Idiot. Getting bullied by others and not even saying a word. At the exact same time, the photo of Asuka supporting you back to her office instantly spread across the phones of everyone in the entire school. Seeing this photo, some people turned completely pale with fright, while others were incredibly envious. Ryuta straight up smashed his phone to utter pieces. His face was dark and gloomy, his eyes bloodshot. His eyes were bloodshot as he panted heavily with rage. The maid beside him had no idea what was going on. She was so terrified by his appearance that she didn't dare to move a muscle. Ryuta fiercely glared over at her, roaring in rage, "Why haven't you picked it up for me yet?" The magnificent living room was lined with handmade Italian carpets, so when the phone slammed onto it, it actually hadn't shattered. The maid tremblingly picked it up, handing it back into his hand. Ryuta snatched the phone away with force, hurling it out violently once again. This time it crashed straight into the wall, making a loud, shattering explosion. "Brother, are you still angry about what happened at school?" Riku spoke as he walked slowly down the stairs. "How about this? You should transfer to the second high school too. That way, we can keep each other company." Ryuta stared at him with utter contempt. Who wants to attend the same school as a mistress's son? A trash school like that? I wouldn't go even if they begged me. The corner of Riku's eye twitched imperceptibly. He knew perfectly well that Ryuta would refuse, but the other party's tone of voice still made him extremely displeased. Sante Academy doesn't want you, and Syria Academy doesn't want you either. Riku maintained a smile on his face, though his words were entirely laced with thorns. I really envy you, being able to take such a long vacation so openly. Syria Academy was another prestigious elite school, second only to Sante Academy. Riku, what do you think you are? Ryuta was already on the verge of exploding and his fury was ignited instantly. How dare you mock me? Believe it or not, I can have you thrown out of this house. Riku ignored him, merely bending down to pick up the shattered phone. The moment he caught sight of the photo displayed on it, his expression shifted immediately. This photo is... ... He recognized you in the image. Ryuta noticed the hatred pooling in Riku's eyes. Seeing someone else sharing his misery actually made him smile. This Rui happens to be Miss Asuka's new favorite. He gnashed his teeth, speaking with immense hatred. It's all because of him that I got expelled. Riku's gaze turned piercingly cold as he walked over slowly and sat down beside him. Brother, although I know you despise me, we currently share a common enemy. Why don't we work together? You hate him too? Ryuta asked out of curiosity. What he saw in Riku's eyes wasn't just resentment over Miss Asuka being stolen away, but a much deeper, profound hatred. Him? Relying on Miss Asuka's pampering, he acts so arrogant. I found him an eyesore for a long time. Riku curled his lips, as if the topic had struck the deepest nerve of his hatred. Then how do you want to cooperate? Ryuta asked. Riku stared at your photo on the phone. Seeing you smiling so brightly and radiantly on Asuka's back made one wish they could tear that smile right off your face. Tell me, what do men care about the most? He asked with a sweet, radiant smile, though a venomous, snake-like malice flashed across the depths of his eyes. What? Ryuta could tell that he already had a plan in mind. Riku swept a glance at the surrounding servants, commanding, All of you, dismiss yourselves. This time, Ryuta didn't argue with him, regarding his posture of acting like the master of the house. Once the servants had left, leaving only the two of them in the vast living room, Riku raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, For a man, if he loses his beautiful face and his body gets ruined and made filthy, tell me, will Miss Asuka still love him? Ryuta blinked his eyes in sudden realization. You mean ruin his face? Hire people to violate him and then turn him into a cripple? Riku maintained his smile, though the words spilling from his mouth were the absolute most vile. For instance, breaking an arm, breaking a leg, or gouging his eyes out and slicing his nose off. Just thinking about that appearance makes one sick. Hearing this, Ryuta knit his brows uncomfortably. Isn't this going a bit too far? He thought he was already severe enough, but he hadn't expected the suggestion Riku put forward to be even more terrifying. Just the mere thought of the graphic image Riku described made him feel sick to his stomach. An outcome like that for a guy was practically a complete lifelong destruction, especially since Riku kept a smile on his face while saying all of this, behaving as if it had absolutely nothing to do with him, which made it even more bone-chilling. Riku paused slightly, pretending to act casual as he said, "I only thought of the most extreme methods because I saw how deeply you hate him. If you want to show mercy, then you don't have to listen to my advice. Besides, I've already dated Miss Asuka before. She never goes back on her choices, so I no longer have any hope. No matter what I do, it's useless. On the contrary, if Rui is out of the picture, you might still stand a chance at regaining Miss Asuka's favor." He deliberately struck the exact chord Ryuta cared about most. As expected, the moment Ryuta heard this, he spoke up with disdain. Why on earth should I show him any mercy? Riku eyed him sideways, deliberately saying, "And here I thought, you were afraid that going too far would cause Miss Asuka to look at you with disgust. After all, these methods are indeed a bit too cruel. If Miss Asuka found out you were that vicious, she probably wouldn't like you anymore." Without giving Ryuta time to think it over, he continued right along. But then again, think about it. If you don't use brutal methods, how can you completely vent the hatred in your heart? Furthermore, I'm afraid Miss Asuka might pity him instead. If she treats him even better out of sympathy, wouldn't our plan achieve the exact opposite result? Do you want to keep watching Rui enjoy her favor while you are not only expelled but left with absolutely nothing? No, I don't. Ryuta obviously didn't want that. What he wanted to see most right now was Rui falling into complete ruin. It would be best if he was utterly abandoned by Miss Asuka, crying his heart out and wishing he were dead. Ryuta had still been hesitating slightly, but hearing him phrase it this way, he instantly became resolute. "Then tell me, what should we do?" He pressed Riku for answers. Seeing that Ryuta had been successfully swayed by his words, Riku secretly smiled in his heart. "As for me, I know some underworld figures out there. They specialize in doing this kind of work for people. However, hiring them to do things requires money, but I don't have." Hearing him say this, Ryuta looked at him with utter disdain. "It's just money. I have plenty. I can give you the funds. You just go and make sure the matter is handled perfectly." In his heart, he looked down on Riku even more. As expected of a mistress's son, the people he associates with are all lowlifes and thugs who can't stand in polite society. Riku put on a difficult expression. "By myself, it's a bit difficult. It's also inconvenient to negotiate this kind of matter. Brother, don't you have personal bodyguards? Why don't you lend a few of them to me?" Ryota didn't think much of it, saying impatiently, "Fine, take them, but you better remember, this matter absolutely must succeed." Facing Riku's submissive manner, he felt rather smug in his heart. After all, he was the true young master of this household. Father not only gave him an immense amount of allowance, but also arranged exclusive bodyguards for him, whereas Riku had nothing at all. This was the difference between a legitimate heir and a bastard child. Rest assured, it will definitely succeed, Riku said with a smile, a flash of pure malice cutting across the depths of his eyes in that split second. Meanwhile, you slowly and leisurely opened your eyes. What entered your line of sight was Asuka sitting behind the office desk. She was wearing earbuds, her thin lips moving slightly, speaking a foreign language you couldn't understand. But the pronunciation was exceptionally beautiful. Her profile was incredibly handsome, and bathed in the sunlight, she possessed a breathtaking charm. You sat up, only now realizing you were lying on the sofa with a light blanket covering your body. "Asuka, what are you doing?" Sitting cross-legged, you rubbed your sleepy eyes and called out softly. The foreign language she was speaking didn't sound like English. You couldn't understand it at all, and the pronunciation was also rather unique, sounding a bit like French. Could it be that Asuka actually knew French? Asuka merely shot a glance at you before continuing to speak to the person on the line. She was also looking at her computer screen, appearing to be on a video call with someone. Feeling curious, you slid down from the sofa and stealthily walked over. "What exactly are you doing?" You inquisitively leaned your head over to see what matter could possibly make her so serious. Asuka straight up blocked your face with her palm, preventing you from looking, and quickly shut off the video call. Only then did she stare at you and say, "Rui, where are your manners, sneaking over here to spy on me? What's so mysterious that you won't even let me see? Who on earth were you talking to anyway?" "It's a secret." Asuka pinched your nose. "What language were you just speaking?" you asked. She pulled you over to the sofa, also shutting down her laptop. "French." It really was French. But you were puzzled. "Since when do you speak French? How come I didn't know? There are plenty of things you don't know." "How well did you think you knew me?" Asuka said lines with an amused grin. Ever since you left for America, the time they spent together had decreased. Coupled with it being their formative years, the time they missed out on naturally left both of them with many aspects the other didn't fully understand. Thinking about it, you realize she was right. Didn't she likewise remain in the dark about the things that happened to you in America? Then how many languages do you actually know? You asked out of curiosity. Japanese and English went without saying. Asuka had received an elite track education from a young age, and the two of you used to converse in English when you were kids. You had also been exposed to English since childhood, which was why you didn't face a language barrier when moving to America. "About 5 or 6, I suppose," Asuka said nonchalantly, not bothering to count them seriously. Your eyes went wide in astonishment. "That's amazing!" Asuka proudly curled her lips, raising her eyebrows at you. "You're only finding out now?" Sitting on the sofa, you habitually tucked your legs cross-legged, pulling a pillow into your embrace. Looking at her, you lamented, "Asuka, I feel like I don't truly know you anymore." She had changed so much in just the few years you were in America. You even felt like she was hiding quite a few secrets, which couldn't help but stir a slight sense of unfamiliarity within you. However, Asuka suddenly leaned in close. With that breathtakingly beautiful face, leaving only a few centimeters of distance between the two of you. "Do you want to know me?" she asked, her voice sounding sultry and carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Caught entirely off guard, you plunged straight into her pitch-black eyes. You only felt that they were incredibly deep, as if they were going to completely suck you in. You blanked out for a moment, stammering, "I don't know." "Why don't you know?" Asuka pressed. Her brows knit slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this response. Hearing this, Ryuta knit his brows uncomfortably. "Isn't this going a bit too far?" He thought he was already severe enough, but he hadn't expected the suggestion Riku put forward to be even more terrifying. "Why don't you know?" Asuka pressed. Her brows knit slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this response. "I just don't know, all right." Your heart was thoroughly conflicted. You simultaneously wanted to know her deeply, yet felt reluctant to, a state of mind that you couldn't even explain clearly yourself. You wanted to know more about her, yet an inexplicable anxiety lingered. What if getting too close to her changed the dynamic between you two? You didn't want things to change. You really liked being together with her like this right now. It was relaxed and comfortable. Taking the opportunity, you asked, "Asuka, are you no longer mad at me now? Did I ever say that?" Asuka HMPHED. You instantly became unhappy, pouting your lips. "Then what do you want? What exactly will it take for your anger to cool down?" Asuka met your gaze, crossing her arms over her chest. She stared at you intensely and said, "Didn't you say you were going to give me an explanation? Where is it? I want to hear it first, before deciding whether or not to forgive you." An explanation. ... Suddenly, you didn't know where to begin. After thinking for a moment, you finally spoke. "I didn't mean to lie to you, but if I had told you, you definitely would have been furious." Asuka kept a stern face. "Since you knew perfectly well that I'd be angry, why did you still go to see her? Aren't you being way too overbearing? Just because you'll get angry, does that mean I can't even see my own friend anymore? On what grounds?" Asuka let out an arrogant laugh. "On the grounds that I am your wife." Feeling like you were about to be driven insane with anger, you shouted back at her loudly, "Asuka, how can you be like this? I didn't even interfere with you dating boyfriends, so why do you have to stop me from making friends? Acting like this is incredibly unreasonable. Besides, their engagement wasn't out of mutual willingness anyway. She herself had been opposed to it at the very start." "A friend?" Can pure friendship truly exist between a man and a woman? Are you lying to me, or are you just lying to yourself? Asuka scoffed at the notion. She further added, "Furthermore, I don't have a boyfriend right now." You snorted. "You just don't have one right now. That doesn't mean you won't have one in the future. Having one boyfriend right after another. Did she seriously expect you to remain entirely chaste for her?" Asuka glared at you. "Why must you insist on being friends with her? Do you dare to claim that you don't like her?" Although she had already heard the truth from Shuhei, she did it intentionally. She wanted to hear you say out loud with your own lips that you didn't like Hanuka. Who would have thought that you would actually say, "I do like her"? Asuka froze, a chilling coldness bursting from her eyes in an instant. "What did you say?" You quickly explained. "I like her, in the sense of admiring a strong person. It's the liking you have for a friend. I admire her and want to be friends with her. Why does it have to sound like I'm some starstruck fool the moment it leaves your mouth? Anyone would have this kind of mindset, right? When you encounter someone impressive, you naturally want to get to know them and become friends. This is completely normal. Am I only allowed to hang out with guys? Am I forbidden from having female friends? I really don't know how things work domestically, but back in America, you had plenty of female friends you got along great with, and your relationship with them was strictly platonic without any underlying complications." However, Asuka took a deep breath, barely restraining herself from strangling you to death. Is this brat intentionally crossing her? Fine, let's assume you think that way. But what about that girl Hanuka? She actually has a boyfriend. Walking so close to you, if she isn't after something, then what is it? What is there left for you to admire about a person like that? If I could, I'd really love to crack open your skull to see. What exactly is packed inside your brain? Can't you even figure out a concept as simple as this? You swallowed your saliva. She isn't the type of person you're describing. Can you please stop speculating about others with such malice? Malicious speculation? Asuka sneered. This is a fact. What else do you have to say for yourself? A girl who clearly has a boyfriend, yet is constantly concerned about another guy and meets him in private. This kind of trashy girl. You actually want to be friends with her? Unexpectedly, in a moment of panic, you shouted, "She doesn't have a boyfriend!" You felt filled with apologies toward Hanuka. You had clearly promised her you would keep her secret, but now you were forced to speak up. Doesn't have a boyfriend? Is that what she told you? Asuka's dark, deep eyes were filled with mockery. That's what she told me. You nodded. She only uses that as an excuse to reject those guys who confess to her. And you believe her? Her eyes stared coldly at you. You looked at her, puzzled. Heh, she says she doesn't have one and you just believe it? Could you possibly be any stupider? You hated it most when she called you stupid. You stared at her gloomily, stubbornly staying silent. She would start scolding people at the slightest disagreement, and you didn't want to talk to her anymore. Well, I'm telling you she does have one. Why don't you believe me? Rui, you've only known her for a few days, yet you choose to believe her, but refuse to believe me. Asuka was beyond furious. Her eyes turned red from anger, and she stared at you intensely. Say something! Rui, you stared back at her angrily. I don't want to talk to her anymore. You're being unreasonable. It's you who has a prejudice against her. However, Asuka roared, I'm telling you, I have seen her with her boyfriend with my own eyes. You instantly froze. What? Your mind suddenly became a mess. Who on earth should you believe? You always felt Hanuka wouldn't lie to you. She had no reason to lie. But you and Asuka had been childhood friends for so many years, and your trust in her was absolute. Even if the entire world lied to you, she would never lie to you, right? You looked into Asuka's eyes, feeling even more lost. You knew deep down she wasn't lying to you. Did Hanuka lie to me? You said blankly, maybe there's some misunderstanding. My intuition tells me she didn't lie to me. It's also possible that you saw wrong. How can you be so sure that the person you saw was her boyfriend? You were actually still defending that girl, Hanuka. Asuka was completely driven mad with rage. She only wanted you to shut your mouth. She didn't want to hear another word from you defending Hanuka. Rui, I really want to block your mouth. She gritted her teeth and said. You froze, suddenly realizing her gaze was actually staring intensely at your lips. The look of it made it seem like she really wanted to use her lips to block yours. She's joking, right? Yet, her gaze looked nothing like a joke. Repeated text entry. Ryuta's internal monologue regarding Riku's suggestion. She's joking, right? Yet her gaze looked nothing like a joke. Don't mess around, you said, your cheeks turning crimson from being stared at, feeling a bit panicked. But Asuka grabbed your chin as if she were genuinely about to kiss you. Asuka, you suddenly shouted. What on earth are you trying to do? Seriously, stop messing around. Even if you're joking, you shouldn't joke about this kind of thing. Asuka's slender, well-defined fingers rubbed against your pink lips. Her dark eyes deepened a few degrees. I'm not messing around. I don't like hearing that guy's name from your lips. And I don't like you defending her like that. She was going to punish you. I didn't. I'm not defending Hanukkah. I'm just telling the truth. You only felt that her gaze was incredibly scorching, and the places where she stared began to heat up slightly. Let go of me first. Who would have thought that Asuka would suddenly pull you toward her, lowered her face, and was genuinely about to kiss you? You were startled, instantly using your hand to cover your mouth. However, her thin lips pressed accurately onto the back of your hand. You only felt your heart beating wildly, thump, thump, thump. It felt like it was going to jump right out of your throat. The Asuka before you seemed to have instantly transformed into a woman who made you feel like a stranger. The way she stared at you carried an aggressive tone, devoid of her usual smiling eyes. You suddenly felt a bit afraid of this kind of Asuka, especially her thin lips pressed against the back of your hand. They were surprisingly hot, as if they were about to burn up. Your face burned bright red all the way to your earlobes. Because you were covering your mouth, your voice was muffled. Asuka, you said, I'm angry now. I'm the one who's angry first, Asuka said righteously. Her gaze was determined, as she prepared to pry your hand away, as if she was determined to kiss you today. Had she gone mad? You were being driven crazy by her. Why was she suddenly acting like this? Ready to kiss someone at the slightest disagreement, you panicked, pushing against her chest with both hands. I'll stop talking about her. Stop messing around. You were actually 90% certain that she wasn't joking at all. She really wanted to kiss you. This girl must have lost her mind. Who would have thought that Asuka would curl her lips in an evil smirk and spit out only 3 words? Too late. Her eyes were like torches, staring intensely at your lips. She had already been stirred into desire, her heart missing the sweet taste of kissing you. So even if you wanted to shout, stop, she didn't. She wanted to continue. Nothing could stop her. This time, she was more direct, hooking her hand behind your head and kissed you directly. Your pupils widened. Your hand, originally pushing against her soft chest, shifted quickly, covering her thin lips. You never expected that this jerk, Asuka, would actually use her tongue to lick your palm. You felt your face instantly burning up. Don't, you said, looking at her seriously, heavily expressing your will. Protest invalid. Asuka pulled your hand down, her evil eyes burning like fire. Her sexy thin lips spit out these 4 words. You were practically going to be enraged to death by her. How could she be so domineering? Usually, her domineering attitude only made you want to roll your eyes in helplessness. But today, it was strange. Her domineering behavior actually made your heart beat like a drum. Asuka, you shouted with slight anger. This time, you seemed genuinely upset. Asuka met your glistening eyes, only feeling that those dark, watery pupils were even brighter than usual. Jerk, you cursed. Immediately afterward, you suddenly kicked her in the leg. Taking advantage of her moment of relaxation, you quickly escaped from her embrace and ran for your life. Asuka's movements paused, but she surprisingly didn't chase you. Shit, she cursed under her breath and kicked a chair next to her, overturning it, as if that still wasn't enough to vent her anger. She then swept the items on the table down. Damn it, damn it, she cursed inwardly, not knowing whether she was cursing someone else or blaming herself. You didn't stop, fearing Asuka would catch up, and fled all the way to the first floor. Right at that moment, you happened to run into Shuhei walking out of the lounge, and the two of you almost collided. Shuhei was startled. Rui, what happened? You look really unwell. You even looked angry. Shuhei subconsciously looked upstairs. Did Miss Asuka make you angry? Didn't you two make up? Who made up with her, you said angrily. Shuhei instantly understood. It seemed the two of them had fought again, and Asuka must have done something to make you angry. Tell me, How did she make you angry? Hearing this, you couldn't help but recall what just happened, and your face flushed red again. Shuhei looked at your expression, curious to death. What on earth could Asuka have done to make you this angry? Of course, you couldn't possibly say that Asuka had suddenly lost her mind and insisted on kissing you. That kind of thing you couldn't say out loud. You looked at Shuhei and hugged his arm. Shuhei, you said, "Is it okay if I sleep at your house tonight? I don't want to see her." That's fine, Shuhei nodded. Her family knew you had returned to the country and had been wanting her to bring you home as a guest. Her parents liked you very much, but in the next second, Shuhei noticed something, looking at you in surprise. Don't tell me. You aren't living with her, are you? You sighed. My mom and Asuka's dad and the others insisted that I live with her and even make us share You still couldn't understand why your mother had a sudden whim to make you and Asuka get engaged. You're cohabitating and sharing a bed, Shuhei exclaimed. Although there was no one around, you still said, lower your voice. What if someone is hiding nearby, eavesdropping? Then you two, Shuhei stuttered, asking with a blushing face. Done what? You asked, completely clueless. Shuhei coughed awkwardly. You know, that thing. When a man and a woman share a bed, the thing they do. You finally realized what he meant. So he meant doing it. Your cheeks puffed up in a bright red flush and you shamefully shook off Shuhei's hand. What are you talking about? But Shuhei's words suddenly made you remember the box of condoms Asuka's mother bought. It was still sitting in your room. If Shuhei found out, wouldn't his imagination run even wilder? Shuhei pointed at you with a smirk. You're blushing, huh? Even if you haven't done it, you must have done the other things at least, right? Repeated text entry, Ryuta's internal monologue regarding Riku's suggestion. Shuhei pointed at you with a smirk. You're blushing, huh? Even if you haven't done it, you must have done the other things at least, right? What other things? I don't know what you're talking about. You wanted to turn around and leave, but since you were staying at Shuhei's house tonight, you couldn't push him away. You dragged Shuhei's hand, pulling him forward. Let's go. It was about time for school to end. Staying here, you were worried whether Asuka would come down. You genuinely didn't know what expression to use to face her now. Fine, I won't ask. Let's go. I'm hungry too, Shuhei said, thinking to himself. When you sleep over tonight, I'll be able to dig all this gossip out of you. After school that afternoon, everyone noticed Asuka's sports car parked outside, seemingly waiting for someone. Many curious people gathered to watch, but they waited until dusk. Everyone had gone home, and still no one got into Asuka's car. Finally, Asuka's car drove away. Back at the luxury apartment, Asuka walked into the living room and shouted, Rui! She waited for a moment, but received no response. She grumbled in dissatisfaction. What the hell? Has he not come back yet? The apartment only had a few rooms. She frantically searched the place, but your figure was still nowhere to be found. Walking out of the bedroom, she took out her phone and dialed your number. Beep, beep, beep. It was suddenly hung up. Asuka paused for a moment and then looked at the phone in rage. Brat, how dare you hang up on me? If anyone should be angry, it should be me, right? If you didn't want to come back, then stay away. She didn't care. Asuka thought angrily, threw herself onto the sofa, and picked up the iPad on the coffee table to play games. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, and Asuka's stomach grumbled with hunger. But she didn't get up, merely glancing at the entryway. That brat, he wouldn't really not come back, right? She calculated, where could you possibly go? It has to be the Asuka household. Should she call back home to probe? Asuka thought for 2 seconds, took out her phone, and dialed the home phone. It rang once and was picked up. Young miss, is there anything you need? The one who picked up was the butler, speaking with the tone of an English gentleman. Asuka rarely stuttered, thinking she couldn't directly ask if you were home. Wouldn't that let her parents know she had fought with you? It's nothing. I just wanted to ask about something. Her hand tapped on the sofa, searching for words. Rui really likes the squab soup cooked at home. Could you have someone cook a portion? Should I have it sent over to the young miss's apartment? The butler asked. Send it over. Asuka hung up right after saying that, and her face instantly turned cold. Because, if you were at the Asuka household, the butler would have directly said he was cooking it there for you. This meant you weren't at the Asuka house at all. The sky grew darker and darker, and Asuka's emotions grew more and more irritable. People from the Asuka house had already sent over the cooked squab soup and had brought some side dishes along. Asuka looked at the table full of dishes. Many of them were your favorite things to eat. You had lived at her house for a period of time and had gotten along with the servants, so even the cook knew your preferences by heart, often cooking your favorite food specifically. It had to be said that one of your massive charms was being able to easily capture people's hearts, even while you were completely oblivious to it. Asuka felt increasingly irritable. Her dark, deep eyes swept toward the clock on the wall. It had been long past dinner time, but your figure was still missing. Damn it, you're not planning on coming back at all, are you? Asuka really wanted to grab you and give your butt a sound beating. Fighting was one thing, but how could you leave home without a word? She couldn't stop herself from thinking, where is this brat now? Who is he with? He wouldn't have gone to find that girl Hanukkah, right? That brat better not have. If he dared to go run off and be with that girl at a time like this, she would absolutely. SHIT, where on earth are you right now? Who are you with? Asuka felt her sanity crumbling. Why was it that whenever it involved you, she couldn't stay calm and was particularly prone to losing it? Sometimes, she truly felt like you were her Achilles' heel. Facing the table full of delicacies, piping hot, the alluring scent drifting in the air, enough to make anyone ravenously hungry. If you were here, you would be very happy and excited, right? But Asuka had absolutely no appetite. Suddenly, the phone rang. Asuka grabbed it violently, but upon seeing it wasn't your caller ID, she instantly wore a disappointed expression. However, the caller was Shuhei. She let the phone ring for a while before picking up. Shuhei started complaining the moment he spoke. Miss Asuka, why are you only picking up now? If you have something to say it, Asuka said impatiently. Being in a bad mood, just answering the phone was already an act of mercy. Why are you so fierce? I was just afraid you were worried about Rui, so I specifically called you. Don't you want to know? Then I won't say it. Bye-bye, Shuhei said on purpose, though he didn't actually hang up, waiting for Asuka. As expected, Asuka shouted, Wait, is Rui with you? Yeah. See, she knew Asuka was worrying about you. She had guessed right. Then when is he coming back? Asuka asked anxiously. Shuhei said with a smile, Him? He said he isn't going back. He's gonna live at my place from now on. I'll take good care of Rui. What did you say? Asuka gritted her teeth, the veins on her forehead pulsing. Just let him try not coming back. Put him on the phone, Shuhei replied. Can't do that. Didn't he call him before? After he hung up, he put you on his blacklist. I'm calling you secretly. Rui doesn't know about this. Haven't you two made up? Why are you fighting again? Did you do something terrible to Rui? You said he put me on his blacklist? Asuka felt like every word was being squeezed out from between her teeth. Through the screen, Shuhei could feel that sky-high rage and could only sheepishly try to smooth things over. Yeah, that's why I'm curious. What on earth did you do to make him so angry? Asuka pinched the bridge of her nose, her face full of irritability. Wasn't she just trying to kiss you? Even if she did kiss you, what did it matter? Was there a need to be this angry? She even wanted to ask Shuhei. Kissing once wouldn't kill you. It's a treatment many men dream of getting, yet you avoid it like a plague. But the words reached the edge of her lips, and she swallowed them back. Shuhei saw her silence and took the initiative to speak. Actually, Rui is just blowing off steam. He'll stay at my place tonight. We can talk things over. But you really should hurry up and find a way to coax him back. That's what matters. This sentence instantly ignited Asuka's prideful nerves. Why should I be the one to coax him? She gave a cold hum, her tone as hard as stone. He was the one who lied to me first. I haven't even forgiven him yet. And here he is, acting all high and mighty. Ryuta frowned, feeling uneasy at her words. Is this going too far? He thought he had been strict enough, but the suggestion Riku had made was even more terrifying. Who knew that this statement would once again ignite Asuka's prideful nerves? Why should I be the one to coax him? She gave a cold hum, her tone as hard as stone. He was the one who lied to me first. I haven't even forgiven him yet, and here he is, acting all high and mighty. Whether he comes back or not, I don't care. The mere thought that you had actually blocked her made her blood boil. What drove her even more insane was that the reason you were angry was because she had wanted to kiss you. You're so repulsed by her, you two are engaged. Isn't kissing a natural right? Thinking of your repulsion toward her intimate touch, the agitation in Asuka's chest felt like it was going to explode. She threw her phone onto the coffee table. Fine, whatever. The message has been delivered. It's up to you. Shuhei hung up the phone awkwardly. The room was deathly silent. Asuka's face was gloomy as her gaze swept across the feast set upon the dining table. If you're not coming back, I'll eat it myself. She sat down in a huff and picked up her chopsticks to grab a piece of Buddha no kakuni, braised pork belly. It just so happened to be your favorite. After only 2 bites of rice, her movements suddenly froze. Memories came flooding back like a tide. When you were little and didn't want to eat, it was you who stood on the chair, clumsily picking up the pork, sniffing it deliberately, and making a cute, exaggerated sound to coax her. It smells so good. Just try 1 bite. In that instant, the stuffiness in her chest surged. Even though the savory scent of the meal lingered in the air, she found it tasteless. Without you there, the food felt like chewing wax. It was impossible to swallow. With a sharp sound, Asuka slammed her chopsticks down. She stood up abruptly, rushed to the entryway, grabbed her car keys, and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. At the same time, in the Shuhei family's luxury villa, you had just finished a shower and immediately picked up your phone. You swiped the screen. It was empty. No messages, no missed calls. Stupid Asuka, you frowned and cursed under your breath. It was past 10 o'clock, you hadn't gone back, and she hadn't even made a single call. Even if you had blocked her, didn't she know to do what Hanukkah used to do and call from a different number? She had absolutely no sincerity. You threw your phone back onto the nightstand in a huff, but your eyes wouldn't listen. They kept darting toward it, over and over again. Shuhei walked in carrying a fruit platter. Rui, time for fruit. My father asked if you'd like some tea. No, I don't want any, you replied gloomily. Your chest felt tight. You had no appetite at all. Shuhei had finished his shower too, and the two of you leaned against each other like twins. Looking at the sliced peaches on the plate, you hesitated before picking one up and putting it in your mouth. The refreshing sweetness finally dissipated a bit of the gloom in your heart. As expected, you really should eat something sweet when you're feeling down. After finishing the fruit, you both lay side by side on the bed. Shuhei turned to look at you, his eyes sparkling with gossip. Rui, what's actually going on between you and Asuka? Tell me, this is our brother's midnight heart-to-heart time. You stared at the ceiling, your mind filled with the shadow of that woman. I don't want to talk about it, you responded. Though you said that, you couldn't help but let your imagination run wild. What is Asuka doing now? Did she go out to have fun? Or is she sitting in that empty apartment keeping watch over an empty house? Is she hogging the big bed all by herself, happy as can be? Stupid Asuka. You cursed fiercely in your heart. Seeing that you wouldn't talk, Shuhei didn't press the issue and changed the subject. Then what do you want to talk about? Your heart was a mess. Suddenly you turned over. Wait, you must know. What kind of bad blood is there between Asuka and Hanukkah? You had been dying to know the inside story for a long time. Shuhei was Hanukkah's #1 fan. He had to know. Shuhei nodded immediately. I know, yeah. Then tell me, hurry. Your interest was instantly piqued. This? Well... Shuhei hugged his pillow and began to recount it. Actually, it's nothing, just a small matter. You couldn't take it anymore and said, get to the point! Fine, fine. Shuhei sat up straight. A long time ago, a girl offended Asuka, and Asuka wanted her to drop out of school. But that girl happened to be Hanukkah's neighbor. Hanukkah stood up to protect her, and that's how she clashed with Asuka. You know what Asuka's queen personality is like. Who dares to provoke her? But Hanukkah's grades were too good. She was the golden signboard the school had spent a fortune to recruit. The school couldn't possibly let her drop out. In the end, only that girl was expelled, but the grudge between Asuka and Hanukkah was set. Shuhei finished, sighed, and said, Tell me, don't you think Asuka's too much? To destroy someone's life over a small matter. She's too narrow-minded. Hearing this, your brow furrowed tightly. Do you know what that girl actually did to make her that angry? Shuhei shook his head blankly. No idea. You sat up abruptly and looked at him, very displeased. Then how can you draw a conclusion? You don't even know what happened. How can you call it a small matter and say Asuka is narrow-minded? She isn't that kind of person. Asuka is overbearing and a rascal, but she is absolutely not a narrow-minded person. Shuhei sat up as well, his eyes becoming curious. Why are you protecting her so much? Aren't you fighting with her? I thought you'd be here complaining about her with me. Your cheeks grew hot. I'm just speaking based on facts. Hearing others badmouth Asuka made you feel inexplicably irritated and even angry. They didn't understand her at all. How could they say that? As a friend of so many years, how could they misunderstand her like this? Watching your angry expression, Shuhei couldn't help but poke your cheek. What's this? Really angry? You looked him in the eyes and said with utmost seriousness, Asuka isn't like that. Don't misunderstand her, okay? Shuhei touched his nose, feeling embarrassed. Fine, I'll reflect on it. I admit I'm a bit biased because I like Hanukkah. He pulled you to lie back down, trying to ease the atmosphere. Hanukkah wasn't wrong either. She was just protecting her friend. But you didn't speak again. You just turned your head, your gaze drifting back to the phone on the nightstand. Just then, the phone chimed. A text message. In that instant, you nearly lunged forward to grab it. Ryuta frowned, feeling uneasy at the thought. Is this going too far? He thought he had been strict enough, but the suggestion Riku had made was even more terrifying. Just then, the phone chimed. In that instant, you nearly lunged forward to grab it. Shuhei was startled. What are you doing? You scared the hell out of me! But when he saw the brilliant smile blooming on your face, he understood immediately and teased you softly. I know. You've been waiting for a message from Asuka, haven't you? You say you don't want it, but your body is being very honest. Ha ha ha. I have not. You were so embarrassed you kicked him, but you clicked on the message without a second's delay. The next second, Shuhei saw your expression turn from clear skies to storm clouds. What's wrong? What biting thing did Asuka say now? He leaned in curiously. You slumped in unhappiness and threw the phone aside, muttering, Stupid Asuka. Shuhei picked up the phone to look, and his expression changed slightly. The sender wasn't Asuka at all. It was Hanoka. The content was about some photos. Shuhei's expression became complex. Rui, is your relationship with Hanoka really that close? It's all right, you replied. To your surprise, Shuhei suddenly laughed. An incredibly relieved laugh. Haha, I believe you now. You really don't like Hanoka. Now, you finally understood. Didn't I say that already? Why does everyone think I like her? You were genuinely baffled. I just admire her and want to be friends. Isn't that normal? Normal? Totally normal. Shuhei nodded vigorously and leaned in close to you, smiling. I'm 100% sure now you are even more confused. Why do you believe me now? Shuhei waved the phone in front of you, smiling like a fox. Because the one you like is Asuka. Boom! Your face turned red instantly. You immediately retorted, I do not! Shuhei laughed even more smugly. Still saying you don't? You thought it was a message from Asuka and were so happy. When you found out it wasn't her, you immediately slumped. Does this not explain everything? He pressed you further. This proves that you don't like Hanukkah, and the one you truly like is... You couldn't listen to anymore, so you reached out and covered his mouth. I told you, I don't! But your face, glowing like a sunset, was completely unconvincing. You became embarrassed and angry, grabbed his neck and threatened fiercely. Shuhei, if you dare say another word, just try me. Shuhei raised his hands in surrender immediately. Fine. Spare me, boss. I won't say it. You finally let go, but he still asked, puzzled. But aren't you too engaged? That was forced by our parents. I didn't want it. You were indignant. Besides, that girl Asuka, she doesn't want it either. Mentioning this, you cursed that fickle girl 10,000 times in your heart again. Shuhei made a couple of scoffing sounds. Listen to that. The sour taste is practically overflowing from the screen. You glared at him warningly and raised your fist as if to beat him. You're still talking? Shuhei closed his mouth and surrendered. Just then, he paused and let out a strange sound. What's wrong? You asked, puzzled. The next second, Shuhei jumped off the bed and rushed to the balcony. His balcony had a perfect view of the villa gate. Immediately you heard him cry out, "Rui! There's a sports car downstairs. It looks like Asuka's car. Come look." Your heart skipped a beat. Shuhei kept urging, "Hurry up. That cobalt blue Bugatti. It's definitely her car." A cobalt blue Bugatti. That was indeed Asuka's car. You couldn't help it anymore. You leaped off the bed and rushed over. Shuhei pulled you to his side and pointed outside. "Look, right at the gate." You eagerly peered out, but it was pitch black. Through the weak light of the courtyard, you saw nothing. It was empty. Where? As soon as you spoke, Shuhei burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you were fooled. Look how nervous you are. You really want her to come and find you that much?" You instantly realized you'd been played. Your face stiffened and you scolded angrily, "Shuhei, I'm going to kill you!" Seeing your fist flying toward him, Shuhei scrambled onto the sofa to beg for mercy. "I just wanted to test you. Now you understand your own heart, right?" "I do not." You remained stubborn, glaring at him angrily. After playing around for a while, Shuhei saw you were still being stubborn and stopped pressing you. All right, enough messing around. Come sleep." You glared at him twice, but still crawled back into the bed. You returned to your positions. Shuhei propped his head up and asked with a smile, "Let's change the subject then. Rui, what kind of girl do you like?" You instantly retorted, "In any case, not the type like Asuka." Shuhei chuckled and continued to press you. "Then what kind do you like? Tell me." You rested your hands behind your head and looked at the ceiling, thinking seriously. "I like the kind that is very smart, steady, and very considerate. The kind whose eyes are only on me and who won't look at other boys. She has deep, beautiful eyes, as if she can see right through me. I don't even have to say it. And she understands me." You described her piece by piece, but Shuhei's expression gradually changed. He stared at you blankly and said slowly, "Rui, don't you think the person you're describing is actually Hanoka?" You were stunned. "Is it?" Shuhei nodded solemnly. "Hanaka is exactly that kind of person. It's almost exactly like what you described. You seem to understand her very well," you asked, looking at him. Just at the mention of Hanaka's name, Shuhei's eyes changed. That affection couldn't be hidden. Shuhei gave a wry smile. "I don't understand her that well. He's truly a very good person. Although he looks cold usually, he's actually very gentle. It's just that his gentleness isn't given to just anyone. Being the person he treats specially is, yeah, he really is a good person." You nodded, agreeing from the heart. "He just had a rough background." Shuhei became agitated. "Do you believe it? If he had a family background like Asuka's, he would absolutely be no worse than her." Ryuta frowned, feeling uneasy. "Is this going too far?" He thought he had been strict enough. Shuhei was agitated. If he had a family background like Asuka's, he would absolutely be no worse than her. Hearing this, you felt a wave of emotion. Background. That is indeed something fated by heaven. Shuhei complained gloomily, "Why is the world so unfair?" You looked at him, your eyes firm. "Even though he doesn't have the best start, I believe he can use his own ability to become the very best." Shuhei was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. "Yeah, I believe that too." The two of you smiled at each other, understanding everything without words. "All right, time for bed." You pulled the blanket up. "I'm turning off the lights," Shuhei replied, and the bedside lamp clicked off. In the darkness, he mumbled groggily, "I feel like I forgot to tell you something," but he couldn't remember what. He just turned over. "Rui, good night." "Good night." You closed your eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Immediately, you plummeted into a bizarre and strange dreamscape. The room was shrouded in a haze. You were lying in bed. A beautiful silhouette leaned over and stared down at you. Her pleasant voice sounded in your ear, "Rui, you haven't been good. You need to be punished." "What?" You were dazed and hadn't clearly seen her face yet when she suddenly lowered her head and kissed your lips. The warm, soft sensation was exceptionally clear. You had been kissed. This thought had only just flashed through your mind when your eyes widened in horror. The person pressing against you was Asuka. Her beautiful face wore her signature, enchanting smile, and her sexy thin lips held yours, rubbing against them. A tingling, numbing sensation washed over you. You thought blankly, so this is how soft her lips are. Before you could even react to push her away, Asuka flashed a wicked grin. The next second, a hot, soft object pried open your teeth. Her tongue. Your face instantly burned like a wildfire. But this demon pushed further, her scorching tongue entangling with yours, grinding and teasing. When your lips finally parted, a thin, silver thread of saliva stretched between you. Asuka stared at you with dark, burning eyes and a mischievous smirk. Your little lips are so sweet. It's making me addicted. Boom! The heat scorched from your cheeks all the way to your ears. How could she say something so embarrassing? She lowered her head again, her pleasant, sexy voice making you forget how to breathe. Then, I'm going to kiss you again. Wait, you wanted to block her with your reddened face, but that charming, handsome face kept leaning closer. You suddenly woke up from the dream, a searing flush of red still lingering on your face. Shuhei was startled awake by you. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked, Rui, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? You pulled your knees up, buried your face deep into them, and shook your head vigorously. No, not a nightmare. It was an erotic dream. Once that thought crossed your mind, your face flushed even deeper. What was worst of all was that the dream felt terrifyingly real. Your lips still seemed to hold the phantom sensation of her kiss. You couldn't stop yourself from recalling that playful, cynical face from your dream. Was she really that charming when she was seducing someone? Your heart hammered wildly. You felt like you were going crazy. How could you have a dream like that? And about Asuka. Of all people, Shuhei sleepily leaned over and hugged you, patting your back to comfort you. Don't be afraid, it was just a nightmare. But once he was fully awake and saw your face, he was instantly startled. Rui, why is your face so red? You wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hide. You quickly fanned your face with your hand, feigning calm. It's probably just too hot. Don't lean on me, I'm getting up. You pushed Shuhei away and fled into the bathroom like a bolt of lightning. You stayed in the bathroom for a full half hour. Only after the red flush on your face had completely faded did you finish washing up and step out. Shuhei was still lounging on the bed, finally fully awake now, and he stretched before rolling off. Rui, what do you want for breakfast? Whatever, you said, still feeling awkward and terrified that he might notice something. You didn't even dare to look him in the eye and walked straight toward the bedside. Just as Shuhei headed into the bathroom, the housekeeper knocked on the door. He had brought the clean clothes you changed into yesterday and was asking about your breakfast preferences. Luckily, because of that special dream, you were awake earlier than usual. After breakfast, the Shuhei family chauffeur took you to school on time, but the moment you arrived at the gate of Shande Noble Academy, you were stunned. The entrance was packed with people. You had never seen such a scene before and asked, bewildered, did something happen? As soon as Shuhei got out of the car, he was beaming with excitement. No idea. Let's go take a look. He dragged you along. In the middle of the crowd sat a cool silver sports car. Shuhei's eyes lit up, and he shook your arm excitedly. A new limited edition Lamborghini! And isn't that guy in the car Asuka? You froze. Before you could even look properly, the surrounding gossip reached your ears. Isn't that Qinfeng? Why is he in Asuka-san's car? Are they back together? No way! Asuka-san never goes back to her old flames. Right, someone said. Isn't Asuka-san's current man that guy from Class 1S Rui? How did she switch so fast? HMPH, I guess Rui must have done something to upset her and got dumped. Those people didn't even notice that Rui, the person they were talking about, was standing right next to them. One boy gloated. I knew it would end like this. Who did that Rui think he was? How could Asuka-san give up the whole forest just for him? Exactly. Others chimed in. I even heard that to seduce Asuka-san, Rui went and got plastic surgery, and even his height was boosted with inserts. Shuhei finally couldn't take it anymore. He glared at them with a gloomy face. What are you talking about? Those boys were startled, finally realizing the person they were talking about was right there, and they backed away in fear. Shuhei was trembling with rage. Who are you saying had plastic surgery? Let me tell you, our Rui is a naturally handsome guy. You tugged at him. Forget it, don't pay attention to them. Just then, Asuka walked over with Qinfeng. The surroundings turned deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. The new flame and the old flame, face to face. This drama was too good. Asuka still wore that mischievous, playful smile. She greeted you with a laugh. "Morning." Qinfeng, in her arms, also looked at you with a brazen smirk. "Morning," he added. Shuhei looked at you with concern and fired directly at Asuka. "Asuka, how could you be like this?" "Like what?" Asuka smiled, looking completely innocent. Shuhei was furious. "You are clearly engaged to Rui. How could you be with another man right in front of him?" You grabbed Shuhei's hand, stopping him. You looked at Asuka and forced a faint smile. "Morning." Just this morning, you had dreamed of her kissing you so passionately, yet now she was appearing in front of you with another man, smiling as if nothing had ever happened. Why was your heart feeling so heavy, as if blocked by a giant boulder? You couldn't find a reason for it. Her attitude toward you hadn't changed. She still greeted you proactively, with that same playful teasing. Everything was the same as before, yet this sameness made you feel inexplicably strange, as if something had changed fundamentally. Asuka looked at you deeply, her lips pressing together slightly. "Well, we'll be going then." After saying that, she led Qinfeng straight into the school. You stood there, stunned, a piece of your heart inexplicably feeling hollow. "Rui, are you okay?" Shuhei looked at you with concern. He thought you were about to cry. He complained indignantly. "That Asuka, she definitely did that on purpose to make you jealous." You didn't want to answer. The surrounding gloating and mocking glares made you feel uncomfortable. "Let's go too." You dragged Shuhei through the school gate, but even after leaving those stairs behind, the stone on your heart didn't lighten at all. What is this feeling? Your heart was a tangled mess. Was it really like what Shuhei said? Were you jealous? Impossible. You shook your head violently, quickly denying this shocking thought. She can be with whoever she wants. Seeing you shaking your head and frowning, Shuhei hugged your arm tightly. "Don't bottle it up. Let's go curse that scumbag Asuka together." You looked up at him and suddenly smiled. "Why curse her?" Shuhei was stunned. "She's intentionally trying to make you jealous." You brushed your hair, acting nonchalant. "I'm not jealous. She and I aren't really an engaged couple anyway. Whoever she's with has nothing to do with me." Shuhei still looked worried. "But I don't think you truly believe that." You pretended not to hear him, let go of his arm once you reached the academic building and said, "All right, class is about to start. I'm heading to the classroom." As soon as you finished speaking, you turned and ran, not giving him any chance to comfort you. However, as soon as you entered the classroom, everyone's gaze focused on you like spotlights. You pretended not to see them and walked straight to your seat. "Rui." Shen Yue looked at you with concern. You put a finger to your lips, smiled, and said, "Don't say anything. Just let me have some quiet, okay?" Shen Yue nodded and took a carton of matcha milk from her drawer. "Here, have this." The smile on your face finally held a hint of sincerity. It was nice that someone remembered your preferences. But just as you inserted the straw and before you could take a sip, a sudden commotion erupted in the class. Everyone looked toward the door in unison. "Why is Qinfeng coming to our class?" Your heart skipped a beat. You looked over, and sure enough, Qinfeng was walking in with a smirk, followed by a boy carrying his bag. He stood on the podium, his voice oily. "Hello, everyone! Starting today, I'm transferring to Class S. Please take care of me from now on." Qinfeng walked straight toward you. The whole class held their breath, waiting for the show. The new flame and the old flame. Was this going to be a direct confrontation? Qinfeng sat in the seat across the aisle from you. He gave you a triumphant smile, each word meant to wound. "Asuka-san is so good to me. I only said I wanted to get into Class S, and she transferred me in immediately." This was an obvious provocation. If you didn't take the bait, wouldn't it look like you were afraid of him? You raised your eyebrows dismissively. Then you should cherish it. Otherwise, she can let you in when she's happy, but she can also kick you out when she's not. "You?" Qinfeng's face turned ugly. Every word you said was a fact, yet it made him look like a clown who could be kicked out at any moment. But he quickly calmed down, lifted his chin arrogantly, and glared at you. "Rui, do you still think you're Asuka-san's man? I'm the current one now. You're a thing of the past." His voice rose, carrying a clear threat. "You'd better watch yourself. Otherwise, one word from me to Asuka-san and you'll have to leave Class S." Before you could speak, Shen Yue, who couldn't stand it anymore, slammed her desk. "You want to drive Rui out of Class S? Who do you think you are?" Qinfeng was startled by her intensity and didn't dare answer. You turned to look at him, gave a cold laugh, and said in a calm tone, "Sure, you can try. I'd love to see if you have the ability to kick me out of this class." You inwardly scoffed. Even if Asuka had 10 times the nerve, she wouldn't dare. Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't know that. He thought you were only in Class S because of Asuka's connections. He further believed that since you were dumped, you should just roll out of here obediently. Class S was like a godlike existence in the school. Being able to enter was the highest glory. Therefore, Qin Feng was extremely unhappy. Why should you, a dumped ex, still be allowed to stay here and even have a wealthy heiress like Shen Yue sticking up for you? He should just roll out of here obediently. Repeating thought. He didn't show weakness and fired back at Shen Yue. "Fine, just you wait. Let's see who has more influence." Shen Yu looked at him like he was an idiot and rolled her eyes. She suddenly leaned into your ear and whispered, "If he knew your real relationship with Asuka-san, how terrified do you think he'd be?" You curled your lips as well. "I'd like to see it too." You were certain that Asuka would never kick you out of Class S just for a man. Even if she wanted to, the principal wouldn't dare. If news of this got back to the Asuka family, Asuka would be lucky not to be scolded to death. You couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the idiot Qin Feng anymore. No matter how much he glared at you, you ignored him completely and just chatted calmly with Shen Yu. Shen Yu turned to you and lowered her voice, asking curiously, "This time Asuka-san is really weird. How could she get back together with him?" This was everyone's question. After all, Asuka never ate grass she had already grazed on. Once they broke up, she left them behind. You answered irritably, "I don't know." For some reason, now every time Asuka was mentioned, your chest felt tight, and you were filled with inexplicable anger. Just then, the gossip of a few classmates nearby made you prick up your ears. "I remember Asuka-san rarely carries boys in her car, right? And so early too. Did she go pick him up especially, or?" "Needless to say," a girl said, her tone making the surroundings go quiet. "They must have spent the night together." "How do you know?" "Coming to school together doesn't mean they spent the night." The girl looked knowledgeable. "Have you ever seen Asuka-san drop off a boyfriend? With her personality, at most, she'd call a driver. She would never do it herself. So the biggest possibility is they were together last night and she dropped him off." This analysis sounded flawless. Suddenly, someone gasped. "If they were together last night, could they have slept together?" The girls let out knowing, lewd laughs. "Needless to say, they definitely." "Qin Feng, did you and Asuka-san spend the night together last night?" Qin Feng had heard their discussion and was beaming with pride. He deliberately put on a shy look. "Why are you asking that? I won't tell you." His expression further fueled everyone's curiosity. Everyone swarmed over. Who wouldn't want to hear gossip about Asuka-san? But no one noticed that your face was as dark as a soot-covered pot, and the hand on the desk was clenched into a tight fist. "Spent the night together? Did that scumbag Asuka actually bring Qin Feng to your apartment? And did she let him sleep in your bed?" You were so angry your chest heaved violently. Just imagining that scene made you want to kill someone. Qin Feng glanced at you, saw your angry reaction, and smiled even more triumphantly. He deliberately said to the crowd, "Oh, how can I say such embarrassing things? But Asuka-san was indeed with me last night." With the person involved confirming it, the crowd was in an uproar. With a loud bang, you stood up abruptly, slamming the desk. Your handsome face was terrifyingly gloomy. You had to go find Asuka and ask her clearly. If that jerk really brought Qin Feng home to fool around, you wouldn't spare her. Qin Feng, meanwhile, was still pretending to pat his chest in shock. "Rui, why are you slamming the desk so hard? You scared me!" Seeing something was wrong with you, Shen Yu immediately barked at Qin Feng. "Shut up!" You gritted your teeth, glared at Qin Feng, and turned to rush out of the classroom. But the moment you moved, Shen Yue grabbed your hand. "Rui, calm down!" How could you be calm? You just wanted to rush in front of Asuka. Whether what Qin Feng said was true or false, you didn't care if she had done anything with him. But how could she bring someone back to your shared apartment? That was your home. If she really did that, it was too far. However, Qin Feng thought you were just acting and sneered mockingly, deliberately inciting you. "Want to go find Asuka-san and ask if it's true? Go ahead." "I'm afraid you don't have the guts. Among the men around Asuka, which one wasn't obedient and compliant? Who would dare run to her to question her about this? Qinfeng bet that you wouldn't dare. Even if you did, that was even better. It would just anger Asuka, and he could reap the rewards. Shen Yu couldn't take it anymore. She pointed at Qinfeng and roared, "I told you to shut up! Did you hear me?" Everyone around was stunned. Had she gone crazy? Even Asuka's man she dared to yell at. You had to know, Qinfeng was Asuka's boyfriend now. If Qinfeng went to report this, Shen Yue would be in serious trouble. Yet Shen Yu dared to do this for you. Shuhei said, "It's not that she's crazy, she's just far too fond of you." Kaito was so humiliated by the shout that he lost face. Shuhei said, but since he had just arrived in Class S, he knew better than to make enemies so quickly. Just then, Shuhei said, the bell for class rang. Shuhei said, the teacher walked in. Shuhei said, Shen Yue quickly pulled you down to sit properly and whispered comfortingly. Shuhei said, "Don't let that guy provoke you." Shuhei said, "Who knows if what he's saying is true or false?" "Think about it calmly," Shuhei said, "okay?" Shuhei said, "Seeing you nod slightly," Shuhei said. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Shuhei said, she whispered again. Shuhei said, "Personally, I don't believe it's true. Although Asuka has dated many boyfriends, I've never heard of her spending the night at any boy's place," Shuhei said, "or bringing boys home. Why? Because Asuka is the most eye-catching figure at Shanda Noble Academy." Shuhei said, "Her every move is watched by the entire school. Those boys who date her," Shuhei said, "are usually dying to show off to the whole world." Shuhei said, "If anyone had really been with her, it would definitely be common knowledge by now, but for so long," Shuhei said, "no such rumors have ever surfaced." You stared blankly at Shen Yue. "Really?" Shuhei said. Shen Yue nodded firmly. Shuhei said, "Really? Do you trust me?" You nodded 7 times and didn't speak again, Shuhei said. "But you were like pins and needles throughout the class." Shuhei said, "Even if Asuka didn't do that with Kaito, what if she really did bring him back to the apartment? Even if it were just letting Kaito step into the living room," Shuhei said, "you couldn't stand it. If it were true, you would set the apartment on fire." Shuhei said, "You thought angrily in your heart." As soon as the bell rang, Shuhei said, "You couldn't take it anymore." You stood up and walked out. This time, Shuhei said, "Shen Yu didn't stop you," Shuhei said, "but followed behind you, worried." Shuhei said, as soon as the bell rang, Shuhei said, "You couldn't take it anymore." You stood up and walked out. This time, Shuhei said, "Shen Yue didn't stop you," Shuhei said, "but followed behind you, worried." Shuhei said, "Who would have thought," Shuhei said, "that Kaito would also walk out," Shuhei said, "going the same way as you," Shuhei said, "obviously," Shuhei said, still strutting with the arrogant posture of a victor. As soon as you reached the first floor, Shuhei said, you ran straight into Shuhei. "Rui," Shuhei said, "where are you going?" Shuhei said. Shuhei stepped forward and affectionately grabbed your arm. When Kaito saw Shuhei being so close to you, Shuhei said, his face turned red instantly. "I'm going to find Asuka." Your voice sounded like it was blocked by something. Strange and muffled, Shuhei said. "What's wrong?" Shuhei said. "Why is this guy walking with you?" Shuhei asked, looking at Kaito in confusion. Shen knew you didn't want to talk, Shuhei said, so she told Shuhei what had happened in class. That's how it is," she said, Shuhei said. Kaito, standing to the side, looked panicked, Shuhei said, and turned around to slip away. "Who would have thought," Shuhei said, "that Shuhei would call out to stop him?" Shuhei said. "Hey, you wait," Shuhei said. Kaito's body stiffened. He turned around and squeezed out a flattering smile. "Mr. Shuhei," Shuhei said, "do you need something from me?" "Shuhei held your hand," Shuhei said, and walked in front of him, Shuhei said, sneering. Shuhei said, "You said," Shuhei said, "you said," Shuhei said, "that Asuka spent the night with you last night?" Shuhei said, "And you too," Shuhei said. That," Shuhei said. "This," Kaito stuttered, Shuhei said. "Liar," Shuhei said, with no mercy. Shuhei said. The word hit him in the face. He snorted mockingly, Shuhei said. "I think," Shuhei said, "she hasn't even kissed you once, has she?" Kaito's face turned white as a sheet, as if his secret had been laid bare. Shuhei said, "Excuse me," Shuhei said. "I have something to do, so I'm leaving first," Shuhei said. "He finished speaking," Shuhei said, "and practically fled in panic," Shuhei said. "As you walked out," Shuhei said, "reaching the shade of a tree," Shuhei said, "you finally couldn't help but ask," Shuhei said. "How did you know he was lying?" Shuhei said. "Shuhei sat on a bench," Shuhei said, and said with a laugh, Shuhei said, "That's simple." Shuhei said, "Among us who know Asuka well, who doesn't know about her quirks?" Shuhei said. "What quirks?" Shuhei said. "Why don't I know?" Shuhei said. "Your eyes full of confusion," Shuhei said. Shuhei suddenly realized, Shuhei said, "You've been abroad for the past few years, so it's normal that you don't know," Shuhei said. "What is it then?" Shuhei said. "Tell me," Shuhei said. "You can't stand it when he teases you like this," Shuhei said. "Ouch!" Shuhei said. "Stop pinching my arm." Shuhei quickly pulled his arm back. Shuhei said. All right, Shuhei said. "I'm saying it now," Shuhei said. "Can you stop using your hands?" Shuhei said. "You finally stopped," Shuhei said, staring at him seriously. Shuhei said. Shuhei cleared his throat. "Actually, it's just that Asuka, that guy," Shuhei said, "she seems to be a germaphobe." "A germaphobe?" Shuhei said. "You suspected you heard wrong. How could that jerk be a germaphobe? Her apartment was as messy as a pigsty. Before you arrived," Shuhei said. "Her room couldn't have been further from germaphobe. Not that kind." Shuhei rolled his eyes at you. "It's a cleanliness obsession with her emotions." "That was even more impossible?" "You might as well have heard a fairy tale," Shuhei said. "The boyfriends she's dated could line up for blocks? How can a heartless flirt like that be considered emotionally germophobic?" Shuhei said. "If she's a germaphobe," Shuhei said, "then wouldn't that make me a saint?" Shuhei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shuhei said. "I guess that makes sense," Shuhei said. You frowned in annoyance. "What on earth do you mean? What does this have to do with Kaito lying? You feel like it would be better to just go find Asuka and ask her clearly." Just as you were about to stand up, Shuhei grabbed you, Shuhei said. "Don't be so impatient," Shuhei said. "You want to go find her again?" Shuhei said. "I can't understand a word you're saying," Shuhei said. Shuhei said. "Is your Japanese really that bad?" Shuhei said. "You muttered to yourself," Shuhei said. Shuhei felt deeply insulted. "Wah!" Shuhei said. "My Japanese is bad, okay?" "Fine," Shuhei said. "Let me organize my thoughts. Can you just listen to me finish first?" "I'll give you one more chance," Shuhei said. You sat back down, Shuhei said. Shuhei thought carefully, Shuhei said, and then began, Shuhei said. "Why did I know Kaito was lying?" Shuhei said. "Because Asuka," Shuhei said, "even though she's dated so many boyfriends, she has this emotional cleanliness quirk," Shuhei said. Shuhei said. "Let alone getting intimate, she has never even kissed them," Shuhei said. "It's that simple." "I don't believe it," you huffed with your handsome face set. "It's true." Shuhei nodded vigorously, Shuhei said, staring into your eyes to reiterate. "Rui," Shuhei said, "I have no reason to lie to you about this." You were still half doubting, Shuhei said. "Then how did you know?" Shuhei said. "It's not like Asuka told you herself, right? How could she possibly tell me? Some other people cornered her and got it out of her at a bar." You were stunned for a long while. "So it's true?" Shuhei said. "Asuka has dated so many boyfriends. How could she never have kissed them?" You suddenly remembered yesterday. She insisted on kissing you like a maniac. Your cheeks turned red instantly, Shuhei said. "She said she's a germaphobe and doesn't like kissing people casually?" Shuhei said. "Then what was she acting like yesterday?" "This is a completely different person than the one Shuhei's talking about." "You held a skeptical attitude," Shuhei said, and said dismissively, "You must have been tricked by her. Could she easily admit to something like that?" "For a girl," Shuhei said. "Isn't that very embarrassing?" "Asuka cares so much about her reputation," Shuhei said. Shuhei shook his finger, Shuhei said. With a convinced expression, Shuhei said, "Impossible to trick us," Shuhei said. "They got her drunk. A few girls got tipsy," Shuhei said, "and liked to talk about dirty topics. As a result, they heard Asuka say," Shuhei said, "that she was still a virgin," Shuhei said. "Speaking of this," Shuhei said. Shuhei covered his mouth and laughed. Shuhei said. "She was what?" Shuhei said. "You were confused," Shuhei said. Shuhei glared at you, Shuhei said. You can't even understand this, Shuhei said. Idiot, Shuhei said. Your face turned even redder, and you asked incredulously, Shuhei said. Did she really admit it herself? You remembered before, Shuhei said. She did seem to tell you she was a virgin. Is this fake? Shuhei shrugged. Shuhei said, pretty much. Anyway, she said she never touched those boys. She didn't even have the desire to kiss them. He continued his analysis, Shuhei said, so think about it. Shuhei said, could Kaido really have enough charm, Shuhei said, to make Asuka break her rules for him and get intimate? It sounds fake at first glance. That guy is deliberately trying to prick your heart, Shuhei said. You're just too stupid, Shuhei said, to believe something like that. Shuhei said, your face flushed bright red, Shuhei said, and you hurriedly defended yourself, Shuhei said. I'm not angry because of that. I don't care if she gets intimate with other boys, Shuhei said. I'm angry that she could bring someone back to the apartment. Shuhei stroked his chin, Shuhei said. With an expression of certainty, Shuhei said. I think that's a lie too. Even if Asuka wanted to make you jealous, she wouldn't bring him home. If she really dared to do that, I would burn the apartment down, you declared angrily, Shuhei said. Shuhei looked at you like that, Shuhei said, and laughed uncontrollably, Shuhei said. This is pure jealousy, Shuhei said. And yet, this guy just refuses to admit it, Shuhei said. He quickly blocked you, Shuhei said. Don't be reckless, Shuhei said. If you go find her now and ask for clarification, you lose, Shuhei said. Arguing in front of so many people, Shuhei said, wouldn't you just be putting on a show for others? Shuhei said. You thought that made sense, Shuhei said, so you endured it for now, Shuhei said. Shuhei leaned in close, Shuhei said, and revealed a devilish smile. At noon, let's find her to eat lunch together, and then expose that guy's lie to his face. Just think about it, Shuhei said, a slap in the face, moment like that. How interesting. Just thinking about it feels satisfying. At noon, Shuhei said, Asuka and Kaido just walked into the cafeteria, Shuhei said. Shuhei grabbed you, Shuhei said, and walked over with a smile. Shuhei said, Asuka, Shuhei said, I and Rui forgot to bring our lunch cards. Shuhei said, will you treat us to lunch? Asuka's gaze instantly landed on you with that same indifferent smile. Of course. This scene, Shuhei said, immediately stunned the entire cafeteria full of students. Asuka's new flame and old flame were actually sitting together? What kind of god-level drama was this? People stopped eating, Shuhei said, and craned their necks to watch the gossip, Shuhei said. I want the bell pepper beef rice, Shuhei said. After ordering, Shuhei said, he turned to you and asked. Shuhei said, what about you? Shuhei said. You said offhandedly, Shuhei said. I'll have the same, Shuhei said. Just as the words left your mouth, Shuhei said. Asuka suddenly raised her eyebrows, her pitch-black eyes looking at you. I thought you didn't eat bell peppers? You were still angry with her and immediately glared at her, Shuhei said. Fine, Shuhei said. Whatever you want. Asuka replied in a slacker manner, Shuhei said, as if she didn't care at all. But if she didn't care, how could she remember your preferences? Kaido, standing to the side, had his face sink instantly, Shuhei said, though he forced a flattering smile, Shuhei said, behaving like a completely different person than he was in the classroom, Shuhei said. He had expected Asuka to ask what he wanted to eat, but she ignored him completely, Shuhei said. He had to tell the cafeteria worker himself that he wanted the cheese chicken cutlet rice. Before long, Shuhei said, the food was served, Shuhei said. You took only one bite of the bell pepper beef, Shuhei said, and your brows furrowed, Shuhei said. You poked the rice with your chopsticks, Shuhei said, and couldn't eat another bite. Just then, Shuhei said, Kaito cut off a piece of chicken cutlet, Shuhei said, and handed it to Asuka with a flattering face, Shuhei said. Asuka, however, didn't even look at him, Shuhei said. The next second, she suddenly reached out, Shuhei said, took the meal from in front of you, and fed you. Eat, she said, Shuhei said. You thought she was going to prank you, Shuhei said. Who would have guessed that her own portion of braised eggplant rice appeared in front of you? That was the dish you liked best. You clearly don't like eating it, Shuhei said. Yet you're forcing it, Shuhei said. Asuka rolled her eyes at you. her tone filled with annoyance. Although you were dissatisfied with her attitude, looking at the braised eggplant in front of you, your heart felt inexplicably warm. Looking at Kaito again, Shuhei said. His face turned green and white. Shuhei said, "It was truly spectacular," Shuhei said. Shuhei hooked the corner of his lip. Shuhei said, suddenly looked at Asuka, Shuhei said, and went for the kill, Shuhei said. "Asuka-san," Shuhei said, "I heard from your boyfriend," Shuhei said, "that you were with him last night and even spent the night together," Shuhei said. As he spoke, Shuhei said, "He gave you a wink," Shuhei said. "You instantly understood and immediately put on an interrogative expression," Shuhei said. Questioning Asuka, Shuhei said, "Did you bring him back to the apartment we live in?" Shuhei said. Kaito's face turned pale instantly, Shuhei said. Asuka's eyes were sharp as she demanded, "Is that what you said?" Shuhei said. Kaito waved his hands in a panic. Shuhei said, "No," Shuhei said. "I never said that," Shuhei said. Shuhei, however, crossed his arms, Shuhei said, and sneered as he exposed him. Shuhei said, "Now you're afraid? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you were lying?" Kaito's eyes turned red. "I only said that Asuka-san was with me last night, but I never once said I went to her house." You instantly understood. This language trap was played very skillfully, but you only grabbed onto one point. You turned your head to look at Asuka, Shuhei said, and asked word by word. Shuhei said, "Were you really with him last night?" Kaito immediately interrupted. Shuhei said, "Yeah, absolutely true," Shuhei said. "As for Asuka, she just watched you silently and didn't speak," Shuhei said. "This was an admission," Shuhei said. You took a deep breath, and instead, a brilliant smile appeared on your face. You stood up abruptly. "I'm full," Shuhei said. "Thanks for the meal," Shuhei said. After finishing, Shuhei said, "You turned and walked away," Shuhei said, without looking back. However, after school in the afternoon, Shuhei said, "You went straight to block the door of the apartment," Shuhei said. Just as Asuka was about to close the door, you reached out to block it. Shuhei said, "Wait," Shuhei said. She stared at you, Shuhei said. "But you held your chin high," Shuhei said. "What?" Shuhei said, "Aren't you going to welcome me back?" Shuhei said. "You walked inside by yourself," Shuhei said. "Put on your slippers," Shuhei said, and relaxed as if you had returned to your own home. "I stayed at Shuhei's place for one night," Shuhei said. "I never said I wasn't coming back," Shuhei said. "You had the same brilliant smile on your face as always," Shuhei said, "as if what happened at noon never happened," Shuhei said. "But the more you smiled like that," Shuhei said, "the colder Asuka's eyes became. You, however, acted as if you didn't see it," Shuhei said. "Walked into the bathroom to wash your face," Shuhei said, "and after coming out, you stretched," Shuhei said. "You opened the refrigerator," Shuhei said, and turned to look at her, Shuhei said. "Do you want to drink something?" Shuhei said. The next second, Shuhei said. Asuka's patience completely shattered, Shuhei said. She lunged and grabbed your arm, slamming you hard against the refrigerator door, Shuhei said. Her beautiful face was filled with anger, Shuhei said. She roared at you, Shuhei said. "Rui," Shuhei said, "don't you feel anything at all?" You were stunned by her, Shuhei said, and could only stare at her blankly. Asuka's beautiful face stiffened, Shuhei said, becoming even more irritated. Shuhei said, "You're doing it again," Shuhei said. This tactic worked best on her. She punched the refrigerator door, Shuhei said, making a huge noise, Shuhei said. "I already told you," Shuhei said. "You are not allowed to cry," Shuhei said. You stared at her stubbornly, tears shimmering, Shuhei said. "I'm not," Shuhei said. "Why are you yelling at me?" Shuhei said. Asuka no longer had the strength to talk to you and turned around to leave. Just then, Shuhei said, you lunged from behind and hugged her waist tightly, Shuhei said. This time, Shuhei said, "You couldn't take it anymore," Shuhei said and wailed. Your tears instantly soaked her back, Shuhei said. Her body stiffened, Shuhei said. Her heart softened at the impact of your tears. She was just about to turn around to comfort you. "Who would have thought," Shuhei said, "that you would choke out the words," Shuhei said, "I'm sorry." You sniffled, Shuhei said, your voice both pitiful and filled with apology. "I was the one who was wrong first," Shuhei said. "I didn't apologize properly for lying before," Shuhei said. And about that matter with Yunwan," Shuhei said. "She really is just an ordinary friend. Of course, you are the most important one. No one can compare to you, Shuhei said. Anchan, Shuhei said. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Shuhei said. Don't let's argue anymore, okay? Shuhei said. You thought to yourself, Shuhei said. I was the one who did the wrong thing first. So being the one to lower my head shouldn't hurt, right? Arguing for an outsider, Shuhei said, is too stupid, Shuhei said. Asuka sighed deeply. Her heart already softened, Shuhei said, especially after hearing the line. Shuhei said, no one can compare to you, which made her heart melt completely. She pulled your hands away, Shuhei said, turned around, Shuhei said, and hugged you tightly, Shuhei said, her voice gentle and helpless. Shuhei said, you idiot, Shuhei said. Actually, she also felt that she was very stupid. She had long since stopped being angry about you seeing Yunwan. She was angry that you had rejected her kiss. But how could she ever say something like that out loud, Shuhei said. Hearing her voice soften, you let out another loud sob, Shuhei said, as if you wanted to cry out all the grievances of the past few days. Tears and snot, Shuhei said. You wiped them all over her without the slightest reservation. She looked down at your childish behavior, both amused and annoyed, but she also found it incredibly cute. Don't wipe your snot on my clothes, it's filthy. You deliberately tugged at the corner of her kimono and rubbed your nose. Now, the clothes are truly filthy. She walked with you to the sofa, let you sit down, and stood up to go back to the room to change. You grabbed her. Where are you going? Asakura pointed to the stain on her clothes, teasingly. Are you trying to keep evidence? You finally let her go. Who knew that when she stood up, she would walk straight to the refrigerator and take out a carton of your favorite strawberry milk? She placed the milk on the low table in front of you before turning back to the room. You watched her back, feeling sweet in your heart, and picked up the milk to gulp it down. After you finished, she walked out again, looking beautiful and moving. She sat down beside you and asked with a smile, what do you want for dinner? You bit on the straw, tilted your head for a long time but couldn't think of anything. I don't know what to eat. Asakura smiled and pinched your cheek. So, are you hungry now? You shook your head. Not yet. Then we'll go out later. She took out her phone and sent 7 messages, then said to you, I'll call Shruti to join us. How about that? You nodded and naturally leaned your head on her shoulder. Why? You look so tired. She looked at you with a smile. You sighed deeply, your voice low. Fighting is so tiring. Can we promise not to fight anymore in the future? It's all your fault. Why did you lie to me first? As calculating as she was, she naturally wanted to seize the chance to make you more obedient. You listened to this, and apology appeared on your face again. I already said I'm sorry. I won't lie to you again, okay? But you can't be so domineering either. You suddenly thought, if you really marry her in the future, wouldn't you be kept completely under her thumb? She looked at you and said, but you can't be so willful either. You have to be more careful when making friends, like that girl, Yunwan. She was clearly very dissatisfied. You didn't want to bring up this topic again for fear of arguing. Anyway, you felt Yunwan was worth being friends with. You must find an opportunity to ask her next time why she hated Yunwan so much. You suddenly raised your head and questioned her. Then what is going on with you and Qinfeng? Were you really with him last night? You suddenly raised your head, questioned her. Then what is going on with you and Qinfeng? Were you really with him last night? Who knew she would curl her lips wickedly, smile. Are you jealous? Your cheeks flushed hot, and you retorted directly, Hey, who is jealous of you? I just despise you. How can you get back together with that kind of man? You should at least find someone better. However, Asakura looked at you with smiling eyes. When did I say that I got back together with him? You were momentarily stunned. You didn't? Then what's going on? Tell me quickly. Thinking of Qinfeng's arrogant face made you angry. If you knew the truth, you'd love to see how you could slap him in the face. Seeing your curious and pouting look, Asakura knew exactly what you were thinking. She shrugged and pushed the responsibility away completely. Friends invited me out to play last night and I just happened to run into him. I never said I was getting back together with him. She wouldn't tell you that she was intentionally trying to use Qinfeng to make you jealous. You glared at her resentfully. Then why did you help him transfer to Class S? His naggy behavior is so hard to bear. Asakura laughed softly, as if she had expected it. Did he provoke you? You grunted heavily to show your dissatisfaction. Don't think I can't tell. This was definitely on purpose. Unexpectedly, she was indifferent. It's simple. If you find him an eyesore, just transfer him away. Which class do you want him to go to? These words made you feel instantly refreshed. Didn't this just fulfill what you said to Qinfeng? Asakura can let him in when she's happy, and can make him get lost just as easily when she's not. Just the thought of Qinfeng's expression when he gets transferred made you want to laugh. Transferred after only 1 day in Class S. It's a bit pathetic to think about. Maybe you should show some mercy, and let him stay a few more days. That night, Asakura called Shuki and Leah, and they were dining at a high-end hotel. As soon as Leah entered, she playfully wanted to hug you. Young Master Fang, I missed you so much. As a result, Asakura blocked her and glanced at her coldly. Leah teased. Those who don't know might think the young master is your husband. Who knew Asakura would put her hand on the back of your chair, smiling arrogantly? The young master is my husband? What about it? Leah's friend next to her was stunned and whispered, He is the young master? Really Asakura-san's husband? Who exactly is he? Leah then lowered her voice, revealing your true identity. The legendary Fang family. You should know, right? That person was stunned. That Fang family? Really? Leah pointed at you. He is the only young master of that Fang family. People in the city only know the 4 great families, but don't know about the invisible billionaire. The Fang family. Most of their assets are abroad. They are so low-key that only the top circles recognize them. Leah threw another bombshell. Do you know what school the young master attends in the United States? The top aristocratic academy in the US. My family couldn't even get in, but the Fang family could. Think for yourself how capable the Fang family is. Just then, Asakura suddenly called Leah with a mischievous smile on her beautiful face. Come to school tomorrow, do me a favor. Leah looked at her devilish smile and became instantly excited. What favor? Asakura swirled the wine glass in her hand, her eyes full of interest. A very interesting favor. So, the next day, at the entrance of the academy, lines of top luxury cars drove in. Lamborghinis, Maybachs, Bugattis, each one worth tens of millions. Even more exaggerated, they were all limited editions that money couldn't buy. The car doors opened one after another, and under the stunned gazes of the crowd, you were surrounded by Asakura and the others in the very center. Everyone was petrified. On the spot, what kind of situation was this? These people around you were simply existences at the top of the pyramid. Asakura and Shu Qi, 2 of the 4 great families, the mayor's daughter, Meng Yu, the second miss of the Meng family. This group of beauties and handsome guys walking together blinded the entire school. Those who didn't know would think they were filming a live-action version of The Inheritors. Yet no one could understand how someone like you, a small potato, could stand right in the middle. What surprised them even more was Asakura was on your left, Shuchi was on your right, Shuchi even had his arm around your shoulder, and Leah even leaned over Asakura and spoke to you fawningly. What on earth was this situation? All the students present were completely dumbfounded. Leah even numb-line swept her hair with her finger, enjoying the spotlight. Our entrance is truly one of a kind. Shuki smiled and said, Don't worry, in a few minutes, this video will spread throughout the school. You were amused by this, is it necessary? Making such a big deal out of it. You felt awkward all over, wondering if you said you didn't want to walk with them now, would you get beaten up on the spot? But Asakura smiled playfully, giving you some prestige, and you're still not happy? In the history of the academy, you're the only one who has ever enjoyed this treatment. You shrugged and smiled brightly. This feeling is actually quite good, although the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the boys nearby were about to drown you. Approaching the teaching building, you clapped your hands. All right, let's disperse. I'll treat everyone to lunch at noon. Let's gather again then. Leah immediately laughed. Since the young master is treating, I won't be polite. Let's agree first. No cafeteria food. You waved your hand, breaking away from the team. I'll go to the classroom first. Who knew that as soon as you entered Class S, the entire class's gaze would shoot toward you? Suggestively, you were too lazy to pay attention, and walked straight to your seat. Just then, Chen Feng walked in. His face was ugly to the extreme, staring at you fixedly, obviously. He had also seen the scene at the school gate. You suddenly remembered what Asakura said yesterday. Which class do you want him to transfer to? The original Class A, or Class F, whatever you like. Class A and Class F, heaven and hell, you realized? Qinfeng's fate was now in your hands. This feeling was indeed the first time. A bit magical. You subconsciously glanced at Qinfeng, but he body stiffened, opened his mouth to act tough. You subconsciously glanced at Qinfeng. He body stiffened, opened his mouth to act tough. Young master, don't think. You shook your head and interrupted him. Qinfeng, can you not speak? Not a single pleasant word comes out of your mouth. Are you an idiot to come and provoke me at a time like this? Qinfeng instantly felt ashamed and shrieked. Aren't you just relying on the favor of Asakura-san? I don't know what tricks you used, but don't be smug. Asakura-san will get tired of you one day. You were completely speechless. Favor? What kind of nonsense was that? And his voice was too high-pitched, giving you a headache. You swept a cold glance over, coldly warning, Qinfeng, either shut up or I'll have you transferred to Class F, you choose. Qinfeng froze instantly, completely stunned. He subconsciously felt you were acting like a fox borrowing the tiger's power, but couldn't help being afraid. What if it was true? Going to Class F, this result, just thinking about it suffocated him. Qinfeng's face stiffened repeatedly. He could only snort coldly in the end, arrogantly turning his head, pretending to be too disdainful to argue with you. You just found it funny. Shen Yue at the front desk looked at you with complex eyes. Young master. She wanted to ask who exactly you were, originally thinking you were just Asakura's childhood sweetheart, but that scene this morning, even the mayor's daughter Liya treated you fawningly. Your true identity, exactly how terrifying is it? Shen Yu suddenly didn't dare to know. You were confused. Is there something? Looking at your pure and innocent smiling face, Shen Yue seemed to have figured something out and smiled slightly. I just wanted to ask, did you have breakfast? I have a fruit sandwich here, you happily replied. Yes, please. Finally making it to the end of the school day, Qinfeng felt relieved. After several classes, he was restless and regretted to death why he sat next to you. He just wanted to pack his things and slip away quickly, when a piercing scream erupted outside the classroom. It's Asakura-san. Why would she come here? Could she be here for Qinfeng? I heard they got back together. Your information is too outdated. Didn't you see the scene this morning? Just as everyone was discussing, a beautiful and slender figure walked into Class S. Asakura's beautiful face wore a wicked smile, seductive and charming, instantly igniting the entire classroom. Qinfeng's heart raced, his eyes staring at her. Was she here for him? Seeing Asakura walking toward him. Who knew? Asakura's dark eyes didn't even look at him, walking straight past him. Qinfeng's expression froze instantly. Asakura's gaze was fixed on you from start to finish, saying with a smile, "The place for dinner is booked. I'm here to take you over." You looked at the fangirls around you, amused and annoyed, waved at Shen Yue, and hurriedly pulled Asakura away. What about Liya and the others? They were just waiting for you. The two walked away chatting. Qinfeng froze on the spot, his brain buzzing. You actually called Liya by her first name and used such a familiar tone, he gasped sharply. Who exactly are you? Unexpectedly, Asakura had brought you to the student council building. Eating here? You asked curiously. She directly pulled you in, walking through the lobby with the huge crystal chandelier, entered a room, and ordered 5-star hotel delivery to save the trouble of going out. Pushing the door open, Liya and the others were indeed all there. As soon as Liya saw you, she stood up immediately to pull out a chair for you. Young master, you were so impressive this morning. A bunch of people surrounded me asking about you. Don't worry, I didn't reveal a single word. Asakura gave her a look that said, You're sensible, pushed away her hand on the back of your chair and warned, If even a word gets out, you'll be the one to take the fall. You were too lazy to care about them, only caring about what to eat. Liya immediately changed the topic. Young master, didn't you say you were treating? You smiled and took out Asakura's wallet, slapping it on the table with a bang. Since I said I was treating, that means I'm treating. Treating with someone else's wallet, this kind of thing, only you could do it. Liya was the first to object. Young Master Fang, you can't do this. Who knew the wallet's owner, Asakura, glanced at her coldly. Do you have an opinion? Leah was instantly cowed, hurriedly shaking her head. No opinion. How could I dare to have an opinion? Others turned their heads to look at the scenery. Who would dare to provoke this young master? Just then, you spoke with a smile. All right, I'll treat. I didn't bring cash. Card is fine, right? As you said, you pulled a card from your bag and placed it on the table, a solid black card. Leah's eyes widened the moment she saw this card, her fingers trembling as she pointed at it. This card of yours, let me see it. You thought she was making a fuss, but still handed it over. Leah looked at it over and over, as if she wanted to see through it. The next second, she turned sharply toward Asakura. You only saw Asakura pucker her thin lips and smile slightly at her. You were even more confused. What's wrong with this card? Shuki suddenly laughed. She figured it out. That's Asakura's supplementary card, right? You nodded. Right. As soon as the words fell, Leah held the card, her eyes shining as she murmured, Young master, this is the supreme black card. In the entire A city, there are only 4, the 4 great families, 1 for each. This is something people wouldn't even dare to dream of. You were unimpressed. Isn't it just a black card? My mother has one too. What's so strange about it? She is the mayor's daughter, acting like she has never seen the world, Leah retorted excitedly. This is different, okay? This black card is not that kind of black card, Sai. You don't understand. You really didn't understand. You had seen Asakura's black card. It looked exactly the same as yours. Where was the difference? Leah returned the card to you, looking at Asakura with emotion. Asakura-san, do you have to spoil him this much? You actually gave him your supplementary card. You immediately glared at her in dissatisfaction. So what if she gave it to me? Do you have an opinion? Asakura is happy to let me use it. What does that have to do with you? Leah glanced at Asakura and said stutteringly, How would I dare to have an opinion? She was just so envious it hurt. Halfway through the meal, you started to feel sleepy, your head bobbing. Asakura took the opportunity to support your head, letting you lean on her shoulder, and then said to the others, This guy is sleepy, I'll take him up first. The next second, halfway through the meal, you started to feel sleepy, your head bobbing. Asakura took the opportunity to support your head, letting you lean on her shoulder, and then said to the others, This guy is sleepy, I'll take him up first. The next second, she stood up directly, supporting you as you walked out of the room. After the 2 figures disappeared, Leah looked at Shuchi. Hey, have you ever seen our Asakura-san be this gentle and considerate to any boyfriend before? Shuki rolled his eyes at her, smiling suggestively. Is the young master someone those people can talk about? Leah instantly smelled gossip. Are they together? Shuchi shrugged. Leah was even more certain. I think so. Look at how Asakura spoils the young master. She's afraid he'll break if held, and afraid he'll melt if held in her mouth. Shuchi rolled his eyes again and said coolly, Asakura spoiling the young master. Did it just start now? One sentence woke the dreamer. Leah slapped her head. These 2, haven't they been like this since they were little? It's just that you went abroad to study in recent years and didn't see much of each other, so you gradually forgot. Shuchi sighed with emotion. I've envied the young master since I was a child. Everyone is good to him, and he has an Asakura everywhere spoiling him and protecting him. Leah suddenly leaned in playfully. Shuchi, do you need a girlfriend? One who is beautiful, smart, and humorous? Shuchi smiled sweetly, and then pushed her face away with one hand, coldly spitting out 3 words. No need. She then smiled and wiggled her fingers. How about this? Next time you win against Yunwan in the exam, I'll steal my sister's black card and lend it to you once. Leah protested on the spot. Is that guy human? Getting full marks in every subject? Who can beat her? At this time, in the room on the 2nd floor, Asakura gently placed you on the sofa. Who knew that as soon as you were put down, you mumbled? Light, so dazzling, Asakura whispered. I know. She walked over and closed the curtains, isolating all light. Immediately after, your muddled voice came again. Anne! The pillow was clearly by your feet. Asakura walked over helplessly, picked up the pillow, and considerately stuffed it under your head. Asakura walked over helplessly, picked up the pillow, and considerately stuffed it under your head for you to rest on. And the long one? Fine. She took another bolster for you, and let you hold it in your arms. And the little blanket? Asakura stared at you with her dark eyes in silence. This kid was ordering her around, a bit too naturally, didn't you think? Thinking of how she, the great Asakura, was usually the one who ordered others around, when had anyone ever ordered her around? Only you would dare to order her around like this. Despite thinking this, the great Asakura still went to get the little blanket and personally covered your stomach with it. She was used to running the air conditioning at a very low temperature, so the room was very cold, and she adjusted the air conditioner slightly to keep you from catching a cold. You felt comfortable, holding the bolster and sleeping peacefully. As Shuki said, soon someone spread the video they had filmed across the whole school, and even people from other schools knew about this incident. As you can imagine, Ryuten saw it too, so Ryuten smashed his phone again, and this time he smashed it even worse, hitting it directly against the wall. The phone shattered and was instantly ruined. The maid stood trembling by the side, not knowing whether to pick it up or not. Ryuten was clearly furious to the extreme, his eyes red, his chest heaving violently, as if he were having an asthma attack. The maid was frightened, not knowing if she should speak to comfort him. She had thought she had seen the young master at his angriest, but now it was even worse. She felt like she could see the flames of anger on the young master's head, ready to burn. Scary, so scary. Are you dead? Quickly pick up the phone for me. Ryuten turned his head, glaring at the maid, and shouted. Yes, young master. The maid hurried to pick it up. Seeing the phone, it had already fallen into two pieces, and the screen was cracked. Even if she picked it up, it wouldn't work. But the maid dared not disobey his order, so she had to pick up the broken phone and hold it in both hands in front of Ryuten. Ryuten picked it up and looked, then threw it at her in a rage. Trash, it's broken, how can I use it? Get out of my way, you've made me so angry. The maid was hit in the forehead by the phone. Falling to the ground, she felt very aggrieved and wanted to cry, but could only clench her teeth to endure it. Butler, he shouted harshly. The middle-aged, plump butler hurried over ingratiatingly. Young Master Ryuten, is there anything I can help you with? Ryuten ordered. Call Luguan for me. Tell her to come over immediately. Right now. Give her 10 minutes. I don't want to wait a minute longer. The butler wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Yes, I'll go make the call right away. So 10 minutes later, Luguan appeared. His expression was knowing, clearly aware of what Ryuten was angry about. As soon as Ryuten saw her, he threw the iPad in front of her and said angrily, Didn't you say you were going to fix the young master? How are you handling this? Why hasn't it started yet? Look at how impressive they are now. Do you want to keep watching them continue to be impressive? I can't stand it anymore. Luguan darkened his face. His expression was also very bad. Of course I don't want to. He had also seen the video, but what hit him hardest was the news from the day before about Qinfeng and Asakura getting back together. Asakura never eats leftovers, everyone knew this, so he didn't dare to dream that he could return to Asakura's side. But seeing that news, he couldn't sit still. Why could Qinfeng do it? Although he was an illegitimate child, Luguan never felt he was inferior to other boys, especially that Qinfeng. Luguan felt he was 100 times better than him. Since Qinfeng could get back together with the young master, why couldn't he? This thought arose like a nightmare, haunting her, making her think about this crazy idea. So she couldn't help but think, if you weren't there, would I have a chance to return to Asakura's side? Ryuten took all his anger out on Luguan. You want money, I gave you money. You want people, I let you use my bodyguards too. Why are you such trash? I don't care about you. Act for me right now. I don't want to see the young master's arrogant look anymore. I want him to end up very, very miserable. I know, I will call people to act today, but it might cost more money than expected. Luguan endured him for the time being. Ryuten mocked. Cost money? I have money. Didn't your mother fall for my family's money? That's why she seduced my father, otherwise where would you come from? Hurry up and do it. Ryuten mocked. Cost money? I have money. Didn't your mother fall for my family's money? That's why she seduced my father, otherwise where would you come from? Hurry up and do it. Did you hear me? After saying this, there was more ugly verbal abuse. Luguan lowered his head, clenching his hands into fists and slowly opening them. I'll go now, he said softly without a trace of emotion. Get out. Get out for me. You are really trash. Ryuten had lost his mind from anger over that video and was in a state of explosion. The butler frowned as he listened to all that ugly talk. He personally saw Luguan out. Young Master Luguan, The young master's temper is just like that. Don't take it to heart. She is in a fit of rage, so it's inevitable that she speaks harshly. Don't be sad. Luguan's heart was depressed and aggrieved. As soon as he heard the butler's comfort, his eyes turned red instantly, and he mumbled, "Thank you, butler-san." The butler sighed, not knowing what else to say. After instructing the driver to take him home, he turned and went back into the big mansion. When the door opened and closed, he could still seem to hear Ryuoten's angry cursing. His eyes were red, staring steadily at the luxurious mansion in front of him, feeling hateful in his heart. Luguan gritted his teeth in resentment. Why is he an illegitimate child, living a life of being scolded and despised? Also being the son of the same father, why can Ryuten attend the academy, while he can only attend the second middle school? Ryuten can enjoy being a young master, while he has to accompany others with a smile and please them. This is unfair. Luguan's eyes became as red as blood, with some terrifying evil. No one knew what he was thinking. After school in the afternoon, you and Asakura's group were walking on the campus path. Even without the incident this morning, the status of your group was destined to attract attention. No one dared to get close, only watching from afar. This was a world that others could not enter. Then, let's go for barbecue at the garden tonight. I haven't been in a long time, and I'm craving it. Shuji held your arm, saying happily. You smiled, agreeing, I haven't had barbecue in a long time either. Although I occasionally have barbecues with classmates in the United States, the way they do it is different from here. Actually, the food in the United States isn't as good as ours here, so I don't like going abroad, Shuchi said, showing a look of dislike. His family wanted to send him abroad, but he firmly opposed it. In the United States, it's either fries and burgers or barbecue and sausages. As a foodie, he couldn't survive half a month after leaving China. Leah teased, You are a foodie. In the future, whoever uses some good food will be able to take you away. Don't say you know me then. Shuki countered, I never knew you anyway. Your group was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The people next to you were very envious watching. From afar, you caught a familiar figure. Your eyes stopped for a second, Yunwan. Compared to the hustle and bustle of your group, Yunwan was walking alone, looking solitary, and looked very lonely. You felt a little unbearable in your heart. You glanced at Asakura. I'm going over to say hello. Before Asakura could answer, you ran over. Asakura saw that you were looking for Yunwan, and her beautiful face looked a little bad. But thinking that you still took the initiative to tell her just now, she felt a little more comfortable. It was just to say hello. If she didn't even let you do this, wouldn't she seem very stingy? The great Asakura indicated that she was a very generous person. Thinking this way, she quickly chased after you. You, who were walking in front, seemed to have a hunch and turned around suddenly. Sure enough, you saw this guy chasing after you. You stood still and glared at her. Sakura also stood still. Your poses were like playing red light, green light, very funny. You made faces, signaling her not to follow. Asakura glanced with her beautiful eyes, indicating that she was disdainful. If she didn't follow, she wouldn't, who was rare. You saw that she really didn't follow, and then walked quickly toward Yunwan, patting him on the shoulder happily. Yunwan. Yunwan turned to see you, a faint smile on his cold face. It's you. Probably because the gaze glaring over from someone was too sharp, so he subconsciously looked behind you and saw Asakura not far away. He smiled faintly. Have you made up with her? Walking to his side, you said, How have you been lately? ... That guy is shy, so I didn't come to look for you. I'm fine. I've been preparing for the exam lately. There is a monthly exam for the 3rd grade this Friday. Then you must be fine. You were so good. My friend told me that I realized you got full marks in every subject. How do you study? Speaking of grades, even the usually calm Yunwan rarely showed a look of pride. In terms of family background, he couldn't compare to many people in the academy, but in terms of learning, he had enough confidence to beat anyone. Everyone has their own pride, and so does Yunwan. You suddenly remembered something, secretly peeking at Asakura behind you, and then leaned closer, whispering in a voice only 2 people could hear. Last time, didn't I say I would treat you to food? After you finish your exam this time, find a time, I'll treat you. Not far away, Asakura looked at your sneaky appearance. Her eyes blinked. What is this kid saying to the one surnamed Yun? Suddenly, a car shadow flew past her, very fast. Asakura, that car. Leah just wanted to remind her. Asakura had already sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. After all, no matter how fast she was, she couldn't be faster than a motorcycle stepping on the gas. The goal of that motorcycle was actually you, and it rushed directly toward you. Asakura could only watch, but couldn't stop it in time, her eyes tearing, her heart tightened. Young master, be careful. Yunwan's eyes instantly became stern, and he reacted immediately the second he heard the exclamation. He quickly grabbed you, protected you in his arms while turning to the side, and resolutely blocked the motorcycle with his arm. The motorcycle brushed past, suddenly flipping you both to the ground. The perpetrator clearly had a plan. He didn't stop for half a second and disappeared directly out of the school gate after hitting someone. Young master, Asakura didn't care about that person anymore and rushed over like crazy. I'm fine. You struggled to sit up from the ground, the whole person tightly hugged by Yunwan. I'm fine. You struggled to sit up from the ground, the whole person tightly hugged by Yunwan, just wiped some dust when falling just now, and didn't get hurt unscathed. Yunwan, are you okay? You hurriedly turned to look at Yunwan, but as soon as you saw clearly, a large patch of scarlet blood stabbed your eyes. Yunwan was clutching his right hand, his face full of cold sweat. His lips were white. Yunwan, you were scared silly, staring at the blood on the ground, and your face turned pale. Your whole brain was blank, and you didn't dare to look at his wound again. What should I do? How can a fall cause so much blood? ... Looking at Yunwan's right hand again, there was a long cut, and crimson blood kept emerging. Your hands were shaking, and you were stunned. How could this be? You looked at Yunwan in a panic, completely not knowing what to do. No, my brain is spinning. I can't let the blood keep flowing like this. I must stop the bleeding. Asakura was not far from you and had already rushed over. As soon as she saw Yunwan's wound, her expression became terribly dark. This wound was cut by a sharp weapon. Now there was no time to think about blaming the one surnamed Yun. Asakura sank her face, took the silk scarf from the uniform of a passing schoolgirl, and then quickly tightened it above Yunwan's wound to control the bleeding. Leah, quickly call an ambulance, she shouted at Leah, who was running over. Leah was taken aback, and quickly echoed, Oh, I'll call immediately. Don't just call. Get the school infirmary doctor over first. Quick, and then call an ambulance. Understood. Shuki also rushed over. Upon seeing the scene, he was stunned, speechless, his eyes instantly turning as red as a rabbit's. He stared blankly at Yunwan's pale face. Yunwan, are you okay? What is your condition? You clung to Yunwan's side, not daring to move, only subconsciously leaning against him, anxiously wanting to shrink into his side for fear of something terrible happening to him at any moment. How are you now? ... What should I do? He lost so much blood, will he? You were truly terrified and could only hypnotize yourself. Asakura is here. Yunwan will definitely be okay. Asakura gritted her teeth and performed basic bleeding control on Yunwan, but it could only stall for time. She wouldn't let the bleeding get too severe. Her gaze was fixed on the servants, and her expression was exceptionally stern. She pulled you into a hug, clutching you tightly to her chest. With a calm voice, she leaned into your ear to comfort you. Don't be afraid, he will be fine. But losing so much blood, he most likely hit a major artery. If we can't stop it, it's really dangerous. Asakura kissed your face. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Who knows if it was because her voice always had the power to inspire trust? Or if you were simply wrapped in her strong, steady heartbeat, but you gradually began to calm down. Yunwan gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold on. As soon as his arm moved, he nearly fainted from the pain. His face was snow white, without a drop of blood, but he still put on a brave front. He looked at you and Asakura embracing, a hint of indescribable loneliness hidden in his eyes for a fleeting second. Not long after, the school infirmary doctor ran over to give Yunwan further emergency treatment to stop the bleeding. About 10 minutes later, the ambulance finally arrived. You'd been holding your breath the whole time, secretly feeling fortunate. It's good that the academy is close enough to the hospital. Otherwise, with the time wasted until now, I really dare not imagine the consequences. Yunwan was sent onto the ambulance, looking as if he had passed out directly. You were so anxious you wanted to follow, but were held back by Asakura. Why are you pulling me? You thought she wasn't letting you get on the ambulance, but Yunwon got hurt because he saved me. I don't know if he's safe. How can I be at ease? Asakura glared at you indignantly. I'm telling you to take my car. You felt ashamed, and only then did you remember that she didn't want you to ride in an ambulance. It was hard to say how clean ambulances were, and they could carry all kinds of germs. This person. You pouted, and Asakura was too lazy to argue. Her anger was clearly suppressing, and if you dragged it out for 2 more sentences, she would probably explode. She turned her head and said to Leah, "You get on the ambulance." Leah was stunned, but under Asakura's steaming, angry glare, she immediately swallowed all her words and quickly got on. Time was of the essence, and the ambulance sped away as soon as it left the school gate. Shuchi had originally wanted to fight to follow, but seeing that Asakura had made arrangements, he had to keep his mouth shut. When Asakura pulled you toward her car, Shuki tripped over himself to catch up. I'm going too. Shuchi's attitude was super firm. You knew his mind best. As long as Yunwon wasn't completely out of danger, he couldn't sit still. Asakura shouted at him very unhappily. Why are you going? Shuki didn't care about her and stubbornly forced his way into the car. Asakura had a gloomy face and followed him into the car. Your heart was trembling with panic, and you urged impatiently, hurry up and drive. Your eyes were fixed on the taillights of the ambulance until they disappeared completely. As Asakura started the engine, she glared at you coldly. Wipe your tears first. Seeing you crying over another man, she really wanted to get angry. If it weren't for the fact that Yunwon was still hurt, she would be scolding you to death right now. You hurriedly wiped your tears with your sleeve. That's enough. Let's go quickly. Asakura's face turned cold, and finally, she slammed her foot on the accelerator. Arriving at the hospital, Yunwon had already been pushed into the emergency room. Seeing you arrive, Leah said with a very grim expression, the doctor said that it was too serious. The artery was severed. It's not very optimistic right now. You and Shuchi were completely dumbfounded. Not very optimistic. That meant at any moment. Your heart felt hollow. Your face was as white as a sheet of paper, and you felt like you had wilted all at once. You and Shuki were dumbfounded. That meant at any moment. Your heart felt hollow. Your face was white. Your whole person wilted, and your spirit stiffened. Asakura immediately noticed that something was wrong with you and quickly pulled you close to her body, cupping your face in both hands to examine it, asking with concern, where do you feel uncomfortable? You shook your head and didn't want to say a word. Shuki was affected by your mood. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he was crying as large, heavy tears kept falling. Leah was bewildered. Why are you two like this? Stuasati Shidi. Although the injury is serious, no one said he was going to die. Is it worth crying like this? With endless tears, the doctor didn't say he was going to die immediately. Before she could finish, Shuchi couldn't take it and raised his hand, ready to slap her. Pulling him to the side, you shut up! Leah was completely stunned. Even though Yunwon saved the young master, there was no need to be this sad. Shuchi rolled his eyes at him. Is your brain full of water? Havid, you forgot about the death of the young master's mother? Lie was dazed for nearly 10 seconds before he could turn his thoughts around. He nodded in sudden realization. I remember now. You went to the United States to study, but it was actually to accompany your mother to seek treatment there. But only half a year later, your mother passed away. After that, the family stayed in the United States and rarely returned to the country. For 4 years, you lost touch with everyone. Leah looked puzzled again. Then what does Yunwon getting hurt have to do with his mother passing away? ... Shuchi sighed. Need I ask? Didn't you just say it yourself? The words, not very optimistic, must have been heard countless times when the young master's mother had her accident. He is now terrified to hear them. Shuki watched you at this moment, and his heart also felt heavy, as if returning to the past. Those moments when you would cry and say, I really can't bear to let my mother go, crying until you couldn't control yourself. Gradually, Shuchi's eyes welled up again. Seeing him shed tears again, Leah panicked. Oh my, why are you crying again? It's one thing for the young master to cry, but why are you following him? ... She turned her pockets inside out, searching her whole body but not finding a single tissue. Finally, she had to grab a passing girl and borrow a tissue to hand to Shuki. On the other side, not long after, the door to the operating room finally opened. As soon as the doctor stepped out, everyone swarmed up. Shukis was the first to rush over, so nervous he kept patting the doctor's arm. "Doctor, doctor, how is he?" The doctor originally wanted to put on airs, but when he collided with the cold, kingly aura of Asakura's gaze, he immediately softened. His tone even became polite. The patient's surgery was very successful, however. The doctor said Yunwan's hand was saved, but the following morning made your heart sink. The wound was very deep, hitting bone and sinew. For the next half-month, the right hand absolutely cannot touch heavy objects. Otherwise, it will leave permanent problems. You finally couldn't hold it back, and roared at the doctor, "What kind of permanent problems?" The doctor wiped cold sweat and had to explain. "At best, the arm will no longer be agile. At worst, it will become a chronic condition." You clung to the last shred of hope. Then as long as he rests well, can he recover as before? The doctor nodded. Yes. Upon receiving this answer, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the stone in your heart became heavier. After all, Yunwan was hurt because of you. This debt choked you until you couldn't breathe. You were somber, not saying a word. Asakura saw you hadn't eaten dinner and asked what you wanted to eat. You didn't answer and walked straight into the bathroom. She watched your back, her heart feeling very sour. This kid couldn't actually like that guy surnamed Yoon, could he? Thinking of this, Asakura's face turned completely gloomy. She still ordered takeout according to your tastes. But when she came out of the study, she found the living room pitch black. She was preparing to turn on the lights, but a hoarse, weak voice came from the darkness. "Don't turn on the lights." Asakura's brows tightened instantly. She clearly heard your suppressed sobbing. Crying? She immediately groped her way to the sofa, finding you curled up in a ball by the moonlight. Feeling her approach, you couldn't hold it back anymore, and lunged forward to grab the corner of her clothes. You buried your face in her shoulder, your voice carrying heartbreaking sobs. "Asakura, I miss my father so much." It hit Asakura's heart like a heavy hammer. Her arms stretched out, pulling you into her arms, and she dropped a soft kiss on your forehead. The next second, you couldn't control it anymore, and burst into loud wails. "Mother! Mother! I miss you so much, I really, really miss you." Tears instantly soaked the fabric on her chest. Listening to your sorrowful crying, Asakura's eyes gradually moistened. She could only embrace you tighter, wiping the tears from your face with kisses. You were crying until you were breathless and asked her chokingly, "Asakura, do you still remember my mother? Will you forget her? Will you never, ever forget her?" She kissed your eyes, her voice low and hoarse but incomparably firm. "Yes, never." Having received the promise, you cried even harder, while Asakura's thoughts drifted back to the past. She remembered Mother Fang's gentleness and also recalled how fragile life was. But just at that moment, a neglected detail suddenly stabbed into her mind. Yunwan was hurt by a sharp weapon. Just as you were immersed in sadness, Asakura, who was holding you, suddenly tightened her arms. She didn't let you go but turned to pull out a few tissues to hand to you, asking softly, "Do you feel better after crying?" You nodded obediently. She checked the time and finally asked, "Can I turn on the light now?" You nodded again, your whole being remarkably well behaved. The moment the light turned on, she finally saw your face. She checked the time and finally asked, "Can I turn on the light now?" You nodded again, your whole being well behaved. The moment the light turned on, she finally saw your face, her brows furrowed. "Look at your eyes, all swollen from crying." As she spoke, she handed you a bottle of mineral water and also took a can of ice cola from the refrigerator, placing it in front of you. Your throat had long been dry and you gulped down more than half the bottle of water before picking up the ice cola to apply it to your eyes. At this time, you looked up at her gloomily, your dark, round eyes still watery. "I want to call my father." Without another word, she took your phone from your bag and handed it over. As soon as the call connected, and before you could even speak, your father sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? ... With just one sentence, your defenses instantly crumbled, and your voice turned hoarse again. Nothing. I just missed you. Your father smiled on the other end of the line and instructed you to get along well. You couldn't help but protest, "It's all her bullying me, okay?" ... As you said this, you glared fiercely at Asakura, who knew that just after hanging up the phone, Asakura suddenly stood up and reached out her hand to you. "Let's go." You looked puzzled. "Isn't the takeout almost here?" She tossed her head. "No more takeout? Let's go home and have dinner." Back to which home? You hadn't reacted yet, but she had already taken your hand and pulled you up from the sofa. Seeing her smiling eyes, you suddenly realized it was back to the Asakura estate. You subconsciously refused. "But it's so late, it will disturb your parents." But she just rolled her eyes at you and said something that shocked your heart. "Returning to one's own home, is that called disturbing?" ... As she spoke, she had already taken out her phone to call home, asking the kitchen to prepare dinner. As soon as you finished changing your shoes, she went back to the kitchen and took a can of ice cola, shoving it into your hands. "Cool your eyes a bit more in the car, or when my parents see, they'll think I'm the one who made you cry." You responded nervously and were taken by the hand to walk outside again, as if she were afraid you would get lost. You looked down at your joined hands, and a trace of long-lost sweetness surged in your heart. As soon as you returned to the Asakura estate, her father hugged you warmly. "Young master." You smelled the fragrance of a full meal in the house, your stomach growling with hunger, but you couldn't bear to refuse his hug. Asakura glared at her father and pulled you out directly. "We are both hungry. Can we eat first?" ... Her father then looked at you with heartache. "The young master has lost weight. Hurry, hurry, eat first." Asakura pulled you to sit down and immediately ladled a bowl of soup for you, placing it in front of you. "Drink some soup to cushion your stomach first." Her tone was overbearing, but it carried a trace of irresistible tenderness. Her parents sat to the side, watching your intimate interactions, smiling until their lips couldn't close. Once you had eaten enough, Asakura ladled another bowl of soup for you. You pouted and protested, "I'm full, drink a few more mouthfuls." She returned to her usual overbearing manner, and you had no choice but to obediently drink the soup. Who knew that just at this moment her father suddenly leaned over and asked with a smile, "Young master, you two, what stage has your progress reached?" ... Eek! The soup you had just taken into your mouth was instantly spit out. Your face flushed bright red. Her father glared at Asakura resentfully, then winked at you. "It's not like this girl tells me anything. At least you've kissed, right?" Your little face turned even redder. "No, not at all." Asakura looked guiltily elsewhere. Her father looked unconvinced and looked at his daughter meaningfully. "Anne, have you used the gift I put in your room before?" ... Gift? You suddenly remembered that box of Durex. Eek, cough, cough, cough. You roared even harder this time, too shy to look at anyone. You stood up abruptly. "I'm full, I'm going to the bathroom." After finishing, you fled the dining room as if flying. As soon as you left, you heard her father earnestly saying to Asakura, "Daughter, why haven't you taken action yet? Think of a way to settle the person down first." Before he could finish, Asakura also stood up abruptly. "I'm full too." After finishing, she also fled the scene. As you came out of the bathroom, you happened to hear her mother say, "Let's cut some watermelon." But her father immediately refuted. "No, the young master likes cantaloupe and strawberries. He loves strawberries the most." Listening to the conversation between her parents, you smiled, your heart feeling warm. You instantly understood why Asakura had suddenly brought you back to the Asakura estate. As soon as her father saw you, he waved his hand. "Young master, come here, eat your favorite strawberries." He shoved a large bowl of fruit into your hands, watching you kindly. Your heart was instantly filled with warmth. Immediately after, her father held your hand and said, "Stay here tonight. Don't go back to the apartment." Only then did you know that in places you didn't know about, he had done so much for you. You nodded, moved, but suddenly discovered, oh, by the way, As soon as the words fell, you saw Asakura walk over. But her expression was very wrong, and she looked impatient. You were confused, and she spoke directly. Let's go, we're going to the hospital. That guy is in a bit of a situation. Upon hearing this, your heart tightened instantly. What happened? You explained hurriedly to Mr. Asakura, saying it was a friend in the hospital. Asakura, however, had already pulled your hand and was walking quickly outside. No need, we'll just go take a look. You two should rest early. She dropped this sentence, not giving Mr. Asakura any chance to ask further. Arriving at the hospital, you were anxious to the point of burning up, almost running all the way in. Asakura saw you almost bump into people several times. Slow down, will you? There are doctors here, that girl isn't going anywhere. You were, however, incredibly worried. The doctor said her hand can't move. Why is she in such a rush to be discharged? Asakura looked disgusted. Who knows? This girl is really nothing but trouble. You glared at her unhappily. How can you say that about her? Just as you reached the ward door, you heard Yunwan's anxious voice. Doctor, I really must be discharged. Please, I beg you. You walked in and froze. This was your first time seeing Yunwan looking so flustered and anxious. What on earth is wrong with her? ... But Asakura ignored all of that. She strode over with long steps, her tone extremely harsh. You, the one surnamed Yun, what are you trying to pull? If you're injured, just stay put obediently. Seeing her, Yunwan instantly reverted to her cold and aloof self, retorting indifferently, I don't need you to worry about me. You, the one surnamed Yun, what are you trying to pull? If you're injured, just stay put obediently. Seeing her, Yunwan instantly reverted to her cold and aloof self, retorting indifferently. Ms. Asakura, I don't need you to worry about me. Asakura scoffed on the spot. Who the hell is worrying about you? If it weren't for the fact that you saved my little Nenyu, I wouldn't even bother with you. Seeing the two of them ready to fight, you quickly stepped forward and pulled her behind you. You turned to Yunwan, your eyes filled with worry. Your hand injury is very serious, you can't move it around. Whatever you need to do, I will do it for you. Who knew that Yunwan would look into your eyes with absolute seriousness and shake her head? I'm sorry, I can't stay here. Her tone was actually begging. Nenyu, will you please help me? ... You looked at Yunwan's hand and steeled your heart to refuse. No, you really cannot be discharged. You softened your tone, almost begging her. I'm begging you, just stay here for 2 days, okay? ... But Yunwan remained insistent. Nenyu, I really must. Before she could finish, Asakura roared impatiently. If you're told to stay in the hospital, then stay. Stop talking so much nonsense. Don't you want your hand anymore? ... Yunwan endured her anger and glanced at the clock on the wall. It's already 10 o'clock. She stared intently at Asakura, speaking word by word. My father is waiting for me at home. If I don't go back, he will be worried to death. The ward went quiet instantly. Your heart trembled as you looked anxiously at Yunwan. Then what should we do? You really aren't fit to be discharged right now. Even Asakura, who had been incredibly overbearing just moments ago, softened her tone. Can't you just make a phone call and lie to him that you're staying the night at a classmate's house? You quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's perfectly normal. Who knew that Yunwan would reveal a bitter smile? My father won't believe it. Since I was a child, I've never stayed the night at a classmate's house. Listening to this, your chest felt a sudden ache. Since she was a child, she's never stayed the night at a classmate's house. She was a loner. You felt uneasy inside and turned your head to look at Asakura. Then what do we do? ... Asakura looked agitated. She hummed and turned to walk toward the doctor. A few minutes later, she walked back and said, You are allowed to be discharged. Yunwan's eyes brightened and she was so excited she was about to get out of bed. But Asakura's next sentence froze her. But you must accept my arrangements. A private nurse will go to your house to take care of you. You must return to the hospital during the day and can only go back at night. Yunwan hesitated instantly. I still have to go to class, Asakura sneered. You still want to go to class in this state? Do you really not want that arm anymore? You quickly nudged her with your elbow, turned to Yunwan and persuaded her gently. Yunwan, just accept it. Your hand was injured because of me. If something happens to you, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Yunwan looked into your eyes and finally compromised. Immediately after, accompanied by the private nurse, Yunwan got into the car Asakura had arranged. You weren't at ease and followed along, getting into Asakura's car. In the car, you secretly glanced at Asakura, who was driving. She had a straight face, like she was nursing a temper. You suddenly felt bad about it. You spoke up guiltily. Thank you. Yunwan was injured because of me. I should have been the one to take care of her, but instead, I made you do all this. Just then, there was a red light, and the car stopped. Asakura turned her head abruptly to look at you, her eyes deep and bottomless. If I hadn't hired a private nurse, were you planning on taking care of her yourself? She knew it. You wouldn't dare say yes. Seeing her look like she was about to explode at any moment, you quickly put on a flattering smile. That's why, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know what to do. Asakura looked at you expressionlessly, as if waiting for you to continue. Your eyes rolled, and you flatteringly hugged her arm, looking up at her with a smiling face. An-chan, you are my guardian goddess, my superwoman. I really can't do without you. These words were certainly pleasant to hear. Asakura's expression softened instantly, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. The next second, she leaned her pretty face toward you, pointing at her cheek with her finger, with a very suggestive gesture. You pretended not to understand. The light is green, hurry up and drive. Who knew that Asakura would suddenly lean in and give you a quick kiss? Your cheeks turned red instantly. She, however, smiled wickedly. This is your reward. You quickly turned your head to look out the window, pretending to look at the scenery, but the scorching temperature on your cheeks wouldn't go away. A scene suddenly flashed through your mind. The time you cried the hardest, she held you tightly and gently kissed away your tears. Asakura at that moment was incredibly gentle. Just then, the word arrived suddenly pulled you out of your trance. You looked over dazedly, and Yunwan had already stepped out of the car with the help of the nurse. You subconsciously turned your head. Who knew you would run right into her pretty face as she leaned in? Their eyes met. Asakura's eyes were fixed intently on you. What are you daydreaming about? ... The distance was too close, you felt like you could smell her scent. Your heartbeat missed a beat. You hurriedly turned your head back and got out of the car in a hurry. Before you stood an old apartment building. You understood instantly why she didn't want you to go up with them. You smiled thoughtfully and nodded. Take care of yourself then. I'll come to the hospital to see you tomorrow. Asakura was in a good mood today, and actually gave Yunwan a reminder. Don't push yourself. If you should listen to the nurse, then listen. Yunwan glanced at her, replied lightly, and followed the nurse up to the apartment. In the car on the way home, a question suddenly crossed your mind. You looked at Asakura with curiosity. Yunwan never seems to mention her mother. Is it a bad relationship? ... However, Asakura just glanced at you and clicked her tongue. She comes from a single-parent family. There's only her and her father at home. You were suddenly enlightened. No wonder Yunwan is so worried about her father. But wait, something's wrong. You turned your head abruptly and stared at her in shock. How do you know that so clearly? Asakura seemed not to have heard, only looking at the scenery passing by outside. You didn't believe it, and reached out to grab her arm to press her. How do you know that? Don't you hate Yunwan? Why do you know so much about her affairs? This is so strange. With her personality, she would never inquire about anything related to someone she hated. You felt as if you caught a whiff of something unusual. Seeing she still wouldn't speak, you were even more curious. Tell me. ... Asakura turned to glance at you, staring at the hand you were holding her with. Don't you know this is dangerous? Seeing the car had already entered the lane, you had to pull your hand back reluctantly. But you didn't give up, and pressed again. What kind of grudge do you have with Yunwan? Why do you hate her so much? ... Asakura slanted a glance at you with an arrogant attitude. Does hating someone need a reason? ... You were so angry you wanted to hit someone. You gritted your teeth and asked tirelessly, then just tell me, why do you know so much about her family's affairs? ... Impossible. Asakura threw those two words at you directly. You were so angry you clenched your fists. Your eyes rolled and you smiled craftily. I know, actually, you've always been paying attention to her, haven't you? All that talk about a grudge is just to hide how much you care about her, right? Could it be? Who knew that Asakura would take advantage of hitting the brakes, reach out her arm, and push your forehead? She looked at you with disdain. Don't think that provoking me will work. I won't fall for it. You instantly wilted like a deflated balloon and muttered depressedly, "Why can't you just tell me?" Asakura finally spoke up. "I have no interest in her. I just happened to find out by chance." "Is it really just that?" You looked at her with suspicion. The green light turned on and she didn't speak again. Not until you returned to the Asakura estate and just got out of the car did she hook your neck. She pulled you into her arms and lowered her head to warn you solemnly. "Ninyu, you better stay away from that one surnamed Yun. Did you hear that clearly?" You lifted your head, smiling brightly, and spat out 2 words. "That's an eye for an eye." You pushed her away abruptly and turned to run into the house. "You little brat." But the next second, you were caught by her and pinned directly against the wall. She placed her hands on either side of you, trapping you securely. Her pretty face was smiling, but her eyes were full of danger. "What did you just say? Say it again." You immediately played dumb, blinking innocently. "What did I just say? I forgot." Asakura's pretty face leaned in suddenly, only a few centimeters from yours, her sensual thin lips curled up. "Forgot?" You nodded your head like a chick pecking at rice, but your heart had already lost its rhythm. "No, gotta escape!" Just as you thought to slip under her arm, who knew she had already anticipated it? With a swooping motion, you were back in her arms. Asakura smiled wickedly and leaned down to tease. "Are you really that unable to leave my embrace?" "I am not." You glared at her with a flushed face. "This jerk is truly shameless." She blinked her eyes, her voice dropping extremely low. "So dangerous. No, really no. I don't believe it." She leaned closer and closer. The distance between your faces shrinking. Your heartbeat accelerated. Just then, a burst of whispering brought you back to reality. Asakura sensed something, let you go, and you both looked at the corner of the wall. There, 2 heads were actually peeking out. Asakura rolled her eyes. "Dad, why are you 2 still?" Your face was bright red, and you hurried to move aside. But she pulled you back into her arms. Let's go back to our room to sleep." She hugged you and walked past her parents. You could only laugh awkwardly and say goodnight. You heard Mr. Asakura's meaningful words behind you. The young couple is in a hurry to go back to their room to be intimate. Why would they drink sugar water? In the room, you were still taking a shower. Asakura, however, was at the bedside table and discovered a small box. She picked it up and looked, clicking her tongue. The brand had actually changed, and it was strawberry flavored, a box of 7. Her father really wanted her to seal the deal quickly. She shook her head and tossed the item into the drawer, slamming it shut with a thwack. However, even though the item was out of sight, evil images appeared in her mind. Just at that moment, the bathroom door opened, and you walked out, covered in mist. "Sakura, what are you doing?" A hint of redness flashed across her pretty face, and she even stuttered slightly. "Nothing. Let's sleep." As she said this, she prepared to turn off the lights. You stopped her. "Wait, my hair is still wet. Where is the hairdryer?" She scoffed, putting on a look of disgust. "Why are you such a hassle?" You ignored her and walked straight toward the bedside table, reaching out to pull open the drawer. Seeing this, Asakura became instantly anxious. She lunged forward and grabbed your wrist. What are you doing?" Your brain turned, and you blinked craftily. She's so nervous, you thought. Could it be there's something unseeable hidden in the drawer? Who knew Asakura would pull you back instead? "The hairdryer isn't here. I'll go get it for you." You stayed put and cooperated obediently. "Then hurry up." Seeing you didn't seem to suspect anything, she relaxed her guard and pressed you down onto the sofa. "Then you wait for me here obediently." You were like a kindergartner, nodding in response. But as soon as she turned her back, you jumped up and headed straight for the bedside table. You secretly pulled open the drawer. "Oh, it's empty inside. There's only a small box." "What is this?" You were only 16. Curious. You picked up the box and looked at the words on it. Strawberry flavor. Ultra thin type. Natural latex rubber. Your face turned red as a tomato, as if you'd been scalded. You threw the box back into the drawer frantically and shut it in a panic. It's a raincoat, and it's my favorite strawberry flavor. Asakura had prepared this specifically for you. The more you thought about it, the redder your face became. Just then, footsteps approached. She was back. It's over. With my face this red, she'll definitely find out. You rushed into the bathroom and locked the door with a thwack. As soon as Asakura entered the room, she heard the door shut. She called out to you in confusion. "Nenyu!" She looked toward the bedside table subconsciously. Her heart tightening, you rushed into the bathroom and locked the door with a thwack. As soon as Asakura entered the room, she heard the door shut. She called out to you in confusion. "Nenyu!" She looked toward the bedside table subconsciously. Her heart tightening. "I'm using the toilet, okay?" You yelled from inside with a flushed face. You splashed cold water on your face to cool down. A few minutes later, you walked out sluggishly. She was leaning on the bed looking at her phone and didn't seem to notice you. You let out a sigh of relief, picked up the hairdryer to dry your hair, and then put on your pajamas. Then I'm turning off the lights. The room was plunged into darkness. You subconsciously moved to the edge of the bed as far from her as possible, almost falling off. In the dark, her pleasant voice sounded. "Move over a little. You're about to fall off." You had to bite the bullet, moving in just a tiny bit like a caterpillar. But the next second, Asakura stretched out her arm directly and pulled you into her arms. "Don't move." Her voice sounded displeased. You really didn't dare to move, but your body stiffened instantly. What does she want? Does she want? You didn't dare to think any further. It was too embarrassing. "Asakura, please don't." But before you could finish, she interrupted you directly. "Stop talking. Sleep." The surroundings became quiet. You could only hear her strong, powerful heartbeat. Thump thump. Listening to this comforting sound, you surprisingly fell asleep very quickly in her arms. The next morning, you went to eat breakfast in high spirits. But you felt that Mr. Asakura's gaze kept circling your body. His eyes looked strange, with a hint of something curious. You suddenly remembered the scene from last night when you were caught, and your earlobes turned red instantly. Mr. Asakura must have misunderstood, thinking you two were being intimate. Just then, Mrs. Asakura coughed and nudged Mr. Asakura with her elbow. Her eyes seemed to say, "Restrain yourself. Be careful not to scare Nenyu." Who knew Mr. Asakura would smile even more happily, his eyes retorting, "In any case, Nenyu has long been our Asakura family's son-in-law." You buried your head into your porridge, wishing you could just hide yourself away. But Mr. Asakura's voice sounded anyway. "Nenyu, did you sleep well last night? Did Anchan bother you?" Cough, cough, cough. Mrs. Asakura coughed desperately, trying to interrupt his words. You couldn't sit still any longer. You finished the porridge in one go, stood up, and dashed away. "Mrs. Asakura, I'm full." You fled the dining table quickly, cursing Asakura in your heart. That girl? Why didn't she come down for breakfast? Leaving you alone to face her weird parents. You walked to your bedroom door and found it slightly ajar. Pushing it open, you happened to see Asakura standing by the bedside table, sneakily taking something out of the drawer and stuffing it into her pocket. You were just wondering what it was, when you suddenly remembered what was in that drawer. Your ears turned bright red instantly. That box of strawberry flavored. It really was her who bought it. You stood at the door, caught between going in or leaving. Just then, a maid walked over. "Mr. Nenyu, the porridge you asked for is ready. Should I arrange for a driver to take it to the hospital?" You immediately pretended you had just arrived, pushed the door wide open, and answered loudly, "I'll deliver it myself." After the maid left, Asakura turned around, looking very displeased. "You're going to personally deliver porridge to that girl surnamed Yun?" You looked at her. "Don't call her that, Asakura. She has a name." She looked as if she were being irritated by you. "Isn't it enough to just send a driver?" She stirretwife. "We still have classes. Nenyu, can you please take your studies seriously?" You put your hands on your hips and retorted, "Your study attitude is what needs to be serious. Don't you just spend all your time at school chasing after handsome guys?" Who knew Asakura would raise an eyebrow in disdain? "Do I need to chase guys? With my charm, boys throw themselves at me." Seeing her so full of confidence, you felt an inexplicable discomfort. Yes, she's so beautiful, plenty of guys actively offer themselves to her. You turned to leave. Nenyu! Asakura lunged forward and grabbed your arm, her tone smug. What? Are you jealous? You shook her hand off. Who's jealous? Hun. Why would I be jealous of you? But the more you insisted, the deeper her smile became. You stubborn, two-faced kid. She took a long step and pinned you directly against the wall, leaving you nowhere to run. So it's really not jealousy? She asked with an evil smile. It's not, you denied adamantly, glaring at her. I'm really, truly not jealous. She leaned in a few inches closer, her eyes seemingly trying to see through your heart. Your heartbeat skipped a beat, but you remained stubborn. Really not, you said. She narrowed her eyes and a dangerous look emerged. Oh no, you thought, gotta escape. You knew her too well. This jerk was about to do something bad. But you were trapped between her arms and couldn't escape at all. The next second, her slender fingers pinched your chin, her evil breath spraying on your face. She said domineeringly, hurry up and say you're jealous. Otherwise, I'm going to... You swallowed your saliva, your cheeks flushing red. Gonna do what? I'm going to kiss you now, she said, her eyes unusually serious. Her thin lips, slowly, bit by bit, drew closer. 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Your face felt like it was burning up. You slammed your hands against her chest and finally surrendered, shouting, Fine, I'm jealous. Are you happy now? Asakura curled her thin lips, her voice sounding sensual. Very happy, she said. As soon as she finished speaking, her pretty face suddenly enlarged in front of you. You widened your eyes in shock, your hands gripping her clothes tightly against her chest, your heartbeat thundering. A touch of softness swept across your cheek. The warm sensation was incredibly clear. She hadn't kissed your lips. She had simply pecked your cheek in a flash. She was like a little girl who had successfully played a prank, smiling wickedly as she said, Well, Asakura! Your face turned red and you glared at her, accusing her. You didn't keep your promise. I already admitted it and you still... This jerk was just too bad. Meanwhile, in the corner of the hallway, Mr. Asakura was hiding behind a wall, frantically snapping photos with his phone. Once satisfied, he slipped downstairs before you could notice. He smiled and said to his wife, When they get married, I'll turn these photos into a video to show everyone. It'll definitely be a great surprise. At the hospital, you walked into the ward carrying a thermos, only to see Jochi had already arrived. He was holding a thermos too, but his expression was very dejected. Yunwan, just try it please. Even one bite is fine. I made this porridge by hand, Jochi pleaded, but Yunwan refused without emotion. No need. I already ate this morning, thank you. Refused again, Jochi's face fell, but he still tried to pull off a smile. No worries. I'll make it for you next time. Yunwan was even colder. Don't bother. The hospital provides food. No need to go to the trouble. It's no trouble, Joshi said quickly, trying to cover it up. I've been practicing my cooking recently. It's perfect timing for you to taste it. You saved Nenyo, so of course I should thank you. You stood at the door, stunned. This was your first time seeing Jochi try so hard to please someone. Only then did you realize that Jochi's feelings for Yunwan far exceeded your imagination. Asakura glanced into the ward, curled her lips in disapproval. Are you going in or not? You looked down at the thermos in your hands, then back at the cold and indifferent Yunwan. This was your first time seeing her look so aloof. If you went in, would you get the cold shoulder too? Just as you were hesitating, the two in the ward noticed you. Zochi looked a little nervous. Nenyu, why are you here so early? Yunwan's gaze also turned over, and the coldness in her eyes instantly dissipated. Nenyu, you're here. Her tone actually gained a bit of warmth. There was no getting away now. You had to brace yourself and walk in, awkwardly hiding the thermos behind your back. I just came to see you. How's your hand feeling? The doctor said the wound is healing very well, Yunwan said, her gaze landing on your hand, a smile in her eyes. Did you bring me breakfast? Did you make it yourself? Asakura was immediately displeased when she heard that. You want to eat something he cooked? He grew up with me, she thought, and never even cooked anything for me. Why does this Yun girl deserve it? You knew her too well. Seeing her expression, you knew she was about to explode. You hurried to explain, "It's not like that. My aunt made it. I'm a disaster in the kitchen." As you spoke, you looked at Jochi and said with a smile, "Unlike Jochi, his mother's cooking is comparable to a 5-star chef. Everything he makes is super delicious. You really have to try it. You'll regret it if you don't." You desperately signaled her with your eyes, hoping she would choose to eat Jochi's portion. Who knew that Yunwan was a total blockhead? She still kept her eyes fixed on your hand. "What kind of breakfast did you bring for me?" she asked, a faint smile on her face. Your brain went blank instantly. Did she not understand what you meant? You had no choice but to say awkwardly, "Didn't you say that you had already eaten?" Yunwan finally looked at Jochi and gave a gentle smile. "You both brought some. It's hard to reject such kindness. Besides, I ate breakfast before coming to the hospital. The hospital prepares 3 meals, but I'd rather eat home cooking." Jochi's expression turned from cloudy to sunny in an instant, and he asked happily, "Really? Are you going to eat what I cooked?" Yunwan nodded. Seeing Jochi regain his smile, the stone in your heart finally dropped. You were genuinely afraid that Yunwan would only eat what you brought, how hurt Jochi would have been. Seeing that class time was approaching, you only wanted to deliver breakfast and briefly see how she was doing. You were planning to head to school, but Asakura had been waiting impatiently for a long time, her face looking frosty. You didn't dare to keep this young lady waiting any longer, so you said to Yunwan, "Class is about to start. Let's go to school first." Jochi couldn't stay either, so you all left together. However, the moment you stepped out of the ward, Asakura reached her limit, as if she could see right through you. "Don't you dare come back at noon, you hear me?" She was already full of rage because this kid was so concerned about the girl surnamed Yoon. You were used to her bossiness and didn't take it to heart. What worried you more now was Jochi. Ever since you left the ward, he had been dejected. You walked to his side and asked with concern, "Xiaoqi, are you okay?" Jochi was always bright and optimistic, so you rarely saw him this down. Who knew he would let out a deep sigh, look up at you, his eyes full of complex emotions, and ask faintly, "Nenyu, don't you feel that Yunwan seems to like you?" You were stunned. "You say Yunwan likes me?" "Of course not." You denied it immediately, without a moment's hesitation. Jochi revealed a bitter smile. How could she not? "Just look at the attitude she has towards you. Then look at how she treats me. What a difference." He didn't want to lie to himself anymore. Feelings like liking someone really have nothing to do with how much time has passed. You were so anxious you shook off Asakura's hand, ignoring her dark face, and rushed over to hug Jochi. You explained seriously, "She just treats me as a friend, which is why she treats me a bit better. That doesn't mean she likes me." Liking someone? How could it be that casual? Jochi paused, his expression appearing slightly shaken. You hurried to press your advantage. "At least I think she isn't that kind of casual person. If she were like a Sakura, just casually liking someone, would she still be the Yunwan you like?" Asakura, who had been dragged into this for no reason behind you, had flames igniting in her eyes. Zauchi muttered, "What you said is true." Before you could finish your sentence, a hand grabbed your clothes and pulled you backward. You looked up, and it was that girl Asakura. "What are you doing?" You glared at her, confused. Asakura stared at you with a fake smile, her eyes full of fury. "If you want to talk, talk. Why do you have to drag me into it?" In her heart, she was just a fickle ghost who casually liked people. You looked at her dark face and realized instantly that you had said the wrong thing. "I was just giving a random example. I wasn't targeting you," Asakura sneered. "You explicitly pointed me out. How is that not targeting me?" You had no choice but to act pitiful. "I was wrong, okay?" Jochi saw that the situation was bad and hurried to make his exit. You watched helplessly as your buddy escaped, shouting internally, "What a lack of loyalty!" The next second, Asakura gripped your hand tightly and dragged you toward the car with a frosty look on her pretty face. You couldn't break free at all. You could only cautiously watch her face. She was still angry, and the atmosphere in the car was terrifyingly low. You didn't dare to speak, fearing you might say the wrong thing again. Just then, she suddenly spoke up, her voice icy. "Do you really really think that girl surnamed Yun just treats you as a friend? You looked up suddenly, seeing she was finally willing to talk, and you hurriedly squeezed out a smiling face and nodded. Yeah, you guys are just overthinking it. You even used your experiences in America as an example. I have many friends. They also care about me a lot. They can't all like me, right? Girls? Asakura turned her head abruptly, her eyes locked onto yours. Girls and guys both, yeah. Her face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Taking advantage of a red light, she leaned over to examine your clear eyes, discovering you didn't have a shred of dishonesty. Asakura suddenly understood something. This kid, she thought, is way too dull when it comes to feelings. She immediately realized a shocking fact. You were so clueless that you had absolutely never had a girlfriend. Thinking of this, the rage she had accumulated dissipated by more than half, and her lips even curled up with a hint of pleasure. When the green light turned on, she started driving, and asked you in a gentle voice, "Do you really like making friends that much?" You immediately nodded with a smile. Yeah, making friends is super interesting. After your mother passed away, it was your friends who pulled you out of the endless pain and let you see the beauty of the world again. So you had to live happily and colorfully for your father's sake as well. Looking at the bright light in your eyes, Asakura couldn't help but reach out and pat your head. She was thoroughly convinced that you really didn't have any romantic feelings for that girl surnamed Yun. Soon, the car stopped at Shondai Academy. Asakura held your hand as you got out of the car, ignoring everyone's gazes, and walked you straight toward the first-year teaching building. You originally wanted to let go, but thinking about how the fact that you lived together was probably already known to the whole school, you gave up. But once you reached the bottom of the first-year building, she not only didn't let go, she kept pulling you up the stairs. You were full of confusion. You should go back to your own class, it's time for lessons. She threw out a sentence that turned you to stone. No, I'll accompany you to class today. You completely understood. Why, you wondered, would a second-year senior come to the first-year floor to accompany you to class? What kind of godly maneuver is this? She glared at you, and without giving you any chance to resist, she kept pulling you along. I want to accompany you, is that not okay? You didn't believe she was that bored. What on earth is she up to? The next second, you had been forcibly pulled by her to the door of S class, which was already full of people, and you were the last one to enter. Asakura pulled you into the classroom, and the whole class went silent instantly. But she took you and sat straight down in the empty seat next to you. In that moment, the expressions of all the students in the class instantly became terrified and strange. Asakura didn't care at all. She looked at the empty desk before asking you, "Who's your desk mate?" You shook your head. "Ever since I transferred here, I've never seen her," you said. Just then, the class bell rang, and the teacher walked to the podium, immediately locking eyes with Asakura, looking so frightened that their face turned white. "Chi? Miss Chi? Why are you here?" Asakura was too lazy to even lift her eyelids. "Just teach your class. Pretend I don't exist." The teacher was on the verge of tears, but could only brace themselves and start the lesson. The envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of all the boys in the class were enough to pierce right through you. However, only one boy was so hateful he was gritting his teeth. It was Chen Feng. Just a few days ago, he had been boasting to you, saying he had gained the favor of Miss Chi. But now, this scene was simply grinding his face into the floor. Who had ever seen Miss Chi accompany a boyfriend to class? Never. Chen Feng bit his lip until it turned white. Why, he wondered. Why do you get to be treated as her exception? The third period was art class. You all moved to the art room. But before the class was over, you returned to the classroom because you had something to do. Who knew that in the empty classroom, there would be a sneaky figure messing with something at your seat? You shouted sharply, "What are you doing?" That person stood up suddenly. It was Chin Feng. You stared at him suspiciously. "You were acting sneaky. What are you doing at my seat?" Chin Feng was a bit panicked at first, but seeing Asakura wasn't behind you, he became arrogant again. He raised his chin. "Who touched your seat?" "I just dropped something and was picking it up," he said. You were half skeptical, and immediately went to check your desk and chair, even flipping through the drawer. But you found nothing. Seeing this, Chin Feng gave an arrogant snort and turned to leave. A few minutes later, the students all returned, and you sat in your seat. You were just sending a message to Asakura, asking her to buy you a drink and a sandwich, when, who knew, just as you sent it, Asakura walked in. You were immediately dejected. Why did you come back so fast? Asakura saw what you sent. Her dark eyes filled with a smile. Hungry? Just then, Shen Yue, who sat in front of you, turned back and asked in a whisper, I have cookies. Do you want to eat some? Your eyes lit up and you nodded eagerly. Yes! The next second, a cold gaze fell upon Shen Yue. Asakura just gave her a chilling look. Shen Yue trembled instantly and awkwardly pulled her hand back. Sorry, Nenyu, I think I ate all my cookies. The cookies were gone. Your face, which had just lit up, fell again. Asakura was finally satisfied. She turned to you. You want a sandwich, right? I'll have someone buy it for you, and placed a call directly to her subordinate, Sunyan. You were instantly revived and quickly rattled off the list. I also want milk. And Pocky. Asakura narrowed her eyes at you. Are you a pig? She teased, but turned around and passed everything you ordered to Shunyan. Ironically, this entire scene was witnessed by Qin Feng as he walked into the classroom. He gritted his teeth in resentment, the fires of jealousy burning even brighter in his eyes. Asakura narrowed her eyes at you. Are you a pig? She teased, but turned around and passed everything you ordered to Junyan. Ironically, this entire scene was witnessed by Qin Feng as he walked into the classroom. He gritted his teeth in resentment, the fires of jealousy burning even brighter in his eyes. After finishing the call, Asakura sat back down beside you. You finally couldn't hold it back anymore, looked at her, and asked, You're staying here for the morning, right? See ya. You should go back to your own class in the afternoon, right? Being stared at like that, you felt completely uneasy, and just wanted her to get out. Who knew that Asakura would lean back, glaring at you with slight dissatisfaction? Do you really dislike me being with you that much? The surrounding students gasped in shock. My God, you actually dare to complain about Miss Asakura's company! The eyes of all the boys in the class were rolling into their heads. If you don't want her, give her to us. You sighed and spoke carefully. It's not that I don't like you being here. It's just, what exactly are you trying to do? Give me back my freedom. Asakura suddenly laughed, laughing in a wild and seductive way. What could I be doing? She said, as if joking. If I don't watch over you, what will you do if you go out and flirt with other people? You were speechless. Is she afraid that I'll go look for Yunwan? Impossible, you thought. She wouldn't be that childish. While you were there chatting, Qin Feng's face was already as dark as a pot. The boys around were all gloating, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Just then, Qin Feng stood up abruptly and walked straight out of the classroom. Everyone assumed Qin Feng was heartbroken, and that's why he ran out. They started whispering, he deserved it, being so pushy earlier and even purposely sitting next to him. Now he's reaping what he sowed. Exactly, trying to prick his heart, but ending up being humiliated instead. It's hilarious. Qin Feng heard these remarks at the back door and was so angry he nearly ground his teeth to dust. But he didn't go far, instead waiting by the stairs until he saw Asakura's subordinate, Shunyan, walking over with a bag. He charged over immediately and dragged her into a corner. Shunyan looked bewildered. Qin Feng, why are you pulling me? Hey, I need to deliver these things to Miss Asakura quickly. Qin Feng stared intensely at the bag in her hands and tried to snatch it. Give the bag to me! Shunyan reacted quickly, agilely dodging his hand and looking at him vigilantly. These are all for Miss Asakura. What are you doing? Qin Feng was so desperate he couldn't choose his words. Can't I just look? He glared at her in frustration. Shunyan, just because I broke up with Miss Asakura, you don't put me in your eyes anymore? Junyan gave a bright smile. Of course not, but what exactly are you trying to do? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. The thought of your smug face made his jealousy soar. He said in an authoritative tone, Didn't you buy drinks for Nenyu? Give the drinks to me. As he said this, he pulled a small bottle of powder from his pocket. Junyan was shocked. What is this? Charlie, you're gonna put this in the drink? Qin Feng gave her a cold look. It won't kill anyone, I won't treat you badly, he said, and tried to snatch the bag again. Shunyan quickly found an excuse. No way! If you open the cap, it'll be noticeable. Miss Asakura will definitely skin me alive. Besides, who knows if this stuff is poisonous? Qin Feng roared with a twisted expression. She won't find out. You can help him open it. Give it to me fast. Xunyan rolled her eyes. Does this guy have a hole in his brain, she thought? Does he really think he's still Miss Asakura's boyfriend? She refused without a second thought. No, I really can't help you with this. I have to go! After saying that, Xunyan didn't look back and ran off. Damn it! Qin Feng's plan failed, and he stomped his feet in anger. He stared hatefully at Xunyan's retreating back. Just you wait, he muttered. I'll make sure everyone around you betrays you. Meanwhile, in the classroom, you are wolfing down your food. Asakura shook her head helplessly. Eat slowly. Careful you don't choke. As soon as she finished speaking, you nearly choked. You grabbed the milk and took a massive gulp, but accidentally spilled it all over your hand. Tissues, you shouted in a panic, reaching blindly into your drawer. You felt a strange box, took it out, and looked at it. The packaging was actually quite beautiful. How could this be here? You were puzzled, and subconsciously looked at Qin Feng's empty seat nearby. Did he put this here? You had checked the drawer, but only gave it a cursory look, not expecting this box to be hidden behind your school bag. Asakura also looked over. When she saw the pink heart-shaped wrapping paper, her expression darkened instantly. She asked coldly, "What is this?" You shrugged helplessly. I don't know who put it in my drawer." You suspected Qin Feng. Did he send it as a gift? But Asakura had sharp eyes and noticed a note tucked into it. She reached out and snatched the box away directly. You wanted to call her bossy, but your attention was drawn to the note. The next second, Asakura darkened her face and read the contents of the letter word by word. Nengyu, I fell in love with you at first sight. You shouldn't be ruined by a devil like Asakura. Once she gets bored, she'll dump you. Leave her and give me a chance, will you? After reading, her deep, dark eyes glared intensely at you. Who wrote this to you? Listening to this cheesy love letter, you felt goosebumps all over and shook your head quickly. How would I know who it is? Asakura's tone was icy. Nengyu, you received the love letter. Very smug, aren't you? You gave a bitter smile. Do you see any expression on my face that looks smug? Asakura gave a huff, scanning the box with displeasure. Since you don't know, just throw this thing away. Should I see what it is? KTI, your eyeballs turned, and you still suspected Qin Feng. But why would he write this kind of love letter? KTI, you rubbed your chin like a little detective. Is Qin Feng trying to use this trick to drive a wedge between you and Asakura? You blurted out, I'll take a look, just one look. As you spoke, you went ahead and untied the ribbon and flipped open the lid. Just then, Asakura's eyes sharpened, and she shouted sharply, Wait! Her reaction was lightning fast. In just 0.01 seconds, she swatted the box away with a single slap. With a whoosh, the mechanism inside the box sprang open instantly, and white powder filled the sky like falling flowers. A clump of stuff landed perfectly, directly on Qin Feng's face in the aisle. With a bang, the box's mechanism sprang open, and white powder filled the sky like falling flowers. A clump of stuff landed perfectly, directly on Qin Feng's face in the aisle. Once the powder settled, Qin Feng's face was deathly pale, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. But the next second, the student next to him who got covered in powder suddenly screamed, So itchy! The powder got on our arms, it's instantly incredibly itchy! ... They scratched out lines of red welts. It's itching like hell. What kind of powder is this? Does it have bacteria? Qin Feng finally reacted too, and started scratching his face like a madman. Itchy, so itchy, he glared at you angrily. It's all because of you. At that exact moment, you were completely sure that he was the one who put it there. If it wasn't for Asakura, you would be the one disfigured right now. You gave a cold laugh and looked him straight in the eye. You were just acting sneaky at my desk. This box is something you put there. Qin Feng scratched his skin frantically, while quickly retorting, I didn't, you're framing me. Qin Feng's handsome face was already covered in bloody scratch marks. He turned sharply toward Asakura. tears instantly welling up, wearing a look of deep grievance. "Miss Asakura, you have to believe me. It really wasn't me." The next second, he pointed his finger directly at you. "It's him! He has a vicious heart and intentionally framed me. This thing must have been put there by him." With that, the whole class's eyes shot toward you in unison. To increase his credibility, Qin Feng sobbed while scratching his face. "Miss Asakura, look at me. If I put it there, would I hurt myself? Wah! You must seek justice for me." You rolled your eyes, looking at his performance with no expression. With acting like this, you thought, it's a shame he doesn't have an Oscar. However, you dreaming of trying to drive a wedge between Asakura and me is a joke. Who knew that a hint of a smile would flash across Asakura's dark eyes? She looked at you and asked languidly, "What about you? How do you want to explain?" You grunted, leaning back in your chair with your arms crossed over your chest and slanted a look at her. With an overbearing attitude, "Do I need to explain?" This sentence made the whole class gasp in shock. "You're suicidal," they thought, "daring to speak to Mrs. Sakura like that." Tizai, they were all waiting to see your miserable fate. However, Asakura actually revealed a seductive smile. She nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you don't need to explain." Once these words were out, the classroom went silent. Everyone was stunned, wondering if they had misheard. What did Miss Asakura say? She actually looked at you with such pampering eyes and said, "You don't need to explain." Qin Feng froze in place, even forgetting to scratch his skin. The Miss Asakura, before his eyes, he thought, is this even the person he knew? How could she pamper him so much? This blow was more fatal than disfigurement. He shook his head like a possessed person. No, that can't be it. The intense itching on his face struck again. He scratched frantically, his fingernails even breaking the skin, causing blood to ooze out. Salty tears touched the wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. "So itchy!" So painful. Suddenly, he looked at the bloodstains on his fingernails and let out a scream. "My face!" Like a vengeful ghost, Qin Feng sprinted out of the classroom. The classroom was quiet for a second and then exploded in chaos. Qin Feng's face, hee, that's just him reaping what he sowed. Serves him right. Just then, Asakura extended her slender fingers. She twisted your chin, forcing you to look straight into her eyes. She raised an eyebrow, her deep gaze seeming to see through everything. "What? Are you pitying him?" You shook your head like a childish brat. "You wanted to hurt me, so I don't pity him at all. You are too kind sometimes." Asakura reached out and pinched your cheek, her gaze burning. In the blink of an eye, it was noon, and Asakura took you to the student council again. Zoichi and Leah had already ordered 5-star takeout. Just as you sat down, you noticed Zoichi looking distraught. No need to guess, you thought. He's definitely thinking of Yunwan. You glanced at Asakura beside you and secretly hid your phone under the table, preparing to send a message to Zoichi. A voice suddenly rang out, which gave you a huge jump. You looked up abruptly and realized it was Leah speaking. Leah ignored your signals and looked straight at Asakura. That person on the motorcycle obviously wanted to hurt Ningyu. Do you plan to investigate this matter? Asakura looked at her with disdain and said in a cool voice, "Do I need you to tell me that? I already had people investigating." Just the fact that the person's target was you was enough for her to never let that person go. Leah quickly pressed further. "So, what did you find? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" You pricked up your ears immediately, also wanting to know who wanted to hurt you. However, Asakura frowned. "The only clue is that the perpetrator's face was caught on security footage. As long as we find them, we can know who the mastermind is." Leah sighed. "So that means you found nothing, right?" But just as she finished speaking, Asakura's phone rang suddenly. She picked it up, and her expression turned cold and serious instantly. You saw her put down the phone and quickly asked, "Is there any news?" Asakura nodded and pushed the phone screen directly before your eyes. A video started playing. However, when you saw the figure in the video, your eyes widened. How could it be him? The background of the video was a private hospital ward. A woman wearing a black mask was talking to someone in the hospital bed. And the person sitting in the bed, you never expected. It was actually him. The video quality was very clear. The scratches crisscrossing his face were clearly his masterpiece from an hour ago, which he brought upon himself. But because it was stolen footage, the video had no sound. You were worried and muttered to yourself, "It was actually him." But because it was stolen footage, the video had no sound. You were worried and muttered to yourself, "It was actually him." Just then, Leah leaned over to look too, rubbing her chin as she asked, "This woman is the one on the motorcycle. Her face is covered, so how can we recognize her?" Asakura cast a disdainful glance at her and pulled up a photo on the phone. A private investigator will naturally check clearly. In the photo, after the woman in the video walked out of the hospital, she took off her mask. And another picture was exactly a screenshot taken by school security cameras. Comparing the two faces, there was no doubt they were the same person. With this, Leah slapped the table hard and exclaimed, "Wow! It was actually Chin Feng who did it. Your ex-boyfriend seemed like a good guy, so why is he so vicious?" You were completely stunned. You had long suspected he was involved, but you didn't expect it to actually be him. Pranks were one thing, but that person on the motorcycle was directly trying to kill. If Yun Wan hadn't blocked it for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After hearing about your encounter in the classroom, Zhu Qi slammed the table, his anger flaring. "Hurting me again and again! We absolutely cannot let him get away with it." Leah immediately agreed and turned to look at Asakura. "Miss Asakura, how do you plan to vent our little Nenyu's anger? Don't be soft-hearted just because he's your ex-boyfriend." Who knew Asakura would just coolly slant a look at her? "Do you think I would?" Leah still wanted to tease her, but Asakura swept another cold, sharp gaze her way. "Who's your baby? Say that again if you dare." Leah shivered in fright and quickly distracted everyone by suggesting they eat. You picked up your chopsticks with a complex heart, while Asakura kept piling food onto your plate from the side. In the blink of an eye, your bowl was piled into a small mountain. You glared at her speechlessly. "Are you going to let me eat or not? With this much, how am I supposed to eat?" Asakura looked at your bowl piled into a mountain and silently took back one fried shrimp. "Is this okay now?" Her heart wasn't bad, but she was venting on you. Her tone was helpless, her thin lips curved with a hint of a smile. "Only I can tolerate your temper." You had no heart to argue with her, lowering your head to shovel rice, looking burdened with heavy thoughts. Jochi immediately looked at Asakura with concern. "What's wrong with Nenyu?" "A bad heart." Asakura's answer was concise and clear. Now, Jochi and Ria were even more confused. "Why a bad heart? Wasn't the mastermind caught?" "Exactly. Shouldn't you be happy about this?" In fact, the most magical thing was that neither of them noticed it. However, Asakura saw through it at a glance. She propped her chin with one hand, staring at you, and explained on your behalf. Who could have a good heart when they are inexplicably hated and targeted for harm? In fact, her heart is full of apologies. To put it plainly, Chin Feng hates you all because of her. You are simple-minded. Suddenly learning this truth, how could you feel good? Her dark eyes became instantly gentle, and she reached out to stroke your head. "Silly boy, it's not your fault. Take your time digesting this fact." You finally raised your head and pulled her hand down. "I don't think it's my fault." Next, you struggled to squeeze out a smile as you looked at Juchi and Ria. "I'm fine, just a little depressed, that's all." Only then was Ria relieved. She added a piece of beef tenderloin to your bowl. "Here, turn your grief and indignation into appetite." You immediately pushed it away with your chopsticks in disgust. "It's got your saliva on it. I don't want to eat it." Ria clutched her heart and, hurt, turned the beef tenderloin toward Joti. Joti also quickly moved her bowl away, her face full of disgust. "I don't want it either." You watched them bickering, put down your chopsticks, and sighed. "Actually, I still don't get it. Chin Feng hates me, I can understand that. But did he have to go as far as hiring thugs to hurt me? This is going a bit too far, right?" Ria seemed very moved. "As long as people are jealous, what won't they do?" Zhu Qi, however, had a different view. She felt that Chin Feng didn't have the guts to hire someone to kill. Ria immediately teased her. "Unlike you, who would do anything, right? Perhaps you would also lose your mind for love." Jochi felt very uncomfortable hearing this and immediately retorted, "I wouldn't." Ria rubbed her fingers, her expression very annoying. "That's hard to say, oh." You laughed from the side and said, "I believe Shaoqi wouldn't." Ria originally wanted to argue, but as soon as she caught Asakura's gaze, she instantly cowered. She immediately nodded with a smile, changing her tone in a dog-like manner. Everything young Master Fang says is correct. You and Jochi were instantly amused by her. After the lunch jokes, you followed Asakura to her office again. You sat on the sofa, holding a pillow, ready to take a nap. But Asakura walked to your side and sat down. She didn't say a word, just stared at you fixedly. You stretched, blinked, and asked her, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Asakura continued to stare at you fixedly. Her voice was deep. "Regarding Qinfeng, how do you want to deal with him?" Only one thought remained in your mind. You never wanted to see Qinfeng again. You shook your head. I don't know." You clutched the pillow tighter, your suppressed emotions almost collapsing. "I only know that I never want to see him again, not ever." Her fingers gently combed through your hair, comforting you gently, but her tone was firm. "I understand. I won't tell you exactly what I'm going to do." You closed your eyes, enjoying her touch. You nodded, slightly. "Don't tell me, I don't want to know." Regarding her arrangements, you trusted her completely. You only needed to be sure of one thing. Don't let Qinfeng appear again. Although you were still in the dark, you believed that she must have a sense of measure. Asakura patted your head. "Then you rest for a while. I'm going to handle something." You lifted your head reluctantly from her shoulder, your reliance full. What you couldn't leave was actually her shoulder. Leaning against her was too comfortable. You really wanted to stay there and not get up. "You go ahead. When it's time for afternoon class, remember to call me." You arranged the pillow. She casually picked up the long pillow and handed it to you, and even considerately made space so you could stretch your legs. "Good afternoon." Her voice was cold and pleasant. You responded lazily, "Good afternoon." With your face pressed against the pillow, you felt extremely safe. Meanwhile, outside the second middle school of a city, in a high-end restaurant, Lu Guan sat alone in a private room. He didn't suspect you, did he? Very good. Next, it depends on whether you have the ability to persuade her. Regardless of success or failure, the money that should be given to you will not be a cent less. Meanwhile, outside the second middle school of a city, in a high-end restaurant, Lu Guan sat alone in a private room. He didn't suspect you, did he? Good. Next, it depends on whether you have the ability to persuade her. Don't worry. Regardless of success or failure, the red envelope that should be given to you will not be a cent less. Contact me again. Lu Guan hung up the phone, his lips curling up slightly. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the private room. A waiter pushed the door open with a tray. Once the food was set on the table, "Please enjoy." Lu Guan, in a great mood, pulled out a large banknote and handed it over. The waiter smiled brightly. "Thank you. Just call me if you need anything." He waved his hand. "No need." Go out." Once the person left, he just picked up his fork and prepared to eat. At this time, his mobile phone rang violently. On the other end of the phone, Long Aotian's angry rebuke roared like thunder. "Lu Guan, can you actually do anything right? You're really trash. I thought you were capable. In the end, you're just that. It seems I didn't misjudge you before. You're really useless garbage." He clenched the fork, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. His smile became obscene, but what he said was still elegant. "What are you afraid of, my older brother?" Long Aotian's voice instantly turned shrill. "Shut your mouth! Who is your brother? I've told you many times, don't call me brother." "You are the child of that wild man, you are not my brother." Lu Guan's eyes instantly turned cold, his voice still flat. "What are you worried about?" "It's nothing more than being afraid that things will be exposed and traced back to you." "Don't worry, I threw this pot on someone else's head. When Sister Asakura comes to settle the account, she will only find that unlucky ghost. She won't suspect you, let alone suspect me." Long Aotian was stunned for a second, and immediately asked, "Who is it?" Lu Guan smiled and narrowed his eyes. "The person you hate the most." "Qinfeng!" Now Long Aois was completely stunned. "How did you shift the blame onto him?" Lu Guan narrowed his eyes, his tone full of smugness. "Blame him for being stupid. He had to do something, so this morning he stuffed a gift box into Fang Yuan's drawer, full of itching powder. And guess what? He played himself. The powder splashed back onto his own face. That guy Fang Yuan is actually completely fine. Speaking of this, she gnashed her teeth, secretly cursing in her heart. If only the itching powder could have disfigured Feng Yuan. Qin Feng is too useless. He messed up such a small matter. Long Aotian snorted coldly, obviously also dissatisfied. You are very well informed. Could it be that you have planted a spy in S-class? In fact, this kind of thing is not impossible. There are many second-generation rich kids in S-class. But it is not difficult for the civilian students in the class to collect a little money to help inquire about information. Lu Guan was arrogant. Know yourself and know your enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories. And Long Aotian heard this tone, a nameless fire in his heart. This little girl born to a wild man, where did she get such a sense of superiority? Do you think everything is cleaned up without a trace? Long Aotian's tone was gloomy. Then how on earth are you going to frame Qin Feng? Your lips lifted slightly, revealing a hint of smugness. Isn't it simple? Sister Asakura is looking for the murderer all over the school. I just need to let that person intentionally go to Qin Feng. And Sister Asakura will definitely keep an eye on him. Plus, he harmed Feng Yuan this morning. With two things together, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash it off. He can only carry this pot inexplicably. Long Aotian heard this and gasped. Lu Guan, you are too ruthless. You felt much more secure with this certainty. You no longer have to worry about the plan failing and implicating yourself. But things were not over yet. Suddenly, Lu Guan's tone changed, and he sighed deliberately. However, it's gone. The matter hasn't been accomplished yet. Long Aotian interrupted harshly. What is a red envelope? A mere 200,000. I don't care. I can give you another 200,000. You must succeed next time. I want to see Feng Yuan's face. Lu Guan pretended to be indifferent and replied, Oh, thank you, brother. Shut your mouth. I'll beat you if you call me that again. He was furious. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Lu Guan stared at the darkened screen with cold eyes, feeling contemptuous. Young Master Long, are you very powerful just because you lose your temper? The next second, the mobile phone was thrown into the air by Lu Guan, hitting the door carpet hard. It's just a phone. There are plenty of them. Long Etienne just gave 200,000, so replacing it with a new machine was not soft at all. Lu Guan's heart was instantly refreshed, and he pressed the service bell. That waiter pushed the door in with a bright smile. Distinguished guest, what are your orders? She was stunned when she saw the mobile phone on the carpet as soon as she stepped into the door. You lifted your chin, pretending to be noble. Help me pick it up. The waiter immediately held the mobile phone and handed it to Lu Guan. Lu Guan nodded with satisfaction. I want to order some snacks. She had already trained her dog-legged eyes, not waiting for you to open your mouth. She directly handed the menu to the dessert page and placed it in front of you. Young master, which style do you want? Lu Guan glanced at it casually, opening his mouth arrogantly. This page and this page come with one of everything. The waiter's jaw almost dropped to the ground. All? All of them? Lu Guan curled his lips, his eyes full of arrogance. Yes, I want all of them. She immediately complied. Lu Guan took out a few large banknotes and handed them over as if scattering grace. The waiter took the money, beaming with joy. Thank you, miss. Then Lu Guan dialed that man's number. Go to the hospital to find Qin Feng at night, bribe the doctor, and add something to his medicine. It's that kind of thing. I will give it to you again. Don't mess it up. After hanging up the phone, Lu Guan clicked on his contacts and sent a voice message to another person. These 2 days, spread the news. Just say Feng Yuan did it. You don't have to specifically make up rumors. Just mention it to 1 or 2 classmates. After the arrangements were made, Lu Guan threw the phone on the table, feeling extremely satisfied, as if everything was under your control. After the arrangements were made, Lu Guan threw the phone on the table, feeling extremely satisfied, as if everything was under your control. Qin Feng's life, Feng Yan's life, were all in his own hands. Lu Guan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha! 2 days later, at the entrance of Shunde Academy, You suddenly wanted to eat breakfast outside the school. Asakura couldn't stop you, so she could only accompany you out. You found a secluded corner and sat down. Asakura scanned the surroundings, her lips curling up, her eyes landing on you. Behind my back, did you eat breakfast here with that person surnamed Yoon? You laughed dryly and played dumb. Is it here? I don't remember. Actually, you knew very well in your heart. You deliberately brought her here to reminisce, but you absolutely couldn't admit it. Otherwise, this person would be unhappy again. Simply shift the fire. What do you want to eat? There are quite a lot of breakfasts here. You had already ordered wontons, xiaolongbao, and soy milk. Although it was ordinary, but since it was located at the entrance of Shandai Academy, the style was naturally not vulgar. Many students liked to come here. Asakura was too lazy to bother. You order for me? You asked back. Then what do you want to eat? She said only 4 words. Eat meat early in the morning, you muttered in your heart. This person's appetite is really big. Turning the menu, you ordered 2 portions with meat and added another 7 cups of soy milk for her. As a result, she looked down on it. I don't want soy milk. You scolded her back. Eat it since it's ordered. Don't be coquettish. Just then, 2 girls entered the room and sat beside you. They didn't notice you, but they had already started gossiping. I heard that Qin Feng was covered in itching powder that day, and now he's almost disfigured. Really? Or fake? Can itching powder disfigure you? You can't control her? This is probably retribution. She didn't succeed in harming others, and she suffered backfire herself. Others said it was she who put it on herself, so she was so miserable. When she first entered Shandai, she was beautiful. The face is ruined, right? I really want to see. You heard it and felt scared, unable to help but secretly look at Asakura next to you. She lightly withdrew, looking indifferent. You asked in a low voice, for fear of being heard. You didn't do it? You had always thought she had arranged for someone to take action. After all, you didn't ask in detail how to deal with Qin Feng. But now she denied it. You were startled. Could it be that the itching powder that day was really... Qin Feng added some deadly things herself? You felt cold in your heart. The other party actually wanted to disfigure you. Asakura sneered, her voice revealing disdain. She could even hire someone to harm people, so how could she let go of something more ruthless? You sighed, feeling cold inside. Asakura saw that your mood was low and lightly changed the topic. Don't mention her. My appetite is ruined. I will handle her affairs. You nodded. After the limelight passed, Qin Feng never appeared in Shandai again. The school, with the reason of bad character, expelled her directly. At this time, your breakfast was sent. Asakura glanced at it, clearly disdainful. In this kind of place, can you even eat this? Ironically, at this time, the girls at the next table suddenly shouted excitedly. Look, the internet says that Qin Feng's disfigurement was actually Fang Yuan's doing. At that time, there was no problem with the itching powder at all. You were stunned, with a blank face. How did it suddenly dump on your head? Asakura also frowned and looked at the 2 girls. Is this news reliable? Look at this post. Actually, someone else in S class had touched the itching powder, and it was fine after washing with water. Only Qin Feng was so miserable, which shows that it was added afterward. This really makes sense. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to be so ruthless. Before they could continue speaking, a loud noise was heard. An arm slapped on the table. The 2 girls were so scared their eyes widened. They looked closely and found that Asakura's face was close at hand. They were stunned for a moment and then reacted, almost hugging together excitedly. It's actually you. My God. Am I dreaming? Sister Asakura is right in front of my eyes. Too crazy. This distance is perfect. The 2 girls were only busy admiring and didn't see the coldness on Asakura's face at all. You were still worried that they would continue talking nonsense, but the tone shifted abruptly. You almost laughed out loud. You quickly grabbed Asakura's hand and pulled her back. They are just some boring guesses. Let them talk. No matter what, after all, lips grow on other people's faces. You can't stop them from saying anything. However, after Asakura heard this, the corners of her lips hooked into a mischievous smile, and she actually reached out to pinch your cheek. That's a good idea. You were stunned. What idea? Didn't you just say that to comfort her? Asakura suddenly turned back to stare at those two girls. Pointed her finger, her presence filling the room. I warn you, anyone who dares to cross the line again, if you dare to talk nonsense one more time, I will let you know what consequences are. The two fangirls trembled all over under her glare, nodding repeatedly. Did you hear clearly? Her voice was cold. The girls responded quickly. Heard clearly? Their legs went weak and they couldn't even run if they wanted to. They could only stiffen in their seats. You pulled Asakura back to your seat. All right, hurry up and eat your breakfast. If you don't eat it, it'll get cold. Asakura said calmly. I'll eat in a bit, and took out her phone to make 7 calls. Your stomach growled, and you were too busy devouring your wontons and xiaolongbao to care what she was doing. When you finished eating and looked up, she had already put away her phone, and a smile had returned to her face. You were full of confusion. Who did you just call? Don't tell me it has to do with that idea from before. Asakura only smiled without saying a word. You'll know in a minute. You pretended not to care. Hurry up and eat. I am already finished. She had just picked up her chopsticks when you snatched her phone to check the call history. You called the principal, you exclaimed. Asakura didn't stop you and lowered her head to nibble on her noodles, finishing in a few bites. Finished eating, right? She asked, tilting her head. You nodded. Tell me, why did you call the principal? Asakura smiled with a wicked charm. For a treat. She pulled you up and out of the breakfast shop. You felt it was a bit strange to walk hand in hand like this, so you pulled your hand away. She glanced at you, clearly dissatisfied, but didn't lose her temper. As you walked, you urged her. What you just said. Wait a minute. Exactly how many minutes? Asakura didn't stop her pace, suddenly stopping under a tree on campus. She looked at you sideways, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Almost time. You stared at her blankly, not understanding. The campus broadcast rang out. Notice. The post on the school forum targeting classmate Feng Yuan has been clarified as a fabrication. All teachers and students are not allowed to discuss this matter privately. Violators will receive a major demerit. Reporting is welcome. 3 broadcasts echoed across the campus. You listened blankly, turned your head to stare at Asakura with wide eyes, your jaw almost unable to close. You did this? You listened blankly, turned your head to stare at Asakura, your jaw almost unable to close. You did this? It turned out that her call just now was just to go directly to the principal to seal everyone's lips. Asakura triumphantly placed her hand on your shoulder, her smile arrogant. How is it? Blocking everyone's mouth is useful, right? Although rumors are hard to stop completely. Who would dare to talk nonsense in front of you now? The days became instantly peaceful. You were caught between laughter and tears. This person really spoils you. Asakura was still not satisfied, glancing at you sideways. You should praise me, right? I used my privileges for who, after all? You immediately gave a thumbs up. All right, well done. However, you couldn't help but worry. Using privileges like this, is it really okay? You looked up at her, your brain almost nodding up. Asakura smiled confidently. Do you know what privilege means? You were speechless. You wanted to give a brief explanation but couldn't get it out. Can I check Baidu? She curled her knuckles and said domineeringly, I am the privilege. Asakura's eyes were full of defiance. I do what I want. No one is qualified to interrupt. You understand now, right? You stared at her, silently complaining in your heart. This woman, did she reincarnate as a second-generation empress? On your lips, you couldn't help but tease. If Father Asakura and Mother Asakura knew you were so overbearing at school, wouldn't they be scared faint? Asakura disagreed and took the opportunity to pull you closer into her arms. This is what I call lawless. You felt the distance was too close and wanted to break free, but because of the broadcast just now, all the students were staring at you two. Asakura laughed arrogantly. So what if I'm lawless? I can do whatever I want. Why should I restrain myself? This self-righteous, twisted logic. actually left you speechless. Just then, someone nearby exclaimed, "Isn't that Senior Yunwan? Isn't she in the hospital?" You turned your head in surprise, and sure enough, you saw Yunwan walking in from the school gate. Asakura saw her too, her brows locked. "What is this Yun woman trying to do?" "I'll go ask. You wait for me here." You dropped a sentence and shook off her hand to run toward Yunwan. Who knew Asakura would take a long stride? You warned her with your eyes to behave, but she pretended not to understand. The next second, you arrived in front of Yunwan. She saw you, stopped, and greeted you with a faint smile. "Morning." You looked worriedly at her right hand, which was covered in bandages, and asked in confusion, "Why did you come to school?" Yunwan looked at you with soft eyes and explained in a low voice, "There is a monthly exam today." You were stunned. "That's right, it's the most important monthly exam in the 3rd year. But your hand is injured, how can you take the exam?" Yunwan smiled lightly and raised her left hand. "I still have this hand." You heard her light tone. "It's just an exam, not the college entrance exam. It doesn't matter if you miss it once, right?" But Yunwan shook her head firmly. "The monthly exam is very important, I can't be absent." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a cold, mocking voice. Asakura stared at her with displeased eyes. "Isn't it just worrying about the scholarship?" "That's simple." She was arrogant. "You don't need to take the exam. I will ask the school to issue it to you anyway." "That's it, right?" Yunwan's eyes instantly turned cold, looking straight at her, and refusing word for word, "No need. Thank you." Asakura's anger flared up instantly. "You refuse? If it wasn't for Nenyu, I wouldn't even be bothered to look at you." She stepped closer. "Is your ridiculous dignity important? Or is your scholarship important?" Yunwan faced her without fear, the corners of her lips slightly lifted. "For you, Miss Asakura, other people's dignity is of course worthless." Seeing the two of them at each other's throats, you quickly hugged Asakura's arm. "Oh, don't fight." You pulled her back a step to create a safe distance. Then you looked at Yunwan and asked seriously, "Are you really determined to take the exam?" "Yes." She looked at you. Her attitude was firm. You nodded helplessly, then showed her a bright smile. "All right, then go take the exam. Good luck." Yunwan looked at the trust and light in your eyes, and a warm current poured in instantly. "Thank you, I will." Her tone softened, and her lips were also filled with a smile. But she noticed that Asakura behind you, her eyes were becoming increasingly gloomy. After Yunwan said goodbye to you, she walked toward the 3rd year teaching building. You were still cheering behind her. "Yunwan, you have to work hard." But Asakura behind you had veins popping on her forehead. The next second, your face was held by her and forcibly turned to her. "Hey, what are you doing?" Your face was squeezed out of shape by her. Asakura stared at you fixedly and growled angrily. "Feng Yuan, I forbid you to look at that guy with those eyes." You blinked in confusion. "What eyes?" You had no idea what she was angry about. "Let go, my face is going to be squeezed flat." You pushed away her magic claws with effort, rubbing your sore cheeks. But Asakura's anger grew stronger. "Listen clearly. Not just that Yun woman, but other women too." To coax her, you could only nod perfunctorily. "Got it." Only then did her anger dissipate a little, and she pulled you into her arms to declare sovereignty. "You're gonna find that Yun woman after school, aren't you? Not allowed to go." You immediately played dumb. "What did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." In a blink of an eye, it was afternoon after school. You rushed to the 3rd year S class, but when you walked in, Yunwan was nowhere to be seen. You hurriedly grabbed a classmate. "Where is Yunwan?" The other person's answer stunned you. She handed in her paper and left a long time ago. Left a long time ago? You were even more worried. When she took the exam, which hand did she hold the pen with? That classmate remembered very clearly. Left hand. She used her left hand the whole time. Everyone saw it. Just then, a cold and pleasant voice sounded behind you. "Teacher, please wait a moment." You looked back and saw that Asakura had actually blocked the teacher who was about to leave. What was she gonna do? You walked over curiously, but saw Asakura give a look, and the teacher obediently walked back to the podium and sat down. This picture made you want to laugh but also cry, the teacher asked nervously. Asakura glanced at the test paper in the teacher's hand and said coldly, "Find Yunwan's test paper and grade it right here," the teacher asked nervously. "Miss Asakura, may I ask what the matter is?" Asakura glanced at the test paper in the teacher's hand and said coldly, "Find Yunwan's test paper and grade it right here." The teacher did not dare to have any objections and immediately turned out Yunwan's test paper, took out a red pen, and quickly graded it. In just a few minutes, the test paper was handed in front of Asakura. You hurriedly leaned over to look, and your eyes widened instantly. "Full marks!" You looked at the teacher blankly. "Teacher, didn't Yunwan take the exam with her left hand?" "Yes." You looked at the test paper again. The handwriting on it was indeed crooked, and the lines of the diagrams were shaking, but this was actually full marks. The teacher seemed to know what you were thinking and spoke slowly. The teacher explained that Yunwan's handwriting was already beautiful, and that being able to write like this with her left hand without affecting her performance was already heaven-defying. Walking out of the teaching building, you were completely relaxed. Fortunately, Yunwan's scholarship was saved. You sat in Asakura's car, your heart flying. You turned your head and smiled at her. You actually still care about Yunwan, don't you? If you hadn't asked the teacher to grade the paper on the spot, you would have probably been worried for several days. But Asakura frowned suddenly, as if she had heard some incredible joke, snorting coldly. Absolutely impossible. She clearly came for you, okay? You laughed, posing with an "I have already seen through you" smug expression. You are just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Try saying that again. Asakura stared at you dangerously. You weren't afraid at all. Instead, you supported your chin with one hand and leaned your face over, smiling and throwing out a multiple-choice question. You are actually still very kind, it's just that you like Yunwan, so you care about her, right? You were deliberately forcing her to admit she is kind. Who knew Asakura, after hearing this, would blink her eyes dangerously? The next second, she hooked a wicked smile. Her whole body slammed toward you. She grabbed your wrist and fastened you tightly to the passenger seat. Like playing this kind of game, right? All right. Then I'll give you a question too. This posture made your cheeks instantly flushed. What was she trying to do? Before you could react, Asakura's pretty face kept coming down. Her pleasant voice sounded extremely low, sexy, and dangerous. "If I kiss you now, tell me, why would I do that? Because I like that Yun woman, or because I like you?" Before the words fell, your lips were less than 2 centimeters apart, and the next second, you were about to kiss. Your heart was pounding like thunder, your cheeks were scorching hot, and you even forgot to push her away. Just at this moment, a crisp ring, ring, ring sound came suddenly from outside the car window. This sound instantly awakened you. You turned your head sharply, put your hands on her chest, and pushed her away. "Hey, don't make this kind of joke, alright? It's too much." Asakura looked at your shy appearance. Her mood became extremely good. Her lips hooked up. It was clearly you who made the joke first. You were instantly speechless. Isn't this just lifting a rock only to drop it on your own feet? Asakura started the sports car, her mood so good she started whistling, and turned to say to you, "It's the weekend, where should we go to play?" You had just been teased by her, and you instantly lost interest. Asakura thought for a while, there's a newly opened hot spring villa, you probably haven't been there. It's just soaking in hot springs, right? You looked out the window disinterestedly. Asakura continued to lure you. Not only that, there are roses that can be picked for hot spring soaking, and a lot of delicious food like strawberries. You can pick them yourself. She glared at you, deliberately using a challenge. "All right, if you don't want to go." Before she finished, you turned your head sharply. The roses had already made you a little excited. As soon as you heard strawberries, your eyes lit up instantly. You hurriedly grabbed her. "I didn't say I wasn't going." Anne, let's go. Is it okay?" You even used a coaxing tone. Asakura secretly lifted the corners of her lips, her goal achieved. "Since you want to go so much, then let's go. Anyway, soaking in hot springs is good for the body." But you suddenly thought of an idea. Then call Joki and the others too, it's more lively with more people. Asakura's brows furrowed slightly, clearly not very happy. But on her lips she said, ask them. If they want to come, they come. If they don't want to come, forget it. She was sneering in her heart. If some people don't know what's good for them, the car drove to an intersection. You suddenly pointed to the other side. Over there, go that way. Asakura was full of confusion but still turned the steering wheel and asked in confusion, this is not the way home. Where do you still want to go? You then lowered your head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I think, you said, that since Yunwan left so early, she might have returned to the hospital. As soon as the words left your mouth, Asakura's pretty face darkened instantly. She's fine for the exam, so what are you still worried about, she said. The doctor only said not to move her hand around much. It's not like the injury is that serious. You rubbed your nose, retorting righteously. She was injured because she saved me, after all. Before she recovers completely, of course I have to care about her constantly. This is called having a conscience, all right? Asakura didn't even want to talk to you anymore. This boy was just too soft-hearted and afraid of owing others. Although she found this trait of yours very cute, she certainly wasn't happy about that cuteness being used on someone else, especially that Yun woman. Despite being 10,000% annoyed in her heart, the car still drove steadily to the hospital. Park the car, Asakura said, and she accompanied you inside. As it turned out, Yunwan hadn't returned to the hospital at all. You slapped your head in frustration. You should have given her a call first. Asakura looked at you as if she had no other choice. I'll go ask the doctor about her condition. You wait for me right here, she said. Don't run around, do you hear me? I know, just go quickly. You nodded repeatedly. You didn't run around, but someone came running toward you like a madman. Feng Yuan! A sharp roar rang out. Qin Feng, with a face so covered in tape that you could barely make out his features, charged at you with bloodshot eyes. You were startled and stepped back repeatedly. Qin Feng, how are you here? It turned out that because his face was disfigured, he was also receiving treatment at this hospital. Qin Feng's face was ferocious, like an evil spirit, as he pointed at you and roared with hatred. It's all your fault, Feng Yuan! My face becoming like this is all because of you. You let me be disfigured, so I want you dead too. As he said this, he clenched his fists and swung them fiercely toward your face. You dodged quickly, feeling extremely annoyed. You were the victim, okay? If it weren't for his own malicious intentions, how would he have ended up in this state? This was clearly a case of him reaping what he sowed. You glared at him coldly. Qin Feng, don't forget, this is something you caused yourself. You are the one who put the itching powder there to harm me. Now, this is just you suffering the consequences of your own actions. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes became even redder with hatred. I don't care. It's your fault anyway. If you hadn't snatched Miss Asakura away, why would I have wanted to harm you? Miss Asakura clearly likes me. You rolled your eyes. There was no point in reasoning with a madman. Just then, Qin Feng made a move to pounce on you again. Being pushed by him time and again, your temper finally exploded. I haven't shown my true colors, so you really think I'm a pushover, right? The moment Qin Feng pounced on you without any technique, you nimbly sidestepped and grabbed him by the collar with a backhand motion. Ah! Qin Feng let out a piercing scream. The passers-by who had originally intended to help you were instantly struck dumb. You unceremoniously tugged at his collar and snorted coldly. Qin Feng, don't push your luck. Previously, when Asakura asked you to transfer to F class, I let it slide because I pitied you and let you stay in S class, as long as you didn't provoke me again. But you insist on asking for trouble. Why blame it on me? The fire in your heart burned fiercely. There was no longer any compassion for Qin Feng. Being kind to an enemy was being cruel to oneself. Ah, Feng Yuan, you bastard, let me go! You won't end well! Qin Feng screamed with a ferocious expression. He still hadn't repented and looked at you as if he wanted to kill you. I have to say, the collar-grabbing move was simply too effective on him. Qin Feng was choked until he couldn't breathe and had no strength to fight back, eventually reduced to sobbing. Only then did you suddenly let go, letting him fall to the ground, not even bothering to glance at him again. Just then, a round of applause suddenly rang out. You turned around abruptly and were shocked to see it was Asakura. She was walking toward you with a rewarding smile, clapping her hands. You were left between laughter and tears. What was she doing? Well done. she praised you, coming over to take your arm. You suddenly felt disinterested and looked at her silently. Asakura seemed to ignore the sobbing Qinfeng on the ground and smiled at you. If you had shown this kind of spirit last time when you were surrounded, how good that would have been. You couldn't help but smile bitterly. Please, that time there were over a dozen people surrounding me. How could I have resisted? Qinfeng suddenly burst into loud wails. You felt annoyed and grabbed Asakura to leave, but she didn't move, instead signaling for you to wait. She walked straight over and squatted in front of Qinfeng. Qinfeng was stunned, and upon seeing it was her, he thought she had come to care for him, his heart filled with joy. Miss Asakura? Unexpectedly, Asakura just coldly hooked the corners of her lips, her eyes full of mockery. Qinfeng, your mistake is that you take yourself too seriously. Who do you think you are, daring to harm my little attendant? My little attendant? Qinfeng was stunned on the spot. He struggled and exclaimed, "He's just an ordinary commoner. What right does he have to be with you?" In his view, anyone worthy of Miss Asakura had to be a high society scion. Why should an ordinary commoner receive her special favor? It wasn't fair. Commoner? Asakura seemed to have heard a joke of the century. Who told you my little attendant is a commoner? Her voice turned cold suddenly. I'll tell you. With your status, you're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Qinfeng was completely shocked. Who was he? Could it be that he was also some scion from a prestigious family? But he couldn't imagine it. Asakura let out a cold laugh. You're not worthy of knowing. After finishing, she stood up and walked away with you, not looking back. Back at the apartment, you had just finished showering and were huddled on the sofa, holding your phone to chat with Yunwan. It wasn't convenient for Yunwan to type, so she rarely sent you voice messages. Actually, my hand has almost recovered, so I don't need to stay in the hospital every day. You held the phone to your ear. That voice was cold, yet melodious, so pleasant to listen to. As someone who was sensitive to voices, you couldn't resist it at all. You couldn't help but listen to it again before replying, "Then you have to be careful and let me know the first time if something comes up." The two of you actually chatted for over 10 minutes. Just then, the bathroom door opened, and Asakura walked out, wiping her hair. You quickly lowered your voice and spoke into the phone. I can't talk anymore. Yunwan replied with a voice message of only 2 seconds, a cold and melodious, "Good night." That sound was so pleasant it made one's heart tingle. You didn't dare listen to it anymore, fearing Asakura would discover you were chatting with Yunwan. You hurriedly tapped on Zhuqi's name to pretend to be chatting, your fingers tapping randomly on the screen. The next second, Asakura wiped her hair and sat down beside you, her pretty face suddenly leaning in close. She had just finished showering, and her melodious voice sounded right beside your ear. What are you chatting about? You felt your ear go numb and leaned away unnaturally, your earlobe turning bright red. Chatting with Zhuqi about going to the hot spring villa tomorrow. Can you not lean so close? The scent of the shower gel on her body, mixed with her unique aura, kept wafting into your nose. What does it matter if I lean close? She stared at you with immediate dissatisfaction. Peeking at other people's chats is very impolite, okay? Who knew she would look at you with disdain? I'm too lazy to look. Go get the hairdryer. She pushed you and leaned lazily on the sofa. You were a bit dumbfounded. What for? Asakura threw the towel aside and pointed at her head. To dry my hair. Hurry up. But just as you brought the hairdryer over, Asakura commanded like a queen. Help me dry it. You had no choice but to accept your fate, casually messing with her hair, but suddenly discovered that this person's hair was actually so soft. You felt like you had discovered a new world and couldn't help but smile. A thought flashed through your mind. Isn't it said that people with soft hair also have soft earlobes? You were guided by some impulse, and your gaze fell on her ear. Your hand moved toward it unconsciously. You were guided by some impulse, and your gaze fell on her ear. Your hand moved toward it unconsciously. It is quite soft. You touched the earlobe. So soft. You were like someone who had found a fun toy, pinching and rubbing it, unwilling to let go. Just then, Asakura raised her eyes, looking at you from bottom to top. Have you played enough? There was a hint of a smile in her tone. You woke up with a start, your cheeks instantly exploding in red. You laughed dryly. Heh, it's dry, you said. wanting to pretend nothing happened. Who knew this devil Asakura wouldn't give you a chance? She suddenly snatched the hairdryer and threw it on the tea table, then immediately pinned you onto the sofa. Since you had so much fun playing with me, shouldn't it be my turn? She smirked, and her claws reached toward you. You realized things were bad and wanted to escape immediately. What are you doing? Ha 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 ha! This bastard was actually tickling you. Your whole body was sensitive to tickling. As soon as she touched your waist, you couldn't stop laughing. Ha 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 ha, no, please spare me. Ha 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 ha, help! You were rolling around on the sofa, almost falling off. Ha ha ha, I really can't take it, stop tickling me. Only then did Asakura let you go. But before you could catch your breath, she leaned onto your back and rested her chin on your shoulder. You finally stopped laughing, but were so tired that your whole body went limp. Don't press on me. Your protest sounded soft and weak, without any strength. She acted like a spoiled child. I won't get up. Hugging you like this is very comfortable. After finishing, she stuck to your back, determined not to move. You were so tired, you didn't even have the strength to push her away, so you could only helplessly let her hold you. You were held by her like that, completely unable to break free. The surroundings went quiet, leaving only your rapid breathing. As your breathing slowly leveled off, a strong and powerful heartbeat came from her chest, pressing against your back. Thump, 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 thump. The air instantly became sultry. Asakura just watched as your earlobes turned crimson, little by little like magic. She couldn't help but hook the corners of her lips, her eyes full of laughter. Asakura, can you move away? You said shyly. No, she refused with a smile. Then she wickedly leaned in close and blew gently against your reddened earlobe. You shivered all over, as if struck by an electric current. Asakura, you called her, shy and angry, with a tone of warning. Your wife is here, she replied with a sexy voice, keeping her thin lips against the back of your ear. Just then, you finally regained your strength and slammed your elbow backward. Asakura grunted, and only then did she let you go. You quickly rolled over, your face flushed red, and your teary eyes glared at her. I hate you. You were teasing me on purpose, she laughed. How did I tease you? Is it a crime for me to hug my own husband? I'm ignoring you, you said, running back to the bedroom like you were fleeing. Asakura, leaning on the sofa, laughed joyfully. But the consequence of teasing you was that she was definitely sleeping on the sofa tonight. The next day, you were dreaming of a peerless beauty hugging you in a very romantic pose, and were just about to kiss, when tap tap tap, a brutal knocking sound woke you up. You opened your sleepy eyes. The figure from your dream hadn't dissipated yet. What a pity. You hadn't seen the beauty's face clearly. Just then, Asakura's voice came from outside the door. Little sleepy pig, get up quickly! The next second, the face of the beauty in your mind instantly turned into Asakura. You were jolted, completely awake, and touched your cheek. Why was she so annoying? You let out a wail, rolling on the bed. Damn, Asakura, ruining my beautiful dream. Little Yuan, are you awake? It's already 9 o'clock. Asakura urged again. You glared at the door. You stretched and got out of bed, opening the door with a bang. I'm awake! You're so annoying! You vented all your waking up grouchiness on her. But she didn't care at all, leaning gracefully against the doorframe, watching you with a smile. Why are you so grumpy? Didn't sleep well last night. Looking at her joyful face, you felt even more depressed. You raised your hand to hit her, but Asakura grabbed your wrist and led you inside. If you didn't sleep enough, then keep sleeping. She brought you to the bed, but you shook your head. No, we agreed to go out to play today, and I haven't packed my things yet. After you washed up and came out, you smelled the fragrance of breakfast. Your stomach growled. The table was full of a sumptuous breakfast. As you ate, you looked at her suspiciously. You're acting a bit strange today. Didn't she sleep on the sofa last night? How come she has more energy than you? Asakura glared at you. You're the strange one. Eat quickly, everyone is waiting for us. Hearing that time was running out, you sped up your pace. After eating, I'll go pack my luggage. You felt like something was missing, dilly-dallying for over 10 minutes before finally packing up. You looked up and saw Asakura at the door and asked, Where's your luggage? She pointed to the backpack beside the door. Put yours in here, too. You walked over and picked up her backpack. Just then, Asakura's phone rang. She turned and walked out to answer it, and you stuffed your own things into her bag. Your movements paused abruptly. A memory of that night at the Chin residence flashed through your mind. The moss-scented umbrella that Asakura had secretly hidden away. A thought jumped into your mind. Would she have put that thing in there too? Thinking of this, your cheeks instantly became slightly hot, and two little people started fighting in your brain. Should you take a look or not? She was just outside answering the phone, and the backpack was right in your hands. This was simply the perfect opportunity. Your hand slowly, uncontrollably, reached toward the backpack. At the critical moment, Asakura's voice came suddenly along with her footsteps. Are you ready yet? Leah and the others are downstairs. Your hand stiffened, but the next second you quickly patted the backpack and smiled back. Ready. You picked up the backpack and wanted to carry it yourself, but she took it directly and put it on her shoulder. Next, she took your small hand in her large hand, her eyes filled with a smile. Then let's go. But your mind was entirely on that previous matter. You were full of regret, thinking if you had known, you shouldn't have hesitated and should have just done it. Hot Spring Villa. Because you delayed time in the morning, it was already past noon when the group arrived. After lunch, you headed straight to the rose garden. You excitedly pointed to a patch of purple flowers in the distance. Jochi smiled and nodded. Yeah, that's lavender, transplanted from France. It can also be made into essential oil. Your eyes lit up instantly. Really? Then I want to buy some. You turned your head and instructed Asakura behind you. Remember to remind me to buy some. Who knew she would frown slightly? Why do you want to buy that kind of thing? You're not allowed to burn it at home. Only then did you remember that this person was very sensitive to scents. Your shoulders slumped instantly, your whole face full of disappointment. But I really want it. Looking at your pitiful appearance, she hardened her heart and finally gave in. Buy it if you like it, but... She changed the subject. You're not allowed to burn it at home. Go burn it at Joshi's place. Jochi pointed at herself in astonishment. Why burn it at my place? Asakura glanced at her. Isn't it you who urged him to buy it? You have to be responsible. You quickly hugged Jochi's arm and acted spoiled, so she had no choice but to agree. And so you happily bought various essential oils, as if afraid of missing out, taking one of each. Finally, you went to your favorite strawberry greenhouse. As soon as you entered, you were like a wild horse that had slipped its reins, excitedly picking a lot of strawberries. By the time you finished exploring, the sun had already set. Leah couldn't help but laugh, and just like that, the day passed. At dinner, Leah smilingly suggested, since it's so rare for us to be out here, let's play a game. What kind of game? You and Jochi became interested instantly. Asakura held her beer mug, her thin lips curving slightly. I have no objections, Leah laughed mischievously. We'll play truth or dare. Even though it's a cliché game, it's still fun. You didn't notice anything suspicious, so you raised your hand with a bright smile. I agree. The game began, and a waiter quickly brought over a roulette wheel. The wheel began to spin rapidly. You watched the pointer intently. Finally, it slowed to a stop. You panicked for a moment, then followed the direction of the pointer to look at Asakura beside you. It's you! You laughed out loud, pointing at her gleefully. No one expected that the first person to lose at the start would be her. You laughed openly with a crafty smile. Be a good sport and accept your defeat. Hurry up and choose. Truth or dare? She stared at you nonchalantly. What do you want me to choose? Leah signaled to you urgently. Truth. You understood immediately. Truth then. Go ahead and ask, she said, leaning back in her chair with a carefree attitude. Jochi immediately jumped in. Miss Asakura, may I ask, how many boyfriends have you dated in total? You turned your head instantly, staring fixedly at Asakura. She frowned slightly and tossed out 3 words. Don't remember. You weren't satisfied and pressed further. If not 100, at least 80, right? To everyone's surprise, Leah shook her finger, smiling slyly. Of course, more than that. Your eyes widened suddenly. Even more than that? That many? Asakura didn't want to continue this topic and directly drank a large mug of beer, ending the round. Immediately after, the second round began. You watched the roulette wheel with excitement, but the pointer stopped steadily on you. How can it be me? You couldn't believe it. Your face fell instantly. You also chose truth, thinking it would be easier. Just as Leah was about to speak, Asakura cut in abruptly. She stared at you fixedly, asking word by word, "When you were in America, how many girlfriends did you date?" You were stunned. Your little brain started spinning. There is no harm without comparison. She just admitted to having dated over 100 boyfriends. If you said none, wouldn't you be ridiculed to death by her? Absolutely not. That would be too embarrassing. So should you say 2 or 3? Or 7? Or 8? Or maybe 3 or 4? You were tangled up in a knot. Right at that moment, Asakura seemed to see through your thoughts. She warned you sternly. Tell the truth. No lying allowed. You suddenly regained your focus, staring at her blankly. Of course I'm telling the truth. She rested her chin on one hand, pressing you step by step. Then answer quickly. Is this question that hard? She glared at you with dissatisfaction. Is it really that hard? Or is it that you have so many ex-girlfriends that you have to count them one by one? At the thought of this possibility, Asakura's face darkened instantly. You were so terrified by her that you couldn't help but mutter, "Would it kill you to let me think for a second?" Leah, however, loved to watch the drama. Little Yuan, don't tell us you don't remember either. Your face turned bright red with embarrassment. Of course not, Zhuqi chimed in. You must have dated girls in America, right? You're so cute. This hit your sore spot. You immediately held your head high. Plenty of people chased you, but you aren't the type to just date anyone. Then hurry up and say it. Exactly how many? Asakura was completely impatient, her expression sharp enough to cut someone. To avoid being ridiculed and to stick to the rules of truth, you could only squeeze out one word in a low voice. Although it didn't count as a formal relationship, you had to count it as one for now. You didn't want to be looked down upon by this devil. However, your answer not only failed to satisfy her, but her face became even darker. 1. Are you telling the truth? She stared at you fixedly, her eyes full of disbelief. She thought the answer would be 0, but who knew there would actually be one? To her, the answer 1 was even more piercing than many, because it meant that person held a special significance in your heart. You completely misunderstood her intent and lowered your head, not daring to look at her. You thought she was just mocking you. So what if it's 1? It shows I'm loyal. Better than you flirt who changes boyfriends faster than you change clothes. Just then, Leah smiled to smooth things over. Just 1, huh? Who knew our little Yuan was actually so loyal?